In the midst of darkness, myriad beautiful lights flicker intermittently, occasionally sweeping across, exuding an enchanting glow that imparts an incredible sense of mystery, captivating the onlooker. The perception of time is the most unreliable of allies. One remains utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Gradually, a cacophony seems to emerge from the void, an irritating presence that one cannot easily dismiss. Suddenly, a point of starlight rapidly approaches and expands, consuming everything before one can react, followed by an overwhelming sensation of descent. In a flurry of confusion, one hastily steadies oneself. At that moment, a hand reaches out, steadying. The leaning figure, accompanied by a voice. "Sensei Mizuki, are you all right? You seem quite fatigued. Would you like to rest?" Slowly opening weary eyes, I murmur, "Sensei Mizuki? Is that what you call me?" One unpleasant name. With my left hand propping on my chin, I rub my eyes and press my temples, gradually dispelling the drowsiness, responding calmly, "I'm fine, I've just been a bit insomniac lately." I survey my companion beside me. "You must be Irika, right?" Irika smiles and replies, "Sensei Mizuki, it seems you're truly exhausted to the point of not recognizing me. You were dozing off just now. Had I not supported you, your head would have collided with the desk. Haha." Pausing, he suggests, "Why don't you take a break? There are hardly any students left. It won't take long. No need, let's finish the test quickly. Lord Hokage is waiting for the report. The test isn't difficult, it will be over soon." Irika contemplates for a moment, then agrees. "All right, let's continue with the exam." He organizes the papers in his hands and calls out loudly, "Next." Mizuki grimaces inwardly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Why shout so loudly? It's unbearably noisy. Such a loud voice is indeed suited for a teacher. As Mizuki regains focus, he sorts through the hazy memories, realizing he had merely dozed off in a taxi, and without realizing it, had become Mizuki. It seems he lacks the fate of a protagonist in his past life. He was an ordinary white-collar worker who, after a lack of success, resigned yet struggled to find a new job. Perhaps he had overestimated his abilities. After finally deciding to take a walk to clear his mind, he unexpectedly fell asleep and found himself transported here. Was it an accident or something else? He has no recollection. This truly feels like poetic justice. Having resigned impulsively, the universe repays him with a capricious role in another world. Were it not for his usual calm demeanor and relatively quick reflexes to deceive Irika, he would have been in a far worse predicament. Lost in thought, a lively blonde boy with peculiar facial hair strides in Naruto Uzumaki, the destined child of Hokage. Mizuki silently confirms the timeline of his transmigration, realizing he has arrived at the story's inception, a tragic beginning where even the background characters like the ramen shop uncle and the lovely Ayam possess more presence than his own. Naruto nervously approaches the center of the examination room, anxiously watching Irika. Once Naruto is prepared, Irika encourages him. "Naruto, whenever you're ready, let's begin. To pass, you need to successfully create at least one perfect clone." Observing Naruto's anxiety, he reassures him. The clone jutsu is one of the simplest techniques. As long as you pay attention in class and practice diligently, it shouldn't be too difficult. Naruto, conflicted, replies, "But why the clone jutsu? Why must I be tested on something I'm not good at? My unique jutsu is far more powerful." Despite his frustration, Naruto dutifully forms the necessary hand seals, channels his chakra, and shouts, "Clone jutsu." From the swirling smoke of the technique emerges a limp, listless figure. Naruto looks apologetically at Irika, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Irika, visibly irritated, exclaims, "Fail," spitting saliva across the room. Mizuki, witnessing this familiar scene, brushes away the droplets that seem to have landed on his face, thinking, "Is it my turn to step in? What was my line again? Never mind, he'll just muddle through this and then consider a plan for self-preservation." However, upon reflection, it seems like an opportunity to assert his presence being passive would not serve him well. Mizuki turns to Irika and states, "By the way, Irika-sensei, Naruto did manage to produce at least one clone by a stretch. That could be considered passing, right?" This statement sounds like music to Naruto's ears, who looks at Mizuki with surprise and delight. Yet, Irika shakes his head, saying, "That won't do, Sensei Mizuki. Everyone else produced at least 3 clones. Naruto only managed one, and it was hardly useful. Being a ninja is not so simple, and judging from Naruto's performance, he is far from ready. Faced with Iruka's unequivocal rejection, Mizuki can only offer an apologetic glance to the disheartened Naruto, feeling powerless. As he watches the dejected Naruto leave, Mizuki's mind races with thoughts of what to do next. The ensuing narrative foretells his grim fate, yet he lacks any clear strategy for coping, finding even the most basic struggle daunting. Unlike his expectations, completing the graduation exam without inciting Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll does not guarantee his safety. Mizuki, in his previous life, was not without flaws. On the contrary, he had committed acts contrary to Konoha's ideals and was caught in the act. During a mission, when a teammate was injured and unable to proceed, Mizuki, in a moment of desperation, abandoned the wounded comrade and suffocated him to ensure mission success. Upon his return, he reported that the teammate had succumbed to lethal poison. Unbeknownst to him, Konoha grew suspicious, leading to his exclusion from the selection for the Ninja Academy teaching position, causing him to harbor resentment towards Iruka, who was chosen instead. Moreover, Mizuki soon realized that the higher-ups in Konoha were scrutinizing him, intensifying his anxiety that if it were merely this, it would not be beyond redemption after all. Ninjas are individuals who undertake missions for remuneration. Such actions, though questionable, do not necessarily equate to treachery. The legendary White Fang, Hatake Sakamo, abandoned a mission to save a teammate and was ultimately driven to suicide by rumors, even his comrades failing to understand him. In today's ninja world, Mizuki's actions might even find sympathy among many. However, Mizuki is entrenched in Konoha, amidst an era that emphasizes the so-called will of fire and familial bonds within the village. Furthermore, he had acted carelessly and left evidence of his misdeeds. Even in the worst-case scenario, a mere 2-year imprisonment would suffice. Consider the infamous brothers, F and Raijin, who slaughtered their entire team over a food dispute during a mission they were merely confined in Konoha's high-security prison. Treated well, Mizuki's actions are hardly severe enough to warrant dire consequences. He likely faces only minor reprimands. Moreover, the ensuing years promise to be chaotic, and perhaps spending 2 years in prison would be a blessing, allowing him to wait for the destined child to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki and live a tranquil life thereafter. A competent shinin, he would have no trouble sustaining himself, especially with a loving fiancée Chihiro Tsubaki, a strikingly beautiful woman. In the absence of any extraordinary abilities or advantages, leading a simple life and avoiding the battlefield from his memories while sheltering under the protagonist's halo seems a prudent choice. Yet currently, this remains a distant dream. Most troubling is his unclear association with Orochimaru, a troublesome figure compounded by the presence of the spy Kabuto lurking in Konoha and the ever-watchful Danzo, who might be observing his every move. Presently, Mizuki finds himself in a precarious predicament. Remainder of the examination process is largely inconsequential, as Mizuki continues to ponder his strategies while concluding the assessments of all the students. Iruka stretched lazily, gently tapping the neatly organized papers against the table. Shumu, I truly appreciate your assistance today. If you're feeling unwell, please do leave early. I've noticed you've been deep in thought. Is something troubling you? If there's any way I can assist, please don't hesitate to let me know. After all, you've taken care of me quite a bit. Shuemu quickly waved his hand dismissively. Really, it's no trouble at all. You're worrying too much. He took the papers from Iruka's hand. Now, Iruka, hurry along to see your lovely students. Once they graduate, you won't have the chance to see them as often. I'm off to report. Now, perhaps the third Hokage will drop by the school, especially since this graduating class boasts several future luminaries. Indeed, Iruka mused, I never imagined that this next generation would include the likes of Inuzuka, Hyuga, and the children of the Yamanaka clan. Most notably, we also have the last scion of the Uchiha clan among them. What a rare occurrence this is after so many years. You've certainly had your work cut out for you. Iruka, Shuemu said absent-mindedly. I won't keep you any longer. I'll take my leave now and see you after school. Yes, until later. After bidding farewell to Iruka, Shuemu made his way directly to the Hokage's office, knocking lightly on the door and announcing, "Chunin Shuemu has come to report as commanded." "Enter," came a voice that was both aged yet robust. Shuemu pushed the door open, closing it behind him with a swift motion, and bowed. "Third Hokage, the graduation examinations at the Ninja Academy have concluded. I am here to present the results for your review." "Bring them forth," the Hokage replied. Just as he finished speaking, a masked ninja appeared before Shuemu, taking the documents from his hands. After a brief inspection, the ninja presented them to the third Hokage. The Hokage perused the documents leisurely, inquiring, "What were the examination subjects?" "It was the shadow clone technique, Lord Hokage. An assessment of the three-body technique," he remarked non-committally, then continued, "What were the results?" "Everyone passed except for Uzumaki Naruto." "Ma'am?" The Hokage paused at the mention of the name. Noticing the Hokage's reaction, Shuemu feigned casualness. The exam was precisely tailored to highlight Naruto's weakest technique. "Although he managed to perform a single clone, I believe it qualifies as a pass." However, Irika disagrees and insists on marking Naruto as failing. At this point, Shuemu decided to probe further into the possibility of avoiding tonight's predicament. "Should we take any action or simply grant him a pass?" He observed the third Hokage's response closely. After a moment of contemplation, the Hokage shook his head. "No need for that. Let it be as it is." He set the report down and instructed Shuemu, "You may leave now. I will visit the Ninja Academy shortly." "Understood." Shuemu departed, resigned to his fate. "It seems that seeking shortcuts will not work. I must devise another plan. It appears the powers that be have orchestrated everything, leaving me as a mere jester in their grand play. Cursed be the machinations of fate." There was no doubt that he had lost any semblance of control over his own destiny. It was imperative to find a key to turn the tide if he could just survive this night. In a few months, Orochimaru would strike during the Chunin exams, plunging everything into chaos. With a few months of preparation, he might navigate the tumult surrounding the collapse of Konoha.by then. A minor character like himself would likely escape the scrutiny of those who would plot against him. The challenge lay in the present moment originally. Shuemu had intended to seize the Book of Seals as a gesture of allegiance to Orochimaru, using Naruto's graduation exam as a scheme. Little did he know, this would instead facilitate Naruto's success. Upon reflection, the fact that the crucial Book of Seals so vital to Konoha be pilfered by a reckless child who was not even a ninja, and that he fortuitously learned the most suitable technique for the task, seemed far too orchestrated. He had unwittingly played the role of a stepping stone. Returning to the Ninja Academy, Shuemu occupied his time while contemplating his next move. The third Hokage finally arrived before school let out, engaging with the graduating students and their parents, creating quite a lively scene. Shuemu quietly observed Naruto sitting alone on a swing, dejected and enduring the scorn of onlookers, pulling down his goggles to shield his tear-filled eyes. Where the leaves of Konoha fall, the fire ignites, with the Hokage reflecting within. And thus Konoha shall sprout anew. He glanced back at the third Hokage, conversing with students and parents, exuding authority tempered with kindness, a seasoned leader effortlessly winning hearts. What a splendid sentiment. Perhaps my future depends on the benevolence of the Hokage to save me. The spirit of love and justice that Konoha embodies has brought me this far, yet it also represents my last glimmer of hope in solitude. However, entrusting one's fate to the mercy and forgiveness of others cultivates a profound sense of powerlessness that is truly maddening. Even so, Shuemu had no choice but to engage with Naruto to fulfill his fated mission. In the short term, there is truly little that can be done. If I cannot overcome this hurdle, there will be no future to speak of. With resolve solidified, he strode toward Naruto. The story is about to begin. I am prepared. How about you, child of destiny? I hope you will cherish this fateful gift. Sauntering leisurely towards the swings, Mizuki offered words of comfort to the softly weeping Naruto. Naruto, are you still upset with Irika-sensei? I believe Irika-sensei is not targeting you. After all, becoming an exceptional ninja is no simple feat. Furthermore, you have the option to return to school and retake the exam next year. Regrettably, Mizuki's consolation bore little fruit. With his head bowed low, Naruto retorted, I understand Mizuki-sensei's intention, But why am I the only one who has failed? Why am I the only one? I've worked so hard. His tone dripped with palpable resentment. For a neglected boy who, despite facing disdain, clung to his fervor and yearned for acceptance, this failure in the exam struck a devastating blow. Nearby, adults observed with cold indifference, their cruel jibes drifting over, remarks like he deserves it, and it's about time he was sent away, further diminished the spirits of the once cheerful boy. Clearly, this was not an appropriate place for conversation. Mizuki gently patted Naruto's hunched shoulders and kindly suggested, "Naruto, would you like to find another location? I have some things I wish to discuss with you." The matter of the graduation exam was not entirely devoid of hope. With diligence, there might still be a chance for a retest. "Really, Mizuki-sensei? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Upon hearing this unexpected ray of hope, Naruto's excitement surged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course, I would never deceive you. Although it may be challenging, you possess considerable ninja potential. Perhaps you can earn Irika-sensei's approval and become a ninja. But let us find a quiet place to converse further." "All right, Mizuki-sensei. Where shall we go?" "Let us head to Hokage Rock. The weather is splendid today. You go ahead, and I shall join you shortly." "Okay, then I'll go first." "Mizuki-sensei, please hurry." "Yes, I will be there soon." As Mizuki watched Naruto dash off with fervor towards Hokage Rock, he reflected on the significance of becoming a recognized ninja for a reclusive child often shunned by others. This desire for acknowledgement might be something to leverage in the future. Yet, Mizuki couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. He had not yet ascended to a status of recognition in Naruto's eyes. Even if today's events concluded favorably, there remained a long journey ahead. Over the ensuing years, the strength within the ninja world surged exponentially, with various formidable bosses emerging only to falter later on. At this juncture, considering his own potential and standing, Mizuki found himself lacking even the opportunity to engage in crafting, farming, or leveling up. Those with slightly better advantages might barely manage to endure. How much more challenging would it be for someone like him, devoid of any signs of fortune? For now, he could only take it one step at a time and defer other considerations for later. As students were picked up by their parents, the third Hokage departed the school as well. After exchanging farewells with Irika, Mizuki set off towards Hokage Rock. Along the path, Mizuki pondered deeply the fundamental question of his own self-positioning. The former entity, Mizuki, was merely a somewhat clever leaf ninja, possessing average strength that distinguished him among the Chunin, with average ninjutsu and genjutsu skills, but exceptional taijutsu. Yet, he was constrained by an unremarkable physique. He also dabbled in a lackluster form of puppet technique, and with his remarkable tactical acumen, he had already become a reliable pillar within the ranks of Konoha's Chunin. Should he master a noteworthy specialty, his ascension to special jonin would not be surprising. At such a young age, reaching this level was an impressive outcome for a war orphan devoid of a surname. However, his character flaws were glaringly evident. He harbored excessive jealousy and an overwhelming desire for power that was not matched by his abilities or temperament. He placed his hopes of becoming stronger in the hands of Orochimaru's patronage, lacking any substantial leverage of his own. Ultimately, he overestimated his capabilities, attempting to seize the Book of Seals as a token of allegiance, only to be crushed by the Chosen One's might. No, this was perhaps the malevolence of the world itself, as the higher powers silently observed him being used as a stepping stone, channeling his remaining energy to bolster the Chosen One's strength while providing a lesson in the process, an exceedingly convenient arrangement. Given Mizuki's temperament, how could he respect Irika, whose strength was always inferior to his own? How could he believe that a laggard incapable of mastering even a basic clone technique would suddenly grasp the advanced multiple shadow clone technique? For Naruto Uzumaki, endowed with an astonishing chakra capacity, this technique was a formidable weapon. It was hardly surprising that he was subjected to a thorough beating, bearing the world's malice upon him. This predicament bore striking similarities to his own, a mediocre aptitude coupled with an insatiable spirit yearning for distinction, recklessly striving for a breakthrough without the requisite strength. Compounded by the absence of favorable circumstances, a tragic end was undoubtedly inescapable. However, having traversed to this juncture, armed with the advantage of information, he might yet carve out a sliver of opportunity. Moreover, he had no avenue for retreat. Thus, where should he commence? Perhaps a transformation of his very nature was in order. Mizuki was inherently an ordinary individual, as was he. This shared quality resonated deeply. Furthermore, Mizuki was an unsuccessful villain. Though he had not committed any grand evils, he undoubtedly harbored a strong malice. Xuanzi's essay on human nature posits that the nature of man is inherently evil, with the virtuous being a facade. This profound implication does not merely suggest that human nature is vile, nor that the benevolent are mere pretenders. Rather, it emphasizes that individuals should not rely solely on their innate tendencies while neglecting the importance of postnatal education, cultivating gentlemen through the principles of propriety and righteousness. However, in this war-torn world where human life holds little value, espousing gentlemanly virtues is a luxury. The dissemination of love and justice is the privilege of protagonists, a status he was far from attaining. For now, he could only embody the superficiality of a false gentleman. Thus, the sages transform nature into pretense. Pretense gives rise to propriety and righteousness, which in turn establish laws and regulations. Such complex matters were beyond his current purview. Perhaps the Hokage held a modicum of qualification. A sage, a gentleman? He was neither, merely a mortal preoccupied with his own survival, temporarily neglecting all else. With this reflection, the troublesome situation seemed to reveal a glimmer of clarity. The crux lay in the progress and meticulous execution of tonight's actions. At last, they arrived at Hokage Rock, where the impatient Naruto greeted from afar, "Shuemu-sensei, you finally made it. You're so slow. I'm starving from waiting over here. Apologies, Naruto, for my tardiness. However, there is still ample time," Shuemu responded. "Hey, Shuemu-sensei, what method did you mention for passing the exam? Please tell me quickly," Naruto, brimming with eagerness, implored. Shuemu smiled gently. "Do not be in such a rush. Before discussing that, there is something else I wish to convey." Looking at Naruto's hopeful expression, he continued slowly, "First and foremost, I do not want you to harbor resentment towards Iruka-sensei. He is genuinely concerned for your well-being. Iruka is also an orphan, and his solitude is something to empathize with. As someone who shares a similar plight, he harbors no malice towards you. You must trust me on this. I have known Iruka for many years, and I understand his character well." Naruto, upon hearing this, puffed his cheeks in defiance. "I know that. But I just don't understand why I can't become a ninja. I've already decided to be the best ninja and ultimately become Hokage, earning everyone's acknowledgement. What should I do if I can't even become a ninja?" Becoming a qualified ninja is no simple task, Naruto. It is entirely different from playing ninja games. A ninja must possess not only exceptional ninjutsu and strength, but also the readiness to sacrifice. "I understand," Naruto declared with determination, his fist clenched. "I will become a ninja. Following through on my word is my ninja way. Is that so? I see you are quite resolute," Shuemu remarked, his tone implying he had anticipated this. "However, there is a significant error in your earlier statement that I must correct." "What error?" "You expressed a desire to become Hokage so that everyone would acknowledge you. While that is a noble aspiration, you have misconstrued the causal sequence," Shuemu said, gazing at Naruto earnestly. "It is not that becoming Hokage leads to acknowledgement. Rather, only those who are acknowledged by others can become Hokage. Causation? Sequence?" Naruto seemed to have absorbed none of this. Shuemu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing he had overestimated the boy's comprehension. Shuemu-sensei, even though I don't fully grasp what you mean, I do understand one thing. I will definitely achieve both becoming Hokage and gaining recognition. Now, please teach me how to pass the exam and become a ninja." What a wonderful child Naruto is, Shuemu thought, sighing inwardly. "Indeed, Naruto, the reason you failed the exam is that your shadow clone technique is not yet mastered. That is why Iruka-sensei did not allow you to become a ninja. Proficient ninjutsu is essential for a ninja, and I believe that once Naruto learns advanced and powerful techniques, he should be able to become a ninja. Is that so? Where can I learn advanced ninjutsu?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "Does this mean you will teach me ninjutsu, Shuemu-sensei? That would be incredible." "Not quite, Naruto. While I am a chunin, I do not possess particularly advanced ninjutsu. However, I am aware of the existence of advanced ninjutsu, which surpasses even that of Iruka-sensei. Once you master it, Iruka-sensei will undoubtedly have no objections and will surely allow you to become a ninja. Is it truly so? Where can I find it? Please tell me quickly, Mizuki-sensei." Naruto is eager to hear the good news. In Konoha, there exists a legendary sealing book. Mastering the advanced ninjutsu within it should suffice. Everything is proceeding as Naruto anticipated, and Mizuki watched with satisfaction as Naruto departed. Well then, the first step is complete. The hero has embarked on the path of leveling up, battling foes, and acquiring skills. Thus, I too must prepare diligently. The legendary hero is the embodiment of love and justice, always surrounded by like-minded allies in their quest for righteousness. The other members of the Konoha 12 are likely to fulfill such roles. What is my current status? A sacrificial pawn meant to inspire the hero to unleash their ultimate technique, a substantial boost to combat prowess. It seems insufficient, but perhaps Irika is barely qualified. Next, I shall proceed according to plan and await the judgment. After inheriting the will of Mizuki and the mediocre white-collar existence, my luck ought to improve. Regardless, 1 plus 1, even if it does not equal 2, should still be greater than 1, right? As night gradually falls, the streets of Konoha see fewer people, the bustling daytime atmosphere fading away. Yet for Konoha, which has enjoyed a long period of peace, the night does not signify the end of the day. The thriving night market still attracts a considerable number of visitors. Occasionally, patrolling ninjas can be seen moving stealthily through the alleys. After a day of toil, Mizuki walks home, exchanging greetings with familiar ninjas he encounters along the way. Although he maintains an air of vigilance, the presence of unfamiliar faces has noticeably increased, indicating that preparations are underway. Indeed, if he truly wishes to seize the sealing book and defect, the opportunity appears exceedingly slim. Observing the situation discreetly, Mizuki strides towards his dwelling. Where might the flaw lie? Yakushi Kabuto is aware of his connection to Orochimaru, but he may not necessarily know of Mizuki's plan to seize the sealing book. Moreover, Mizuki himself does not fully grasp Kabuto's true strength, viewing him merely as a spy and contact dispatched by Orochimaru to Konoha. How could a competent Chunin disclose matters that would determine the fate of one's latter life to a genin who has failed the Chunin exams multiple times? Could it be Danzo? The likelihood seems slim. It is certain that Orochimaru has ties to Danzo. Before his defection, the multitude of experimental subjects and forbidden techniques would have been impossible without high-level support. The only individuals with such power, apart from the Hokage, are those who command the roots of the Umbu, such as Shimura Danzo. However, the relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo is merely one of mutual exploitation, lacking any trust. And it is improbable that he would expose himself to Danzo. One contact, Yakushi Kabuto, suffices. Wait, that is not quite right. One might say that Orochimaru does not regard him highly at all. He may have even forgotten Mizuki entirely, as evidenced by the subpar curse mark he provided, which barely qualifies as a prototype, with activation requiring a highly detrimental potion. Could it be that his previous covert actions regarding the retrieval mission have led to surveillance? Was it the behavior of approaching the Ninetales Jinchuriki that attracted attention and led to exposure? Upon reflection, I find the likelihood to be minimal. I am not a member of the Umbu, nor have I engaged in any confirmed acts of betrayal. Thus, I do not warrant such scrutiny. From the original narrative, it is clear that after the Ninetales attacked Konoha and was sealed within Naruto Uzumaki, Danzo attempted to bring the Ninetales under his control, only to be rebuffed by the third Hokage. Given this context, Naruto remains under the watchful eye of the third Hokage, making my actions inevitably draw attention. It seems most plausible that this is a strategic arrangement by the Hokage, using this opportunity to test my loyalty while simultaneously allowing the Jinchuriki to acquire the shadow clone technique. The telescope technique, perhaps? It is indeed a rather unscrupulous jutsu. I refrained from uttering any taboo words atop Hokage Rock, so I should be in the clear. Yet, the third Hokage, having wielded power for many years, has orchestrated this flawlessly. He has indeed gone to great lengths to ensure Naruto obtains the Book of Seals, assuming it is the genuine article. Regarding whether to seize additional gains during tonight's operation, Mizuki hesitated for a considerable time. The Book of Seals represents a splendid opportunity. The techniques contained within are undeniably formidable. Just look at how Naruto Uzumaki transformed from a mere novice to a powerhouse with the shadow clone technique alone. Moreover, it contains a variety of forbidden techniques invented by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique, summoning, Rashomon, and even the likes of impure world reincarnation and Shiki Fujin, which blur the lines of life and death. Even if these aren't included, the other second-rate techniques are leagues above the ordinary ninjutsu. However, is it truly worth the risk for the third Hokage to utilize the authentic book as bait? After all, few have seen the Book of Seals. Creating a counterfeit would not be a daunting task, and for the third Hokage, all risks can be managed. Thus, considering the significant risks and minimal chances of gain, Mizuki ultimately decided to forego the venture. Moreover, even if he were to acquire the genuine Book of Seals, he lacks Orochimaru's capabilities to convert it into personal power, rendering the endeavor futile. Nevertheless, Mizuki made certain preparations. While the final outcome remains uncertain, the process can be guided as best as possible. This thought reminded him of a particular matter. The connection with Orochimaru was something he least desired to expose. Yet, there was at least one individual in Konoha who was aware of it. Although she might not know the details, she certainly possesses considerable knowledge. His fiancée, Hinata Chuin. It seems that Mizuki's former self truly cherished this woman, divulging even matters of life and death to her. One might say they are quite the pair indeed. Upon returning to his residence and pushing the door open, he found, to his surprise, that the interior was impeccably clean and organized. Everything was tidied up splendidly. It must have been Chuin who took the time to clean. How diligent of her. From this perspective, Mizuki's former self could be considered a winner in life. Compared to my previous existence, where I was 30 and still single, this fellow, significantly younger, has a gentle and beautiful fiancée. Surely, I would have been content in his place. It seems that the tendency for people to envy what others possess remains unchanged. After a brief tidying up, I reclined on the bed to rest, feeling utterly drained from the day's exertions. I would take a moment to doze as I awaited the commencement of events. Soon, I would be called upon to showcase the pinnacle of my acting prowess accumulated over 2 lifetimes. In my previous life, I managed to lead a humble existence without much effort, but in this life, failure to strive would mean losing my life amidst mediocrity and discontent. Thus, I must endeavor. As the night deepened into silence, an unexpected noise outside startled me awake. Has it begun? Almost immediately, a figure appeared at the window. Is that Irika? What brings him here at such a late hour? Indeed, it was Irika, who looked at me with urgency and exclaimed, "This is bad. That rascal Naruto has stolen the sealing scroll and fled. The Hokage has issued a command for all available ninjas to search for him." I see, I understand. You should go ahead. It would be more efficient for us to split up. I'll join you shortly. It seems there are slight deviations from the original narrative, as Irika received the news before I did. Is it because I relinquished my attempt to seize the scroll, thus losing track of the unfolding events? Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The situation has not spiraled out of control. Once prepared to depart, I discreetly surveyed my surroundings. I sensed no surveillance. Was it due to the absence of onlookers, or perhaps their strength exceeded my perceptual capabilities? Either way, it was preferable to have someone watching. After arranging my ninja tools and confirming my direction, I swiftly vanished into the encompassing night. After a period of rapid movement, I soon arrived at the designated location. Regulating my breathing, I concealed myself and patiently awaited Irika's arrival. Not far ahead, beside a small wooden cabin, the blonde whirlwind known as Naruto was diligently practicing his ninja techniques. Observing him execute the shadow clone technique, he appeared to be mastering it quite impressively. With enthusiasm, perseverance, and exceptional talent, save for a lack of brilliance, he was undoubtedly a natural-born ninja. Before long, a figure rushed toward the cabin without any attempt at concealment. It was Irika, frantically searching for Naruto. Upon spotting him, Naruto hastily tucked away the sealing scroll and proudly exclaimed to Irika, "Teacher Irika, you found me so quickly. I just learned a powerful jutsu, huh? You fool." Irika shouted in exasperation. "What are you doing out here in the dead of night with the stolen sealing scroll?" Caught off guard by Irika's outburst, Naruto sheepishly responded, "Isn't this just a result of failing the exam? I wanted to secretly learn the advanced techniques from the sealing scroll so that I could impress you, Irika-sensei, and prove myself worthy of being a ninja. I've just mastered a really cool clone technique." "Naruto, tell me honestly, who informed you about the sealing scroll?" Irika asked, sensing something amiss. "It was Sensei Shuemu. He told me that if I learned the advanced techniques that even you don't know, then you would definitely let me retake the exam," said Naruto. "Shuemu?" Irika gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Naruto quickly stepped back. Hidden in the shadows, Mizuki quietly observed the 2 individuals in the distance. As they concluded their conversation, he swiftly hurled a shuriken, which arced gracefully through the air before striking Irika. Emerging from the darkness, Mizuki perched himself upon a tree branch, watching Irika's flustered demeanor below. "Ah, we meet again, Naruto-kun. How fares your study of ninjutsu? And Irika, you appear somewhat weary. Are you overly concerned for your beloved students, leading to your premature decline?" It was evident that the 3rd Hokage was monitoring the scene. Mizuki had just employed his sensory perception to ascertain the faint chakra lingering in the vicinity. And the unsettling sensation of being watched was, without prior knowledge and deliberate investigation, a difficult-to-detect spying technique. Now that the audience was assembled, the performers must deliver an exceptional performance. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Naruto found himself at a loss. I say, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei, what on earth is happening? This must be a joke. Iruka interposed himself before Naruto, deflecting the shuriken as he cautioned, Naruto, do not trust Mizuki. Under no circumstances should you hand over the scroll of seals. The scroll of seals? Iruka, you remain as naive as ever, Mizuki scoffed. With your intellect, this is the best you can muster. Do not assess me with your shallow notions. With that, he launched several kunai and lunged at Iruka, leading to an intense melee. Close-quarters combat is the ultimate test of a ninja's fundamental skills. Indeed, Mizuki found himself superior to Iruka. Yet the sense of estrangement seemed difficult to dissolve in the short term. Although he had inherited Mizuki's body and combat experience, he could not fully unleash his true potential. An ordinary individual, raised in an era of peace and lacking sufficient physical training, could never hope to compare with Mizuki's years of ninja instinct. In a brief span, Mizuki reached an unfavorable conclusion. Despite currently holding the advantage, it was questionable whether he could completely overpower Iruka. Thus, it was time to employ his contingency plan, ensuring he maintained control so as not to provoke the third Hokage into direct intervention, lest he inadvertently sabotage his own efforts. Now, let us commence, Mizuki declared. Amidst the fierce struggle, he suddenly withdrew from the fray. Iruka, momentarily subdued, dared not pursue and instead stood vigilantly at a distance. Mizuki regarded Iruka with a smirk. Iruka, what are you so anxious about? Are you afraid I'll seize the scroll of seals? Or perhaps, that I may threaten Naruto Uzumaki? What is your true objective? Iruka remained on guard, unwilling to relax. Mizuki, ignoring Iruka, turned to Naruto. Naruto, do you doubt me? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Look, you have indeed mastered a formidable ninjutsu. I know Mizuki-sensei is not lying, but why is he fighting Iruka-sensei? Aren't they both leaf ninjas? Naruto inquired, his unease palpable. Oh, Naruto, do you wish to uncover the truth? Mizuki taunted. Naruto eagerly nodded in affirmation. Do you know why Iruka insists on preventing you from becoming a ninja? It is because he harbors resentment towards you. Do you truly believe he is so trustworthy? Resentment? Why? Naruto found it utterly unbearable to accept this truth. Did his beloved Iruka-sensei truly harbor no affection for him? I once mentioned to you that Iruka was an orphan. Did you ever ponder the fate of his parents? Mizuki callously uttered words that pierced deeply, for they perished at your hands. The shocking revelation left Naruto at a loss for words. I killed Iruka-sensei's parents? How could that be possible? Please, Mizuki, don't say any more. Iruka shouted, desperately trying to silence Mizuki. Ignoring him, Mizuki discreetly channeled chakra, and with a barely perceptible vibration, Naruto felt an odd, tingling sensation on his scalp. However, he dismissed it, attributing it to mere insects buzzing about at night, and absent-mindedly scratched his head. Mizuki secretly rejoiced. His plan was working. Initially, he had merely intended to use poison as a precaution, but it had proven effective. In truth, it was not a poison in the traditional sense, but rather a stimulant, albeit one with significant side effects, accelerating metabolism and temporarily amplifying emotions, rendering one prone to extreme reactions. Observing everything as normal, Mizuki continued, over a decade ago, the Nine-Tails beast attacked Konoha, causing untold destruction, as you are aware, correct? Yes, Naruto nodded. I also know that the great hero, the fourth Hokage, saved everyone and defended the village. Indeed, it was during that tumultuous time that Iruka's parents met their demise at the hands of the Nine-Tails. The very beast sealed away by the fourth Hokage was none other than you, Uzumaki Naruto. You bastard Mizuki, Iruka roared, clutching his head in anguish. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, observing through a crystal ball, sighed heavily. Mizuki had indeed revealed this matter, and now they were in deep trouble. Back in the field, Naruto, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of truth, muttered to himself, how could this be? Am I a murderer? Am I the monstrous Nine-Tails? So that's why the villagers despise and scorn me. I have always been alone. Mizuki glanced at Iruka, who was still reeling from the revelation. A prime opportunity had arisen. The next step would be crucial to his success. Swiftly forming hand seals, Mizuki seized the moment when Iruka was distracted and unleashed a Jinjutsu, the art of Naruto. The target was the bewildered Naruto. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Naruto's eyes glazed over, and he was soon engulfed by visions so horrific that pain and terror contorted his face. Mizuki observed the unfolding events with keen interest. The combination of Jinjutsu and the stimulant should yield the desired outcome. He had hesitated to employ a more potent poison, but given Naruto's unique physiology and regeneration ability, it was impossible to predict his tolerance. Thus, he opted for the stimulant to avoid an extreme reaction. Fortunately, Naruto's control over chakra was currently poor, rendering his resistance to Jinjutsu virtually non-existent. Noticing Naruto's distress, Iruka inquired sharply, "Mizuki, what have you done?" "I merely allowed him to witness the truth," Mizuki replied, genuinely curious about the choices he would make next. At this moment, Naruto's body trembled uncontrollably in agony. Suddenly, he lifted his head and opened his eyes, which emanated an unnatural crimson glow, the fury and madness within them unmistakable. Iruka extended his hands in a gesture of comfort towards Naruto, but was pushed aside as Naruto surged forward, colliding forcefully with Iruka's chest and sending him flying several meters away. Iruka looked at Naruto in disbelief. "What are you doing, Naruto? It's not what you think. Don't trust Mizuki." Unfortunately, Naruto was beyond hearing. In a fit of irrationality, he swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that manifested in the appearance of over 20 shadow clones. Seeing this, Mizuki hastily retreated to avoid being inadvertently harmed. Yet, 20 clones paled in comparison to the overwhelming force that had previously defeated Mizuki in the original narrative. Was it because the opponent was Iruka? Unlike the malevolent Mizuki he'd perceived, Naruto subconsciously hesitated to inflict harm. Truly, he was a kind-hearted child. The chakra of Ashura, reincarnated, had deeply ingrained within him a commitment to love and justice. As time passed, Mizuki observed Naruto relentlessly assaulting Iruka with his shadow clones, his expression gradually darkening. The situation appeared dire. Irrational Naruto lacked even the most basic tactical abilities, merely exhausting Iruka's stamina. Fortunately, his erratic blows offered Iruka no opportunity for counterattack. It seemed the battle was destined to drag on. Should he intervene? A discreet glance at the ceiling scroll on the ground, followed by a survey of the distant forest, revealed that his earlier precautions had borne fruit. Someone was approaching, though they remained concealed, likely assessing the situation. Their efforts at discretion, though commendable, were not so subtle as to escape detection. A quick examination would reveal their presence. Such arrogance suggested that they believed they could seize control of the situation with ease. Mizuki felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that an exceptional adversary had arrived. He could not act recklessly. He had already drained much of Iruka's stamina, and Iruka bore several minor injuries, not being an exceptionally robust ninja. Naruto should be able to conclude the fight before the effects of the medication wore off. Nearly 20 minutes later, as Iruka was struck and crashed against a tree, unable to rise again, he could only helplessly watch Naruto. Realizing the time had come, Mizuki understood that Naruto had also expended considerable energy. If this continued, the awakening of the nine-tailed seal would lead to irreparable consequences, and the hidden powerhouse would no longer remain passive. Resolute, Mizuki swiftly cast a Jinjutsu upon Naruto, who succumbed without resistance, falling into a deep slumber. How does it feel, Iruka, to be defeated by a student you deemed unworthy of becoming a ninja? Mizuki approached Iruka and Naruto with all the theatricality of a villain. What do you intend to do, Mizuki? It's not too late to turn back. Iruka desperately attempted to persuade Mizuki. I told you, you are too naive, Iruka. Mizuki replied, kneeling beside Naruto, weaving hand seals and channeling chakra as he softly commanded, release. Then, he gently shook Naruto's head. After a moment, Naruto slowly regained consciousness. Is that you, Iruka-sensei? He murmured, sensing something amiss. I feel as though I've battled through a dream. My entire body feels utterly exhausted. Oh, Iruka-sensei, how did you get injured? What happened? Upon uttering these words, a sudden realization struck Naruto. Could it be that I caused all this? I truly am a monster. Instantly, a wave of despair washed over him. Mizuki lightly tapped Naruto's forehead and smiled. You did well, Naruto. Without further regard for the bewildered boy, he turned to Iruka and said, I leave the rest to you. I must take my leave now. If fate allows, we shall meet again tomorrow. He glanced upward at the sky. I misspoke. It's nearly dawn. We should meet today. With that, he picked up the sealing scroll from the ground and proceeded toward the gates of Konoha. The most uncontrollable part had concluded, and the outcome was satisfactory. He felt assured that leaving the two kindred spirits, a benevolent teacher and a kind-hearted protagonist, would result in no complications. This duo would likely enact a heartfelt drama, leaving him, the villain, feeling rather out of place. However, as he adjusted the scroll on his back, Mizuki couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. The third Hokage has dispatched a formidable ninja for assurance. It seems the sealing scroll may indeed possess some genuine value. Should he dare to inspect it? It is truly difficult to hold on to a treasure without succumbing to temptation. Steeling his resolve, Mizuki concluded, "No, it's best to refrain. The risks are too great, and the potential for losing everything is not worth it." As he walked along the forest path, until Naruto and Iruka faded from view, a shadow unexpectedly blocked his way. "You are Mizuki, correct? I presume the current situation is clear to you without further elaboration. Do not attempt to flee, you stand no chance." Mizuki scrutinized the newcomer, recognizing that this was not someone he had encountered before. Yet, the features were unmistakable, Kakashi Hatake. Mizuki's lips twitched involuntarily. Why would such a high-caliber ninja be sent to handle this matter? Is the third Hokage not concerned about overkill? Nonetheless, Mizuki had to accept the harsh reality of being at their mercy. He was simply outmatched. "I understand. So you are here to apprehend me on behalf of the Umbu? Do not pry into irrelevant matters. Release the sealing scroll and step back," Kakashi commanded. Mizuki complied, placing the scroll down and retreating a dozen paces. Kakashi approached, verifying the scroll before stowing it away. He then addressed Mizuki. "Excellent. Your compliance indicates your willingness to yield. My task is complete, and the subsequent decisions lie with the third Hokage. Let us proceed." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe while listening to Kakashi's report. The advisor, Nara Shikaku, was present, and surprisingly, Danzo Shimura had also arrived, indicating that the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the sealing scroll had even drawn the attention of Konoha's shadows. Mizuki bowed his head, standing opposite the esteemed figures, awaiting his judgment. After hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage tapped his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke, turning his gaze toward Mizuki. "Shuemu, do you have any objections to Kakashi's statements?" "No, third Hokage, everything is factual." "So, you admit to instigating Uzumaki Naruto to steal the Book of Seals?" "Yes. I am solely responsible for that." "What was your intention? Were you aiming to obtain the Book of Seals?" The third Hokage suddenly intensified his tone, asking sternly, "Or have you conspired with others to prepare for treachery against the village?" Upon hearing this, Shuemu thought to himself, "Here it comes. I have no need for the Book of Seals. It is beyond my control, and I have not conspired with anyone. Everything was done by me alone. And I harbor no grievances against the village, nor do I have any thoughts of betrayal." At this point, Toka could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Nonsense. If you do not intend to become a rogue ninja, why engage in such actions? Do not think of hiding the truth. Konoha has its ways of extracting confessions. My target is Iruka." Shuemu responded with an unexpected answer to the questioning. Indeed, from the very beginning, Shuemu understood that his ambiguous suspicions had already cost him the chance to clear his name. The time was too short to alter the situation. So the only solution was to encapsulate it in a single phrase. A single crime should not incur double punishment. A minor offense should conceal a major one. Then divert attention elsewhere. As long as his connection to Orochimaru and any attempts at defection remained unknown to the third Hokage, there would still be room for maneuvering. Shuemu glanced at Kakashi beside him, thinking to himself, "Your presence adds weight to my words, saving me considerable trouble." The third Hokage was evidently dissatisfied with Shuemu's response. "Do you harbor animosity towards Iruka? If I recall correctly, you and Iruka have been friends for many years. Do you resent Iruka for claiming the position of teacher at the Ninja Academy before you?" "There was once. So, does that mean you no longer feel that way?" "How intriguing your words are." The calculating Danzo mercilessly pointed out the implications in Shuemu's statements, indicating that there was no need to attempt rhetoric to absolve your guilt. "If you do not reveal your true intentions and motives, we will take further action to uncover the truth." A blatant threat, applying unrelenting pressure on Shuemu. "It is precisely to avoid such a situation that I have been compelled to engage in so many undesirable actions," Shuemu thought helplessly. In truth, when he first traversed into this world, Shuemu had considered confessing his issues directly. However, which matters should be disclosed and which should remain unspoken. If he were to only mention the deceitful act of reclaiming the classified documents, what would be his motive for confession? Since he had already committed wrongdoing and fabricated reports to deceive Konoha, why would he confess? Was he under some form of coercion, compelled to reveal the truth to Konoha to conceal greater issues? If he were to also admit to any connections with Orochimaru, that would complicate matters significantly. Collaborating with an S-rank rogue ninja would undoubtedly lead to interrogation. Given his own limited willpower, the chances of enduring such a trial were minuscule, especially with the mind-reading techniques of the Yamashiro clan in play. Should his identity as a time traveler be exposed, it would transcend mere detention and interrogation. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. In this world where extraordinary powers abound, it is not easy to safeguard one's secrets without strength. Thus, Shuei-mu adeptly orchestrated a play, seeking a pretext befitting his identity and stature, committing an error to seize the opportunity to confess certain matters, thereby evading a more profound investigation. The crux lay in the manipulation of self-perception. He must not allow Konoha to view him as a rogue ninja or an adversary, but merely as an ordinary ninja who had committed some harmful acts and made mistakes, while also ensuring no one could exploit his misstep. From the perspective of Konoha's upper echelons, this was entirely plausible, hinging on the conflict between the conservative moderates and the radical faction. If navigated skillfully, the enmity could be diminished to mere ideological discrepancies. This was the method that could only be employed through an overwhelming advantage in intelligence possessed by the traveler. Lord Danzo, Lord Third, he began, I once resented Irika for taking my teaching position, as he seemed inferior to me in every regard. Yet, over time, I have come to realize that Irika indeed embodies the qualities more suited for a ninja school instructor, particularly his patience and sense of responsibility towards a group of young children, traits I cannot hope to match. However, what I seek to prove is not merely this. What exactly do you desire? The third inquired further. I wish for Irika to comprehend that while he is an exceptional teacher for the ninja school, he is certainly not an excellent ninja instructor. Hokage-sama, I firmly believe this. You instigated the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to steal the sealing book for such a trivial reason? This is utterly incomprehensible, reprimanded Kurama. Shuei-mu remained silent, as did the third and Danzo, enveloping the room in a moment of stillness. After a while, Danzo posed a question. So, you prompted Uzumaki Naruto to clandestinely learn the forbidden techniques from the sealing book and then defeat Irika, compelling him to acknowledge his misjudgment, that being surpassed by someone he deemed lacking in ninja aptitude is the most persuasive argument, correct? Indeed, Shuei-mu conceded. Why do you dissent from Irika? Merely because of differing opinions? I recall instructing you during your graduation report, yet you proceeded to overstep your bounds, the third remarked. My apologies, Lord Third. I have always believed that once the children of the ninja school graduate, they should be treated in accordance with the ways of a ninja. The games associated with being a ninja should cease. An unfounded naivety will only jeopardize these children's futures. To deny a child entry into the world of ninjas simply due to excessive concern over minor weaknesses is not only indulgent, but also arrogant. Only strength is the greatest support on the ninja path. Those who can endure various trials are the only ones worthy of being called ninjas. Is it truly strength that reigns supreme, Shuei-mu? Your philosophy is perilous. Yet, this rationale seems rather tenuous. The third shook his head in disappointment after hearing him. It is not merely strength that holds precedence. It is the tasks that matter most. Strength forms a vital component, yet it is not the entirety. Your arguments are fundamentally similar. It is merely a matter of degree. After all this discussion, you still envy and resent Irika, do you not? At this juncture, Shuei-mu sensed that he was losing control of the conversation, yet his objectives remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, the current state was not entirely untenable. While I do not wholly agree, I cannot entirely dismiss that notion, Hokage-sama. Is that so? Another silence followed. Caught in a deadlock, what should one do? Should one take the initiative to confess? Or wait for another opportunity? The only sound in the room was the rustling of smoke. No one dared to utter a word. Just as Shuei-mu was on the verge of succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere, the voice of the third Hokage resonated once more. Shuei-mu, do you have anything to say regarding your last mission to retrieve the confidential documents? Finally, the question had been posed. Shuei-mu suppressed his surging elation and feigned a look of astonishment as he glanced at the third Hokage. He then lowered his head hesitantly and, as if having steeled his resolve, confessed, I lied, Lord Hokage. Please clarify the specifics of the situation, came the commanding reply. We lacked the strength to transport an injured comrade with severe leg wounds and complete the mission. I apologize, my lord. So, you killed your teammate? The third Hokage asked. Astonishment etched across his face. Yes, Shuei-mu responded. Although he had long suspected that there was something amiss with Shuei-mu and had initiated an investigation. Hearing the confession firsthand was still hard to accept. Beside him, Kamaru pointed an incredulous finger at Shuei-mu, trembling with indignation. I can hardly believe that a ninja from Konoha would slay a compatriot. Such lawlessness. This person is unworthy of being a ninja. Upon hearing this, Shuei-mu fell silent. What of Kakashi Hataki's reputation? He was curious to see Kakashi's expression at this moment. In truth, there were undoubtedly others in Konoha who had killed their comrades during missions. Kakashi, the copy ninja, was far more renowned than he was. Furthermore, Kakashi's act of killing his teammate Rin had directly led to Obito Uchiha's descent into darkness. The Hatake family was indeed intriguing. Kakashi had slain a teammate for the sake of a mission, whereas his father had forsaken a mission for the sake of a teammate, ultimately leading to his tragic suicide, misunderstood by all. Thus, it appeared that the gravity of this situation was not as severe as it initially seemed. While the act of killing a teammate was rare, it was certainly not unique. Abandoning a comrade in the face of adversity, or even resorting to murder to prevent the leakage of information if captured was not wholly unacceptable, though it would undoubtedly draw scrutiny in Konoha at this juncture. Rather, it was the subsequent deception and false reporting to evade potential blame and punishment that would incite concern among the higher-ups. Such actions would undoubtedly earn one a reputation as unscrupulous and untrustworthy. At this point, further inquiries seemed unnecessary. The third Hokage instructed Kakashi to escort Shuei-mu out. After dismissing the awkward Kakashi, he addressed Shuei-mu, saying, "You may return, but do not leave the village until disciplinary measures are enacted. It is best to avoid any actions that could be misinterpreted." Kakashi and Shuei-mu complied and withdrew. "Shall we conduct a further investigation, Lord Third?" Kamaru inquired. "No need," the third Hokage replied. "The matter is already quite clear. The investigation into the retrieval mission has unveiled sufficient truths. Shuei-mu's account merely serves as confirmation. As for the incident concerning the Book of Seals, we have been unable to ascertain Shuei-mu's motives for wishing to seize it, as many of the jutsu inscribed within are forbidden techniques that even I cannot employ. Furthermore, Shuei-mu's actions did not indicate any suspicion of intent to claim the Book of Seals. Through the art of telescopic observation, no signs of defection have been detected. The claims made by Irika should be deemed credible. While the specifics remain shrouded in ambiguity, this matter is ultimately inconsequential and does not warrant further scrutiny. Nonetheless, stringent punishment is imperative, as the repercussions are far too detrimental. Indeed, I shall take action. I believe that such unbecoming behavior among ninjas warrants expulsion, as this reckless conduct tarnishes the reputation of Konoha. You cannot ignore it, Tsunade insisted. Meanwhile, Danzo interjected, stating that the ninja who erred is still a part of Konoha, and he did complete his mission. However, Swamoku lied and deceived Konoha, Tsunade countered. Danzo refrained from arguing, merely observing the third Hokage. Caught in the middle, the third inhaled deeply from his cigarette and sighed, exiting the Hokage building to find the day already bright and bustling with people in the streets. Though weary, Swamoku felt a genuine sense of relief. Since he was not taken for immediate interrogation, he had likely escaped the torturous fates of the tiger bench, pepper water, skinning, and soul-searching. The secrets of his identity as a time traveler remained intact, and he had managed to repay the debts of his predecessor. Though he might face criticism from many, once he endures this punishment, no one will have the excuse to exploit these matters again. As time passes, months later, with the Hokage deceased and Konoha short-staffed, it is likely that these past events will fade from memory. Furthermore, transitioning from a suspect to a convicted individual may, in fact, serve as a blessing, as it entails restrictions and surveillance, providing a form of protection. Significant tasks and responsibilities will likely be withheld from him, relegating him to menial and laborious duties, which may even help him evade certain dangers. Contemplating this, Swamoku quickened his pace toward home, eager for a peaceful slumber. In less than a day, he had exhausted more brain cells than he had in an entire year. He resolved to prepare diligently, confident that no future predicament would rival this one in complexity. The sun had risen high, nearing noon. while Swamoku sought to catch up on sleep after a night of little rest. Physical exhaustion paled in comparison to the mental fatigue that required a tranquil mind for solace. Just as he was drifting into deep slumber, a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. Irritated, Swamoku stumbled to the door, his eyes drooping, and impatiently inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Swamoku," came a female voice in response. "Oh, it's you, Chihiro." Swamoku opened the door to let Chihiro in. "What brings you here?" "Isn't at work time?" "It's already noon. I took the afternoon off," Chihiro replied, concern etched on her face. "Swamoku, I'm really worried about you. I heard this morning that you incited Irika's students and even confronted him. Is it true? Such rumors spread quickly. You heard it already? Did you really do it? Were you arrested? Are you hurt?" "There's no need to worry. I'm fine." The fact that she was concerned about his injuries revealed her romantic naivety. "Really? You aren't leaving Konoha, are you?" "Of course not. Stop overthinking. It's all in the past now." Swamoku chuckled as he affectionately tousled Chihiro's hair. She appeared quite lovely, though her vest was rather unfashionable. While a ponytail is undoubtedly an adorable feature, it seems somewhat mismatched with a delicate face. After relaxing, Shueimu could not help but critique himself, pondering if everything has truly passed. Of course, it has. When have I ever deceived you? Indeed, I have never lied, as I have shared all matters concerning Orochimaru with you. My romantic intelligence is rather lacking. Please wait a moment. I shall tidy up. With that, he turned and went to freshen up. Upon returning, Shueimu found the room already organized, and Xiao Chun was patiently waiting for him. "I am quite hungry. Let us go out for a bite." "Ah, that would be a waste. Allow me to prepare something for you." "Unfortunately, we have no ingredients left. Let us dine out instead. I have a craving for ramen." Shueimu had long admired the renowned Ichiraku Ramen, a legendary establishment that spanned from the first episode to the last of Naruto. Although he had visited before, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Moreover, he was eager to meet the ramen uncle and Ayam, who, despite not being a ninja, seemed to possess a stronger presence than himself. This sentiment combined a sense of idol worship with a desire to witness history. Before today, Shueimu had harbored some trepidation about meeting Qianhui-chan, for if anyone knew him intimately, it would be his fiancée, Qianhui-chan. The likelihood of being exposed without preparation was daunting. However, things had changed. It was perfectly normal for individuals to undergo significant transformations. As long as he could avoid suspicion at the outset, the chances of being doubted later would diminish. Seated in Ichiraku Ramen, Shueimu wore a helpless expression, engrossed in the legendary tonkatsu ramen, which indeed tasted delightful. Yet, he innocently regarded the ramen uncle, surprised at his loquacious nature, pondering how such talent was wasted outside of the ninja world. The first technique of the ninja realm, the art of verbal deception, must have originated from him. After devouring 2 generous bowls, he thought, "This young man doesn't frequent here often. I barely recall him. Have you visited our Ichiraku Ramen before? If so, do you harbor any grievances against our establishment? This secret recipe has been passed down for a millennium, a family treasure, transmitted from father to son, renowned throughout the land of fire." "A millennium? Surely, you are not claiming that the legendary sage of 6 paths indulged in this extraordinary cuisine?" Shueimu remarked, his lips twitching. "If what you say is true, this secret will be lost with you, which is truly unfortunate." Shueimu pointed at the bustling Ayam with his chopsticks, now coated in broth. The young man's disbelief was evident in his words, which led to an extensive monologue that left Shueimu dizzy. "Uncle, your ramen is truly exceptional." Shueimu felt compelled to interrupt. The ramen uncle beamed at this compliment. "I told you, my ramen is the best in the world. And you, young man, are quite the handsome fellow. With a little grooming, you would be quite the catch. Given your love for ramen, have you considered marrying into my family? Ayam has learned a great deal from me. Should you agree, I might even contemplate passing the secret recipe to you. Isn't it customary to pass it down to sons, not sons-in-law? Your ancestors would weep. I cannot linger any longer. Uncle, do you not see the lovely girl beside me? Is Ayam truly so difficult to marry off that you resort to pitching to random passers-by?" Shueimu quickly interjected, "Time to settle the bill." Hastily, they pulled Xiao Chun out, while behind them, the ramen shop owner and Chong Pu sent their farewells. "We look forward to your next visit. However, I dare not return anytime soon. It seems that this world also has its share of films. Perhaps I could jest, uncle. You seem to have wandered into the wrong set." Without a backward glance, Shueimu and Xiao Chun departed. Once outside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Xiao Chun inquired, "Do you have any plans next?" "Irika is currently at the Konoha hospital. Do you wish to pay him a visit?" "Sure," Shui Mu replied casually, feeling particularly lighthearted after a spirited conversation with the ramen shop owner. "It's probably nothing serious." Xiao Chun, with a hint of concern, asked Shui Mu, "Do you think I should change my hairstyle? I genuinely believe that this middle part hairstyle, a quintessential trader's cut, is detrimental to my future image." At this, Xiao Chun stiffened. "Shui Mu, do you find Chong Pu from the ramen shop more attractive? Are you considering becoming a son-in-law? Are you dissatisfied with me?" "Of course not. How could that be?" Shui Mu, noticing the tears welling in Xiao Chun's eyes, felt overwhelmed. "To be honest, I merely thought my hairstyle could use some refinement. Could it be that the single aura from my past life has traversed into this one? This topic must not continue. We must swiftly change the subject. Xiao Chun, let us go visit Irika at once." At the Konoha hospital, within a modest patient room, Irika stood by the window in his hospital gown, basking in the sunlight. The delightful spring weather often induces drowsiness in the afternoons. After stretching, just as he was preparing to take a nap, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in, the door's unlocked," he called. The door swung open, revealing Qian Hui Chun, holding a bouquet of carnations. "Irika, it's you. I thought you had already visited this morning," he exclaimed warmly. "My apologies, Irika, Shui Mu has caused you trouble. This time, I am not alone," she replied as Shui Mu entered the room. "It's you," Irika said, somewhat surprised. "Are you all right? Did you expect something to happen to me, Irika?" Shui Mu responded nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. "That is not what I meant, Shui Mu. To be honest, I am still quite bewildered. Although I have heard bits and pieces from others, I remain utterly confused about your intentions. Did you merely wish to beat me up?" Beside them, Qian Hui Chun expressed her remorse. "I'm sorry, Irika." Shui Mu interjected, "Seeing you so well-rested puts my mind at ease." Xiao Chun knows too much. Her words could reveal too much. "Why are you here alone? Isn't that Nine-Tails brat accompanying you? He has caused you this much distress and shows no remorse? Who do you think caused this?" Irika retorted, feeling exasperated. "Naruto just left to register as a ninja. He has likely gone to the photo studio now." "Oh, is that so?" Shui Mu remarked, casually surveying the room. "The hospital differed from those in my previous life. It seemed rather antiquated. Yet, the fact that such a level of technology could facilitate organ transplants like eyes, along with astonishing advancements in genetic and cloning technologies, left one to ponder the extent of this world's technological evolution. It seems that Chong Pu from Ichiraku Ramen is looking for a son-in-law. Perhaps you should give it a try?" "Stop speaking nonsense," Irika retorted, amused yet vexed. "Do not change the subject. You have yet to address my inquiry." "So, Irika, honestly, what do you think of my hairstyle? Does it suit me?" "What does that have to do with me, you rascal?" Irika is nearly at his wit's end. "Such a temper, Irika. Who do you think is to blame for this, you big fool? Just answer me." Sigh. Mizuki shakes his head in exasperation. "Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously inform you. In order to prevent the destruction of the ninja world, to uphold world peace, and to realize the ideals of love and genuine justice. Of course, all of the above is mere nonsense. Irika has completely run out of patience. Little Chuan cannot bear to look at Irika either. It seems you truly lack intelligence, Irika." No longer teasing the good-natured Irika. "Although I have known you for many years, you still do not understand me. Is there really no way to communicate things clearly? Why must we resort to such tactics? Irika, you must understand one thing. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, you are doing well, but that is all. Do not let your naive thoughts dictate your students. Once they graduate, they must learn to forge their own paths and become competent ninjas. They are no longer your students and do not require your inexplicable concern. They are far more capable than you imagine and do not need your interference. Mizuki, I know you have always been stronger than I, but couldn't you have conveyed this to me in advance? Must you use such perilous methods? The Nine-Tails and the Book of Seals. If either were to falter, it would be a tremendous loss for the village. Dialogue is not always a reliable mode of communication. I believe that actions leading to the correct outcomes are far more persuasive. Irika, put away your tiresome concern. Before tonight, do you truly believe that Naruto Uzumaki will become your rival? I suspect you would find that hard to accept. I understand. But why must you involve Naruto in such dangerous matters? Surely there must be a better way. Wishing you a swift recovery, Irika. Let us depart, little Chuan. There is no need to continue. You clearly cannot accept what has been said. Mizuki turned and exited the hospital room. Once the incident regarding the Book of Seals spread, was another matter concealed? Perhaps that is for the best. However, Mizuki and little Chuan exchanged troubled glances. Ultimately, she placed a carnation in a vase and followed Mizuki out. We are still friends, right, Mizuki? Irika called out from behind. Mizuki ignored him, while little Chuan bowed apologetically to Irika once more before hastening to catch up with Mizuki. Mizuki, you have changed. Indeed, for better or worse. I cannot say, but it seems you are no longer burdened by so many worries. Oh, I am truly sorry for causing you concern in the past, little Chuan. It's all right, as long as you are by my side. Watching Chuan cling to his arm, Mizuki could not help but muse. Finally, my buddy can also flaunt his relationship. However, it appears I am not cut out for verbal duels. Even if I find myself arguing nonsensically. Yet, this path seems impassable. In this world where the villains have attained a level of enlightenment sufficient to aspire to save the world, I find myself utterly outmatched. The competition for the role of savior is exceedingly fierce, with formidable figures like Nagato and Obito in the forefront, followed by the legendary Uchiha Madara, and the unfortunate Senju Hashirama, whose endeavors ended prematurely. Not to mention the fated child, Naruto Uzumaki, and the one who has transformed Naruto's narrative into a tale of ocular legend, Sasuke Uchiha. To thrive in such an environment, one must possess strength and influence to bolster one's confidence and persuasiveness. Both heroes and villains alike are portrayed as altruistic sages, dedicating their lives for the sake of world peace. Although this realm is inspired by fervent manga, the moral standards appear exceedingly elevated. As they exited the Konoha hospital, Mizuki and Katsuki traversed the bustling streets. So, Mizuki, are you truly going to sever ties with Irika? Katsuki inquired, unable to restrain herself. No need to worry, Katsuki. But you've been friends since childhood. You used to take care of him, didn't you? You heard what I said to Irika, right? Those words were not solely meant for him, but apply to me as well, Mizuki replied leisurely. I still don't understand what relevance that has, Katsuki confessed, struggling to grasp the nuances of male camaraderie. Katsuki, I've mentioned before that Irika and I were never really friends. He was once a reclusive individual, often bullied, which is why we all looked after him. However, now Irika is a chunin and an outstanding teacher at the Ninja Academy, Mizuki explained. Katsuki, beginning to comprehend, remarked. So Irika no longer requires your friendship, correct? But that doesn't seem to affect your relationship status. It's fine, Katsuki. Soon you will understand, Mizuki replied noncommittally. Do you see that comically painted boy over there? The one in the dung-colored outfit? Dung-colored? Is such a color even real? Oh, he looks familiar. Isn't he the orphan who was shunned? I heard he was assigned to the Ninja Academy by the third Hokage. But rumor has it he was the only one to fail the graduation exam this year, accused of being the monster, the Ninetales, that attacked the village years ago. Why do you ask? Suddenly, Katsuki realized, you're not planning to incite him to attack Irika, are you? Mizuki nodded, indeed. Don't let his foolishness deceive you. His strength is quite formidable. If an average chunin underestimates him, they could suffer greatly, just as Irika has learned. You're incredibly bold, Katsuki expressed her concern. Won't the Hokage punish you for this? If one commits a misdeed, punishment is expected. However, since the outcome hasn't resulted in any significant trouble, the repercussions should be mild. Should we go over and greet him, perhaps apologize? No need for that. It's better to avoid too much contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki while we're in this suspicious area. Let us keep quiet and pretend we didn't see him. Naruto remained oblivious to Mizuki as they brushed past each other. Just as Mizuki was about to let the moment pass, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Hey, you with the silver hair, wait. Following that was the sound of hurried footsteps, and as Naruto approached, he skidded to a halt in a dramatic slide, blocking Mizuki's path. Indeed, you are the wicked one who bullies teacher Irika. Naruto, it has been a while since we last met. You still exude such vitality. Who asked for your concern? Naruto, pointing at others while speaking is quite impolite. Who asked for your interference? Naruto exclaimed in exasperation. Why did you cause teacher Irika to be injured? Naruto, do not blame me. I did nothing at all. It was you who harmed Irika and sent him to the hospital, was it not? Is that so? This little brat clearly lacks intelligence. He is so easily deceived. No, if it weren't for you, teacher Irika would not have been hurt. Naruto, I just visited Irika. He is alone in his hospital room, lamenting his solitude. Even the perpetrator of his injury does not keep him company. The empathy of this graduating class of ninjas is truly lacking. I genuinely worry for the future of our village. Teacher Irika is not that kind of person. You are talking nonsense. Upon saying this, Naruto glanced at the elder sister. This big sister, you and this wicked teacher are, and then he gestured with his pinky finger. I am Chihiro Tsubaki, Mizuki's fiancé. Fiancé? Big sister. Do not associate with this person. He is a scoundrel and will surely bully you in the future. Tsubaki smiled without a word. You really dare to say that? Little brat. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Mizuki thought to himself. Speaking of which, it's not as if no one visited Irika when we left. We saw Haruno Sakura had gone. She is indeed a good child, unlike certain individuals. He shot a glance at Naruto. Sakura is truly a good person, haha. It is completely lost on you that I am mocking you. It appears I need to add some spice to this. Sakura also mentioned that she would not let the scoundrel who injured Irika get away with it. Did Sakura really say that? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Then comes your final blow. I almost forgot to mention, it seems Uchiha Sasuke was also there. Their relationship is quite good, a fitting pair. Sakura even said she despises the blonde dead last and such. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. No way. Naruto showed signs of being deeply affected, then angrily declared, Scoundrel Sasuke. Trying to seduce Sakura while I am away, I will not let you off the hook. I must hurry to take a photograph and then explain everything to Sakura. Seeing Naruto swiftly depart, Mizuki prepared to leave as well. Thank you, wicked teacher, for helping me pass the exam. However, I assure you that I will not let you off next time. The voice gradually faded away. Mizuki said to Tsubaki, Did you see that? Irika is quite similar to this little brat. They are both big fools. Therefore, everything will be just fine. Tsubaki pursed her lips and chuckled. Irika is indeed unfortunate to have a friend like you. How can that be? This is just the beginning. I will not be so easily satisfied. After all these years of care, a mere beating is not enough, and it was not even me who did it. Next time, I shall have the opportunity to strike again. Irika is also a chunin, and that child from earlier will assist as well. You are surely no match for the two of them. Indeed, Irika has always been more popular than I am. If I were to lose and end up in the hospital, not many people would come to visit me. Then I will accompany you. The hospital food is dreadful. I do not wish to go. Best not to go. Tsubaki then inquired, since it is still early, where would you like to go next? Shuemu pointed, it's right there. Ignoring the overwhelming presence of a flamboyant style emanating from the barber shop, Shuemu settled down, awaiting the attendant's approach. No matter the realm, the essence of the barber remained consistent. Surely, this was not a master stylist who had ventured into the ninja world seeking fame. A hairdresser approached. Esteemed guests, what services may I offer you? Shuemu glanced at the posters adorning the walls, likely featuring celebrities of this era. Indeed, quite distinctive. He found himself captivated by the peculiar portrait of a samurai. The hairdresser quickly elaborated. This is the hairstyle of the general protagonist from the latest film, the moon-style haircut, reserved for only the most esteemed samurai. It would suit a formidable ninja like yourself perfectly. Would you care to try it? Xiao Chun tugged at Shuemu's sleeve. Perhaps not, Shuemu. What about that voluminous hairstyle over there? It looks quite imposing. Not ideal. How about the natural curls? Not an option either. Then just wash my hair, straighten it, and give me some short bangs. It seemed that with a headband, Shuemu's hairstyle resembled that of Yakushi Kabuto, which was not ideal given the resemblance to a notorious antagonist. The image of Kato Dan was rather appealing. Let us proceed with that and wait for the hair to grow. Xiao Chun, look at that princess-like hairstyle over there. It's quite lovely. Would you like to try it? No, I'm content with my current style. You truly are stubborn, Xiao Chun. Just wait for me a moment. Time and leisure always passes swiftly. As the sun began to set, it was time for dinner. Shuemu and Xiao Chun were searching for a place when suddenly, he spotted a figure ahead. Xiao Chun, you head back first. I have a matter to attend to. Oh, be careful then. I will take my leave. Despite the oddity of the situation, the typically timid Xiao Chun obeyed and departed. Approaching the figure, Shuemu inquired, Were you waiting for me, Hatake Kakashi? I have something to discuss. Follow me. On the rooftop of a residential building, Shuemu and Kakashi sat side by side, observing the bustling scene below. How fond ninjas are of rooftops. Not far off was an open-air hot spring. One must be quite skilled to find such places directly. What do you wish to convey? Kakashi? I've been occupied with missions outside. My return this time is to mentor a team of freshly graduated genin. That's a commendable position. Indeed, I've mentored newly graduated youngsters before, yet none passed my evaluations. They were all sent back to ninja school for remedial training. Many of them likely abandoned their aspirations of becoming ninjas. You are rather strict, Kakashi. That blonde lad from last night may very well be one of my students. Along with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. You might have a headache on your hands. I share that sentiment. But what does this have to do with me? Surely, you do not intend to merely share this with me? Kakashi fell silent for a moment before asking, what does it feel like to kill a teammate? Such a direct inquiry into painful memories. Shuemu replied, that feeling has long since faded from my memory. Forgotten? Kakashi was taken aback. The answer was indeed unexpected. This stood in stark contrast to the unwavering conviction he had displayed before the third Hokage. Surely, you must have had similar experiences. Otherwise, it is unlikely that an ordinary person would take an interest in such matters. Did you anticipate this? A slip of the tongue revealed more than intended. Truly, you are a cunning individual. Would you like to know what I was thinking at that moment? I have no desire to know. I have always found individuals like you rather distasteful, and my feelings have only soured further. Fortunately, I am not fond of men, as I am already engaged. The person you just dismissed was my fiancé. Ah, how unfortunate for you, though I shall not offer an apology. None is needed, if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave. What would you do if faced with a similar situation again? I am uncertain. What about you? I am equally unsure. Then why inquire? Isn't being a ninja about such uncertainties? Indeed, you speak the truth. The life of a ninja is fraught with such frustrations. Mizuki leaped down from the rooftop. Stop staring at the women's bath. Allow me to divulge a top-secret piece of information. A certain restaurant renowned for its ramen specializes in matchmaking. You might want to give it a try. I have heard whispers that the proprietor has taken a particular liking to you. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, he swiftly departed. Is Kakashi still lost in the past? Huh. It won't be long before you find yourself too preoccupied to ponder such things. Peaceful days are fleeting. It is the same everywhere. On the second night traversing this world, Mizuki returned home, only then feeling the vast emptiness and solitude that enveloped him. The oppressive weight of unshared secrets and the alienation of an unfamiliar environment, feelings he had not experienced the previous night. Next came the time to confront his own internal dilemmas. In the bath, Mizuki allowed the warm water from the shower head to cascade over his body, his gaze fixated on the terrifying tattoo-like markings on his arm. A cursed seal? Is it a boon or a death sentence? To dismiss the trinket bestowed upon him by Orochimaru as inconsequential would be disingenuous. In the original animation, Mizuki had succumbed to temptation, recklessly taking risks. Yet, judging by Mizuki's fate, this artifact proved to be unreliable. The cursed seal remained dormant, utterly inactive, with his own abilities. He had no means of activation. In fact, throughout the entire ninja world, aside from research zealots like Orochimaru, very few could comprehend such a thing, let alone utilize it. Moreover, his seal was merely a half-finished product, with side effects that could be fatal. Compared to the heavenly and earthly cursed seals possessed by Mitarashi Anko, Kimimaro, and Uchiha Sasuke, Mizuki's label of the tiger's cursed seal was an overestimation. Others could at least make use of theirs, as long as they did not overexert themselves. The overall danger was minimal, and they could transform with ease. In contrast, Mizuki's seal resembled a death knell, a one-time use that could lead to his demise, lacking any practicality. From this perspective, the only way to counterbalance the damage inflicted by such a cursed seal, aside from forcibly activating and suppressing its power, was to possess extraordinary vitality and regenerative capabilities. In the realm of ninjas, certain abilities undoubtedly exist. The powerful vitality and physique of the Uzumaki clan, exemplified by Naruto Uzumaki, as well as the extraordinary regenerative capability of Kabuto Yakushi, are notable examples. However, the most effective method remains the transplantation of Hashirama Senju's cells, a veritable weapon. Danzo utilized this to recover from injuries and merge with the Sharingan, while Obito and Madara, as well as Sasuke, achieved their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan through this means. Furthermore, this technique enabled Kazashi to obtain wood release. Unfortunately, these methods bear no relevance to Mizuki, rendering them entirely unreliable. This situation is akin to a landmine. Despite the uncertainty surrounding it, even without utilizing the formulaic potion provided by Orochimaru to activate it, one cannot guarantee that it won't unexpectedly detonate under certain circumstances, potentially draining one's life essence. It is imperative to resolve this issue promptly. Wiping the foggy mirror, Mizuki scrutinized his reflection. Indeed, he appeared quite different from before, primarily due to his rather short hair. Perhaps in time, it would improve. Would wearing glasses be more aesthetically pleasing? After contemplation, he dismissed the idea, recalling that Kabuto also donned spectacles, which seemed inappropriate. After his shower, Mizuki reclined comfortably on his bed, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Unlike yesterday, he finally had the luxury of indulging in whimsical thoughts before sleep. He casually picked up a book and glanced at it. Was it not supposed to be Paradise of Affection? Instead, it turned out to be a tale of heroes, a narrative of valor and ambition. It was surprising to discover that even villains could harbor heroic fantasies. Konoha's education system proved to be quite effective. Mizuki tossed the book aside, leaning back against the bed and extending his left hand, silently channeling chakra, igniting a sphere of pale blue light. Ah, the ninja world, a realm shrouded in mystery, where such extraordinary phenomena are birthed. For a traveler who has crossed into the world of Naruto, the genuine sentiments may diverge significantly from what others might anticipate. If one were to regard this realm merely as an anime for leisure, despite its myriad ambiguities, few would delve deeply into its intricacies. Yet, when confronted with the reality of such a world, many thoughts become inescapable. A saying from my previous life encapsulates this notion perfectly, no matter how grand the pancake. It cannot surpass the pan in which it is cooked. The natives of the ninja world, constrained by their limited perspectives, treat what Mizuki perceives as miraculous occurrences as mere commonplace occurrences, devoid of wonder. As a traveler, shedding the unrealistic externalities, Mizuki believes his greatest advantage lies in his godlike perspective and prophetic access to information. These are his most formidable assets. If there exists any metaphorical golden finger, his foremost concern would not be anything else but the golden finger itself. In any world, there are no rewards without cause. An inexplicable boon inevitably implies that one has paid a significant price, even if one remains oblivious to it throughout their existence. Chakra, the essence of ninjas, is pursued by countless shinobi in their quest to fulfill their desires, all the while remaining blind to the treasures that lie within reach. Mizuki found himself unconsciously scornful of all ninjas, with the exception of true sages like the second Hokage and Orochimaru. Legend has it that the ninja world initially lacked chakra, its origins traced back to the Sage of Six Paths. According to the information from my previous life, it can be confirmed that chakra originated from Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, regarding the origins of the so-called divine tree, the statements made by Uchiha Madara during the final battle lack credibility. In the tangible world, the emergence of a divine tree is unnecessary, let alone the production of fruits that generate chakra. Based on knowledge from a previous life, in a closed environment devoid of negative entropy influx, the continuous increase of entropy leads the entire system toward chaos and eventual destruction. Once the maximum entropy is reached, the world ceases to exist. Humanity perishes, and the world follows suit. It is indeed incomprehensible for the ninja world to conceive that a divine tree could spontaneously arise to bear fruit, only to be consumed by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Such a notion is akin to crafting a knife and handing it to an outsider, who then uses it to bring about one's own demise. This is laughably absurd, unless the foundational structure of this world is remarkably robust and expansive, capable of accommodating an extraordinarily high threshold of power. At present, this extraordinary force merely falls within the realm of normal fluctuations. However, upon examining the millennia-long history of the ninja world, it becomes evident that no individual has attained the level of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering such an occurrence impossible. Thus, the narrative of the latest theatrical release appears to be considerably more plausible. This world is likely under the influence of external, high-level forces that intrude and plunder. The divine tree serves as a means, while the fruits represent the spoils of this theft. Otsutsuki Kaguya is akin to a thief, while the ultimate beneficiary is the Sage of Six Paths, whose true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the act of separating yin and yang, along with the five elements, is highly suspect, resulting in consequences whereby, aside from oneself, the most potent use of yin-yang release relies solely on the divine tree, which is an external path. Even so, the current state of the world is exceedingly chaotic, not to mention the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra, which have caused unrest even in death. Furthermore, the second Hokage's creation of the reanimation jutsu, a technique that blurs the boundaries between life and death, along with the impure world reincarnation and the ability to summon an enigmatic Shinigami to directly assault souls, contribute to this turmoil. Ultimately, the various resurrection techniques involving the Rinnegan and the transmigration I have rendered the world akin to a beleaguered maiden, subjected to repeated torment, with even the fundamental rules of life and death thoroughly distorted. Reflecting on a previous life, devoid of any extraordinary powers, one could merely achieve energy conversion through mass. Dabble with nuclear power and atomic bombs. The only concepts that brushed against the realms of science fiction and fantasy were gravitational waves and quantum entanglement, cutting-edge theories at best. In contrast, the future of this world remains shrouded in uncertainty. Observing the ninja world, Kakashi's assertion rings true. Ninjas cannot be measured by conventional logic. In other words, the world itself is similarly unreliable, with no absolute truths to be found. What of the conservation of momentum or energy? Such notions seem irrelevant when the protagonist can traverse time and space, obliterating multitudes of fellow travelers in the process. Although from the information available prior to Mizuki's crossing over, it appears that the ninja world did not meet its demise in the following decades, it is likely that one would never witness the ultimate fate of this world. However, one cannot dismiss the potential ramifications of the butterfly effect. In summary, the ninja world is rife with obscurity, with each antagonist aspiring to play the role of the shadowy puppet master. The banner of salvation is raised high, yet the only beings in need of rescue are those inhabiting this world. Little consideration is given to the world itself. Perhaps some have pondered this, like the Sage of Six Paths and the Three Great Holy Lands. Yet, each has retreated into the shadows, masquerading as divine figures, leaving their true intentions obscured from understanding. Ultimately, it all boils down to chakra, the power derived from the harmonious fusion of body and spirit. What remains of a person beyond the corporeal and the ethereal? It appears that Orochimaru is indeed a genius. The curse seal and the art of impure resurrection are truly remarkable phenomena. Thus, the conclusion is unmistakable. Chakra is merely a remnant of the world's tumultuous transformations and the shifting of power dynamics. In essence, such a phenomenon ought not to exist. Once one comprehends the method of chakra extraction, it is akin to receiving a cheat code from the universe at no cost. Those who wield it adeptly, like the Sage of Six Paths, stand in stark contrast to those less fortunate, such as Indra, Ashura, Madara, Hashirama, Naruto, and Sasuke. The less fortunate, often found among the shadows and elite jonin, are akin to those without a manual for their own golden fingers, like the mid-level and lower-level ninjas, such as Mizuki. Those who have not ascended to the rank of jonin may simply be the expendable, lacking the necessary resources. Overwhelmed and drowsy, Mizuki couldn't help but curse. This damned world of universal cheat codes. He then turned over to sleep. In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he found himself surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant bubbles, each reflecting bizarre and fantastical scenes. As he reached out to touch the bubbles, he wondered if this was the tension and anxiety of impending exams, or perhaps the exhilaration of a promotion at work. Was that the Ninetails fox? Each bubble represented a fragment of experience and emotion. As Mizuki wandered through this realm, he discerned that most of the memories belonged to his former self, while a small portion was that of the original Mizuki. Suddenly, something felt amiss in the distance. With a flicker of thought, he found himself drawn toward a figure amidst the multitude of bubbles. There, he beheld a silhouette, curled up and devoid of vitality, eerily tranquil and unresponsive, resembling an empty shell. Could it be Mizuki himself? This was inconceivable. In a surge of emotion, a disturbance rippled through him, and Mizuki awoke with a start. Gasping for breath, a voice beside him inquired, "Did you have a nightmare? As a ninja, your vigilance leaves much to be desired." A masked member of the Umbu stood at his bedside. "The third Hokage wishes to see you." "Understood. I shall prepare and arrive shortly," he replied, glancing out the window to find the day fully bright. In a world endowed with the exceptional reflective capabilities of chakra, it is quite plausible that the upheavals of body and spirit manifest in the form of dreams. If this is not merely an ordinary dream, but rather an omen, then I am beset by dangers on all fronts, both corporeal and ethereal. Touching the cursed seal on his arm, Mizuki couldn't help but smile wryly. As the sun rose higher, Mizuki walked the path to the Hokage's office, passing by the Ninja Academy where students were steadily entering the gates. Iruka was organizing the graduating class, suggesting that their injuries had mostly healed. He pondered whether there would still be a fateful kiss between Sasuke and Naruto. If the butterfly effect had altered that outcome, it would indeed be a great pity. Mizuki couldn't resist the thought. Should he slow his pace? Perhaps the Hokage was currently assigning students to groups with the Jonin, and arriving too early might be ill-advised. Nonetheless, it would be worthwhile to take a look. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, he discovered that the meeting had already concluded. The other leading Jonin had long since departed. Mizuki even encountered Kakashi, the last to leave. "Oh, Shuemu, you've changed your hairstyle. You look surprisingly amiable," Kakashi greeted rather impolitely. "What do you mean by looking amiable?" "I inherently am," Shuemu retorted, "by the way. My hairstyle is quite exceptional. Isn't it? It possesses a high degree of recognition. No one will mistake me again." "That may be true. But no matter how you groom yourself, it's too late. You already have a fiancé," Kakashi responded. "What are you talking about? By the way, aren't you supposed to meet your adorable students?" Letting them wait a little longer is no issue. I'll grab a bite first. Then catch up on some sleep. Thanks to a certain scoundrel, I haven't had a decent rest these past few days. Being your student is truly challenging, he remarked. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Shuemu entered the Hokage's office, where only a few Chunin and special Jonin remained. "Yumatatsu Azuki? Marino Abiki? Is it concerning the Chunin exams?" "It's still months away. Are preparations already underway?" The efficiency of ninjas is astonishing, he thought. Upon entering, Shuemu discreetly moved to a corner, waiting inconspicuously. Noticing Shuemu's arrival, the third Hokage cleared his throat and signaled, "Now that everyone is here, we shall commence with the task assignments." The Chunin exams are set to take place in 3 months in Konoha, with several allied and friendly ninja villages, including Sunagakure, participating. The Kazekage and various feudal lords will also be present to observe. Given the significance of this event, preparations must begin promptly. I will now distribute the specific plans for your review. Any objections can be discussed later. Am I truly involved in this? What happened to the punishment? Shuemu wondered as he received the plan, casually flipping through it. It was largely similar to the original storyline, with the exception of his participation in the initial monitoring of the examiners and other cleaning and patrol tasks, led by Yumatatsu Azuki. Is this a suspicion regarding my capabilities? Perhaps it's merely a coincidence? Shuemu was oblivious to the ongoing discussions, preoccupied with contemplating the risks involved in the tasks and potential opportunities for personal gain. Once the arrangements were finalized, the third Hokage instructed, "If there are no objections, let us begin preparations. Shuemu and Azuki, please remain. The others may disperse." Before long, the office had emptied considerably, leaving only the third Hokage, Shuemu, and Yumatatsu Azuki. The third Hokage continued, regarding the second exam, Azuki, as the chief examiner. "You must plan meticulously to control the casualty rate. Otherwise, it could lead to disputes and dissatisfaction among our allies. Therefore, I need you to produce a comprehensive plan swiftly. The examination site, the Forest of Death, must be thoroughly inspected to prevent any external interference that could jeopardize Konoha's reputation, and it also requires some cleanup, as it has not been well managed and contains many creatures beyond the capabilities of lower-ranked ninjas. This task will be executed specifically by Shuemu, with Azuki overseeing the confirmation. Starting tomorrow, the barrier around the Forest of Death will be open for 10 days. You must complete the task within this time frame." "Understood," Shuemu and Azuki replied in unison. "Shuemu," the third Hokage continued, "I expect you to execute this task with utmost seriousness. I do not wish to witness any events that I would find undesirable. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, I understand, Lord Third," Shuemu affirmed. "Regarding your punishment, Konoha has decided to withhold your remuneration for the next 3 months. You are not permitted to leave the village without my personally issued mission permit. For a month, one must not approach Naruto Uzumaki. After the Chunin exams, these prohibitions will be lifted. Indeed, Mizuki, I hope you comprehend that, given your actions, leniency should not have been extended. However, the village is in urgent need of personnel. Thus I have resolved to grant you an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. Now, you may leave." Without waiting for Mizuki to respond, the third Hokage dismissed him. "Complete your task diligently. Should anything arise, let Akane relay the message to me." "Understood, Lord Third." Mizuki had no choice but to turn away. Only 2 individuals remained in the room. The third Hokage inhaled a few puffs of his pipe, exhaling rings of smoke, and then instructed Akane, Monitor Mizuki closely. If you uncover anything, apprehend him on the spot. Should he resist, the third spoke in a grave tone, show no mercy. After decades of solidifying his position as Hokage, the third displayed a ruthless demeanor. How could this be? Akane exclaimed in astonishment. I have heard of Mizuki's transgressions over the past few days. Surely they do not warrant such extreme measures. I am aware, the third replied solemnly. At this juncture, it does seem excessively harsh. However, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. Although no evidence has surfaced, I sense something amiss. I hope my concerns are unfounded. This is merely a precaution. Akane, keep a vigilant watch over the Death Forest. Ensure no one engages in any foul play. Now, you may depart. Yes, Akane responded, turning to leave. The office was left with the third Hokage alone, puffing away. Lost in thought. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Mizuki hurried home, neglecting his meal, oblivious to the astonished gazes he encountered along the way. Upon arriving home, he swiftly secured the doors and windows and drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Mizuki shed his upper garment, pressing down on the cursed seal upon his right arm, and plopped down onto his bed. He had not anticipated the danger would arrive so swiftly. Just as he contemplated the potential troubles this entity might bring, it manifested immediately. Mizuki touched the still warm cursed seal, scrutinizing it closely. The seal seemed to emit a faint red glow. He had long known this entity was unreliable. As a half-finished product, its stability was undoubtedly poor. Yet he had not expected it to react so quickly. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Mizuki had already sensed the abnormality of the cursed seal, which, at its most intense, rendered his entire arm excruciatingly hot, nearly overwhelming him. Furthermore, the closer he drew to Akane, the more vigorous the seal became. The heightened activity of the cursed seal was likely linked to the one residing within Akane. Interestingly, Mizuki's half-finished cursed seal did not appear in the original manga, but was an innovation of the anime. Throughout Mizuki's narrative, he had never encountered anyone with a cursed seal. It seemed this entity resonated with similar energies. However, it was likely not the cursed seal itself. More accurately, it could be attributed to natural energy or perhaps sage chakra. The cursed seal is an invention of Orochimaru, derived from the Kenjutsu of Jonin, whose abilities trace back to the enigmatic Dragon Cave. Since Orochimaru's failure to master Sage Mode, significant advancements had been made in the study of Jonin's bloodline limit. The enzymes extracted from Jonin's body, essentially hormones, served as the origin of all cursed seals. This technique, originally intended as a precursor to Orochimaru's reincarnation jutsu, possessed astonishing potential. While it cannot be solely relied upon as a conventional power, it is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. Observe the second transformation of the cursed seal, its formidable strength, the bodily metamorphosis, and the emergence of auxiliary organs. Ignoring aesthetics and rationality, does it not bear a striking resemblance to the Sage Mode? In essence, the cursed seal is a degraded version of Sage Mode. Otherwise, Kabuto would not have been able to easily master the Snake Sage technique through the remnants of Orochimaru. Furthermore, Orochimaru has taken it a step further by infusing his own primordial spirit into the mutated chakra of the cursed seal, a form of immortality akin to the impure world reincarnation. This bears a notable similarity to the chakra reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. However, Orochimaru lacks the formidable prowess and yin-yang release necessary to achieve such reincarnation, resorting instead to the perilous practice of body snatching to evade the constraints of mortality. Given more time, one cannot help but wonder what astonishing discoveries Orochimaru might unveil. This presents a perilous yet invaluable opportunity to glimpse the essence of natural energy and sage chakra. As a half-finished product, the cursed seal possesses inherent flaws, yet it does not retain a backup of Orochimaru's primordial spirit. Surely, he does not harbor hopes of seizing the body of Mizuki, which he deems unworthy. This half-baked cursed seal seems more a fleeting whim, a desire to explore further possibilities, an inclination not unusual for a researcher. The crux lies in acquiring the means for autonomous control. The higher echelons of Konoha can achieve this, but Mizuki cannot rely on it at all. Recently, there is Kakashi's sealing technique, which he employed during the Chunin exams with Sasuke. However, Mizuki is not familiar enough with Kakashi, and there is no guarantee he would not inform the third Hokage. The risks are too great. Although it differs significantly from the heavenly cursed seal form, once activated, it would be evident to even a fool that there is a connection to Orochimaru. What to do? Seek help from Kakashi? No, that must remain a last resort. A means of survival only when control is utterly lost. It appears that Mizuki must strive to keep his distance from those bearing cursed seals or practicing sage mode. Alas, he finds himself tasked with working alongside Anko Mitarashi. It seems that for the time being, he must endure and avoid revealing any weaknesses. Mizuki couldn't help but smile wryly. There truly was no moment of respite. As warmth surged through his arm, he hastily donned his clothing. Shortly thereafter, an impolite figure barged in, Anko Mitarashi. It seems she possesses a certain precognitive ability, which is a surprising boon. Why the secrecy? Are you hiding a lover in your golden chamber? Don't be ridiculous. I have a fiancé. A fiancé? I never would have guessed you had one. This world is truly blind. Stop jesting, or the world may curse you, Mizuki retorted. Did we not just meet? What brings you here so soon? Tomorrow, you will investigate the forest of death alone. I need to discuss the details of the Chunin exams with Ibiki and prepare a report for the third Hokage. I simply do not have time to venture into the forest of death. I came to inform you. I understand. By the way, who is your fiancé? I am quite curious about which unfortunate girl has taken a liking to you. It is indeed impolite to be so oblivious. My fiancé is named Chihiro Tsubaki. Oh, she is the one from the sealing class, utterly unremarkable, unable even to partake in a drink? Truly. She seems to be the type easily deceived due to her lack of discernment. Admittedly, her presence cannot compare to that of Lady Anko Mitarashi, yet her feminine prowess far surpasses the overwhelming presence of our exuberant Anko. Enough said. I shall take my leave now, as I have plans to drink with friends later. Farewell. With that, he vanished in an instant. Finally, he is gone, thought Mizuki, clutching his right arm. It seems I have overlooked the obvious. Tsubaki is indeed part of the sealing class and might possess some knowledge of sealing techniques that could yield clues. I do not seek a complete resolution. Merely a temporary suppression will suffice. Perhaps I should inquire? No, I must act swiftly. Today is the day to pay Tsubaki a visit. Gazing at the unimposing small building before him, Mizuki could hardly fathom the dire state of the sealing class. This hardly resembled a sealing unit. It appeared more like a gathering of idle ninjas. It seems that peace has lingered too long, and the internal affairs of Konoha are riddled with issues. The sealing class is alarmingly understaffed, with only a handful of individuals occupied with organizing documents, utterly disconnected from any meaningful sealing activities. It appears that only after Tsunade assumes the mantle of Hokage will the sealing class be reformed. Observing this situation, Mizuki felt a sense of despair. It seems the hopes of finding a solution here have been dashed. I had presumed this to be one of the most elite forces within the ninja world. Yet even the Uzumaki clan, known for their expertise in sealing techniques, has been eliminated out of fear. I did not expect to gain such easy access, only to witness this lamentable scene. In Mizuki's estimation, the prevailing conditions suggest that the true heart and research of sealing techniques are either concealed elsewhere, operating from the shadows, or that sealing has become a closely guarded secret reserved for a select few. Although sealing techniques have remained discreet, their significance is undeniable. From the binding seals employed by Iruka to the fire seals utilized by Jiraiya, from the exorcism seals to the In sealing techniques, and from the curse seals of the Hyuga clan to the Jinchuriki seals, all exemplify the application of sealing arts. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki was ultimately constrained by sealing techniques. At present, the power and potential of sealing arts seem immeasurable, as the effects of known sealing techniques suggest there is little that cannot be achieved through them. Mizuki, what brings you here? A surprised female voice called out, belonging to none other than Chihiro Tsubaki. I came to see you, Tsubaki, Mizuki replied, turning to face her. I will be on a mission starting tomorrow, and I may not have much time to visit you. So I thought I would come by today while I have the chance. You rarely visit. What piqued your interest today? Is the mission particularly troublesome? Not at all. It is a task assigned by the third Hokage. The danger is minimal, but it is quite time-consuming. That is a relief. Mizuki, I still have some time before my shift ends, but I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you. Go ahead and take care of your business. Tsubaki, I shall look around on my own. Mizuki explored the building almost thoroughly, yet aside from a few busy figures coming and going, he found little of value. Casually stopping a passerby, I inquired, what are those books and scrolls on that shelf? May I take a look? Ah, you mean those. Most of them consist of maintenance information and handling records regarding the leaf's formations, along with a plethora of other miscellaneous items. I am uncertain of their utility. for the information contained has long since become outdated and is slated for destruction soon. You may observe them, but you cannot take them with you. Understood. I shall merely peruse them to pass the time. Please, continue with your tasks. I apologize for the interruption. Watching the ordinary-faced individual depart, I leisurely fetched a chair and began to examine the books on the shelf. Initially, I intended to merely bide my time and perhaps stumble upon something fortuitous. Yet as I delved deeper, I found my brow furrowing increasingly. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, I returned the scroll I had been holding to the shelf. Unexpectedly, I had stumbled upon an unforeseen revelation. Pressing my temples, which throbbed from information overload, I pondered the sealing techniques, which appeared to be far more perilous and extraordinary than I had previously imagined. It was no wonder that even Kaguya Otsutsuki found herself powerless against such techniques. To me, the information on these shelves seemed devoid of meaning when considered in isolation. However, when organized through the lens of my past life's logic, the conclusions drawn were profound. While they may not bestow upon me any tangible power, the indirect benefits were beyond my expectations. As it stood, the priority of sealing techniques in this world was astonishingly high. Indeed, I possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding sealing techniques and was familiar with the basic theories. Yet I had never delved deeply into the subject, primarily due to a lack of information. Most ninjas in the shinobi world would likely dismiss the scrolls on the shelf as mere refuse, yet I discerned a glimmer of insight within them. Sealing techniques embody the regulation and extension of the world's will, a truth I held with conviction. In my previous life, I had encountered a highly acclaimed science fiction novel titled The Three-Body Problem, which contained a passage that left a lasting impression on me. It suggested that if one were to regard a painting as a narrative universe, the artist would be an omnipotent deity. Should this deity puncture the canvas at every centimeter, the characters within the story, through meticulous scientific inquiry, would inevitably conclude, our world must possess a whole every centimeter. Is it not absurd? For humans, creating a whole merely conveys the language and rules to the figures on the paper. In relation to the shinobi world, if the various patterns and arrangements of sealing techniques were to be considered a language, then sealing techniques themselves would represent the rules, laws, or truths of the world. These elements must be fundamental principles woven into the very fabric of reality. Understanding them could yield unparalleled power. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to suppress it or employs sealing techniques of equal measure to counteract it, dealing with such power is exceedingly challenging. However, the mastery of sealing techniques demands extensive trial and error, necessitating a considerable investment of time for research, time that I am currently in dire need of. It appears I must devise a strategy to acquire existing sealing techniques and knowledge for further study. Although I could rely on my past linguistic knowledge, innate talent, and personal interest in cryptography, combined with my current understanding, sealing techniques represent my most viable avenue for achieving a remarkable breakthrough. With that thought, Shuemu slowly unfurled another scroll, engrossed in its contents. Before he realized it, the sun had begun to set, yet he remained immersed in the delightful pursuit of knowledge, grateful that in his previous life, he possessed at least this modest talent to showcase. Suddenly, he stirred. A wave of restlessness coursed through his right arm. It was Hongdo. What was she doing here? Oh, it's you, Shuemu. Why do I keep running into you everywhere? Have you come to see your little fiancé? Her voice reached him before she even appeared. Yes, but it's still early. I'm just passing the time waiting for Xiaochun to finish work. And what brings you here? I'm looking for the sealing techniques inscribed on the Heaven and Earth scrolls for the Chunin exams. I heard there might be some ready-made seals left in the sealing class, so I thought I'd check. Oh, I wouldn't know. But from what I can tell, it looks quite chaotic here. Finding anything will be a challenge. I'll go ask around first. With that, she strode off purposefully. Shuemu did not dwell on it, and continued to peruse the scrolls until Xiaochun arrived to summon him. Weren't you previously disinterested in sealing techniques, which don't significantly enhance one's power? Why are you so engrossed now? Xiaochun inquired. Since I have nothing else to do, passing the time is fine. Moreover, I find it rather intriguing. Oh, if you're interested, I can teach you. Although my knowledge is limited, discussing it together would be beneficial. Great. I've been hoping for this. Then what do you want to eat tonight? Braised potatoes with meat. Let us go grocery shopping together then. It's been ages since we cooked together. Add more meat, and no cilantro. Got it. Xiaochun chuckled. Early the next morning, after exchanging documents, Shuemu ventured into the deathly forest. This is it. It's truly vast. The flora and fauna here are evidently of a larger variety. I can only wonder what terrifying creatures lurk deeper within. With that thought, Shuemu plunged into the dense thicket without hesitation. After ensnaring and dispatching 2 wild boars, each as large as elephants, he let out a long sigh of relief and settled onto a rock to rest. Even the 2 wild boars understood the strategy of ambushing with traps. Their combat intelligence was far beyond that of an ordinary genin. If more had appeared, even I would have found it challenging to handle them. No wonder this world can give rise to extraordinary beings like summoned beasts. If left unchecked, the emergence of intelligent life beyond humanity is an inevitable outcome in this chakra-infused realm, where humans have long since become accustomed to interacting with other sentient beings. However, the motives of entities like the snake sage, the toad sage, and slug-like creatures in human conflicts remain unpredictable. After a brief respite, Shuemu resumed his search and clearing efforts. Just then, a warmth surged through his right arm once more. What is going on? If yesterday's occurrences were mere coincidences, today's situation is no longer tenable. We agreed no one would come here, yet I am still being watched from the shadows? Shuemu felt a surge of irritation. It was certain he had not revealed any signs of weakness, yet he was still under clandestine surveillance. Clearly, the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. However, without a concrete plan of action, his initial intention to lay some contingencies in the deathly forest would have to be temporarily shelved. Subsequently, Mizuki methodically executed his tasks, vanquishing one colossal beast after another until the sun began its descent. He then resolved to depart, making his way directly to the entrance of the deathly forest, where he discovered Akane Mitashi had arrived ahead of him. How did things fare today, Akane? Mizuki inquired. Many issues arose, and the mission is quite formidable. It seems rather ambitious for the 2 of us to complete it in 10 days. I believe we should request reinforcements. Mizuki responded, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Irika would be an excellent ally. The beasts within the deathly forest are predominantly powerful and solitary. Irika's binding techniques would serve as a formidable weapon against those of lesser intellect. Indeed, I shall report the situation to Lord Third. That will be all for today. Let us return for now and reconvene here tomorrow morning. Understood. Mizuki contemplated returning swiftly, hoping to glean further insights regarding sealing techniques from Koharu. Though his foundational knowledge was lacking, he believed in the adage that diligence begets reward, confident in his intellect. He felt that while his aptitude for learning various ninjutsu and combat skills was mediocre, mastering techniques akin to learning a foreign language would be considerably more manageable. At the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was listening to a report from Ibiki Marino and Akane Mitashi. Let us proceed according to this plan. The next step involves coordinating with the feudal lords and major ninja villages, as well as verifying the information of the genin participating in the exam, including their leaders and accompanying personnel. We must ensure that no unidentified threats infiltrate our ranks, the 3rd Hokage instructed solemnly. Regarding Mizuki's request for assistance, he promptly summoned Chunin Irika to aid in the clearing of the deathly forest. Simultaneously, Joningai Mato was occupied with another mission, leaving his genin team currently unengaged. A C-rank mission was thus issued, with Akane appointed as the temporary team leader, leading Miji Hyuga, Tintin, and Rock Lee into the deathly forest. However, Lord Third, it is highly likely that Guy's genin team will participate in this year's Chunin exam. Would entering the arena prematurely be fair to the other genin? It might invite controversy. Akane raised her concern. The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment before responding. The newly graduated genin are not yet reliable, while last year's only dependable team is Guy's. We have no surplus personnel at this time. Thus, this is our course of action. Understood. Once again, he found himself in that vibrant bubble world, yet this time, it was distinctly different. The entire space was shrouded in a faint crimson-black mist, lending an eerie quality to everything, especially the expressionless visage that exuded an unsettling allure. As if his entire form were on the verge of being engulfed by an ominous red glow. Mizuki raised his hands to examine himself, only to realize he bore the same appearance. His arms were entirely ineffective against the encroaching red mist. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Was this the consequence of the activated curse mark? Time was slipping away without a moment for reflection. If he did not devise a strategy swiftly, the unforeseen complications would only multiply, entangling him in an increasingly intricate predicament. Both the spirit and body are under a lethal threat, unable to sever the dual erosion of the curse on both realms. before addressing this predicament. One lacks the capacity to act recklessly or even withstand an unexpected turn of events. It seems time is simply too short. At the break of dawn the next day, Mizuki, adhering to his instructions, arrived at the edge of the deathly forest, only to discover Irika already waiting, accompanied by 3 genin, Hinata Niji, Tintin, and Rock Lee. "Irika, I never expected you to actually show up," exclaimed Mizuki. "Good morning, Mizuki-sensei," Tintin and Lee greeted politely, while Niji nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, what fine children you are." "Quite unlike a certain impolite Chunin instructor," Mizuki remarked. "Apologies for my rudeness. Had it not been for a certain arrogant individual who failed to complete his mission and sought the 3rd Hokage's assistance, we would not have arrived at this cursed place so early," Irika retorted, his frustration evident. "Indeed, passing one's responsibilities on to others is a most contemptible trait," Mizuki agreed. "Who do you think I'm referring to, you jerk?" Irika snapped. "It appears everyone has gathered. Seeing your camaraderie puts my mind at ease. Let us hope for a successful completion of the task," a suddenly appearing Mitarashi Anko interjected with unabashed enthusiasm. "Since everyone is so spirited, let us get to work." With several additional helpers, efficiency increased significantly. The cooperation of the genin in luring and restraining, along with the combined efforts of Irika, Mizuki, and Anko, accelerated the pace of their clearing efforts. Even when encountering particularly troublesome creatures, they managed to resolve the encounters without issue. As noon approached, the group found a clean, open area, tidied it up a bit, and settled down for lunch. "Irika, when did you learn that sealing technique? It seems you're not quite adept at it yet." "There were several instances where it nearly failed," Mizuki inquired as he ate. "You mean the binding formation? I've known it for quite some time, but it hasn't been of much use, so I haven't had the opportunity to practice," Irika replied. "Still the same old Irika, always half-hearted in his endeavors," Mizuki teased. "I apologize for being a half-hearted individual while someone eagerly awaits my assistance," Irika shot back. "Mizuki, perhaps you should focus on your promising career as a ninja school teacher instead of dabbling in sealing techniques. After all, the young ones at the academy have no need for such advanced skills," Mizuki said, feigning concern for Irika, letting out a dramatic sigh. "Mind your own business. Don't underestimate me. I have dreams too. Who knows, perhaps one day I shall ascend to the position of Hokage," Irika declared, his aspirations clear. "I cannot fathom what Konoha would become if Irika were to become Hokage," Mizuki sighed. "Just wait for that day to come, you jerk," Irika replied through gritted teeth. Nearby, Lee, filled with admiration, interjected, "Mizuki-sensei and Irika-sensei share such a wonderful bond. I envy it." Tintin, overhearing Lee, quickly interrupted, "Don't say such nonsense, Lee. Which of your eyes saw their relationship as good? You might need to get your vision checked." "Tintin, you don't understand the bond of male friendship. It's akin to the mutual encouragement shared by our 2 teachers," Lee insisted. Little Lee retorted with a resolute expression. "I have high hopes for you," said Shuemu, giving Little Lee a thumbs up with a beaming smile. As the conversation turned to the 3 lower-ranked ninjas, Hondo chimed in. "Ah, speaking of which, you have truly been a great help for this mission. Originally, you were not meant to undertake such a cumbersome task, but time constraints left us no choice but to enlist the assistance of available lower-ranked ninjas. I assure you, I will commend your efforts for this mission. Indeed, witnessing the excellence of the new generation of lower-ranked ninjas makes me feel quite aged," Irika chuckled. "If all Leaf ninjas were as remarkable as you, perhaps I should consider retiring sooner." "Haha, as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, is it really acceptable to be so lackluster in front of your former students, Irika?" Hondo teased him. Shuemu joined in. "Konoha truly needs a loudmouth like you to look after the little rascals at the ninja school, aside from you. I doubt anyone else could patiently engage with those snot-nosed children in their ninja games. That said, it has been years since I've seen lower-ranked ninjas with such distinct characteristics." "Is that so, Teacher Shuemu? Are we truly exceptional?" Little Lee asked eagerly. "Yes, Little Lee, your taijutsu is indeed impressive. I've heard of your remarkable talent and dedication, which have become quite renowned. If you continue to strive forward, you might just inherit the true teachings of Might Guy. That's wonderful. I knew Teacher Guy would never deceive me. Youth is about pouring forth one's sweat," Little Lee exclaimed with excitement. "Niji is also exceptionally talented. While I am not well versed in the Hyuga clan or their gentle fist technique, to be candid, with Niji's current level, even average Chunin would find it difficult to defeat him. Ninjas blessed with both talent and diligence are always bound for a bright future, far surpassing my own unremarkable path as a chunin. As for Tian, Shuemu paused thoughtfully. What about me, teacher Shuemu? Am I also exceptional? Tian inquired with anticipation. Though I am not intimately familiar with your combat style and cannot ascertain your future, I must say, Shuemu took a sip of water and continued, if nothing else, I believe you would make a splendid wife. What? This statement left everyone astounded. Ignoring their astonishment, Shuemu continued, observing your combat style. You seem to throw various ninja tools around indiscriminately. Your family must be quite wealthy. Marrying you would mean 20 fewer years of struggle, living comfortably for a lifetime. Not to mention your adorable appearance. A wealthy and beautiful female ninja is a rare asset. If you were willing, becoming a sought-after son-in-law would be quite advantageous. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say such things in front of students and juniors? Irika could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly. Son-in-law? No way. Tian said shyly while stealing a glance at Niji. Alas, Hondo added, Shuemu, you are blatantly harassing a fellow female ninja from the same village. Aren't you worried your fiancé will be displeased? Harassment? I am merely speaking the truth, sharing life aspirations and offering suggestions with my charming juniors, Shuemu quickly denied. Besides, Xiao Chun is not that petty. We have a good relationship, so there is no need for you to worry, Hondo. Hey, does the teacher already have a fiancé? Shaoli inquired. Yes, Shuemu replied. My fiancé is my childhood friend. To be honest, I was once quite worried about my future. As someone who lacks distinctive traits and special talents, I often wonder if I am truly suited to be a ninja. The endless tasks, meager rewards, and exorbitant expenses make life exceedingly burdensome. There may come a day when I can no longer support my family. Perhaps I should consider a career change. Then, with a dreamy expression, Shuemu mused, should I try acting and see if I can become a star? I heard that recent films have been quite popular. The leading lady is stunning and has reportedly earned a considerable sum, becoming the center of attention wherever she goes, even receiving warm hospitality from the renowned. He continued, if I ever become a big star, I would no longer fret over such trivial matters. If I were to return to Konoha to accept missions, would I receive a cordial welcome from the Hokage as well? I am eager to witness everyone's reactions. Of course, I wouldn't forget about you all. I would definitely consider hiring you as my bodyguards and ensure you are well compensated, he chuckled. The world of adults is truly complex. Shaoli remarked, bewildered. Hey, Shuemu, for now, set aside your dreams of stardom and focus on completing the task at hand. Everyone's had sufficient rest. It's time to get to work, commanded Yuyotsuya. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that Shuemu finished the task and returned home, where Xiao Chun had already prepared dinner and was waiting. Was today smooth sailing? I heard the team was led by Yuyotsuya, a special jonin. Yes. Nothing particularly unusual happened. It went quite smoothly. Originally, we planned to finish in 10 days, but now with a few extra hands, if we work diligently, we might complete it ahead of schedule. That's good to hear. I heard Irika is also present. Did you get along well today? Yes, don't worry, everything is fine. That's a relief, Xiao Chun replied. I organized some basic information on sealing techniques and left it on your desk. You might find it useful. Thank you, Xiao Chun, Shuemu said, elated. Now, let us have dinner. At that moment, a knock echoed through the house. At this hour, who could it be? Shuemu wondered as he opened the door to find Irika standing there. Hey, Irika, what brings you here at this time? Is there something you need? Irika, would you like to join us for dinner? Xiao Chun invited, hearing the commotion outside. No, I have to leave shortly. I came to deliver this. With that, Irika produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to Shuemu. What is this? Shuemu asked. It's a sealing technique scroll containing several straightforward sealing techniques and tips. You knew I wanted this. Shuemu replied. Well, we've been friends for over a decade. I know you quite well. Otherwise, how would you have mentioned the sealing array? All right. Irika is indeed an irredeemable, soft-hearted person. Wait a moment. With that, Shuemu turned and retrieved 2 scrolls, tossing them to Irika. These contain my insights on illusion techniques, as well as a bit of knowledge on puppet techniques and secret medicines. Though they are not extraordinary, they should suffice for you. What is this, Shuemu? I have no desire to owe you a favor. It seems we are even now. Ah, if that is the case, I shall respectfully comply. Thank you. There's no need for that. You should focus on completing your task swiftly. So be it. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Wait, Irika. Mizuki suddenly changed his mind and said, This time, consider it a favor owed to you. Feel free to seek me out if you need assistance in the future." Although Irika remained unaware of the significant disadvantage he had just incurred, Mizuki could not forgive himself for exploiting his friend's ignorance for personal gain. "As you wish. Until tomorrow." As Irika turned to return to his room, he glanced at the busy little Cho and then at the scroll in his hand. "Perhaps it is time to find a few helpers? Going solo is not a wise choice. I do not possess that capability. It seems imperative to establish and expand my network of connections swiftly. One never knows when it might prove beneficial. A degree of social interaction serves as a form of protection for oneself." In the following days, Mizuki diligently fulfilled his tasks, rising early and returning late. On the 8th day, 3 of the lower-ranked ninjas ceased to accompany him. The subsequent 2 days primarily involved arranging the examination venue. Although they were still unaware of the Chunin exam news, it was no longer appropriate for them to participate in matters directly related to it. Irika, Mizuki, and Mitarashi Anko only received a few rare days of vacation after completing the final task and reporting to the 3rd Hokage for approval. On a leisurely afternoon, Mizuki reclined on the windowsill, basking in the sun while observing the bustling crowd on the street. The scene of peace and prosperity shall not last long. His attention then shifted to the unremarkable plants in the flower pot on the windowsill. These were ordinary plants brought from the forest of death, yet after several days of experimentation, they began to exhibit remarkable changes. One vine-like plant, originally known for its rapid propagation and common medicinal use, gradually displayed an extraordinary vitality after being nurtured with his chakra. Even when cut into several pieces, it would sprout new shoots within days. Another plant, a carnivorous vine reminiscent of a pitcher plant, had surprisingly grown in size over the past few days, even enticing and capturing small birds and mice. Other plants, such as rapidly growing bamboo and flowers that could revive upon contact with water after being dried, also experienced wondrous transformations in the rich chakra environment. However, what astonished him the most was when Mizuki turned to look at a large glass tank in the center of the room, housing some transparent creatures that were nearly invisible unless one looked closely. They swayed their long tentacles as they swam slowly. If not for the red glowing points within their clustered bodies, one would hardly know these entities were alive. This peculiar sight was a rare jellyfish, discovered by Mizuki at a night market stall known for its potent venom. Without hesitation, he purchased it and brought it home for careful observation. He not only kept them in a rich chakra environment, but also fed them a significant amount of his own blood to monitor their condition. Ultimately, Mizuki was pleasantly surprised to find that this jellyfish bore striking similarities to the luminescent jellyfish from his past life. In a certain sense, the immortal jellyfish is theoretically the only known organism capable of eternal life, given a suitable environment. This extraordinary creature possesses a remarkable ability. Upon reaching maturity, it can revert to its juvenile polyp stage and subsequently mature again, repeating this cycle indefinitely, until it meets its demise at the hands of a predator. For ages, the yearning for immortality has remained an elusive dream. Orochimaru's relentless pursuit over the years has yielded only an imperfect reincarnation technique, while the concept of longevity holds theoretical possibilities. True immortality is, in essence, a fallacy. Where there is life, there must be death. Regardless of the vitality one possesses, on an infinite timeline, the inevitability of demise looms, whether through accident or otherwise. However, the mere theoretical notion of longevity is nearly unattainable, even in the advanced civilizations of the past. Only the miraculous existence of the immortal jellyfish has been uncovered, underscoring the difficulty of such pursuits. In this world, imbued with chakra and extraordinary powers, the potential for achieving a degree of longevity or significantly enhancing vitality is quite plausible, given appropriate materials. If one were to share the peculiar characteristics of the immortal jellyfish with Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly develop a more potent reincarnation technique. Yet, though I lack Orochimaru's maniacal scientific fervor, I too possess chakra, enabling me to explore alternative methods. I am grateful for the omnipotent chakra. During recent experiments, Mizuki even forged a summoning contract with an immortal jellyfish. Although its limited intellect renders it incapable of comprehending commands, and its frail form is of little utility, the experiment involving the jellyfish's transformation and reversion to its polyp state confirmed that the summoned entity does not vanish. The phenomenon of retrogressive growth is indeed real. In Mizuki's view, the biological technology of the ninja world is profoundly distorted, thanks to the existence of chakra and remarkable vitality. This realm has even managed organ transplants and cloning under rudimentary conditions. It seems they have grasped the fundamental theory of genetic coding. However, in practice, they still employ a barbaric fusion approach, entirely devoid of the precise genetic manipulation techniques akin to the gene editing technologies of the past. Perhaps this is due to a lack of necessity. As long as crude fusion yields a sufficient number of experimental samples, the desired results can invariably be achieved. This reflects a commonality between foundational technology and extraordinary power. Once something is deemed adequate, further exploration of more fundamental inquiries is often unconsciously neglected. With this in mind, Mizuki activated the sealing array that nested the plant cultivation area and aquarium on the windowsill. As chakra flowed into it, the once dim array began to operate at full capacity once more. These formations are the fruits of Mizuki's research over the past few days. Although still distant from practical application, he has successfully created a basic environment conducive to chakra concentration. In terms of the fundamental principles of sealing techniques, he has barely managed to analyze the sealing of tangible substances and chakra energy. The foundational analysis of energy dynamics remains incomplete, necessitating repeated injections of chakra to sustain the operation of the formation. As for the effects that can be achieved, I have grasped the simpler techniques such as the sealing fire method, the binding formation, and the sealing spells for small objects. However, I am still only partially comprehending the more profound 4-symbol seals, 8 trigram seals, and 5-element seals. The more potent sealing techniques based on spiritual power and the attributes of darkness are only at the introductory stage, leaving me with considerable distance to traverse before addressing my own latent dangers. After glancing around, I found little to organize, and after confirming that the treasures in my fish tank were unharmed, I leisurely ventured out for a stroll. After all, remaining cooped up at home yields no solutions. Perhaps a walk might lead to delightful surprises akin to encountering a lighthouse jellyfish. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage was receiving a report from the Umbu regarding me. Has there been any suspicious behavior from him in recent days? The third inquired. No, Lord Third. We conducted an extremely thorough examination of the task in the Death Forest and confirmed that everything is in order. Furthermore, Akira Mitarashi found nothing unusual. What has he been doing lately? He has been on leave at home, occasionally wandering the streets. Has he come into contact with any suspicious individuals? None that we have discovered. The only people he has interacted with recently are Irika and his fiancée, Chihiro Tsubaki. The only other conversations were with ordinary street vendors. We have verified their identities, and there are no issues. Vendors, you say? Yes, it appears that he has been conducting some research on potions and poisons. He has brought back several common plants and medicinal herbs from the Death Forest, and the details are recorded in the report. Additionally, he purchased several poisonous insects from the vendors, which he now seems to be nurturing at home. Oh, the third flipped through the report in his hands, finding no apparent issues. A highly toxic jellyfish? What does he intend to do with this? Currently, it resides in his fish tank, and it seems to be breeding abundantly. He is likely extracting venom. The third reviewed my basic information once more. As an ordinary civilian ninja devoid of any lineage, my abilities were quite average, lacking any remarkable traits. My elemental affinity was the common fire, and without a family legacy of various ninjutsu to rely upon. It was not surprising that I resorted to external means such as poison, especially considering my previous records of poison usage. I see, the third contemplated. From now on, I shall lift the full surveillance on him, transitioning to key area monitoring. After 3 days, when his leave concludes, he will assist in the classification and distribution of tasks. All B rank and above missions he handles must be reviewed by me. Understood. Within that familiar yet memory-laden mental realm, the eerie red-black aura had become pervasive. The original figure of me, now illuminated by a brilliant red light, was nearly unrecognizable. Through the crimson glow, faint traces of red patterns could be discerned across my body. It seemed that the transformation was nearing completion. My original self could not withstand much longer. I focused my spiritual energy, extending my hands. The once dimly lit formation gradually radiated a blinding green light, forming a thin membrane that enveloped the red figure, effectively isolating the vast majority of the crimson mist within. Had it not been for this 4-symbol seal, I would have long lost my self-awareness, engulfed by the surging tide of mutated senjutsu chakra. Regrettably, I have yet to master the higher tier 8 trigram seal. Otherwise, I could have housed an immense source of chakra within me. Upon comprehending the latent psychological dangers within, Mizuki conducted a meticulous analysis of his own mental state, prioritizing the exploration of self-awareness. Though one might simplistically summarize it as a matter of transmigration or possession, the reality is far more intricate. The concepts of the ego, ID, and superego, as posited by Freudian theory, seem exaggerated and misaligned with the current circumstances. However, this notion merely reflects a disparity in mental realms. The crux lies in discerning oneself from others. Undoubtedly, I possess memories from a past life. Yet the mechanism of my consciousness's traversal remains obscure. It is uncertain whether a self exists that substitutes me in leading an ordinary existence, while I merely embody a collection of memories that have traversed time. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. My past life has receded into oblivion, and I am unequivocally Mizuki in this lifetime. The pivotal matter concerns the individual before me. In essence, given my willpower as a sheltered flower nurtured in an era of peace, it is difficult to believe that I could usurp the original Mizuki, a ninja born amid turmoil, characterized by unwavering resolve and tenacity. Strength and willpower prevail. Moreover, I am in my own domain. How could I be so easily vanquished? Yet, reality has unfolded as it has, and there must be a reason. In terms of the characteristic of soul transmigration, it is evident that I am qualitatively inferior. However, the key to reversal lies in the substantial disparity in quantity. With Mizuki's brief experience of fewer than 30 years, how could it possibly compare to the vast information generated by the explosion of knowledge in the pre-internet era? It is akin to a hacker attempting to breach a system. No matter how robust the computational ability, it can succumb to a flood of overwhelming attacks, resulting in a crash. In the struggle for mental dominance, the victor claims everything. Furthermore, there cannot exist a dual soul without reason. Undoubtedly, Mizuki has perished. Everything I have acquired from him bears testament to this truth. The entity before me is but a remnant of a soul that has lost everything, unlikely to deviate from expectation. Mizuki shall remain in a state of silence or gradual dissolution until the end. Philosophically speaking, what is memory? Plato posited that it is memory and knowledge, while others assert that memory equates to the soul. Regardless, memory remains the essence, the foundation of self-awareness. This remains unchanged. These are all subjective phenomena. The equation of I with memory aligns with the present situation. From the moment the original Mizuki faltered, I became Mizuki. The original Mizuki's loss of self-awareness renders him akin to a mere stone by the roadside. The distinction lies solely in one existing within the tangible world and the other residing within the realm of the self. It should have been thus. Yet everything has altered due to the curse seal. The curse seal is the result of Orochimaru's research into sage mode and the reanimation technique, possessing a dual erosive effect on both body and spirit. The heavenly curse seal, the earthly curse seal, and my own curse seal inflict evident harm upon the body. It is merely that my half-formed state is more severely affected. In the realm of mental erosion, the encroachments of the heaven's curse seal and the earth's curse seal are enacted through Orochimaru's soul backup, thus preparing for the transformation into a vessel. Unlike the former, my own curse seal bypasses this step, yet the mental invasion is supplanted by mutated sage chakra. In other words, it manifests as a pervasive, unconscious assimilation of the entire world. While not as targeted as Orochimaru's soul backup, it proves to be far more troublesome. Fortunately, when Orochimaru bestowed the curse seal upon me, I had yet to traverse time. The essence of the seal remained tethered to the original Mizuki's soul. In the realm of the mind, this translates to a considerably more severe invasion on the opposing side. Coupled with the sealing technique I enacted not long ago, the mental encroachment I endure has been significantly mitigated. Nevertheless, it remains quite serious. To be candid, this curse seal, though incomplete, might react to natural energy and sage chakra. Yet it should not reach such a magnitude. This predicament is, in part, a consequence of my own actions. The original Mizuki was usurped by me, resulting in the loss of personal memory and identity, and consequently, the innate defenses of my soul were forfeited. With both mental and physical defenses wide open, I became utterly incapable of resistance. Furthermore, the awakening of the shared power with Akatsuki brought forth an explosive response akin to kindling meeting flame, rendering the situation utterly uncontrollable. Within just over a month, The opposing force is nearing complete annihilation, likely to be extinguished soon. If the world harbors a collective unconscious, it might give rise to entities akin to heroic spirits or world avatars, which would certainly complicate matters. Extending my hand, I quietly sought to grasp the crimson aura, yet it yielded no tangible sensation. Lacking malice, it appeared peculiar. Was this merely a matter of aesthetic perception, or did the world itself harbor no ill intent, merely reflecting instinct and indifference? Upon reflection, as the sovereign of this mental realm, the shifts in colors signify subconscious vigilance. Red denotes a warning, while black indicates danger. Has the world's mere instinct rendered me perpetually fatigued? Time is of the essence. Awakened by the morning chorus of birds, Mizuki rose, reminded that the early bird catches the worm. Upon opening his eyes, he first checked on his cherished jellyfish, then surveyed the rare botanical specimens he had cultivated. Everything appeared as it should. Reassured, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Gazing into the mirror, he noted the considerable changes in his appearance. His hair had grown at an alarming rate, long past his shoulders. His bangs, trimmed once, were once again on the verge of obscuring his eyes. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the deteriorating state of his body. With the remnants of the original Mizuki's soul acting as a sieve, the invasion of natural energy was relentless. The curse seal's mental toll was temporarily mitigated by the four symbols sealing technique, yet the strain on his physical form was immense. The preparation of the sealing technique must be expedited. However, how can it be completed without surveillance? A solution must be devised. Finally ready, Mizuki stepped out. Ever since receiving the third Hokage's orders, his daily routine mirrored that of his past life, adhering to a strict 9-to-5 schedule. Yet, with his health steadily declining, he always found time to replenish his stamina. The body generates vast amounts of energy at an extraordinarily rapid metabolic rate, yet dissipates it meaninglessly, resulting in significant depletion. Oh, is that not the notorious pervert teacher? Who is the scoundrel so rude as to disturb another's slumber, unafraid of the repercussions? Shimoku, displeased, opened his eyes to take a glance. Oh, is that not Tenten, having completed her mission? Ah, teacher guy, I apologize for the intrusion. Shimoku took the mission report and confirmed its completion. Thank you once again for your care towards my disciple, Shimoku, Guy said cheerfully. You flatter me. Your student is truly exceptional. Even I, a mere chunin, feel immense pressure, he replied with a chuckle. Ah, such is the vigor of youth. With a thumbs up and a dazzling smile, the spirited teacher radiated enthusiasm. Shimoku chuckled along. Following Guy's suggestion, he assigned a C-rank task to the genin before departing. Oh, what a leisurely day, he mused. Indeed, someone replied from beside him. Irika, when did you arrive? Your mastery of concealment has greatly improved. Perhaps it is you who has grown complacent, dozing off on the job. Be wary of salary deductions, Irika teased. Not that it matters. As my salary has long been withheld, Shimoku muttered quietly. Shimoku, there's a commission here. Take a look, and if all seems well, we can classify it as a C rank. Let me see. Upon receiving the task application, Shimoku's earlier inattentiveness vanished as he glanced over it. The land of waves? So soon? It was likely that Shimoku had misjudged. This mission was intended to be a pivotal undertaking for the main team prior to the Chunin exams and would undoubtedly require more time than anticipated. Constructing a bridge with the current level of productivity would clearly take more than a day or two. The timing of this task request seemed rather peculiar. However, was it lucrative? After deliberating, Shimoku said to Irika, let us hold off for now. I need to consult further. It's merely a standard escort and protection task. The adversaries are likely to be common bandits or mountain thieves. What could possibly be amiss? One can never be too cautious. Shimoku replied before rising to head towards the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the door, he knocked. Enter. Shimoku pushed the door open. Third Hokage. Ah, Shimoku, what brings you here? I have just received a mission request, and I believe there may be an issue. Oh, the third Hokage picked up the report Shimoku presented and examined it. The mission description is quite straightforward. Based on the client's claims, a C-rank classification appears appropriate. Do you have any concerns? Third Hokage, regarding the mission details, I believe an investigation is warranted. Investigation? Indeed, Shimoku affirmed. I have previously undertaken missions through the land of waves, which is impoverished and ignorant, dominated by local powers that exploit the villagers. Do you suspect that they might lack the funds to pay the reward? Surely, no one would dare to default on a payment owed to a leaf ninja. That is not my concern, Lord Hokage. I suspect the client may be misrepresenting the task's rank. Shimoku paused before continuing. The endeavor of constructing a bridge is not a trivial matter. It involves the interests of numerous parties, and one cannot rule out the possibility of someone resorting to desperate measures. After contemplating for a moment, the third generation responded. Your reasoning is sound. However, investigating the client prior to the commencement of the mission seems inappropriate. Moreover, with the personnel in Konoha stretched thin, it is impractical to venture all the way to the land of waves. For now, we shall leave this matter as is. I will assign suitable individuals to fulfill the task. Understood. I apologize for the interruption, said Mizuki as he withdrew. The inertia of history is profound, and prior to establishing considerable strength and influence, enacting change proves exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, there are benefits to be gained, such as enhancing one's presence, which may yield unexpected rewards. However, confronting formidable adversaries like the Demon Brothers or Haku is beyond my current capabilities, and my physical condition is not optimal. Completing the sealing technique remains of utmost importance. Within a mere span of days, Mizuki gained notoriety, albeit for his apparent lack of enthusiasm. He brazenly dozed off in the mission hall, disregarding the presence of his colleagues. Fortunately, Mizuki consistently adhered to his work schedule, and no significant errors occurred, which prevented anyone from seeking trouble with him. After all, having a slothful figure like me occupying this space hardly makes a difference. I might as well return home to sleep, Mizuki grumbled, bleary-eyed. You are truly going too far. Mizuki, if this continues, it will tarnish our village's reputation in the eyes of the clients. A disgruntled voice chimed in. Is that you, Gentetsu? Or is it Irika? Mizuki queried, perplexed at the sudden absence of Shinketsu. Irika had to leave for an errand, and I am filling in his place. Shinketsu has already switched shifts. Gentetsu replied, frustration evident. Mizuki-sama, you appear quite fatigued. Would you not like to rest a while longer? No need. Mizuki glanced at the clock on the wall. It is nearly time to clock out. I must hurry home for dinner. Have you even considered what you have done during the day? I was sleeping, of course. Mizuki retorted with a sense of righteousness. And what about the night? Naturally, I was also sleeping. What else could I possibly do? Mizuki shot Gentetsu a disdainful look, incredulous that such a question was posed. Ignoring Gentetsu, who was fuming, Mizuki prepared to head home. Mizuki, may I leave now? Chihiro arrived to escort him. Chihiro. You arrived just in time. Is everything ready? All set. Shall we head back? Are we having potato stew again? No, let us make curry today for a change. All right, let us hurry. Curry takes quite a while to prepare. We must start early. Not to worry. If it gets too late, we can simply stay at my place. Mizuki replied. Then, Chihiro linked her arm with Mizuki's and gracefully strolled away, leaving a flurry of single individuals in disarray, bewildered by the display. Upon returning home, the darkness had enveloped the sky completely, yet Mizuki and Chihiro's interaction was not as sweet and tender as one might imagine. Mizuki, must we proceed in this manner? If you directly request assistance from the village, you would surely be unharmed. Chihiro expressed her concerns. That is not an option, Chihiro. The village must not be made aware of this. This matter bears a striking resemblance to the cursed seal of Mitarashi Yanko. It would be evident that I am connected to Orochimaru. If discovered, it could lead to grave consequences, possibly resulting in a lifetime of confinement. Even frightening little Chuan serves a purpose, preventing any inadvertent revealing of vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Chuan fell silent. Rest assured, there will be no further entanglements with Orochimaru. As long as this sealing technique proves effective, the curse mark will remain dormant, and no one will be the wiser. Moreover, if we do not resolve this matter promptly, the burden will become insurmountable, and my body cannot endure for much longer. Recently, Mizuki has been making every effort to rest and conserve energy, yet despite an increased appetite, his physical condition continues to decline. If this persists, it will surely raise suspicions. Will everything truly be all right? Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Besides, the wedding date is approaching, and I do not wish for any complications that might cause me to miss the most significant moment of my life. Have peace of mind. Chuan, you prepare the meal while I gather the materials for the spell. Once we finish eating, we shall commence. Very well. With this reassurance, Chuan resolved herself. After dinner, once everything was tidied up, Mizuki activated the monitoring barrier in the room, detecting no unusual chakra fluctuations. There was no one watching. As anticipated, No one would deliberately observe a grown man and his fiancée alone together at such an hour. With all preparations complete, Mizuki retrieved the spell materials he had gathered over the past few days and began inscribing the sealing array, with Chuan periodically assisting him. After completing the intricate design and verifying its accuracy multiple times, Mizuki settled in the center and addressed Chuan. "It's your turn. Do not be anxious. Take your time. We have ample time." Upon hearing this, Chuan accepted the spell materials and began to inscribe the sealing runes upon Mizuki, particularly in areas on his back that he could not easily see. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Chuan's forehead, primarily due to the anxiety of performing a spell for the first time. After a considerable period, Chuan spoke. "I am finished. The reverse sealing technique I needed to add is complete, correct?" Mizuki inquired. "Yes, I have left a backdoor as you requested. As long as the mental wave you designed is activated, the seal will reverse, significantly amplifying the curse mark," Chuan replied, her concern evident. "However, according to your description, activating the curse mark will greatly deplete life force. Why did you leave this vulnerability? Better safe than sorry. It may prove useful. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that day never arrives," Mizuki responded. In truth, there was a crucial detail Mizuki withheld. Within his body, the four-symbol seal had already been placed. As long as this overall switch remained accessible, he could temporarily unleash tremendous power, while his frail mind and spirit were safeguarded by a secondary seal. Repairing physical damage was considerably easier than addressing mental harm. "Shall we begin? Are you prepared?" Mizuki confirmed one last time. "Yes, I am ready." Nodding, Mizuki extended his left hand while Chuan extended her right, forming the combination seal. Initially, Mizuki contemplated completing the sealing independently. However, given his slight modifications to the seal in the original text depiction of the sealing process, the pain from activating the curse mark and seal would be incapacitating, requiring precise control inherent to ninjutsu. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance, and his fiancée, Chuan, was the most trustworthy person available. Reluctantly, he could only enlist the help of Chuan, whose physical strength and chakra reserves were not optimal. As everything seemed nearly ready, Shuimu began to channel his chakra, activating the cursed seal upon his right arm. The grotesque seal gradually morphed, transforming into crimson patterns that spread across his body. An excruciating pain nearly caused Shuimu to lose consciousness. "Xiaochun, it's time." Xiaochun placed her left hand upon the cursed seal on Shuimu's right arm, sealing the malevolent energy. Instantly, the sealing array on the ground emitted a hazy white light, and the sealing runes pulsated, as if drawn by an unseen force, converging upon Shuimu's right arm. Waves of torment surged through him, akin to a relentless assault on his very soul, leading him to contemplate that death might be preferable. A vast reservoir of chakra flowed as their hands formed seals, with Xiaochun channeling it into the sealing array on Shuimu's arm. Within mere minutes, he felt as though he were enduring a lifetime of agony. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, Xiaochun shouted, "Seal." In that moment, a tightening sensation enveloped his right arm, and it felt as though all the energy within him coalesced. After the sharp pain subsided, a sudden release overwhelmed him, causing Shuimu to collapse involuntarily. Noticing this, Xiaochun hastily caught him and gently laid him on the ground. "Is it done?" Shuimu, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. "Yes." "Are you all right?" Xiaochun, equally exhausted and glistening with perspiration, replied. "That's good. I'm fine," he said before fainting. This time, Shuimu fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Oblivious to everything, too fatigued even to dream. The sensation of waking naturally after a long sleep was a long-lost pleasure. Upon awakening in the morning, he discovered Xiaochun had fallen asleep beside him. "It seems you've been taking care of me all night. I'm sorry to have worried you." Without concern for whether she heard, he reached out to gently touch her fair sleeping face. Shuimu, you're awake?" The ninja truly were vigilant beings, sensing even the slightest disturbance. "Xiaochun, thank you for your concern, and I apologize for the worry. I'm just glad you're okay." Xiaochun smiled. "Do you want to take a day off today?" "No, my work isn't too demanding. I just need to sit. It's not tiring." Hearing this, Xiaochun pursed her lips and smiled. "Your reputation is already tarnished. Even we have heard the rumors. It's better not to dwell on gossip, otherwise life becomes too burdensome." Shuimu replied nonchalantly. "It's like last night when you stayed here, and we both arrived late. What rumors do you think would arise?" "Oh." Xiaochun was first taken aback. Then a wave of shyness washed over her, What should we do about that? What is there to fear? We're already running late. Let's make breakfast and take our time, he suggested. Is it already this late? Why didn't you say so earlier? We need to hurry. Without waiting for Shuemu to respond, she prepared to pull him out the door. Xiaochun, if we go out looking disheveled, there will be even worse rumors. Then hurry and get ready. You've made this worse. What does it matter? Regardless of what others say, you are still my fiancé, and that will only incite envy, he reassured her. Who is envious? You talk too much. Hurry up and get ready. In a flurry, Shuemu managed to avoid being late. Hey, Ziddy, why are you here again? Didn't you come yesterday? Yesterday, I was substituting. Today it's my turn to be on duty. Is that so? Shuemu replied idly. The weather is quite pleasant today. Enough chatter, get to work. Oh, I have yet to partake in breakfast. Do you not see the dumpling I am holding? Would you care for a skewer? Thank you, but no. Why have you arrived so late today? I was utterly exhausted last night and overslept. Exhausted? The envious expression on Ziddy's face indicates a misunderstanding, nonetheless. Shuemu would not offer any clarification. After consuming the food in a few bites, Shuemu inquired, what shall we do next? It seems there are not many tasks lately. It's rather leisurely. If you find yourself so idle, why not deliver this stack of task lists to Lord Third? These are all entrusted tasks under his particular attention. Very well, I shall go, Shuemu replied, casually flipping through the documents. Tasks from the Land of Waves? It appears my suggestions were not entirely in vain. Shuemu pondered. Although the Third claims not to care, he must have conducted some investigation, even if he did not venture to the Land of Waves. Acquiring information from a drunken old man would be quite straightforward for a ninja, easily achieved without anyone being the wiser. Now it seems the Third has become aware of the situation. Therefore, it is imperative that a team of lower-ranked ninjas, led by a jonin of sufficient strength, is dispatched to ensure safety. Kakashi is the obvious choice, providing an opportunity to assess Uchiha Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This arrangement is ideal, as it mitigates any potential changes that may arise from the butterfly effect caused by my recent actions, until adequate strength is attained. Adhering to the original narrative and maintaining an information advantage is essential to navigate through the forthcoming trials. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Shuemu found Hatake Kakashi and his team already present, indicating he had arrived just in time. The hero and his righteous companions were about to embark on their journey of monster slaying and leveling up, while I, the former antagonist turned quest-giving NPC, had yet to find the pivotal point of entry, leaving me somewhat dissatisfied. It truly is lively, isn't it? Shuemu greeted. Long time no see, Kakashi. Is that you, Shuemu? You look rather unwell. Have you been up to no good? I've heard the village atmosphere has been rather poor lately, with ninjas openly slacking off. How could that be? I am a paragon of dedication, never tardy without reason, unlike certain lackadaisical ninjas. The nearby genin nodded in agreement, appearing quite convinced. Disregarding Kakashi, Shuemu approached to submit the task list. Lord Third, here is the task list you requested. Very well. The Third leafed through it casually. You may leave now. Yes. Naruto, overhearing the mention of a task, eagerly inquired, what kind of mission is it? Is it to protect a daimyo or rescue a princess? We can handle it. Oh, Naruto, you are here as well. My apologies for not noticing you. There were too many people, and a short winter melon like you is truly inconspicuous, Shuemu remarked. A short winter melon? The oblivious Naruto glanced at Sakura and Sasuke beside him, only then realizing Shuemu was referring to him. You scoundrel. You terrible teacher. I'll make sure to beat you. Sakura quickly restrained Naruto. Ignoring the raucous Naruto, Shuemu addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, if you have time, I'd like to treat you to Ichiraku ramen. The other day, I heard from Shobu that she has seen your true face. I am quite curious just how handsome you must be to have captivated her so completely. You truly excel at delivering absurdities with utmost seriousness, Kakashi replied, bearing the curious gazes of the three lower-ranking ninjas. Whether it is indeed nonsense remains a matter of debate. With that, Mizuki exited the Hokage's office. Upon returning to the mission hall, Mizuki fell back into a state of idleness. What should I do? Perhaps it is best to rest and gather my strength for tonight's experiments. What is all this noise? Half awake, Mizuki vaguely heard someone calling for him. Irritated, he rubbed his eyes and stretched, yawning as he inquired about the commotion. Finally awake, you lazy teacher. We are here to register for a mission, came Naruto's voice. Why must you call for me specifically? Aren't there others present? Mizuki pointed to the empty space beside him. Huh, where did everyone go? Where have all the responsible ninjas disappeared to? The future of the village truly seems uncertain. You have no right to say such things, Naruto retorted, pointing at the drool Mizuki had left on the table while sleeping. Hey, a lower ninja should maintain a lower ninja's demeanor. This is quite impolite. Let me see the mission request. Naruto handed over the document with an expression of discontent. Mizuki glanced over it. Indeed, it was a mission from the Land of Waves. Did Lord Third approve of you taking on this task? Mizuki asked Kakashi, feigning ignorance. This mission seems quite troublesome. It appears it will consume a good deal of time. The Third approved it. It's beneficial for lower ninjas to venture beyond the village and broaden their horizons, Kakashi replied. Is that so? With you accompanying them? I presume there will be no issues, Mizuki remarked. Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow. After completing the registration and departure procedures, Mizuki stated. At that moment, Sakura shyly interjected, Mizuki-sensei, may I ask if you've ever seen what Kakashi-sensei truly looks like? Not at all. Hardly anyone has. I know Shobu saw him once and said he was exceptionally handsome. Is that true? I would love to meet him. Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi interjected, it's not a secret. You will have your chance to see him in the future. Now, hurry back and prepare. We leave early the day after tomorrow. The three lower ninjas reluctantly departed. As he watched Kakashi's team leave, Mizuki closed his eyes once more, soon drifting into slumber. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and leisurely days passed swiftly. By day, Mizuki adhered to a routine. After several days of rest, he no longer needed to conserve energy constantly. However, once a habit is formed, it is difficult to alter, and given the tranquility of his work, he often succumbed to sleep. By night, Mizuki diligently studied the transformations of kudzu and jellyfish, hoping to find a solution to his physical ailments. Yet, to be honest, results were sparse. Although these two remarkable organisms had once held great promise, their direct assistance proved limited, and they shared an irremediable flaw, their inherent fragility. While kudzu possesses the remarkable ability to regenerate into a complete organism from any severed part, demonstrating an extraordinary potency of cellular totipotency, the capacity of a single cell to develop into a fully formed entity is indeed awe-inspiring. For the average adult, the only cells that can barely qualify as pluripotent, aside from those related to reproduction, are the bone marrow stem cells. However, their pluripotency does not compare to that of the organism known as Go. Generally speaking, the higher the biological classification, the lesser the pluripotency of its cells. The immortal jellyfish, with its enviable longevity and remarkable capability for asexual reproduction, proves to be an exceptionally potent asset when utilized effectively. Nevertheless, these two organisms, at their core, possess advantages only in specific aspects. Many animals rely on goo as a source of sustenance, and a mere spark could reduce it to ashes. The jellyfish, on the other hand, is confined to aquatic environments, and its fragile body could easily be crushed by a child, rendering it rather impractical. Despite the passage of time, Shuei-mu has yet to discover a method for acquiring formidable vitality. However, he has not returned empty-handed. Glancing at the glass petri dish filled with bizarre creatures, a three-legged sparrow, a two-headed mouse, and insects with peculiar compound eyes, he occasionally observes some relatively normal specimens. Shuei-mu first eliminated all the mutated organisms, meticulously documenting his findings, before categorizing the remaining normal specimens into two groups, one injected with a green solution, which he then divided into segments according to dosage, and the other injected with a milky white substance, which he kept separately. Having accomplished this, he redirected his focus to the experiments involving Go and the jellyfish. Regardless of the circumstances, Shuei-mu cannot help but marvel at the convenience of chakra in this world. It is no wonder that Orochimaru, on his own, could indulge in mad scientific pursuits that disrupt the fabric of reality. This potent force can replace various high-tech instruments for observation and manipulation. Without chakra, nothing would be feasible. At times, Shuei-mu feels a twinge of disdain for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, although the Byakugan and Sharingan are unparalleled when fully evolved. How many individuals can truly achieve such mastery? If even a couple of individuals like Orochimaru emerged, equipped with the insight of the Byakugan and Sharingan, they could treat a biochemical crisis as mere child's play, rendering clan extermination and familial divisions laughably redundant. After all, in just 2 or 3 months, he could produce a plethora of aberrant specimens, leading to an undeniable acknowledgement that knowledge is indeed power. In truth, during the past few months, Shuei is focused on two primary tasks: mass breeding samples and disrupting specific genetic codes to conduct elimination experiments. He is acutely aware that in the previous world, the collective technological prowess would require years to complete the genetic coding of a single species. It is neither realistic nor necessary for him to fully comprehend an organism independently. It suffices to disrupt particular genetic sequences and observe which traits fail to manifest as a result. By identifying these critical points, he can reverse transcribe the corresponding protein enzymes from the disrupted genes and inject them into other organisms to assess their efficacy. The various aberrant creatures in the petri dish are a product of this methodology. Currently, Shuei has successfully extracted effective substances from the green solution, which exhibits the pluripotency characteristic found in Go. Diverse small creatures segmented into various forms can be completely revived into independent beings with the injection of a specific dosage of a green potion, provided they have not succumbed to death on the spot. Additionally, for those lacking limbs, a suitable injection can facilitate the regeneration of severed appendages. However, if the timing and dosage are not meticulously managed, one may find superfluous organs sprouting in unsuitable locations, resulting in an array of deformities. Among the experiments, those conducted on plants yielded the most flawless results, exhibiting minimal complications. Of course, plants do not adhere to any particular shapes. Insects demonstrated slightly better outcomes, with most appearing relatively normal, while small sparrows and mice exhibited ordinary results, often leading to malformations. Larger organisms have yet to be tested due to current objective constraints. Without a sufficiently large laboratory, conducting such experiments at home would be unthinkable. In contrast, progress in reverse genetic coding has been minimal, with no breakthroughs to report. However, there have been modest advancements in the project concerning non-destructive division. The milky white potion has thus far succeeded only in extremely low-level aquatic organisms and a few plants. While injections into insects predominantly resulted in mutations, creatures with multiple limbs, and even heads that are repulsively grotesque, higher forms of avian and mammalian life fared even worse, with every specimen perishing upon injection, leaving not a single one to survive even a day. Nevertheless, after a change in strategy, Mizuki achieved some success by combining the green potion with the milky agent, significantly increasing survival rates and reducing the incidence of deformities, an unexpected delight. However, the practicality of these results remains uncertain without thorough experimentation. In the village of Konoha, restrictions are still considerable, necessitating the search for a larger, more discreet location. There exists a potential site, as mentioned in the original narrative, where Mizuki activated a potion for the power of curse marks in a secretive lair belonging to Orochimaru. Not far from Konoha and seldom frequented by others, perhaps an ideal locale. After the Chunin exams, a visit to this site will be imperative, as establishing a hidden laboratory is crucial. With this thought, Mizuki suddenly moved, retrieving a sealing scroll. Upon unraveling it, he revealed a large water tank containing a massive green potion, within which resided a long-tailed salamander-like creature. It was astonishing to realize that even a single strand of his hair could give rise to such a bizarre entity. Indeed, ninjas are extraordinary beings. Can they still be considered normal humans? After pouring a substantial amount of nutrient solution into the tank, Mizuki resealed it, finally possessing some unique techniques worth showcasing, albeit still not ready for public display. Preparations for future advantages could now commence. As days passed, the chill of early spring faded, and the weather turned pleasantly warm, bringing increased activity to Konoha. In an era where peace has permeated the hearts of its people, the lurking dangers went unnoticed. Konoha's ninjas have always been capable of warding off threats beyond the village, and aside from the Nine-Tails assault over a decade ago, the last direct attack on Konoha had long been forgotten. As the date of the Chunin exams drew nearer, Mizuki hastened his preparations. Crisis embodies dual possibilities. Danger simultaneously harbors opportunity, and the suffocating monotony of stagnation inevitably frustrates those unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Although Shuei cherished these harmonious days, in the face of inevitable turmoil, he contemplated the art of survival and the merits of navigating through murky waters. Just as he resigned himself to waiting until Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, an urgent summons arrived, compelling him to abandon his leisurely role as a task NPC. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found several others had already gathered, making him the last to arrive. Senju Ibiki, Yamashiro Aoi, Mizuki Izumo, Kanji Tetsu, and Tsukigakure Jikaze were present. Was this the prelude to an S-rank mission? As the assembly was complete, the third Hokage acknowledged Shuemu's entrance and proceeded to address the group. I have gathered you all for a particularly challenging mission. First, I must deliver some unfortunate news. The C-rank mission led by Kakashi's Genin team in the Land of Waves has undergone a significant alteration, escalating it to S-rank due to the emergence of the S-rank rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. After an encounter, Kakashi emerged victorious but is currently too exhausted to pursue. He has requested aid from the village. How could this happen? Yamashiro Aoi exclaimed. Was there no thorough vetting during the mission assignment process? This matter falls under my responsibility. The third Hokage replied gravely, taking a deep breath. When the mission was submitted, Shuemu had already raised concerns. The village conducted some investigations, but regrettably, the severity of the situation exceeded our expectations. Initially, we assumed the opposing force to be a mere local warlord, perhaps hiring some rogue ninjas. With Kakashi present, there was no cause for alarm. However, shortly after leaving the village, Kakashi's team was ambushed by two Chunin-level ninjas. The village received reports but did not take them seriously, only to be blindsided by the appearance of Zabuza. The audacity of the enemy to employ such unscrupulous S-rank rogue ninjas is astonishing. Shall we take action swiftly then? Senju Ibiki inquired. Indeed, you must exercise caution, the Hokage responded. This operation will be led by Ibiki, forming a 6-member team. Your primary objective is to protect Kakashi's team. Should any other factions attempt to exploit the chaos in the Land of Waves, endeavor to thwart them. But, Shuemu questioned, why doesn't Kakashi abandon the mission? The client has misrepresented the mission's rank. The village could easily withdraw from this troublesome affair. Why entangle us in such a disadvantageous predicament? I understand your concerns. The third Hokage replied, taking another deep breath. You have a covert mission as well, to assist Kakashi discreetly in completing the task in the Land of Waves. Though distant and impoverished, it is a strategic location, serving as a crucial barrier between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Should they align with Konoha, it would be a tremendous boon for us. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your presence overtly and avoid drawing attention to yourselves. Understood, the team affirmed. Then I entrust this task to you. Expedite your preparations and depart swiftly. After receiving their orders, Captain Senju Ibiki instructed, prepare yourselves for a quarter of an hour and then assemble at the village gate. With that, the group dispersed like startled birds. Shuemu dashed home with great haste, promptly organizing his ninja tools and gathering some life-saving potions before setting off. Although the side effects were considerable, he reasoned that a small dosage could serve as a temporary remedy without much consequence. If the situation grew dire, he would have no choice but to gamble with his life. As he stepped outside, noticing he still had time, he decided to bid farewell to Xiao Chun, requesting her assistance in caring for the flora and fauna in his room, and then he sprinted towards the village exit. Am I truly the last one? He wondered, surprised. No, everyone is here now, replied Captain Sanai Ibiki, his serious demeanor coupled with a face marred by scars, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As a promising youth of the new era, Shuemu found himself ill-equipped to engage with such a dangerous individual adept at interrogation and psychological warfare. The 6 of them raced ahead, their exchanges painfully sparse. Yama Aoi, skilled in illusion and mind-reading, alongside Ibiki, a sadist, formed a taciturn duo. Tsukikage Hate, a frail figure, conserved his energy to maintain the pace, while the close friends Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo remained silent, caught up in the urgency of their mission. However, Shuemu could not endure the oppressive atmosphere, prompting him to speak to Ibiki. Captain, don't you think our team composition is rather peculiar? What do you mean by peculiar? Ibiki responded. With you and Yama Aoi specializing in intelligence interrogation, Izumo Tetsu handling direct confrontations, and Hate ready for one-on-one encounters, isn't this team quite capable? What role am I meant to fulfill? Shuemu was aware he was feigning ignorance. Although the original narrative did not elaborate, it was highly likely that Konoha had dispatched a rescue team as well. The probability of Kakashi, a seasoned ninja, failing to report to the village in the face of unexpected developments was exceedingly low. Furthermore, after being severely beaten during the second assault, only managing to repel the formidable foe while being accompanied by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, it was foolish for a Jonin to attempt to endure alone under such circumstances. It stood to reason that Konoha had support. However, whether they would arrive in time or if there were other undisclosed factors remained uncertain. Originally, this mission should not have concerned Shuemu, yet unlike in the original narrative where he languished in prison, his 3-month punishment period was nearing its end. As a distinguished Chunin, it was entirely reasonable for him to undertake a mission as a means of redeeming himself. Moreover, his previous lethargy had likely left a sour impression on others. Alas, I suppose I brought this upon myself. If I fail to gain anything from this endeavor, it would all be in vain. Before Ibiki could respond to Shuemu's inquiry, Kanetsu Tetsu interjected with a complaint. The third Hokage truly is a master of folly. Sending idle ninjas to undertake such tasks is nothing short of brilliant. Who among us is idle? I have not made a single mistake in my work these past 2 months. Enough of this bickering. Hate interjected, unwilling to remain silent. As long as we can connect with Kakashi before Zabuza strikes again, we will have completed a significant portion of our mission. My dear brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Shuemu replied, unable to contain himself. You need rest more than I do. In the presence of a model ninja who is battling illness, I feel a deep sense of shame for my selfishness. Hee. To his surprise, Ibiki chuckled. Although the likelihood of fierce combat in this mission was minimal with Kakashi present, and our role was not to engage directly, we only needed to discreetly protect the 3 genin and the mission's client, leaving other matters to circumstance. Please, Ibiki, spare us your laughter. It's becoming even more unsettling than before, Suemu interjected. Speaking of which, Captain, once this mission is complete, the Chunin exams will be upon us. Could you possibly assign me a lighter task? I've been so busy lately that I've lost quite a bit of weight. Even Kocho has expressed concern for me. Regrettably, the arrangements have already been made, and you will be informed in due time, came the reply. Oh, how lacking in empathy. I've just endured such hardship in the Death Forest, Suemu retorted. Then you should seek out Akamichi, was the suggestion. Next time, I must discuss my salary with Lord Third, sigh. Suemu, refrain from your complaints, cough cough. Yagyu Shikaz was relentless. I must handle the preliminaries before the third main event. Would you care to switch places with me? No way, Suemu declined without hesitation. Facing a sleep-deprived Jinchuriki was a terror he wished to avoid. Ignorance is bliss. But knowing the truth and still approaching it would be sheer folly. At long last, after more than 3 days of rapid marching, the 6-person rescue team arrived in the land of waves and rendezvoused with Kakashi Hitaki in secret. Hey, Kakashi, I heard you were in quite a dire situation. That was truly unexpected, Suemu quipped. Kakashi did not deny it. After all, Zabuza was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, formidable foes indeed. Well then, we shall take it from here. You focus on recuperating while we provide covert support. As for Zabuza, that shall be your responsibility. After all, his silent killing technique is exceedingly troublesome. If we are at a disadvantage in strength, numerical superiority becomes nearly meaningless. If Zabuza takes the initiative, leveraging his home field advantage, we shall be utterly helpless, Ibiki stated. Naturally, leave Zabuza to me. I trust you all with the care of the 3 genin. As night fell, Suemu, Oyama, and Yagyu Shikaz rested in a temporary tent, while Ibiki divided the 6 members into 2 teams, keeping a watchful eye with Inuzuka Iron at another location. Kakashi and Ibiki had underestimated the situation. Although it seemed unlikely that any force would directly provoke Konoha, memories indicated that Kakashi's battles were arduous, with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto nearly meeting their demise. Had it not been for Haku's mercy, they would not have witnessed Naruto's miraculous resurgence. Analyzing the circumstances, even without alterations on his part, the possibility of Konoha failing to dispatch a rescue team was slim. Yet their absence raised intriguing questions. What could have delayed the rescue team and left Kakashi to fight alone? Suemu was not as optimistic as others. If the situation unfolded as anticipated, a fierce battle loomed ahead. This was not merely a playful scuffle like the one with Iruka and Naruto. This was a genuine struggle for survival. The tranquil night was punctuated only by the croaking of frogs, mingled with the calls of unidentifiable insects, enhancing the atmosphere of solitude. Feeling an unsettling anxiety about the impending unknown dangers, Mizuki found himself unable to sleep and decided to step out of the tent. He gazed into the pitch-black depths of the forest, resembling a colossal dark beast, its jaws wide open, awaiting the unwary to walk into its trap. Alas, I hope I am mistaken, or that the enemy is not too formidable. Nevertheless, it is a comfort not to be alone. Mizuki couldn't help but wish that all this worry was merely unfounded, and that they could pass through this period safely. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Who is it? It's me. Don't be alarmed. Emerging from the shadows was Yuki Yamashiro. You can't sleep either? I suppose so. I saw you come out and thought I would check on you. Is that so? Mizuki looked skeptical. To him, it seemed likely that this was part of the surveillance. Ahem, Yamashiro chuckled awkwardly. You needn't be so suspicious. I've heard about your situation as well. How should I put it? Every ninja has their own convictions. After all, no one can guarantee what choices they would make under similar circumstances. Hee, you needn't explain. I understand, Mizuki replied nonchalantly. After all, no one wishes to be the one left behind. Sigh, you are perceptive, but being a ninja surely implies a certain awareness. Upon hearing Mizuki's bluntness, Yamashiro felt inclined to say no more. So why can't you sleep? After being a ninja for so many years, it can't simply be insomnia. Resting well and conserving energy is a fundamental quality. I'm a bit worried. Hearing Yamashiro change the subject, Mizuki preferred not to delve into his own concerns. Kakashi and Ibishita are overly optimistic. To be honest, I feel our combat strength is somewhat lacking. Is that so? I have sensed it as well. Zabuza Momochi, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, cannot possibly go unnoticed. It is indeed strange that he has appeared so brazenly in the Land of Waves without any assassination teams to collect bounties. Although he is powerful, the Hidden Mist Village is not an incompetent small ninja village. All of this is mere speculation. No one can say for certain. However, I am preparing to set up some alerts and traps. Waiting passively without information is simply too risky. This is unavoidable, with the Chunin exams approaching. Most of the manpower has been diverted. If only we had a Hyuga or Yamanaka ninja. Then we must devise our own solutions. Well, you should prepare around here for now. I will scout ahead. If all is well, try to rest early. This mission is likely to take more than a day or two. With that, Yamashiro ventured back into the dark forest. For several days, the Leaf Ninjas found no suspicious activity, and their earlier worries began to dissipate. As time passed, Kakashi gradually recovered, allowing Mizuki to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Kakashi's strength was restored, things could hardly get worse. Even against powerful enemies, they would not be without means to retaliate. In the heart of the forest, Mizuki, the moonlit breeze, and Yamashiro hid in the shadows of the trees, observing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto practicing in the distance. Mizuki, you have interacted with that Nine-Tails boy. What kind of person do you perceive him to be? Yamashiro whispered softly. How should one articulate it? Perhaps it can be said that he is a person brimming with enthusiasm. Enthusiasm? Does it pertain to his ninjutsu? In various aspects, I suppose. Mizuki shook his head, remarking that although he is a troublesome little rascal, he is not entirely detestable. His prowess appears rather unimpressive. However, he possesses considerable talent. While he may not reach the level of a jonin, if he gains the upper hand, it could pose significant challenges. Nevertheless, his strengths and weaknesses are glaringly apparent. His chakra reserves are astonishingly vast, his physical stamina is exceptional, and coupled with his innate constitution and the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the Nine-Tails chakra, his potential is immense. In the future, he may rival Uchiha Sasuke. Mizuki found himself momentarily assuming the role of a seer. This assertion piqued the interest of Moonlight Gale. Is he truly that formidable? While there is no record of Uchiha Sasuke awakening the Sharingan, once the bloodline limit is activated, the disparity should become quite evident. You speak of general circumstances. The Sharingan is indeed powerful, yet it is not omnipotent. Sasuke's foundation is significantly stronger than Naruto's, thus the current gap appears substantial. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that Naruto is also an exceptionally capable genin. Provided he identifies opportunities to address his shortcomings, his strength will undoubtedly increase rapidly. Is that so? Yamashiro, Aoba, and Moonlight Gale remained noncommittal. Is Uchiha Sasuke returning? No need. We shall continue monitoring Uzumaki Naruto here. The captain is responsible for that area. Very well. The three continued their surveillance until the late hours of the night, until Uzumaki Naruto collapsed from exhaustion. You were right, Mizuki. This fellow will grow stronger. Yamashiro, Aoba, and Moonlight Gale remarked. A ninja who works this diligently, if properly guided, will surely not have a bleak future. Well then, let us take turns resting. Shall I go first? All right, you rest first, and we shall call you when the time comes. It was not until dawn that Yamashiro, Aoba awakened Mizuki for his turn to continue the watch. Just in time. Let us see if Haku arrives as he does in my memories to gather herbs. Hopefully, the butterfly effect won't be too pronounced. Suddenly, Mizuki spotted a long-haired, handsome young man approaching from a distance. Indeed, he has arrived. Mizuki hurriedly roused the other two, quickly signaling for silence, and gestured toward the newcomer. Initially bewildered, they soon realized there was an intruder and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Just as in his recollections, Haku discovered Naruto and prepared to strike him down, but ultimately hesitated. When Haku's hand was poised to grasp Naruto, Moonlight Gale nearly rushed out, yet Mizuki swiftly pulled him back, indicating with a shake of his head not to act impulsively. As anticipated, the two kind-hearted youths engaged in a conversation about life and dreams, ultimately parting ways satisfied. Throughout Haku's life, there is no record of the number of lives he has taken. It is likely very few. As for Uzumaki Naruto, aside from the original anime plots, it seems the only individual he has truly slain in the original work is Zetsu. The notion of being the reincarnation of Ashura is no mere fabrication. Love and justice are ingrained in his very soul, to the point that he has scarcely taken the life of a villain. Mizuki, how did you know that young man would not act? Moonlight Gale inquired, puzzled. There was no intent to kill, Mizuki explained vaguely. Is that so? Moonlight Gale refrained from further questioning. Who is that person? Do you know him? How could that be possible? Shuemu promptly denied the suggestion, pondering whether an investigation was in order. It was highly likely that an unforeseen adversary was at play. Let us not act rashly, Shanshin decided. I shall inform Ibiki and Kakashi. With that, he returned to exchange intelligence. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke and Naruto also made their way back, coincidentally allowing the two remaining observers to accompany them. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, they found Kakashi and Ibiki's team already assembled. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the situation, Ibiki initiated. Regarding the malevolent youth we just discovered, we intended to pursue him for further investigation, but soon realized he had vanished without a trace. In other words, we lost him. He continued with a grave tone, based on our inquiries in the vicinity. Although we have not detected any other ninja, certain intelligence suggests that there may be a team, or perhaps even more, of concealed ninja lurking nearby. Their numbers and intentions unknown. That is indeed unfortunate news, Kakashi remarked with resignation. Given our current circumstances, we cannot request reinforcements. We must rely solely on ourselves. With our present combat capabilities, as long as we do not encounter an overwhelming force of ninja, we should be able to hold our ground. Observing the consensus among the group, Ibiki continued, Kakashi, you and your students will handle the visible Zabuza and his minions. We will endeavor to fend off any other disturbances, and if time allows, we will come to your aid. Not an issue, Kakashi nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of their mission. Moreover, my students are competent ninjas. They will not be easily overwhelmed and will serve as valuable support. Excellent. Ibiki turned to Shanshin Qingya, Yueguang Jifeng, and Shuemu, assigning, you three will act as visible support, patrolling a radius of 5 kilometers from the bridge to eliminate any suspicious individuals. I and Chunko Tetsu will remain in the shadows as the final mobile support. Understood. Shuemu reluctantly acquiesced. Abate, I hope they do not send anyone too formidable. In the ensuing days, Shuemu remained tense, albeit relieved to have brought along some experimental aquatic creatures, both completed and unfinished. While lacking in combat prowess, they would suffice for makeshift vigilance in this environment. Honestly, I never anticipated undertaking a mission under such disadvantageous conditions. None of us are proficient in water jutsu, Shuemu lamented. This is unavoidable, Shanshin Qingye concurred. Aside from the second Hokage, only the third is adept in various elemental techniques. Yet, to be frank, water jutsu is not our forte. Fire release, genjutsu, swordsmanship. Even sealing techniques and lightning or wind release possess considerable advantages, Shanshin Qingye added. If only a member of the Hyuga clan were here, but unfortunately, there are too few ninjas from Konoha involved in this mission, Yueguang Jifeng sighed, wishing for a safe return and contemplating marriage with Yuing. Hearing such sentiments, Shuemu could not help but internally scoff. Is it so easy to plant a death flag? Those who utter such words often meet an unfortunate fate. The Chunin exams await you. Do not even think about slacking off, Shuemu remarked. Just then, Shuemu was startled, sensing an approaching presence. Be cautious, someone is coming. A drifting jellyfish met its demise, prompting Mizuki to apply sealing techniques and explosive tags to it, casting it afar in a wide arc. Any disturbance of chakra nearby would ignite the tags, incinerating the jellyfish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thick fog enveloped the area. Damn! Have they switched to a full assault after being discovered? They are coming. The trio remained vigilant as the mist approached, yet before they could spot the enemy, they sensed a significant surge of chakra erupting from a distant bridge. Has Kakashi also fallen into a fierce battle? It seems the opponents have timed their approach perfectly, leaving our intelligence in a disadvantageous position, having exposed themselves first. A wave of anxiety washed over Mizuki. He could no longer rely on Kakashi, and it was difficult to assess Ibiki's capabilities. In such a scenario, a surprise attack would be challenging, and a direct confrontation would hinge on sheer strength. Gradually, they were engulfed by the fog, forming a triangular formation back-to-back for defense. Be cautious. There are 4 individuals ahead, warned Mizuki, the only one among them with the ability to scout in the mist. It was the assassination unit of the mist, and trouble was brewing. Should we charge in? Moonlight Shikaz inquired of Yamashiro Aoi, the strongest among them. Let's see if we can negotiate first. Engaging directly with the mist ninjas could ignite a war. We should ascertain their intentions. Slowly, for indistinct figures materialized from the fog. The leader appeared remarkably youthful, with flowing white hair, while the other 3 sported red, green, and blue hair, the primary colors of light, a reflection of the limitless possibilities within the ninja world. Gazing at the 4 masked figures, Yamashiro Aoi was the first to speak. Are you members of the Mist Assassination Unit? What brings you to the Land of Fire? A raspy, unpleasant voice emanated from the white-haired leader. Our target is the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi and the executioner's blade he wields. He emphasized the latter statement. Thus, we have no intention of becoming enemies with Konoha, provided you leave this place. We cannot comply. The mission must be fulfilled, came the resolute reply. Oh, are you intending to interfere in the internal affairs of the Mist? TCH, a rogue ninja, and you still consider him a Mist ninja? Mizuki retorted. Does that mean negotiations have broken down? The leader's ominous tone suggested otherwise. Very well, we'll eliminate all of you and plunder the Land of Waves. With the talks collapsing, battle was imminent. Among the trio from Konoha, Yamashiro Aoi was the most formidable, yet his favored techniques were ill-suited for this environment. Moonlight Shikaz excelled in swordsmanship and ninjutsu, but his physical condition posed a liability, making protracted combat unfeasible. Mizuki, though seemingly average, was paradoxically the least encumbered by weaknesses and possessed the best physical attributes. Coupled with the reconnaissance abilities of temporary aquatic summoning beasts, he emerged as the one most capable of maximizing their strengths. The leader on their side is a master swordsman. You must hold him off, Yamashiro Aoi instructed Moonlight Shikaz. Understood, leave it to me. Moonlight Shikaz leaped forward. Mizuki and Yamashiro Aoi, by uniting their forces against 3, gained the upper hand, as the trio opposite them seemed relatively weak, struggling to maintain a combined technique. The situation became a stalemate. Mizuki glanced at the other side. The white-haired youth appeared proficient in swordsmanship, evenly matched with Moonlight Shikaz. However, given his youth, his stamina was likely a disadvantage. Of course, Moonlight Shikaz's physical condition was also precarious, yet for the moment, it posed no significant issue. As Shui Mu pondered, he addressed Shangqing Qingya, requesting a moment's respite. With that, he retrieved the summoning beast scroll, bit his fingertip, and began to weave hand seals to cast his spell. Shangqing Qingya swiftly positioned himself before Shui Mu, declaring, Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged through the dense fog, hurtling towards the trio with an explosive force. Although its lethality was limited, it effectively repelled their adversaries. Summoning technique. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Mu unleashed a flurry of runes that spread across the water's surface, illuminating it with glimmering points of light. To the untrained eye, they appeared indistinguishable from the water itself. Prepare to charge, follow my lead. With no tank to absorb the brunt of the assault, he had no choice but to take on the role himself, especially since their opponents were not particularly formidable, granting them a high probability of victory. He hurled 3 shurikens, each aimed at the trio, and then launched himself into the fray. The enemy was caught off guard, and amidst their cries of anguish, one was struck by a shuriken, severing his arm and rendering it useless. Another was swiftly engaged by Shui Mu, who plunged a kunai into his chest, while the last fell victim to Shangqing Qingya's blade, which pierced his abdomen, leaving him gravely wounded. The venomous jellyfish was not to be trifled with. Well done, Shui Mu, he commended. For now, the threat here has been neutralized. I shall move to assist over there. Be cautious. Understood, Shuei-mu replied, taking a moment to catch his breath before sprinting toward another battlefield, aiming for a swift resolution. Meanwhile, Yueguang Jifeng had been locked in combat with the white-haired youth for quite some time, yet no victor had emerged. His own Leaf Village sword techniques and physical prowess were ill-suited for this prolonged engagement. He excelled at delivering decisive blows. Although he held the advantage in strength, he found himself ensnared by the limitations of visibility and the environment, resulting in a drawn-out struggle. Is there something beneath the water? Could it be Shuei-mu's summoning beast? A wave of elation washed over Yueguang Jifeng at the prospect of reinforcements arriving after their victory. While deftly managing his opponent, he kept a vigilant eye on the underwater signals, methodically luring the enemy into a trap. Sealing technique, binding formation. Suddenly, beams of light erupted from beneath the surface, ensnaring the white-haired youth and rendering him immobile. Yueguang Jifeng seized the moment, executing the crescent moon dance, slicing the opponent's throat with one strike, plunging his blade into the chest with another, and severing the weapon-bearing hand with a final blow. Victory is ours. After a prolonged skirmish, Yueguang Jifeng finally felt a sense of relief. Be cautious. Shuei-mu, who had been providing support, sensed something amiss and urged retreat. To their astonishment, the white-haired youth transformed into a puddle of water, from which a water jet shot forth, piercing Yueguang Jifeng's abdomen, leaving him unable to evade in time. Curse it! It's the ghostly Mizuki, so strong at such a young age. The ninja world is rife with monsters. How has this fellow not yet been captured by Orochimaru? Shuei-mu hastened to assist Yueguang Jifeng. To their disbelief, the boy they believed to be dead re-emerged, steel blade raised once more, and swiftly dispatched several long-cultivated jellyfish from beneath the water. What a significant loss, Shuei-mu thought, unwilling to linger further, and escorted the gravely injured Yueguang Jifeng toward Shanqingqingya. Although the strength of Mizuki is not significantly inferior to that of the current Hozuki Suigetsu, and may even slightly surpass it, the situation becomes dire with the presence of the severely injured Tsukikage Hate. Hozuki Suigetsu relentlessly targets Tsukikage Hate, leaving Mizuki with no room to evade, gradually inflicting severe wounds upon him. As Mizuki retreats while fighting, he finally spots a figure ahead, Yamashiro Aoi, and believes he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, only to discover that Yamashiro Aoi is in an even worse condition than himself. What has happened? Mizuki gasps in shock. Poison, Yamashiro Aoi weakly replies, kneeling on the water's surface with a gaping wound in his thigh, clearly unable to continue fighting. He had thought victory was within reach and had intended to extract some intelligence, but his overconfidence proved costly. Be wary, the three opponents are all poison users. Their blood spreads through the water, making it difficult to guard against. This unforeseen circumstance was truly surprising. Who would have thought that these seemingly useless individuals still had some utility? Hozuki Suigetsu appears. Among the trio of colors, only the red-haired member, injured by a shuriken to the arm, remains capable of fighting. The blue-haired individual, pierced by Mizuki's attack to the chest, dies instantly, while the green-haired one, grievously wounded by Yamashiro Aoi, is rendered incapable of battle. Lord Suigetsu, the red-haired one has come to report, he states. You still serve a purpose, Suigetsu retorts, disregarding the red-haired man as he turns and swiftly decapitates the green-haired one, deeming the useless waste unworthy of existence. What is going on? Mizuki laments, feeling utterly despondent. He had merely intended to observe, but now finds himself thrust into the fray. Initially holding an absolute advantage, he is now left in a dire predicament due to a water manipulation technique. Mizuki, the situation is hopeless. You should leave and summon the captain for vengeance. Yamashiro Aoi acknowledges the irreparable state of affairs. It was my negligence. Do not blame yourself. Indeed, big brother with silver hair, our goal is not you. If you choose to depart, we shall not impede you. As long as we acquire the decapitating sword, we care little for anything else. Hozuki Suigetsu has likely exhausted considerable energy as well. Mizuki cannot help but smile wryly. Tell me, Aoi, Hate, if I were to escape alone this time, do you think Lord Sandaime would let me off the hook? Upon speaking, Mizuki retrieves a sealing scroll and produces a collection of green potions, handing them to Yamashiro Aoi and Tsukikage Hate. Let us take a gamble with our lives. Inject half a vial into your severe wounds and apply it to your lighter injuries. As for the side effects, it's a matter of luck for you. What in the world is this? Yamashiro Aoi exclaims. It's a deadly concoction, a byproduct of poison research. Use it at your discretion. I shall not bear the responsibility." With that, Mizuki directly injects a vial into his right arm, a wave of excruciating pain hitting him, causing him to scream out in agony. Witnessing Mizuki's resolve, Yamashiro Aoi and Tsukikage no longer hesitate, injecting the potions into their own wounded thighs and abdomens. "Mizuki, what have you concocted? This is intense." Yamashiro Aoi winces in pain. "Indeed, once we survive, I shall reveal everything to you." Tsukikage, gritting his teeth through the pain, rises and states that the enemies cannot endure much longer. They just need to hold on a little longer. However, the opponent's poison poses a significant challenge. Yamashiro Aoi cautions. "Leave the poison to me. Can your body still move? Your potions are quite effective, though they are agonizing." That is reassuring. After finishing his words, Shuemu produced a sealing scroll. Upon unrolling it, a multitude of azure liquid emerged. He poured it into the water, followed by the remaining nutrients and split agents, then activated his chakra to stimulate the mixture rapidly. The blue liquid spread swiftly, releasing an unpleasant odor. "Stand on this, but do not venture outside the blue perimeter," he instructed. "What is this?" I inquired. "It is a small blue organism. I have accelerated its reproduction. It can swiftly consume the nutrients in the water, while biological toxins are generally decomposed. If that fails, it can still serve as a barrier," Shuemu explained. In this world, there had not yet been many occurrences of nutrient-rich water bodies. Many had never witnessed algal blooms. "Do not underestimate the adult in front of you, young man. Should we not cease hostilities here?" Shuemu attempted to terminate the deadly confrontation. "That is out of the question. I am determined to claim the executioner's blade," came the resolute reply. "Then there is no choice," Shuemu lamented. "I shall take the lead. You two recover quickly while remaining wary of the opponent's water techniques. I will buy us time." Facing two opponents was not a spontaneous decision by Shuemu. Indeed, any one of the three from Konoha possessed greater strength than their adversaries. Even the weakest among them could rival the likes of the current Mizuki, who, despite potential future prowess, was still merely 15 years old. Regardless of his swordsmanship, physical limitations would hinder his full potential. Shuemu was prepared to engage in a battle of attrition, willing to expend his potions to defeat his foe. The enemy's capability to vanquish Tsukikage Shippu was a significant intelligence oversight, as the intricacies of water techniques were beyond imagination and preparation. The unfortunate turn of events for Yamashiro Aoi had proven disastrous. As the Hokage's guard adjusted, it seemed they were unaccustomed to the aftermath of battle. The clash between Mizuki and Tsukikage Shippu left uncertainty regarding their remaining strength. The other red-haired man was injured and unable to exert his full power. If they could endure, the tide would likely turn in their favor over time. The outcome now hinged on the effects and side effects of the green potion, sufficient to sustain them through the conflict, yet not so potent as to induce bodily mutations, while also ensuring the battle did not prolong excessively, risking bodily depletion. It was a delicate balancing act. Embarking on such a significant human experiment for the first time was indeed a case of plans failing to keep pace with reality. Prepared, Shuemu created a shadow clone to protect Tsukikage Shippu and Yamashiro Aoi, while he himself launched a direct assault on Mizuki, eschewing elaborate maneuvers. Shuemu understood that against a master swordsman, any fanciful display would be futile. The essence of his approach lay in brute force and straightforward dominance. Mizuki's swordsmanship was similarly pragmatic. It prioritized inflicting harm to achieve its objective, devoid of the finesse one might expect from a swordmaster. Shuemu, in turn, wielded his shuriken with raw power, aiming to force his opponent into full defense, even if it meant sustaining injuries himself before their blades clashed. "Brother, it seems you are even weaker than that sword-wielding wretch," came the taunt. In a mocking tone, Goezong Shueisui remarked, "Well, if you let me cut you down, the pain will be lessened." It seemed that the unruly child had no family to discipline him. One should never underestimate the strength of adults. "Let me, an older brother, teach you the importance of respecting your seniors." Suemu, biting his fingertip, supported himself with one hand and shouted, "Spirit technique," summoning black runes that spread rapidly in all directions. "Captain, be cautious. Suemu has previously dealt a heavy blow to the red-haired one underwater," came a warning. Unfortunately, before Goezong Shueisui could react, several transparent tentacles pierced through the green tide, climbing up his legs. The excruciating pain sent shivers through Goezong Shueisui, allowing Suemu to rush in. thrusting a shuriken directly into his heart. Your strength is not as formidable as your bravado, arrogant little brat, Suemu declared triumphantly. However, before the words left his lips, Guizhong Shueiyue showed no reaction, and with a swift motion, his right-hand steel blade retaliated, piercing Suemu's chest. Before he could evade, a shadow appeared behind him, none other than the red-haired one, who had been waiting for the right moment, sealing off any escape. What are you thinking, senior? Knowing it is futile, you still seek your own demise? In that moment of crisis, Suemu barely managed to dodge a fatal blow. However, his left shoulder blade was punctured, and his right shoulder was struck by a shuriken, leaving him severely injured. The red-haired one rejoiced, believing victory was at hand. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that Suemu was not retreating but advancing instead. What? Am I the target? He exclaimed in shock, only to be pierced through the throat by a kunai in Suemu's hand. Extras should know their place. Fulfill your mission and make your exit swiftly, Suemu said coldly. The red-haired one fell, unable to utter a word, as his throat produced only gurgling sounds before he sank beneath the waves, consumed by the ocean. In the act of slaying the red-haired one, Suemu exerted all his strength, sweeping his shuriken with such ferocity that it nearly cleaved Guizhong Shueiyue in two. His right hand holding the sword was severed, and he swiftly seized the fallen blade with his left hand, engaging in a frenzy of strikes that left the unprepared Guizhong Shueiyue in several pieces. Yet, as he attempted to retreat, he was a moment too late. A water bullet pierced through Suemu's right chest. Almost immediately, Guizhong Shueiyue re-emerged from his watery transformation, and with a flicker, Suemu felt an overwhelming pressure on his chest before being sent flying by a kick. How unfortunate it is that as a child, I found skipping stones delightful. And now I have become the stone, Suemu lamented inwardly, his ribs fractured and his organs injured. Before he could catch his breath, Guizhong Shueiyue reappeared, wielding another blade seemingly conjured from thin air. To be honest, senior, it's rather surprising that Guizhong Shueiyue hasn't come in for the finishing blow. It seems the saying villains perish from excessive chatter holds true. Even if you eliminate one, what can you achieve? Struggling will only bring more suffering. It cannot alter your fate of dying today. Fate. How amusing it is that a ninja would utter such a term, Suemu gasped. Who will die remains uncertain. Oh, is that so? Then what can you do now? I eagerly await your next move, Guizhong Shueiyue taunted. Just you wait and see. As Suemu boasted brazenly. He secretly calculated the effects of the potent potion. In a brief span, it had nearly mended his grievous wound. However, the excessive loss of blood had left him gravely weakened. Yet, he observed that his opponent was on the brink of collapse as well. Let me broaden my horizons, senior, he thought, even as he advanced with lethal intent. In an instant, he was upon his foe, moving with such swiftness that Suemu seemed almost paralyzed by his injuries, staring helplessly as blades poised above him. Suddenly, Guizhong Shueiyue's body stiffened. What is happening? Why can I not move? He exclaimed in shock, realizing a sealing formation had been cast, when had the seals been inscribed. What is this green substance? It's obstructing my view of the water beneath. Are you astonished, fool? Now, allow me to unveil the wisdom of my master. Without waiting for a response, Suemu unfurled a scroll, preparing to cast a spell. What do you intend to do? Guizhong Shueiyue asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. A lightning-fast figure burst forth from the dense fog. Who? Guizhong Shueiyue gasped, startled to discover an unexpected ally. As the figure came into focus, he realized with clarity, it was none other than Suemu's shadow clone. Idiot, that red-haired fool has perished, and thus I need not protect my two companions any longer. With that, the clone swiftly dispatched Guizhong Shueiyue, slicing him into segments. In an instant, Guizhong Shueiyue's form dissolved into a cascade of water droplets. At that moment, the true Suemu channeled his chakra and shouted, sealing. A bloodstained scroll unleashed chains of runes, which swiftly ensnared the scattered water droplets, sealing them with astonishing speed. Sealed. Afterward, Suemu stowed the scroll and evaded a barrage of water projectiles. Did you think this tactic would still bear fruit? A surprising maneuver cannot possibly thwart one who is already prepared. Amidst the water droplets, Guizhong Shueiyue reemerged. Although his complexion had turned ashen. What have you done to me? That is a question for you to ponder. How should I know what injury befalls a portion of your water-formed body that I have sealed? Only the heavens hold that knowledge. You have provoked my wrath. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Should you possess the capability, then by all means, attempt it, Shuemu retorted disdainfully. In this scenario, his opponent's chances were dwindling. Yet he continued to entangle himself in the fray. It appeared he was merely an impulsive youth with some measure of strength. The longer this dragged on, the more it would serve to teach him a lesson in humility. A brutal exchange of injuries ensued. The shadow clones soon dissipated, leaving Shuemu to endure the agony of his wounds, which rapidly healed, while Guidang Shuewe repeatedly restored himself from his aqueous form. In a sense, they both found themselves in a temporary state of physical invulnerability. Guidang Shuewe likely exhausted vast reserves of chakra, while Shuemu compensated with his life force. It seemed that the determination of victory was nigh, hinging solely on who could endure longer. Amidst this numbing and unremarkable exchange of blows, suddenly, an illusionary figure glided past, cleaving Guidang Shuewe into 4 segments. The dance of the crescent moon, could it be the moonlight gale? Just as Guidang Shuewe had restored himself through water transformation, a shuriken flew by, shattering his head once more. Seizing the moment, Shuemu struck a few more blows before retreating in a defensive stance. You two are rather slow, aren't you? This young man and I are nearly bored to tears. That white-haired fellow has been exceedingly rude, utterly disheveling my exquisite hairstyle. My apologies, Mizuki, said Aoyama of the mountain city. Upon my return, I shall treat you to breakfast for a month. Yet, you do appear rather disheveled. Mizuki had transformed into a veritable specter, his body adorned with wounds that, although mostly healed, were still oozing blood that had congealed upon his skin, rendering him quite a fearsome sight. Despite being a rather impolite wretch, he nonetheless exuded warmth. Moonlight Gale cast a disapproving glance at Akari Mizuki, the enthusiastic youth, and mused that they ought to treat him well. It seemed he was somewhat perturbed by his own carelessness, seeing that the 3 had encircled their foe. Mizuki ceased his hesitation. This encounter had dragged on far too long and had been exceedingly brutal. Allow me to extend the warmth of adulthood to you. Binding formation, activate. Summon the remaining luminescent Medusa. This technique is rather commendable. Given my lack of offensive prowess, I shall create a control mechanism to allow my companions to strike, ensuring greater safety. I shall not act so impulsively next time. The blood I have shed will take ages to replenish. With Mizuki's assistance, Aoyama and Moonlight Gale attacked with reckless abandon, while Akari Mizuki, unable to restore his form in time, was repeatedly scattered. Your complexion looks rather poor. Would you care to accompany us back to Konoha for some proper care? Mizuki taunted, sensing victory within his grasp. Akari Mizuki had no opportunity to respond. Realizing the tide had turned, he ceased his struggles, transforming into a puddle of water and slowly sinking away. Thinking of fleeing? Aoyama would not relent. Unleashing fire release, great fireball technique. A shriek echoed, yet it did not halt the opponent's escape. This environment offers no refuge for fire release, Moonlight Gale lamented. Oh, leaving without a word? Allow me to bid you farewell. With that, Mizuki produced a vial of splitting agent and cast it into the water below. Boom. The agent erupted in a chaotic splash. A brief stillness was shattered by a heart-wrenching scream. What is this? What have you done to me? What is this terrifying thing? The horrifying cries sent shivers down the spines of Moonlight Gale and Aoyama. It's quite similar to what I provided you, though these two combined yield even better restorative effects. Would you care to try? Mizuki remarked nonchalantly, as if nothing were amiss. No, thank you, Aoyama quickly declined. This substance appears effective, but I suspect the side effects are considerable. I can still feel a maddening itch at my wounds. I, however, do not share that sensation, aside from fatigue. I find no other discrepancies. My recovery is quite satisfactory. Oh, what precious experimental data. Your efforts are appreciated. Mizuki continued with an air of indifference. You, my friend, Aoyama replied, at a loss for words, are truly unlikable. In any case, your approval is of no consequence to me. Mizuki replied nonchalantly. Do we pursue? Together. The 3 of us might still capture a live one. After a moment's contemplation, temporary leader Aoyama concluded that it would be best to let it go. Given that one side had retreated, pursuing further would likely lead to complications, especially in this era of peace. We are not a warring nation, and capturing a live foe would prove challenging. The screams gradually faded into the distance, and the occasional splashes of bubbles in the water also subsided. Should we first rendezvous with Captain Ibiki or proceed to assist Kakashi? Asked Moonlight Surefoam. Let us first check the situation at the bridge. I sensed a surge of ominous chakra earlier, and I have a foreboding feeling. It would be prudent to investigate, suggested Mizuki. Indeed, if the Ninetales encounters issues, it could spell disaster, decided Yamashiro Aoi. With their plan established, the three hastened to support Hatake Kakashi. By the way, Mizuki interjected nonchalantly, sure foam. The effects of your medicine have worn off. You should return and rest adequately, and you should be fine. As for Aoi, your condition is rather complex. I can't say for certain, but it would be best to remain active until the itching subsides and to expend excess chakra. When you return, it's advisable to conduct a thorough examination of yourselves. So far, there appears to be no significant issues, but it's wise to be mentally prepared. Is it really that serious? Yamashiro Aoi inquired. You seem to have used more potent medicine than us and are the most injured. Are you all right? I anticipated that I would incur more injuries, hence I used a stronger dosage, Mizuki replied. However, it's still only a work in progress, so everything remains uncertain. Moonlight Surefoam offered reassurance. Everyone volunteered for this, so I trust the consequences have been well considered. Even if complications arise, Konoha's medical ninjutsu is the finest. It will undoubtedly heal. Just as Mizuki was about to respond, an unexpected tremor occurred. Who's there? It's me, don't be alarmed. It's Marino Ibiki. Followed by Izumo and Kotetsu. Seeing you all unharmed puts my mind at ease. Captain, you arrived rather late. We've suffered significant losses. Your appearances speak volumes, Ibiki noted. Observing their battered states, particularly Mizuki, whose body was marred with a mixture of red and black blood, and tattered clothing that clearly bore no signs of enemy blood. What is the situation with Kakashi? The mist was dissipating, indicating that a victor had emerged. We must hurry to assess the outcome. Very well. By the time the six of them arrived, the confrontation had already concluded. We arrived a step too late, but it seems there are no major issues, Ibiki remarked. We'll clean up the battlefield shortly. Kakashi's lightning technique was quite impressive, Mizuki commented enviously. The transformation of lightning chakra properties, coupled with cellular activation abilities, is indeed a remarkable skill for attracting attention. You don't look too shabby yourself. For a ninja, your appearance is rather flamboyant, Kotetsu remarked. This is my own blood. Mind you, the price I pay for such flair is substantial. Don't you already have a fiancé? Are you still trying to impress others? Kotetsu teased. Please refrain from exposing me. Next time you spy on the women's bathhouse, I'll keep watch for you. Thanks, but no. Actually, I didn't spy at all. Enough bickering, Ibiki interjected. It seems the ordeal has concluded. Aoi and I will capture a few survivors to inquire about the location of the hidden funds. The four of you should proceed to clean the battlefield. Poor Kato, toiling for a lifetime only to be tormented by Zabuza, and even in death, subjected to soul-searching and mind-reading. With his earnings redistributed in the name of wealth redistribution, Mizuki lamented as he cleaned up a pool of blood on the ground. This pool belongs to Zabuza, and this one is white. What about this? Gazing at the blood-stained steel needles, one wonders whether they belong to Naruto or Sasuke. Yet, what does it matter? They shall be stored away for now, with the hope that the cells within still possess vitality. After tidying up, Mizuki glanced at Kakashi beside him. Why aren't you tending to your beloved student? It appears they are gravely injured. The opponent showed mercy. Otherwise, both Sasuke and Naruto would have perished by now. Is it the one who fell victim to your Raikiri? Indeed, it is likely the boy you observed earlier. Ah, it seems that good souls rarely enjoy longevity. How cruel of you. Mizuki's curiosity piqued. He questioned Kakashi's stance on the matter, taking note of the blood that stained him. I shall reiterate, Mizuki said, his lips twitching. This is all my own blood. What? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. You've lost so much blood and yet still live. You truly are resilient. No need for your commentary. I have suffered greatly this time. My summoning beasts and ninja tools have nearly been depleted. Mizuki lamented. All the benefits have been scavenged by Ibiki and Konoha, leaving no profit for me. These rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi are utterly devoid of wealth, merely clanging coins. Even the valuable beheading sword was not my share. I could only salvage a few needles, which are utterly useless. Lord Third will compensate you. What do you know? I've been working for free these past months. My wages have long been deducted. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, Lord Third will not neglect you. I must check on my students now. Farewell. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Sigh, they are all ungrateful fellows. It seems I am destined for a period of poverty. I wonder if Tsubaki has enough to support the family? Mizuki involuntarily pondered the potential of a future in the rather promising profession of a pretty boy. Glancing at his busy companions not far away, an idea to slip away took root in his mind, as there was little left to tidy up. Thus, he prepared to depart in search of a place to rest, for the day had indeed been exhausting. Why can't I move? Just as Mizuki was about to act, he discovered something was amiss with his body. It was unresponsive. What was happening? Sensing impending doom, Mizuki hurriedly channeled his chakra, but it was too late. A searing pain rapidly spread from his right arm throughout his body, leaving behind a trail of runes. Damn it! Why did the cursed seal activate? My spirit and sealing techniques were sound. There should have been no error. Could it be? Mizuki couldn't help but smile bitterly. Had his body been pushed to such a critical state? The power of the sealing technique primarily relied on one's spirit and will. Yet it was still bound to a corporeal form. If the body was overly weakened, sustaining the sealing technique became precarious, making the outbreak of the cursed seal unsurprising. The mutated natural energy rampaged within him, mercilessly draining the vitality of every cell while simultaneously bestowing immense power. This facade of strength, if one were unaware that it stemmed from a depletion of life itself, would be nearly irresistible to the average individual. What to do? Mizuki seemed bereft of any solutions, helpless to prevent the situation from worsening. The residual effects of the medicine within him seemed aware of the imminent crisis, frantically working to mend his battered body at any cost. With no other choice, Shuimu could only futilely channel his chakra to resist the onslaught of this aberrant natural energy. Just as despair began to envelop him, an inexplicable force emerged from the collision between his chakra and the natural energy, akin to the primal vigor of life itself. Wherever this force flowed, his body rejuvenated like a withered tree in spring, and all potential threats dissipated without a trace. Simultaneously, the omnipotent elixir seemed to rally as if bolstered by reinforcements, significantly accelerating its recovery rate. Could this force be the fabled sage chakra, the sage mode? Has it truly been achieved so effortlessly? The potency of this newfound energy surpassed all expectations. Previously, his base chakra crumbled before the natural energy, a mere shadow of its true power. Yet, the sage chakra bestowed upon him an understanding of unparalleled strength. Though the circumstances remained unclear, it was a glimmer of hope. However, Shuimu was self-aware enough to recognize that this was not a power he ought to covet at present. His chakra was limited, while the natural energy was boundless. If he did not quickly seal the cursed mark, even the sage chakra would ultimately be of no salvation. Power that cannot be wielded freely is merely an ephemeral illusion. Shuimu, no longer entranced by the force, seized the opportunity presented by the sage chakra to mend his body while simultaneously extracting more chakra. He employed his chakra to obstruct the natural energy, generating further sage chakra, gradually fostering a virtuous cycle, while also benefiting from the final vestiges of the elixir's effects, compelling the natural energy to retreat. Yet, the fierce clash of these energies within his body birthed an agonizing rift that elicited a cry from Shuimu. "What is it, Shuimu?" The nearby Moonlight Gale, hearing his exclamation, rushed over to inquire. Shuimu was too consumed by his plight to respond. At that critical moment, the natural energy was forced back into his right arm, causing it to swell significantly. The searing pain ignited an impulse within him to sever his own arm. Mustering his resolve, Shuimu channeled his mental fortitude to activate the exorcism seal, reapplying the cursed mark. He witnessed the runes generated by the seal rapidly constrict, morphing into a pitch-black, jade-like tomo, encircled by the exorcism seal, which then vanished within him. Shuimu, has the elixir's side effects manifested? Sensing something amiss, Moonlight Gale hurried over to support the faltering Shuimu. At last, it seemed he was safe. Exhausted to the point of immobility, Shuimu managed a weak smile. "You all carry on. I shall take a brief respite." With that, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. When Shuimu next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a pristine hospital room. Saved. It appeared that all was well, that it had all come to an end. Regaining his composure, he lifted his right hand to inspect it. The pallid arm bore no trace of color, emaciated and frail, a stark contrast to his previously robust limb. Merely moving his hand felt laborious. It was clear he would require ample rest. Is that you, Xiao-chun?" Beside his bed lay his fiancée, Qianhui-chun. Shuimu reached out to gently stroke Xiao-chun's hair, and a wave of gratitude washed over him. How wonderful it is to be alive. Before embarking on this perilous mission, Mizuki had considered the inherent dangers, yet he never anticipated the extent of the injuries he would sustain. Fortunately, he had prepared meticulously, otherwise, he might not have returned at all. The strength and prestige of Konohagakure had long ceased to deter the lurking adversaries, and even in the absence of the Akatsuki's threat, peace was destined to be ephemeral. Since the death of Tsukumo Hatake, who had achieved remarkable feats in the last great ninja war, the defection of Orochimaru, and the departures of Jiraiya and Tsunade, alongside the demise of the fourth Hokage during the Nine-Tails assault on the village, Konoha had been in a state of disarray, with only the third Hokage barely holding the fort. The Land of Fire, rich in resources yet lacking in military strength, became a target for other ninja villages to covertly undermine and test Konoha's resilience. Furthermore, the existence of reckless individuals like Suigetsu Hozuki and traitorous ninjas such as Zabuza Momochi only exacerbated Mizuki's unfortunate predicament. Consequently, it was not surprising that during the upcoming Chunin exams, the Sand Ninja would be easily swayed by Orochimaru's manipulations to conspire with the Sound Ninja against Konoha. In the face of self-interest, alliances became mere jest. "Mizuki, are you awake?" Mizuki's hand, while brushing through his hair, inadvertently roused Tsubaki. "Tsubaki, I appreciate your efforts," Mizuki responded. "I am all right now. I thought you might never awaken again," Tsubaki exclaimed, throwing herself onto Mizuki, weeping. "When you were brought back, I feared the worst. I am so relieved you are unharmed." "Ahem, I am fine," Mizuki replied weakly, "but if you do not rise soon, I might not be." "Oh, I am sorry." Tsubaki scrambled to her feet, wiping her tears. "I was just so overwhelmed." "Help me sit up, Tsubaki," Mizuki requested. "I feel quite unwell. As if I have been asleep for an eternity." "I've assisted you in sitting up," Tsubaki informed him. "You have been asleep for an entire week. Moonlight Gale and Aoyama Kiyoshi were the ones who brought you back. Ibiichi returned only yesterday." "Are Moonlight Gale and Aoyama Kiyoshi unscathed?" "They should be fine. They visited you yesterday." "That's reassuring," Mizuki said, feeling relieved. "The effects of the green potion exceeded my expectations. Please prepare me some fruit. I feel ravenous." "Having gone so many days without sustenance, it is only natural to be hungry," Tsubaki remarked, picking up a fruit knife to peel an apple. "Do not move. I will feed you." "All right, but please, nothing sour." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was addressing Ibiichi. "I have reviewed your mission report. Your efforts are commendable." The third Hokage continued. "How long until Kakashi returns?" "Approximately half a month, at most not exceeding a month," Ibiichi replied. "Aside from Moonlight Gale and Aoyama Kiyoshi escorting the severely injured Mizuki back, I, along with Chunin Kotetsu, will wait for Kakashi and his team to fully recover before we complete the handover and return. There should be no issues." "Very well." The third Hokage acknowledged Ibiichi's arrangements. "Has Uchiha Sasuke indeed activated his Sharingan?" "Yes, without a doubt." Awakening at the age of 12 is indeed a rare talent among the Uchiha," the third Hokage mused. Tapping the table thoughtfully before inquiring, the report mentioned unusual movements from the Nine-Tails. "What is the situation?" "We did not witness the specifics by the time we arrived. The dust had settled." According to Kakashi, the overflowing chakra of the Nine-Tails from Naruto, due to his heightened emotions, should pose no significant danger. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging that the objective of this mission had been achieved. Subsequently, he addressed me with a serious demeanor, stating that I was to respond with utmost diligence as a member of the interrogation unit regarding the situation of Moonlight Gale, Yamashiro Aoi, and Mizuki. "Are they gravely injured?" Ibiki inquired with astonishment. Once I had finished speaking, the third Hokage organized his thoughts and remarked that, according to the accounts of Moonlight Gale and Yamashiro Aoi, they had been ambushed by the Mist's assassination unit. After a fierce battle, they managed to kill 3 adversaries and repel 1. This matched perfectly with the details in your report. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Both Moonlight Gale and Yamashiro Aoi mentioned that during a dire turn of events, it was Mizuki who utilized a potent secret medicine that enabled them to endure and ultimately secure victory. This concoction miraculously healed their near-fatal wounds in a short time and restored their combat capabilities. Mizuki had used a dosage greater than that of the combined two, allowing him to single-handedly defeat one and severely injure another in a moment of desperation, leading to their eventual triumph upon their recovery. As he spoke, the third Hokage turned to a page in Ibiki's report, revealing a photograph of the 3 after their reunion with him. Their disheveled appearance was vividly striking, particularly Mizuki, whose fierce visage starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. This image underscored the perilous nature of their ordeal. According to Moonlight Gale, it was only after the drug side effects manifested that Mizuki fell into a coma. The efficacy of the medicine prior to its decline was almost unbelievable. Upon their return, the village conducted thorough examinations, which yielded drastically different results for the three. Moonlight Gale fared the best, sustaining few injuries, with a once fatal wound to his abdomen now inconsequential. Remarkably, ailments from past injuries had shown significant improvement, and his cardiopulmonary functions had notably enhanced. Aside from some physical exhaustion, he bore almost no lasting repercussions, his condition even surpassing its former state. One single dosage had resolved issues that the medical ninjas of Konoha had struggled with for years. Yamashiro Always recovery was somewhat mediocre. He displayed severe signs of poisoning, with significant leg injuries that were not life-threatening but had resulted in substantial blood loss, leaving him weakened. Some tissues exhibited signs of excessive growth, and there were extra bone spurs in certain joints. However, surgical intervention had rectified these issues. The most concerning case was Mizuki, who bore no fatal wounds but had a severe penetrating injury to his chest that, fortunately, did not affect any vital organs. He had lost considerable blood, and nearly every muscle in his body had undergone repeated tearing and healing. The medical ninjas of the village informed me that under such circumstances, an ordinary ninja would have perished countless times over. Yet, Mizuki remained alive. Although gravely injured and unconscious, this was merely a consequence of extreme physical depletion. While it may significantly impede his longevity, for the time being, as long as Mizuki could regain consciousness and recover slightly, he would pose no further issues. How could such a miraculous medicine exist? Ibiki asked in disbelief. It is impossible, the third Hokage asserted firmly. The potent effects of such a drug would undoubtedly come with side effects. We conducted experiments using the sample in Yamashiro Aoya's possession, and the results were devastating. Indeed, the survival rate of the experimental subjects is remarkably high. However, the overwhelming majority of the third generation pondered and subsequently declared that if it were humans utilizing this, they would undoubtedly prefer death over such a fate. In this context, it is hardly surprising. Does this imply that the three individuals are merely fortunate exceptions in extraordinary circumstances? Ibiki inquired. It appears so. At present, this seems to be an unintended byproduct of the Shuamu experiment, and this is the first instance of it being employed on humans. It seems to be a forbidden drug not to be utilized lightly, as it should not be disseminated until the side effects are improved. Should we retrieve the remaining potion from the hands of the Moonlight Gale? No, it is best to maintain the status quo, the third generation refuted. There is no need for special clarification regarding Shuamu. As the inventor of the potion, he must be well aware of its effects and would not misuse it. Understood. May I inquire what you wished to ask me earlier? It concerns Shuamu. Just as I suspected, Ibiki contemplated. Regarding Shuamu's situation, as the head of the interrogation unit, you must be well informed. Do you believe that Shuamu is trustworthy at this moment? I believe Shuamu is indeed trustworthy, esteemed third generation, Ibiki responded earnestly. Based on my observations, Shuamu's actions are worthy of a Konoha ninja's identity. No amount of words can rival a pledge of loyalty. If those who risk their lives for Konoha cannot be trusted, who would remain dedicated to the village? I comprehend. Suddenly, a shadow from the Umbu appeared to report, esteemed third generation, we have received intel that Shuamu has awakened. Oh, very well, the third generation nodded, instructing, effective immediately, rescind all investigations and surveillance of Shuamu. You may withdraw. Yes. In Konoha Hospital, within Shuamu's ward, as the sky darkened. Shuamu, having consumed some food, soon succumbed to weariness and fell asleep. With the passage of time, those who had concluded their busy day gradually returned home. Outside Shuamu's ward, a knock echoed. Come in. The door is unlocked, responded Chuan. A figure entered. It was Irika. What brings you here? I apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days, Irika. Miss Chuan, you are too kind. Previously, I received much care from Shuamu. Regrettably, I have not been able to assist him in any meaningful way, and thus, I can only perform these tasks, Irika replied. How is he today? Is he feeling better? He just awakened, had a bit to eat, and then fell asleep again, all the while clamoring for a hot pot, wishing to transform the ward into a kitchen. Lamenting the hospital food's unpalatability, Chuan chuckled. Irika, upon hearing this, felt delighted. That is truly wonderful. Such spirit must indicate he is on the mend. Miss Chuan, please take care of yourself. You have been quite fatigued these past few days. I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave. I will inform Shuemu of your visit. Farewell. If one were to encapsulate Shuemu's life over the past few days, it could be succinctly summarized as one of utter dependence, embodying all the bittersweet experiences therein. Clothes were dressed for him, meals were served to him, water was poured when he was thirsty, and legs were massaged when he was weary. Such a comfortable existence is indeed enviable to others. The mundane aspects of life, such as eating and relieving oneself, could easily be said to reflect a celestial existence. However, it must be acknowledged that a ninja is not truly divine. After indulging in sustenance, one must inevitably attend to the calls of nature. Within just a few days, Shuemu felt as if he had lost all semblance of dignity and composure. Even the fact that he was being cared for by his fiancée did little to alleviate the discomfort. The nuances of this experience are difficult to articulate to outsiders unless one has personally traversed the same path. It appears that memory and experience are indeed distinct entities. Even the process of assimilation and possession cannot blur this line. Consider the ninja experiences of Shuemu's former self. Despite his clarity regarding these past memories, one must ponder, can an inexperienced swimmer truly master the art of swimming simply by reading a manual 1,000 times? The answer is evidently no. In the realm of animated entertainment, such liberties can be taken, so long as the narrative remains engaging. Yet, in the tangible world, every endeavor must adhere to the principles of rational coherence. A white-collar worker transforming into a combat prodigy is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Ordinary individuals should first focus on accumulating experience and honing their skills. In the precarious balance between life and death, there is little room for unrealistic fantasies, especially considering that the so-called child of destiny in this era is not himself. Before a hero can selflessly save others, they rarely have the luxury to reflect on their prior combat experiences. In the heat of battle, Shuemu found himself too preoccupied to consider the combat prowess of his former self. There was no trepidation akin to that of a novice on the battlefield, nor the seasoned confidence of a battle-hardened veteran. It was simply a matter of instinctively navigating the desires for self-preservation and advantage, gradually awakening the body's inherent combat instincts and experiences. Only through repeated engagement in combat can one validate the various techniques stored in memory, ultimately making them their own. The chasm between body and consciousness can only be bridged through practice and the passage of time. There is no room for negligence in this endeavor. Shuemu couldn't help but reflect on this. Xiao Chun, do you think I should consider changing my profession? He suddenly asked while enjoying the oranges she had offered him. What? Qian Hui Chun was taken aback. Look at how perilous the life of a ninja is. I nearly didn't make it back this time. Just consider the cost of recovery from this injury. I have no idea how much it will take to heal completely. The various tonics I've been taking these past few days, along with all this fruit and rich food, how much do you think that all costs? That meager reward is hardly enough to cover it. Don't worry, I have money. You can use it, she replied. How much could you possibly have? You've been taking time off work to care for me. Your wages must have been significantly reduced. How can that be sufficient? I still have quite a bit saved up. Xiao Chun hesitated before confessing. I've been saving for our wedding. Shuemu was left speechless upon hearing this. Her skills as a future wife were already fully developed, just awaiting a change in vocation. It doesn't seem right to keep using your money, he continued. It appears that acting in movies and becoming a performer is quite lucrative these days. Perhaps aiming to become a star is too hasty. How about we form a comedic duo and perform magic tricks together? I believe a comedic partnership between us would be delightful. Using ninjutsu to deceive the ordinary folk is simply too easy. Once we accumulate enough experience, we can transition to film and earn substantial income. What do you think? However, little Chuan, with an expression of reluctance, found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps we should reconsider. How about we open a flower shop? I possess considerable experience in cultivating various plants. Selling goods could prove to be a viable avenue. As for Shuemu, who knows where his thoughts have wandered off to? Do you think we should consult Irika and rally the students from the Ninja Academy to purchase our wares? That may not be appropriate. Parents would likely lodge complaints. Alternatively, we could introduce additional training subjects and wholesale materials directly from me. What difficulty does shooting kunai at wooden targets present? What if we transformed it into target practice with flowers instead? Now that would be more challenging. Thus, we shall proceed with this plan. Deceiving the village for funds is far simpler than duping the parents of students. If Irika does not concur, we could offer him a share of the profits, let's say a 2-part dividend, along with a touch of goodwill. Surely that would be persuasive enough. Little Chuan, still taken aback by Shui Mu's grandiose plans, countered, but what if we get discovered? Wouldn't that be rather problematic? Just as Shui Mu was preparing to continue his persuasion, a sudden cough echoed from the entrance. Lord Third, what brings you here? Shui Mu awkwardly greeted, realizing that their scheme for funding might be thwarted before it even commenced. Why didn't Little Chuan close the door? How careless. Lord Third. Little Chuan quickly rose to greet him. Do not be alarmed. I heard that Shui Mu's injuries have improved, so I stopped by to check in. The third Hokage said kindly. However, it seems I have overheard something rather remarkable. Little Chuan could only respond with an awkward smile. Shui Mu, mustering his courage, replied, You must have misheard. I have been preoccupied with food and have said nothing. Is that so? Heh. The third Hokage did not press the matter further and continued. I heard from Ibiki and Aoi about the last mission. The village's intelligence was flawed, and you all endured great hardship. You are overly concerned. It is the duty of a ninja to face such challenges, rectify unforeseen circumstances, and complete the mission, Shui Mu asserted. The third Hokage acknowledged this perspective. The village does not treat its own ninjas harshly. You all suffered significant losses this time, particularly you, Shui Mu. Is there anything the village can assist you with? Not at the moment, Shui Mu humbly replied, but my recent research into sealing techniques and summoning has hit a bottleneck. I wonder if the village possesses any expertise in these areas. Regarding summoning beasts, there should be no significant issues. Although summoning techniques are closely held secrets of many clans, their applications are largely similar. There is nothing particularly unique about them. The village can provide you with some materials on this subject. I am truly grateful. Sealing techniques, however, are more complex. Apart from certain forbidden arts, the basic sealing techniques have already been widely disseminated. The remaining materials concerning sealing formations and barrier techniques generally require high-level proficiency and often necessitate multiple practitioners. Do you require these? Yes, indeed, Lord Third. I do not need anything too advanced. Basic foundational materials will suffice. Very well, I shall ensure they are delivered to you in due course. These are not critically urgent matters, but I hope they prove useful to you. The village's assistance can extend only this far. You are far too gracious. You have been immensely helpful, and I am profoundly grateful. All right, I must take my leave now. You should recover swiftly, as the village is in need of manpower. I understand, please take care. With the departure of the third Hokage, Mizuki exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiaochun, be sure to lock the door next time. The visit from the third Hokage felt like a brief interlude, allowing Mizuki to experience a moment of unexpected admiration. For Mizuki, the greatest gain was not the acquisition of ninjutsu documents, but rather the assurance from the third Hokage that the village would not hold past grievances against him. This could be heralded as the ultimate triumph of the months-long effort to clear his name. The confirmation of his standing was of paramount importance. Even if future complications arose, such as a fallout with Orochimaru or Kabuto, or the circulation of detrimental rumors about him being a spy, the village would no longer be easily swayed by the enemy's claims. At the very least, they would not conduct the same level of covert investigations and surveillance as before. It was akin to finally witnessing the moon after the clouds had cleared. Xiaochun, my hair is too long. I need a haircut. All right, give me a wild aristocratic hairstyle, one that won't be disturbed by the fiercest winds. What is that? Xiaochun was utterly baffled by Mizuki's whimsical imagination. Never mind, just shoulder-length straight hair with some bangs. Understood. Oh, and I want chocolate fondue with plenty of ice cream. I can't make that. Then let us switch to a large bowl of seafood udon, hold the onions and cilantro, and add extra garlic. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated, followed by a cloud of chakra-infused smoke, and a towering figure emerged. What the hell? Are all ninjas this rude? Didn't they see the door was locked? Yet they make such a ruckus barging in? Mizuki felt a surge of irritation, eager to discern who was so inconsiderate as to interrupt their private conversation. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Marino Ibiki. Gazing at his scarred visage, Mizuki swallowed his anger. Isn't this Captain Ibiki? What brings you here so unexpectedly? The mission is complete, and I am no longer the captain, Ibiki replied earnestly. Regarding the upcoming Chunin exams, due to your unforeseen injury, the original tasks have been adjusted. All your patrol and security duties have been canceled. You are now assigned to assist as an examiner in the first written test, and as a reserve in the second test in the Forest of Death. The third test will commence a month after the second, by which time you should be well on your way to recovery. Tentatively, you will be part of the security team for the main venue, assisting Kakashi Hatake. We will discuss the specifics later. Here is the assignment. Mizuki took the task list and glanced over it. Isn't this just a chance for me to slack off during the first and second tests? Who would have thought, despite your fearsome appearance, that you are quite a good person, Ibiki? Haha, thank you. This is not meant for you to slack off, Ibiki replied, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Well, it is what it is. Take care of yourself. I must be going. With that, Ibiki opened the door and departed. These fellows are so impolite to barge in without manners and then leave without closing the door. Truly lacking in decency. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaochun? I suppose not. Oh well, but Xiaochun, if the haircut turns out crooked, we'll have to seek a professional after I'm discharged. Ever since the third Hokage's visit to his hospital room, Mizuki had felt an immense satisfaction with life. Had Orochimaru chosen to remain in his underground lair, diligently pursuing his research, Suimu would have readily offered his assistance in the quest for immortality without hesitation. What of Pain, Obito, or Uchiha Madara? If only they would refrain from vying for the burdensome role of savior, a vocation fraught with peril and responsibility. Why must they insist on assuming such a daunting mantle? Surely, they could simply enjoy their own pursuits without the need for self-indulgence? After all, the populace of this world does not beseech them for salvation. As long as they do not disturb others, not even the title of savior is required, let alone that of a deity or creator. How does the saying go? In times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should seek to benefit the world. Suimu had not heard of any renowned philosophers or sages in the ninja world, nor any figures akin to Confucius or Mencius. Why, then, do ninjas, once endowed with power, rush about like they are on fire, eager to save the world, disregarding the willingness of others? Having strayed from the topic, Suimu cast a glance back. Xiao-chun, that hot pot belongs to our family. Do not forget to take it with you. Irika, that chair over there looks quite nice. Please help carry it as well. But Suimu, we did not bring the chair, and that vase in your hand also belongs to the ward, Xiao-chun awkwardly interjected. And that blanket isn't ours either. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Fear not, Xiao-chun, all of this is indeed mine, Suimu reassured her. Irika, that painting on the wall is rather appealing. I have grown fond of it over these past few days, so let us pack it too. It should be worth something. Amidst the watchful gazes of the medical ninjas, who regarded them as potential thieves, Suimu finally completed the packing and was discharged. In truth, he had been well enough for several days. Aside from feeling weak and needing a wheelchair, he anticipated that he would soon be able to commence rehabilitation exercises. In less than a month, the hospital room had been transformed into a grand study, serving as a combined bedroom and kitchen. The sheer volume of belongings necessitated Irika's assistance, and they spent the entire morning organizing everything. Xiao-chun, let us purchase a spacious house in the future. This apartment is far too cramped for two. Just look at those large families, residing in expansive estates with gardens and ponds. How delightful that would be. However, Suimu, we cannot afford such a luxury. It is simply too expensive, Xiao-chun replied, her expression troubled. Irika, you must have saved a considerable sum over the years. After all, you have no girlfriend, and your expenses should be minimal in the coming years. Would you lend me some? You have no pressing need for it. Suimu unconsciously turned his attention to Irika. I refuse, Irika replied without hesitation. Even as a single person, I have my own expenses. I cannot lend you money without knowing if you will repay it. How stingy. After all these years of friendship, you let mere money come between us? This world is utterly corrupt. Perhaps it is your mind that is corrupt. You only remember our friendship in this situation? Where have you been all this time? Xiao-chun hastily intervened. Suimu, let it go. None of us can afford a grand estate. Is that so? Then never mind, Xiao-chun. Perhaps we could transform ourselves and borrow from a loan shark. They would never find us. Transforming into Irika would be perfect. Let it be charged to his account. After all, he has the funds. Is it appropriate to say such things in my presence, Suimu? Iruka's forehead throbbed with tension as he clenched his teeth and lamented. If only I had asked the third Hokage for a house. Without acknowledging Iruka's plight, Mizuki whimsically suggested, how about we start collecting wedding gifts? The wedding date is approaching. Let's gather the funds first. It's a guaranteed profit. That won't do, Mizuki. We'll have to give gifts in return, replied a concerned Xiao Chun. You are too naive. Xiao Chun, who cares about reciprocation? Just pretend you don't know. Who would dare approach me, a wounded soul, for money? That would be utterly shameless. As Mizuki continued to tidy up, he and Xiao Chun engaged in grandiose dreams of wealth with Iruka when suddenly, they were interrupted by visitors. What brings you two here? It was Yamanaka Aoi and Tsukikage Hate. The third instructed us to deliver these items to you. Please receive them. A mountain of scrolls was deposited on the ground. So many. There's no room for them. Could you two help me organize the room first? You're free labor after all. After a month of abandonment, the room was finally tidied up by the five of them before dinner. It's quite late. I want to keep you for dinner. Thank you for your hard work. Is that all? You're not even going to offer us a meal? The trio replied in disbelief. Mizuki felt no shame, thinking, we're in a financial crisis. Why bother with appearances? As the three turned to leave, Mizuki suddenly called out, Aoi, you promised to treat me to breakfast for a month. Just convert that into cash at the price of a luxury hotel's top-tier package. I'm far too busy lately. With that, he closed the door, leaving no room for Aoi's retort. Mizuki, aren't you being a bit excessive? Xiao Chun expressed her concern. Don't worry about them. Let us eat. We've worked hard all day and are famished. What would you like to eat? Assorted sushi. All right, you haven't had that in a while. I thought your tastes had changed. It's my specialty. As night deepened, Xiao Chun returned home. Mizuki perused the materials sent by the third Hokage before lying on his bed, yet sleep eluded him. With nothing to occupy his mind, Mizuki rose and retrieved a sealing scroll to inspect its contents. Although his physical condition was poor, he could still manage to use a sealing technique that consumed minimal chakra. Gazing at the clusters of bizarre flesh within the cultivation liquid, his brow furrowed deeper as he meticulously examined the samples. Even pulling out a creature he had whimsically cultivated from his own hair. So that's how it is, Mizuki trembled, overwhelmed with a mixture of surprise, anger, excitement, joy, and even fear. It seems I have made a grave mistake. Contemplating this, he took out a vial of green potion, scrutinizing it closely. Originally intended as a transitional remedy to address underlying health issues, it was deemed less critical than the reverse growth and splitting potions. He hadn't anticipated it to be such a terrifying concoction, and more troublingly, it revealed a more horrifying possibility. The green elixir is a concoction developed fundamentally to activate the pluripotent proteases within cells. Initially, it was merely intended as a temporary potent restorative agent, aimed at healing. To some extent, it is indeed a remarkable creation. For a long time, Shuei-mu regarded it as a last resort in desperate battles, believing that as long as it was not excessively used, survival was attainable. With the extraordinary powers of this world as a foundation, it could invariably remedy relatively minor aftereffects. And the means of replenishing vitality were manifold. However, fundamentally, Shuei-mu's judgment was flawed. The name Elixir of Omnipotence was not misattributed, for it can indeed activate the latent possibilities within cells. As long as there exists life, there may be considerable shortcomings in practical application, yet theoretically, a form of resurrection from blood can be achieved. A significant issue that Shuei-mu overlooked is that the genetic chains of organisms are not entirely dominant. Many traits may be obscured by dominant characteristics throughout an organism's life. More critically, a plethora of genetic information that has persisted since ancient ancestors has largely degenerated or remains hidden, but this does not imply its non-existence. The omnipotent elixir does not discern between dominant and recessive traits. It indiscriminately activates all, provided its potency is sufficient. Thus, it follows that the risks associated with utilizing this elixir are far greater than anticipated. Even a minor wound, when treated with a small amount of the elixir, could result in localized skin becoming coarse or even developing hair, indicative of atavistic phenomena. During initial trials on small organisms, widespread atavism was observed. Yet it went unnoticed at the time. After all, insects are not particularly endearing, and few would patiently observe whether a species underwent fundamental deviations. In a swarm of both normal and abnormal insects, such anomalies were easily overlooked. Moreover, insects exhibit rapid mutations, and their genetic complexity pales in comparison to higher organisms, which contain far more intricate recessive traits. Thus, this significant issue remained undiscovered until now. However, this presents a paradox. If the theoretical probability of mutation and atavism in higher animals is significantly greater than in lower organisms, Why have Shan Qingqing and Yu Guangji Feng remained unscathed? Even after utilizing the elixir extensively, theoretically, they should have been tormented by atavistic mutations, if not outright perishing from overuse. Yet, after a visit to the hospital, they returned to their usual activities without any issues. This predicament ultimately reflects poorly on Shui Mu, who mocks the short-sightedness of the native inhabitants of the ninja realm, while simultaneously falling victim to the same oversight. The crux of the matter lies in chakra. In a previous life, such a wondrous force did not exist, so while Shui Mu adeptly applied knowledge, the interaction between this knowledge and chakra was subconsciously neglected. Chakra, a fusion of body and consciousness, is far from mere rhetoric. As an omnipotent tool in this world, it inherently provides feedback to the body. Lightning attributes, for instance, can invigorate the body, as seen in individuals like Kakashi and Sasuke. The fire attribute is typically characterized by intense desires, not conducive to individuals who possess the patience and steadfastness of honest souls, such as Mizuki himself, Uchiha Madara, and Jiraiya. The earth attribute embodies a robust and resilient nature, akin to that of the Hidden Stone Village. The water attribute is marked by a supple, agile physique, as seen in figures like Haku and Zabuza. The wind attribute, on the other hand, is bold and striking, exemplified by characters such as Naruto, Uzumaki, and Asuma. These serve as quintessential examples. Essentially, chakra functions like an unconscious guiding device that encompasses bodily information, significantly mitigating the emergence of physical deviations and effectively curtailing the mutations caused by the universal agent that do not align with the current state of the body. Therefore, nothing occurs by mere chance. Coincidences, in a certain sense, do not exist. Aoyama Konoha, the gale of the moonlight, and I are not the fortunate recipients of the world's favor. Mizuki pondered with frustration, realizing that the superiority complex of a traveler had clouded his judgment. The disparity between possessing chakra and lacking it is exceedingly vast. The manifestations of both when utilizing the universal agent are distinctly different. Observing the bizarre and grotesque forms of creatures within the cultivation fluid, he should have recognized the signs long ago. In any world, the evolutionary path from primitive to advanced life forms generally follows a similar pattern. The various stages of embryonic development in organisms largely reveal this process. If Mizuki's original cellular samples yielding traits reminiscent of reptiles were somewhat understandable, the current manifestations are quite extraordinary. The limbs have evidently developed claw-like appendages, and the abstract head with its gaping maw and menacing fangs is decidedly peculiar. Furthermore, examining the specimens cultivated from the blood of Zabuza, Haku, Sasuke, and Naruto, one might argue that, barring the elongated tails, they resemble humanoid forms with well-formed limbs. Yet, these specimens distinctly exhibit aquatic or amphibious gill-like structures, and one has even sprouted delicate scales. Additionally, several others bear horns atop their heads, with noticeable fissures on their foreheads, likely a precursor to a third eye. Perhaps these features will gradually regress and be concealed over time, but their current appearance is already chilling. All these samples originate from blood or hair cells that were previously low in vitality, devoid of spiritual energy, capable only of generating exceedingly weak chakra, if any. Thus, the effects of the universal agent are vividly manifest. If Naruto and Sasuke's genes reflect the traits of horns and a third eye solely due to the heritage of the Otsutsuki clan, then the implications surrounding Zabuza and Haku become more severe. Is it a gradual transformation due to the use of ninja chakra, or a consequence of artificial modification? Could it be that the genetic history of humanity, representing the intelligent beings of this world, harbors significant secrets? It is indeed difficult to ascertain. Considering the monstrous specimen cultivated from his own hair, without intervention, it is highly likely that it will transform into a humanoid beast in the near future. In the original narrative, Mizuki's cursed seal manifests a second transformation into a tiger-like form, suggesting that this phenomenon is not merely the result of the curse and the agent. Reflecting on the second transformation of the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, which features long horns, tails, claws, and even the ability to transform into a spider, adds another layer of complexity to this enigma. If the body lacks sufficient potential for the seal to manifest, it is no wonder that the mortality rate of such seals is exceedingly high, as few can withstand the strain. Even the inferior variant of the Sage Mode is beyond the capacity of an ordinary ninja, without the inheritance of a lineage blessed with immense potential. Such advanced powers are unattainable for the average individual. Should this be the case, the application of the all-purpose elixir differs entirely. To merely regard it as a healing agent would be a gross underutilization, indeed a lamentable waste. Shuemu pondered that allowing for unchecked, rampant growth was unwise. With appropriate chakra inducement, some unexpected and delightful surprises could potentially arise. These soulless, spiritless masses, which are nearly incapable of refining chakra independently, remain alive yet are unlikely to yield anything resembling a bloodline limit. Such fortunate occurrences do not come easily. If they did, Danzo would have long since cloned an army of Sharingan, leaving no room for Shuemu. Even if they possessed such potential, without the appropriate and ample chakra to ignite it, they remain as elusive as clouds on the horizon. Further experimentation is essential to gather data, and such endeavors require time to refine practical methodologies. After extracting a portion of the samples, Shuemu injected a modicum of chakra along with the nurturing solution before storing them away. It was late. It was best to retire for the night. Recognizing the necessity of establishing a laboratory soon, the ailing Shuemu prepared himself for bed and quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, early on, Kohinata brought breakfast, and after sharing the meal, she wheeled Shuemu outside for a stroll. The late spring morning was pleasantly mild, and basking in the sunshine was a delightful respite for Shuemu, who had been confined to a sickbed for an extended period. Kohinata, let us take a walk towards the Ninja Academy. Certainly. Shall we go see Irika? That would be splendid. As Shuemu and Kohinata ambled leisurely, they eventually arrived at the Ninja Academy after what felt like an eternity. It has been quite some time since my last visit. How long has it been for you? Kohinata? I cannot recall. Look, is that not Irika over there? Indeed, Irika was conducting an outdoor training session with his students, demonstrating a patience for such tasks that only he could muster. Shuemu smiled at Kohinata. Irika has noticed you and is waving. Should we go over? Yes. Shuemu pushed his wheelchair and slowly rose to his feet. Shuemu, your health is still fragile. Allow me to assist you. No need. I can manage this little exertion. It would be rather disheartening to appear feeble in front of Irika and the students. Before they could approach, Irika jestingly exclaimed, Everyone, do you see that pale-faced teacher Shuemu over there? He sustained serious injuries during his last mission. Thus, aspiring to be a ninja is no trivial matter. Otherwise, one might end up like teacher Shuemu. Irika, do you intend to use me as a cautionary example? Have you consulted me on this? Shuemu retorted, somewhat irked. You tarnish my image. I am to be compensated for this. My apologies, Shuemu. It was unintentional. I have grown accustomed to it. Beside him, Konohamaru expressed considerable interest, inquiring, Sensei Mizuki, is the mission perilous? Please regale us with tales of your exploits. It must be quite thrilling. His words incited a chorus of excitement among the students. However, Mizuki cautioned them, stating that it was premature to discuss such matters, emphasizing the importance of diligent practice to hone their skills as future ninjas capable of undertaking various missions for the village. All right, now you may practice freely. Followed by a brief respite. The students, somewhat disappointed, dispersed in a flurry. Mizuki, what brings you to the Ninja Academy at this hour? Oh, nothing in particular. I merely dropped by for a casual visit. It has been quite some time, Mizuki replied with an air of relaxation. You remain unchanged, just as I remember you. Indeed, it hasn't been long enough for me to change significantly. We saw each other just yesterday. I meant your demeanor as a teacher guiding students. Ah, I see. Haha. Honestly, I am unsure if I am doing well, Mizuki chuckled. However, since Naruto and the others graduated, I have not seen them in ages. I wonder how they are faring and whether their supervising teachers are instructing them properly. With a sigh, Mizuki added, You need not worry. They have all become exceptional ninjas, perhaps even surpassing Irika in skill. No way. Haha. Irika chuckled, mistakenly believing Mizuki jested. Have you encountered them? Well, I heard about them during a mission once, Mizuki replied, deliberately omitting the fact that he had nearly perished on a recent high-stakes assignment alongside Naruto, a low-ranking ninja. If Irika were to learn of this, he might be quite distressed. Indeed, I wonder if Naruto has caused any trouble for others, Irika remarked, somewhat sheepishly. Although he is a mischievous child, he is a competent ninja now. You should be able to meet them soon. That would be splendid. Irika exclaimed, I shall not intrude on your teaching any longer. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Having observed enough, Mizuki prepared to depart. As he turned to exit the academy, he cast a glance at Irika, who was joyfully engaging with his students, before he and Chihiro took their leave in a wheelchair. observing these young ones. Mizuki felt a glimpse of their futures unfold before him. Like a sage, he perceived the harsh realities of this hierarchical world. Lineage dictates potential. Talent determines the pace of growth. Perseverance influences the heights one can achieve, and resources establish order and class. Only wisdom possesses the power to fundamentally alter one's fate. At times, Mizuki wished he could remain blissfully ignorant, living a mundane existence without aspirations. Yet, as an unforeseen variable in the world's workings, he found himself entangled in the very causality he wished to escape, not to mention that he was not one to willingly embrace a life of mediocrity. Forget the unknown. Now that I am aware, I must pursue the endeavors I yearn for. Chihiro, let us find a place to have lunch before returning home. It is getting quite warm. He suggested. We should head back early. I will prepare lunch, as dining out can be rather expensive. That works. We have plenty of ingredients at home. A simple meal will suffice. Upon returning home, after enjoying their lunch and while resting, Chihiro suddenly, with a hint of shyness, broached the previous topic. Mizuki, what are your thoughts on the flower shop we discussed last time? What brings this up all of a sudden? Some time ago, I established a nursery in the quaint cabin on the back mountain. I am aware of that. After all, it is your domain. What of it? I have planted a variety of flowers that are on the verge of blooming, and I thought it prudent to open a shop, allowing me to sell them to those in need when the time is ripe. That sounds splendid. What is the matter? I feared you might disapprove. Xiaochun exhaled deeply, expressing her thoughts. I have already identified several potential storefronts. Shall we go and inspect them together? Very well, Shui Mu agreed. Yet you have your work commitments. And I am rather unfamiliar with this endeavor. Who will manage the flower shop? I can tend to it during my free time, and if I am pressed, I shall hire a staff member. That seems reasonable. Have you arranged a meeting with the property owners? When shall we go to view them? In 3 days. Then let us venture together at that time. Shui Mu concurred, considering the frequent skirmishes among ninjas that often result in injury and death. Opening a flower shop would likely not suffer from a lack of customers. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Konoha remained as lively as ever, perhaps even more so than in times past. With the Chunin exams approaching, the influx of unfamiliar faces continued to rise. After spending the morning, Shui Mu accompanied Qianhui-chun to visit several shops slated for sale. To Shui Mu's eyes, they all appeared quite similar. As long as the location was not too remote, the prosperity of Konoha would make selling anything a relatively simple task, given Shui Mu's limited experience. Discerning the superior from the inferior was beyond him. He could only offer suggestions based on personal preference. They dismissed several locations too close to perilous areas that might suffer damage during potential attacks from Orochimaru and the Sand Village following the Chunin exams, ultimately selecting a shop situated near the main thoroughfare close to Konoha Hospital. As for the impending attack by Pain 3 years hence, that was a concern for another day. If he could not prevent Konoha's demise by then, he would resign himself to a quiet life in seclusion, as the future of the ninja world would likely hold little relevance for him. Xiaochun, let us rent the space for 2 months as a trial. If it proves successful, we can purchase it later. Buying outright poses too great a risk. What if the business fails? Shui Mu did not genuinely believe there was a definitive right or wrong. He merely thought that after Konoha faced an attack, prices might drop, rendering it a more economically sound choice. However, Xiaochun, who typically acquiesced to his opinions, unexpectedly stood her ground this time, her demeanor surprisingly resolute. I believe it is a wonderful opportunity. The seller is eager to sell, and the price is quite reasonable. If we secure it soon, we can open our shop and arrange it to our liking. Accustomed to his fiancée's compliant nature, he had overlooked that Xiaochun was indeed a capable ninja in her own right. Her obedience was perhaps influenced by the fact that he was her fiancé. Amidst the constant scheming and rivalry, he had neglected the beauty of the scenery right beside him. Then you shall decide. I entrust everything to you. Shui Mu held no notions of male superiority. These were trivial matters, after all. Often, his overthinking stemmed from a desire for comfort, seeking to afford both himself and those around him greater choices in life. Observing his fiancée assert her will and engage in haggling was indeed an eye-opener. At the very least, he lacked such skill and patience to manage these minutiae, having previously led a life as an ordinary office worker at the lower rungs of society. Yuan Shuimu is merely a pitiful soul, brought low by jealousy and greed, far from being a true elite. His talents are rather pedestrian, without knowledge that transcends conventional wisdom. one cannot hope to make a significant impact in this world. Conversely, those who strive in this realm exhibit far greater determination, including his own fiancée, who displays more decisiveness than he does. He finds himself a mere opportunist, obsessively calculating over trivial gains, revealing his glaring limitations. It is high time to seek the assistance of reliable individuals. The cultivation of discernment and magnanimity necessitates corresponding experience and status for refinement. Becoming entangled in petty pursuits is ultimately not the right path. Contemplating matters alone proves inefficient. Shuemu, are you still angry? Little Chun, who had acted on her own accord against Shuemu's advice, felt a tinge of unease. How could that be? Shuemu responded with a smile. I am not angry at all. That's a relief. I thought you looked quite displeased. Apologies for worrying you. I was simply deep in thought. What were you pondering? Is there anything I can assist with? Well, let us not discuss that now. Let us go admire the flowers you've planted. It's been quite some time since we visited the cabin in the back mountains. That sounds good. Let us go check it out. But it's quite a distance. Will you be able to manage? Don't worry, I've fully recovered. Let us set off. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. The cabin of his memories still boasted its modest tatami mats, aged furniture, and decorations, yet everything was meticulously organized, creating an atmosphere that felt refreshingly unconfined. Compared to before, the layout now featured vibrant flowers blooming all around the house, their buds poised to blossom, though he could not discern their species. They simply brought a sense of aesthetic delight. As Shuemu rested on the tatami, he accepted a cup of water from Little Chun and drank it in one go. This cup is rather worn. If we're to come here often, we should perhaps replace it. Understood, Little Chun replied eagerly, though given her simple nature, he suspected she might soon forget it. You've come quite a distance. You must be weary. Take a moment to rest. I'm a bit hungry. Let us eat first. Well, we only have the bento we brought. There's nothing particularly appetizing. That's all right. What you made is delicious. After the two enjoyed a modest meal, they lingered to relax for a while. Little Chun diligently tended to the flourishing flowers in the nursery, while Shuemu sat quietly, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Once the heat of noon had passed, and the weather became more temperate, Shuemu suddenly said to his fiancée, Little Chun, I wish to take you to a certain place. All right, she replied without hesitation, despite feeling a hint of unease. On the shaded path of the afternoon, two figures sped past, Shuemu and Qianhui-chan. Shuemu, is this the place you mentioned before? Little Chun asked anxiously. Indeed, Shuemu affirmed. But you said you would no longer have any dealings with Orochimaru. Little Chun pressed, her concern evident. Of course, I told you as much. I have not deceived you. Did we not seal away Orochimaru's influence together? Why do you still go there? Please refrain from associating with Orochimaru any longer. You are overthinking. I have no intention of seeking out Orochimaru again. Engaging with him is akin to courting danger, for one may be discarded once deemed worthless. Given my current frail stature, I cannot withstand his whims. I have never ventured there before, and now I have the opportunity to explore. Though filled with apprehension, I cannot allow Shomoku to traverse alone, so I will follow closely behind. Guided by my memory, I successfully located the site, and, upon sequentially activating the mechanisms, a dilapidated small laboratory unveiled itself before us. See, Shomoku, there is nothing inside. I assured you there was no danger. However, Shomoku remained vigilant, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, ultimately fixating on a peculiar apparatus for cultivating potions. What is this? Is it not familiar? How could it not be? The cursed seal on my right arm from over a month ago bears an uncanny resemblance to this. What is this? This is the apparatus for configuring the activation serum of the object we sealed. Even a layperson could produce the desired outcome using it. Observing Shimoku's lingering unease, I reassured her, that which is on me has already been sealed. After all, this device is of no use. Let us destroy it to free up space. Destroy it? Then what are we doing here? Of course, we are here for this hidden base, I explained. It is an abandoned place, unclaimed and devoid of value. I can store some items here without anyone minding. What do you intend to do with this place? I smiled and remained silent, retrieving a sealing scroll. Upon unrolling it, I released a collection of bottles and jars, showcasing an array of plants, insects, and bizarre specimens in various stages of experimentation. Aren't these the items you experimented with at home? Are you moving them here? Indeed, it is more convenient to store the more troublesome items here. Conducting experiments at home is rather inconvenient. As my collection grows, I will run out of space at home. Moreover, Sleeping in the same room with a myriad of insects is rather unseemly. A change of venue is preferable. If that is the case, I can accept it. However, you brought me here, and I know nothing about this. I cannot be of any assistance. There is no need for you to undertake any troublesome tasks. I only require you to manage things when I lack the time and to record some data. It is not a difficult endeavor. Very well. I suppose I can agree to that. After a moment's hesitation, Shumoku acquiesced. Originally, I had planned to attend to these matters after the Chunin exams, but fearing that plans may not unfold as anticipated, I opted to come here early to arrange for the next steps. Shumoku, could you pluck a strand of your hair? For what purpose? Hurry, or I shall do it for you. No, I will do it myself. Reluctantly, Shumoku pulled out a hair. What do you need this for? To show you another facet of yourself, I replied with a smile. In a few days, you shall understand. I gestured toward the side, indicating, do you see that? That is my hair. As Xiao Chun approached, she realized it was the petri dish containing the hair of Mizuki. How could this be? The creature retained its monstrous form, characterized by sharp fangs and claws. However, after several days of Mizuki infusing it with chakra, its appearance had noticeably softened over time, though it still resembled a fearsome beast. Surprised, Mizuki remarked, at first, I even questioned whether I had become a monster myself. How could this happen? Xiao Chun, astonished, inquired, what is this green liquid? Mizuki responded with pride. This is my most significant discovery in recent months, a precious elixir that no one but myself could concoct. Without it, I, along with Moonlight Gale and Yamakaze Yaoi, would not have returned. Speaking of this achievement, Mizuki felt a sense of accomplishment, as it marked the first success since arriving in this world. Sharing these results with Xiao Chun served as a form of accountability to the companion who would walk alongside her in the future. Though Xiao Chun had not outwardly expressed her concerns, it was impossible for her anxiety to vanish entirely. Her actions had always been shrouded in ambiguity. While she had never spoken falsehoods, she had also withheld the truth, since she was unwilling to face the uncertain future alone. It was only right to be honest with those who accompanied her. What exactly is this potion? Could it be extremely dangerous? Xiao Chun felt a deep sense of trepidation regarding the substance. Mizuki acknowledged the potential dangers. For an ordinary person, it is indeed a lethal poison. However, for a ninja, as long as it is not abused, the risks are quite manageable. If used responsibly, it remains relatively safe. After much persuasion from Mizuki, Xiao Chun finally agreed to assist. Wonderful, Xiao Chun, thank you. Mizuki was thrilled to have a reliable ally, which made everything feel more manageable. But Mizuki, will the village disapprove of your experiments? Disapproval is certain. After all, a laboratory is not a place of harmony and friendship. There will inevitably be some bloodshed and discomfort. That's why I conduct these experiments in a secluded underground base. As long as the village remains unaware, it should be fine, Mizuki explained. It's not something that harms the innocent, nor am I conducting any cruel human experiments. It's likely far more civilized than what Danzo does in the village. Mizuki then meticulously outlined several precautions and tasks for Xiao Chun's assistance, reorganized the underground base, and set up traps and illusionary barriers to conceal the entrance before they departed. Upon returning to the small cabin in the back mountain, they paused briefly to gather their belongings before preparing to head back to the village. Along the way, Xiao Chun hesitated several times, prompting Mizuki to ask, is there something on your mind? We're almost home. Where did those strange creatures come from? What exactly are they? Hee. You couldn't help but ask, Mizuki chuckled. Only one of them is cultivated from my hair. The others are merely the blood spilled from various ninjas during missions, which I collected and transformed. There is no intention of concealment. Mizuki divulged everything to Kocho. However, are they truly alive? Is what we are doing morally acceptable? Those were originally just pools of blood. How could they possibly be alive? The original owners were perfectly fine. I merely repurposed what others deemed worthless. Indeed, it is best if that is the case. Yet, while attempting to reassure Kocho, the truth weighed heavily on Mizuki's conscience. Undoubtedly, those entities do not qualify as living beings. They are merely clusters of biological material, devoid of thought, spirit, soul, or self-awareness. They cannot even be considered complete life forms. Without the sustenance of the serum and culture medium, they would perish immediately. However, this state cannot persist indefinitely, particularly for the earliest clones derived from his own hair cells, which will soon approximate a complete form, with organs and tissues developing rapidly. Before long, they will possess a fully formed brain, capable of thought, learning, and growth. At that juncture, can he still regard them as mere tools, used and discarded? To manipulate sentient life is a transgression Mizuki cannot abide. This transcends the realm of a mere ninja's duties. One must maintain a moral compass, and when that compass is compromised, the very notion of limits ceases to exist. In a world rife with turmoil and conflict, those who uphold their principles are individuals of remarkable mental fortitude. Only they can preserve their essence and avoid succumbing to the abyss of moral decay. The importance of remaining true to oneself and not forgetting one's original intentions is self-evident. The realities of existence continually shape each individual. Environment, interpersonal relationships, morality, law, and one's worldview all delineate the boundaries of one's character, serving both as constraints and as shields. When one transcends these boundaries, they lose their direction. An unrestrained will cannot resist the allure of boundless freedom, resulting in the gradual erosion of their original identity, leading to self-destruction. Take Itachi Uchiha, for instance. His love for his brother sustained his ultimate moral boundary. In stark contrast, Orochimaru, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, shattered everything without remorse. In Mizuki's perspective, refraining from taking the lives of the innocent is a crucial moral boundary. One must first ascertain whether a life is human before assessing its innocence through the lens of one's ethical paradigm. Presently, those biological masses, based on his understanding, are undoubtedly not complete beings, and thus cannot be deemed human. Yet, should the day arrive when they meet his criteria for humanity, will he still be able to exploit and squander their lives without remorse? Even as their creator, he would consider such an act an unforgivable sin. Therefore, even though he can presently offer Kocho unwavering reassurances, he must contemplate the implications of these experiments and their future ramifications with utmost seriousness. Xiao-chun, you might consider experimenting with this verdant potion in your garden. It can be utilized in breeding, layering, grafting, and various other practices, likely enhancing the efficiency and yield of your nursery. Additionally, this silvery concoction can be employed in tandem to observe its effects. Simply document the data and results using the comparative classification method I taught you, and periodically share your findings with me. Xiao-chun, elated, accepted the potion, envisioning the potential to cultivate more flowers for sale, perhaps even discovering a sought-after new variety. Her enthusiasm for her passions was palpable. Just remember to prioritize safety and not misplace these items. They are not only precious, but also hazardous. If they fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble. Understood. I will safeguard them diligently, Xiao-chun replied earnestly. Ah, is that not Mizuki? A languid voice interrupted their conversation from behind, suggesting that he had fully recovered. You certainly have a knack for survival. Even in such dire straits, you emerged unscathed. Kakashi? Mizuki exclaimed, astonished by the coincidence. Mizuki-sensei, you seem rather pale. Have you been up to no good again? The loud voice belonged to Naruto Uzumaki, unmistakable in its exuberance. Sakura Haruno greeted politely, while the aloof Sasuke merely acknowledged with a nod. Sakura, what a polite child you are. Sasuke appears to have matured as well, Mizuki remarked with a smile. I heard you successfully completed a challenging mission. Quite impressive, Kakashi. Do not overlook my achievements. I too vanquished a formidable foe. Ah, Naruto, you are here as well. Mizuki said apologetically. I genuinely did not see you. You are rather short. You jerk. You did that on purpose. Just wait until I show you, Naruto declared, preparing to retaliate. Stop, Naruto, Kakashi interjected swiftly. Mizuki-sensei was severely injured during the mission. He cannot engage in combat. Really? That guy? Such a scoundrel could be so altruistic as to sustain injuries on a mission? Naruto expressed disbelief. The current education for genin seems gravely flawed, lacking respect for the esteemed predecessors who have served Konoha. It appears the third Hokage will have a headache on his hands, necessitating a serious reevaluation of the moral training for newly graduated ninjas. Such measures are undoubtedly essential. Perhaps a return to the Ninja Academy for further education is warranted. Return to the Ninja Academy? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Surely the third would not be so unfeeling. Disregarding Naruto's protest, Mizuki continued conversing with Kakashi as they walked. Why have you returned so late? Without interruptions, you should have completed your tasks much earlier. I wasted some time attending to other matters in the Land of Waves. Besides, it provided a good opportunity for lower-ranked ninjas to train after the great battle, Kakashi replied. Being a team leader truly is a challenge, especially with a group of troublesome youths. Not too bad, Kakashi shrugged. It seems you have recovered quite well. Shippuden and Konoha have also fared well, I presume? Yes. They are all fine and busy. None have the leisure to wander about as I do. Busy indeed. It seems you have returned just in time. With little time left for preparation. Shuemu gestured backward, inquiring if they wished to participate. The three lower ninjas were perplexed, yet Kakashi understood. Well, it might be worth a try. Perhaps there will be delightful surprises. As they conversed, the group unconsciously ventured into the village. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Kakashi said, as he and his companions hurried off to fulfill their missions. Farewell, Shuemu echoed. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, he felt utterly exhausted after a long day and deemed it wise to return home early to rest. Who is that Jonin? Asked Xiaochun, unable to recognize Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake, a renowned and formidable ninja from Konoha, Shuemu replied briefly. With his prowess, he might one day ascend to the position of Hokage. Is he really that impressive? Xiaochun exclaimed, astonished that such an unassuming and brooding figure could possess such remarkable abilities. Unassuming? Shuemu sighed, lamenting that Kakashi's striking features were obscured by his mask. Let us not dwell on that. We should return home early. You need not take leave tomorrow, as I no longer require constant supervision. Xiaochun agreed. All right, please take care. Upon returning to Shuemu's home, they found themselves with rare leisure and prepared a sumptuous meal together as a reward for their bustling day. After dining, Shuemu unusually assisted Xiaochun in clearing the dishes. Xiaochun, although I entrusted everything to you, I must inquire. Shuemu suddenly remembered something and turned to his fiancée. Have you decided on whom to invite to assist at the flower shop? Xiaochun appeared completely oblivious, displaying an innocent expression. Alas, it seems I overestimated you. Is the capable woman merely a fleeting guise? Beneath her strong exterior lies a rather absent-minded persona. Within a modest flower shop in Konoha, Shuemu sat behind a counter mostly concealed by flowers, diligently studying the materials at hand, occasionally jotting notes on paper. His industrious demeanor caused many potential customers to hesitate before entering. Initially, Shuemu intended to temporarily step in as a shop assistant until Xiaochun had everything organized. But the recruitment process for additional help had stalled. In just a few days, he had unwittingly become the proprietor of a somewhat notable flower shop, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Have I been duped? Shuemu later realized that Xiaochun had ensnared him in her plan. So much had transpired over the past few months. Her insecurities were not easily assuaged. Was she seeking to create opportunities for them to share experiences and deepen their bond amidst her worries over his reckless pursuit of Orochimaru? The complexities of a young girl's heart were indeed challenging to comprehend. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous, for it granted more time for observation and learning, and interacting with others might yield unexpected benefits. As Shuemu prepared to stretch after sitting for a long while, he noticed someone scrutinizing his flower shop. Shuemu-sensei, is that you? Did you open the shop? It was a striking young woman with golden hair, Ino Yamanaka. Ah, Ino. This flower shop belongs to my family. If I recall correctly, your family also runs a flower shop. Have you come to spy on the competition so soon? That is certainly not the case. What commercial secrets could a flower shop possibly possess? Ino hastily refuted, explaining that she merely heard of a new store opening and came to take a look, only to discover it was established by teacher Mizuki. In truth, this flower shop belongs to my fiancé, and I am merely assisting in its management. Mizuki inadvertently revealed this fact, and I pondered whether a barbecue restaurant might have been a better idea, considering there are numerous big eaters in Konoha like Choji, which could easily sustain several establishments. However, my own culinary skills and recipes leave much to be desired, making it quite difficult. Is that why you opted for a flower shop? Indeed, I replied, as my fiancé has a keen interest in this field and possesses considerable expertise. Unfortunately, I am at a complete loss. It's evident from your arrangements that you are a novice, teacher Mizuki, Ino jested, although they may appear somewhat presentable. Many of the combinations are quite erroneous. Operating a flower shop in such a manner could lead to significant losses. Really? They all look rather similar to me. How could I possibly be mistaken? Mizuki, lacking any innate talent for distinguishing between flowers, could not fathom why two blooms, seemingly identical in color and appearance, were not of the same variety. Ino, who had been surrounded by flowers since childhood, could not tolerate Mizuki's careless and disrespectful treatment of them, dedicating considerable time to reorganizing the arrangements that displeased her. Ino, there's no need to trouble yourself, Mizuki remarked, observing Ino's diligent efforts. Little Tsubaki will be arriving shortly. She can handle the arrangements. Tsubaki is your fiancée? What kind of person is she? Is the wedding imminent? Is that a problem? After all, I am a mature adult. You might want to pay more attention to your Sasuke. Ino retorted, I hear that Sakura Haruno and Sasuke are spending a great deal of time together, and their relationship is progressing rapidly. Proximity often breeds affection, and frankly, Ino, your chances seem rather slim. Nonsense. I refuse to be outdone by the broad-headed Sakura. Who can say? However, Ino, don't you have any missions to attend to as a genin? Why are you so idle? I just returned from a mission and am currently on leave, Ino explained. Isn't teacher Mizuki also quite idle? I am somewhat unique in my circumstances, but I will soon find myself quite busy. All the genin and their supervising teachers are returning to the village. It seems the Chunin exams are just around the corner. Ino, I appreciate your help today, Mizuki remarked with a sigh. It seems that flowers and plants are more dear to girls. Please accept this bouquet as a token of my gratitude. Teacher Mizuki, I cannot accept this. Such arrangements are typically reserved for funerals. Is that so? Mizuki replied awkwardly with a nervous laugh. Then perhaps I shall offer this instead. That is meant for proposals of marriage. Teacher Mizuki, you are crossing a line. Ultimately, Ino selected a bloom to take with her, whether it was a rose, a peony, or some other variety. She managed to navigate the situation. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan are truly coveted. Perhaps they could provide a solution to my own troubles. Mizuki understood that acquiring the ancestral techniques of a clan was nearly impossible. Yet, it seemed Aoi Yamashiro had received a fragment of that knowledge. How had he come by it? The connections were indeed complex. Lost in such thoughts, Mizuki had yet to make his next move when he suddenly transformed into a puff of chakra smoke and vanished. Moments later, another figure appeared. It was Mizuki once again. Has the time come again? It appears that my efforts are still in vain. Alternative methods must be sought. In truth, the entity that had been monitoring the shop was merely a shadow clone of Mizuki. For Mizuki, the most significant value of this legendary ninjutsu, created by the second Hokage, lies in the peculiar ability for the memories and experiences of the clone to be transmitted back to the original. To elucidate this phenomenon, Mizuki employed sealing techniques in conjunction with the shadow clone technique, greatly enhancing its flexibility, facilitating chakra distribution, and bolstering resilience. However, after several days of experimentation, he had yet to transcend the limitations of usage time. Once chakra was depleted, the clone would vanish, which proved quite inconvenient. How splendid it would be to develop a more advanced form of this technique. For consecutive days, Mizuki found himself engrossed in shadow clones and sealing techniques, occasionally dabbling in summoning jutsu, yet time was still short, yielding scant results. Meanwhile, the village of Konoha saw an influx of unfamiliar faces, with ninjas from other villages, sporting their respective headbands, becoming increasingly common. Then, one day, the mobilization order for Konoha was issued. Glancing at the birds chirping in the sky, Mizuki felt somewhat reluctant to participate. Nonetheless, as someone involved in the Chunin exam, and having enjoyed a leisurely respite, his body was nearly recovered. Attending would be beneficial. Resolute in his decision, Mizuki made his way to the Hokage's office after a prolonged absence. Along the way, he exchanged greetings with familiar ninjas and, upon arrival, took a seat towards the back to observe. What transpired next failed to pique Mizuki's interest. The third Hokage rambled on incessantly, followed by 3 jonin who took the stage to recommend new candidates, and then Irika entered to engage in a verbal sparring match. Ultimately, the ensuing debate between the factions was utterly tedious. Surely it was time for the third Hokage to mediate and arrange a preliminary examination? A profound yawn escaped Mizuki. Suddenly, his companion, Irika, nudged his arm. What is it? Mizuki asked, snapping back to attention. He noticed that everyone was staring in their direction. Ahem, the third Hokage inquired. Mizuki, is your health fully restored? This scenario felt amiss. Mizuki calmly replied, I am quite well now. That's good to hear. Do you have any opinions regarding the preliminary exam? None. I shall defer to your guidance, Lord Third. By the way, what were you discussing just now? Does it concern me? Since there are no objections, let us proceed to prepare, the third Hokage concluded. The crowd then filed out, leaving Mizuki yearning to inquire about the situation. Just as he was lost in thought, Irika caught up to him, saying, Mizuki, thank you for agreeing to assist me. What did I agree to? Mizuki felt a sense of impending trouble. Which one will you test? Sasuke, Naruto, or Sakura? Was Irika truly dissatisfied with handling this alone and sought to drag Mizuki into the fray? No wonder everyone was looking at him. What an inconvenience. I suppose I'll choose Sakura Haruno. She seems the most suitable. Mizuki resignedly selected the least demanding option. Naruto was out of the question. It would either require casting a genjutsu to incapacitate him or risk being overwhelmed by a group attack. Neither scenario seemed beneficial. As for Sasuke, it would be best to avoid the brooding, temperamental youth. Confronting the Sharingan would be too troublesome. Currently, Sakura remained a soft target. If he didn't seize the opportunity now, there would be few chances to assert dominance over her in the future. Sakura, very well. Mizuki, now that you have just recovered from your illness, I shall take care of the others. I apologize for the trouble this time. Consider it a repayment of my previous favor. Irika, my favors do not come cheap. Can I truly expend one for such a trivial matter? You would be at a loss. How so? Is it not quite agreeable? Since you have stated it thus, I cannot afford to be negligent. I must prepare diligently. Mizuki, are you responsible for Sakura's test? Kakashi's sudden appearance made me acutely aware of my subordinates' futures, and I felt a wave of concern. Rest assured, Kakashi, you must also have faith in them. Otherwise, why recommend them? While I do believe in them, my concern does not lie with them, but rather with you. Do not portray me as a villain. Just keep a close watch. Right, Irika? Just do not go overboard. After all, they are still merely newly minted genin. Mizuki, suggested Irika. Fear not. I possess the necessary discretion. Observing Mizuki's expression, akin to that of a child discovering a new toy, Kakashi could not help but worry for Sakura. The fact that Irika had summoned Mizuki to fill in for the preparatory exam was not a significant issue. Yet it indeed presented a splendid opportunity to assess the fruits of his recent studies, especially against an opponent like Sakura, who currently posed no substantial threat. Nonetheless, a conventional strength test would be exceedingly dull. Sakura's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. It would be remiss not to exploit them. As long as I do not overstep, Kakashi should not take issue with me. I can simply leave the headaches to him. Thus, it was settled. With resolute determination, Mizuki bit his finger and swiftly formed the necessary seals. As the summoning runes enveloped the space, a figure materialized. It appeared to be relatively stable. Let us observe its debut performance. Although still incomplete, it would serve as a temporary measure and was currently the most viable option. Recently, Sakura had been plagued by troubles, not due to a lack of progress in her relationship with Sasuke, nor because of Naruto's incessant provocations, but because she genuinely felt she had become a hindrance within their trio. It was one thing for the prodigious Sasuke to excel, but even the underachieving Naruto had begun to catch up, which was hardly a source of joy for someone like her, who prided herself on being a top student. Currently, she found it disheartening that her standing in Sasuke's eyes seemed to pale in comparison to Naruto's. To her utter dismay, she realized that this was indeed the reality. Naruto had grown stronger, and Sasuke was formidable as ever. It was only she who felt utterly ineffectual. Sakura lamented on the balcony, contemplating whether or not to participate in the Chunin exam. The lack of confidence gnawed at her. Perhaps it would be best not to burden Sasuke and Naruto any further. As she wrestled with her thoughts, she was suddenly called by someone. Meanwhile, in another area, Kakashi looked on helplessly at Mizuki, who was busily setting up barriers, illusions, and an array of traps and sealing techniques. One might think he was preparing for battle. Better safe than sorry, Mizuki replied. I have put in this much effort for your students, and you should be grateful. Is it truly necessary to go through all this trouble for a mere preparatory test? For the sake of the village's next generation, we, as predecessors, ought not to shy away from inconvenience. Kakashi, whatever has become of your sense of responsibility? Mizuki has planned this for quite some time. We cannot abandon it halfway. Why are you staring at me? Shouldn't you be watching Sasuke and Naruto? I have faith in their abilities, Kakashi replied with resignation. My only concern is Sakura, especially since you are responsible for the evaluation. Finally accomplished, Mizuki turned to ask, what did you just say? Nothing. I merely mentioned that Sakura is approaching. Your eyesight is quite remarkable. I completely failed to see her. From my elevated position, two slender figures gradually emerged in the distance. It was indeed Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke-kun, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me? Sakura asked anxiously. But why bring me to a place like this? It's clearly a desolate forest. This location is relatively quiet, free from disturbances. I shall be succinct. You should withdraw from the Chunin exams. His unrelenting words left Haruno Sakura bewildered. Kakashi, who had been observing from the sidelines, frowned. Such audacity was indeed reckless. He was clearly a scoundrel with ill intent. At that moment, taking advantage of Sakura's disquiet, Mizuki hastily activated the illusionary technique, and the surroundings began to morph, with various traps and small ceiling formations coming into play. Sasuke-kun, why must I withdraw? Sakura inquired in astonishment. Is it because you dislike being with me? No, it is because your strength is inadequate. Once you withdraw, Naruto and I will invite more suitable candidates to form a team for the exam. But will Kakashi-sensei agree? Didn't he say participation was voluntary? Once you withdraw, Kakashi-sensei will have no grounds for objection. Observing the impersonated Sasuke and the conflicted Sakura from the sidelines, Mizuki turned to Kakashi with a grin. It seems the antagonist is making their entrance. Care for a cameo? Pass. Kakashi promptly declined. What a pity, it truly lacks excitement. Honestly, I am concerned about your sense of humor, Mizuki remarked, before employing the shadow clone technique. The clone transformed into a masked grass ninja and charged forward, accompanied by a barrage of kunai from countless traps aimed at the two. The sudden turn of events and the all-encompassing assault left the two with no escape, plunging them into dire straits. Be careful, retreat, Sasuke shouted, as he pushed Sakura down to the ground. In an instant, he was pierced by a volley of shurikens, seemingly facing imminent demise. Useless fools, perhaps you should all withdraw from this Chunin exam. Otherwise, this is the fate that awaits you, the shadow clone taunted. Finally, the real deal has arrived, Sakura exclaimed, flipping over and pushing the fake Sasuke aside. Do you think a mere illusion combined with deception can easily fool a leaf ninja? Mizuki furrowed his brow at the sidelines. Compared to the numerous flaws in the traps from the original story, he believed he had executed this quite effectively. With someone as adept at understanding human nature as himself judging, it should not have been so easily uncovered. However, the overall narrative remained largely intact, and minor details could be overlooked. Kakashi, look at Sakura's keen perception. She truly has a remarkable ability to see through traps. After all, she is the most knowledgeable among the genin and possesses the finest chakra control, so her remarkable performance is to be expected. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. At least for now, she was performing admirably. As long as she maintained this level, he would have justification and could prevent Sakura from being unable to participate in the Chunin exam. Faced with the unexpected exposure, the shadow clone had no choice but to launch an aggressive attack. It seems you are quite confident, young lady. The Chunin exam is no laughing matter. Everything will become reality. Since you refuse to concede, allow me to show you the harshness of a ninja. As the words left his mouth, the Jinjutsu was activated once more, and a barrage of shurikens flew forth, sealing off all avenues of escape. Simultaneously, the ground shimmered, and 3 wooden puppet warriors rose, drawing their blades to strike at Sakura. In the face of this onslaught, Sakura remained undeterred, forming hand seals and preparing to dispel the Jinjutsu. The shurikens passed through her body, leaving her unscathed. The blades of the 2 puppets swept across her, yet she remained untouched. Just as the 3rd puppet's blade was about to descend upon her head, Sakura sensed the imminent danger and swiftly sidestepped, though she was still a moment too late, losing a strand of hair to the edge of the blade. The merging of illusion and reality in this Jinjutsu, Mizuho, is far too challenging for a genin. Isn't it? Kakashi expressed his dissatisfaction. Mizuho replied that while it is indeed a daunting task for a newly minted genin, it is still manageable for those preparing for the Chunin exam. Kakashi reluctantly accepted this explanation. How are you faring, young lady? Are you about to give in? If you don't withdraw now, the next time it could be more than just a lock of hair. No, I shall never yield to someone like you who hides in the shadows. Such meaningless bravado. How naive. Allow me to show you the cruelty of a ninja. The formation was fully activated, and the shadow clone, in conjunction with the puppets, closed in for the kill. In the face of danger, Sakura did not retreat. Instead, she charged at the puppet warrior, swiftly dismantling the seemingly shoddy construct into splinters before leaping back to evade the shurikens launched by the shadow clone. That should suffice, Mizuho. Shall we continue? Let us see it through to the end. The shadow clone's time is limited. In the following moments, with Mizuho's shadow clone intentionally easing the pressure, they maintained a balanced exchange of offense and defense. Exhausted, Sakura finally endured until the shadow clone's disappearance. Just as even Kakashi believed it was over, the puppet that had been sent flying by Sakura suddenly began to rapidly reconstruct itself and advanced swiftly towards her with its blade. What is happening? Why isn't the barrier dissipated? Kakashi confirmed that Mizuho's original form had not intervened. Under normal circumstances, without chakra to sustain the barrier, everything should have vanished. However, witnessing the puppet, which should have been rendered inoperative, spring back to life, Kakashi was taken aback and pulled back his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan for a closer inspection. What is that? It's not an ordinary puppet. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, typical Genjutsu and concealed truths could not escape detection. Is it that the shadow clone utilized a transformation technique? It doesn't seem like it. This has been what sustained the Genjutsu barrier all along. Kakashi turned in surprise and inquired. It seems your intention is to test this artifact, is it not? Truly a scheming individual. Sakura, in a state of desperation, evaded as best as she could. Yet her already exhausted body could no longer endure. Overcome by fatigue, she stumbled, and a mysterious creature resembling a puppet caught up, slicing through her with a blade. With no means to avoid the strike, Sakura helplessly closed her eyes. However, instead of meeting her fate, she opened her eyes to find a strand of hair cascading down the blade. Having narrowly escaped, Sakura could no longer support her weary body and collapsed onto the ground. Having just sheared your left locks, now your right side too has fallen. At last, it appears symmetrical, and your hairstyle seems normal. A sharp voice emerged from the puppet. I apologize for damaging your meticulously groomed hair. To express my gratitude for your spirited performance, here is a gift. A scroll was tossed to Sakura. But do ponder my words. Lacking the requisite strength will only render you a burden to others. Kakashi, with a grim expression, remarked to Mizuki, isn't this a bit excessive? Mizuki shrugged nonchalantly, then formed hand seals, releasing the jutsu. The puppet transformed into a cloud of chakra, and soon the illusionary barrier began to dissipate. What did you give Sakura? These are my recent research findings, some sealing techniques and potions, along with illusionary data. Quite practical, especially for a scholarly ninja like Sakura, who excels in chakra control. Although she may not fully grasp it, Kakashi understood its implications. Is it perhaps too soon for her? Mizuki shook his head and sighed. Kakashi, you show bias. While she may not be of the same caliber as Sasuke or possess Naruto's innate talent, one should not overlook Sakura's potential. Perhaps you are right. I do struggle to handle female ninjas. Mizuki smirked. Well, it's not my concern. She is your student, not mine. Do as you please. I must go submit my report, and the rest is up to you. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He had an unsettling premonition about the situation, which turned out to be quite troublesome. As dusk approached, Mizuki returned home after completing his mission. Despite expending a considerable amount of chakra, he did not feel particularly fatigued, as the disparity in strength was starkly evident. Koharu, I will be busy for a while. You need not wait up to cook for me tonight. Also, do check on the flower shop more often. All right. However, I've been quite busy myself with numerous tasks involving barrier inspections. If it becomes too overwhelming, consider hiring someone. If that fails, post a task for someone to watch the store. Do you have the funds to post a task? Let us not dwell on sad matters. Thankfully, the end of the month is nearing, and salaries will be dispersed soon. After dinner, the two tidied up the house, and Mizuki retrieved a summoning scroll, releasing the wooden puppet within. Koharu, like last time, I will control the chakra, and you will perform the sealing. As Shueimu spoke, he touched the forehead of the wooden puppet, and in an instant, it transformed into a creature of half-human, half-beast nature, standing no taller than a waist. Its body adorned with intricate runes. The youthful visage bore stripes reminiscent of a tiger, and its hands and feet were equipped with sharp claws, its form slightly hunched forward. How does it feel? Shueimu inquired of the creature. While it had no issues with regular movement, combat exertion proved to be quite taxing, even after a battle of relatively low intensity. Surprisingly, the creature responded, its voice high-pitched and youthful. If one disregards the expenditure required to maintain the barrier, could it be utilized temporarily? One could not expect too much, as defeating someone of Haruno Sakura's caliber would hold little significance. What, then, is the primary concern at present? The amount of chakra generated by the body far exceeded expectations. The more intense the battle, the more astonishing the chakra produced. The vigorous activity prompted a rapid depletion of the body, further shortening an already limited lifespan. How long could it possibly endure? It was difficult to ascertain, dependent on the frequency and intensity of battles. I see, Shueimu mused, finding the situation rather troublesome. The creature before him was, in fact, a clone developed from his own hair. in an attempt to resolve the control issues concerning these clones and to alleviate his moral dilemmas. Shuei-mu had taken inspiration from the concept of the Jinchuriki to create this entity. The underlying principle was quite simple, utilizing his shadow clone's chakra and mastery of sealing techniques. He sealed a shadow clone imbued with an immense quantity of his chakra within the clone. In Shuei-mu's original conception, tailed beasts were merely collections of chakra birthed from humanity's negative will, while shadow clones served as collections of chakra embodying his own will. Despite the vast disparity in their power, the formation principles appeared quite similar. Was there a more fitting combination than the pairing of shadow clones and self-clones for the role of Jinchuriki? With a spirit of experimentation, the being before him was born. Unlike Jinchuriki, where human will predominates and the tailed beast's will is sealed, Shuei-mu's creation was quite the opposite. The physical form was merely an empty vessel. By leaving a back door in the seal, allowing his willful shadow clone to leak a modicum of chakra, it seamlessly occupied the body. Shuei-mu himself found it hard to believe how smoothly it had gone. The consciousness that might have emerged during the body's growth would likely never have the opportunity to take shape, thus resolving a lingering concern. Observing the creature's clear thought processes and fluid responses, Shuei-mu deemed it a preliminary success. However, the most troublesome issue concerning lifespan remained. A predicament not only for the clone, but for himself as well. Logically, the cellular division of any organism is finite. As cells divide, the genetic information at their ends becomes increasingly worn, leading to cellular aging. Given Shuei-mu's hair, consisting of adult cells, and activating them with a serum to develop into an independent being, it was likely that the cells had exhausted much of their lifespan. The existence of ninjas is inherently short-lived. Consider the chakra extraction method. Their power derives from both physical and mental faculties. While judicious use of such abilities may be acceptable, the constant demands of battle inevitably lead to the overexertion of their physical strengths. Once this threshold is exceeded, a diminished lifespan becomes commonplace. If a ninja were to endure tasks akin to those faced by Mizuki during the Land of Waves mission on 2 more occasions, it would be a miracle if they did not meet an early demise. From Mizuki's perspective, the majority of a ninja's training and combat methods are fundamentally akin to dark arts. The overexploitation of the body is routine, and the various experiments resemble the reckless endeavors of mad scientists and bioweapon crises. Given the prevailing circumstances, it is no surprise that many ninjas, seeking to extend their lives in precarious times, would risk their future longevity. It is thus understandable why most ninjas swiftly age after reaching their peak, lacking the legendary indications of prolonged life associated with powerful martial artists and celestial beings. Were it not for the existence of the Senju Hashirama cells, which provide a lifeline to certain antagonists, the history of the ninja world would have unfolded quite differently. Thus, Mizuki resolved to exchange information first and subsequently replenish chakra. He must strive to harness physical strength while minimizing consumption. At present, this seems to be the only viable approach, as a continuous source of chakra is unattainable, and he must resort to such rudimentary methods. Alright, Katsuki, let us begin. On the day of the Chunin exams, within the Hokage's office, a multitude of Chunin and Jonin tasked with overseeing the examination gathered. Mizuki, as per his usual habit, tucked himself away at the back, dozing off. However, this time, he sensed that time was of the essence. The third Hokage refrained from lengthy preambles, hastily uttering a few words before announcing the commencement of the exam. In an instant, the throng of ninjas dispersed. The chief examiner for the first round, Marino Abiki, led a group of Chunin to the written examination venue. Over the past few days, Mizuki had considered the possibility of encountering other candidates, yet he was wary of crossing paths with Orochimaru, which would be unfortunate. Thus, he resolved to remain dutifully in the mission hall, attending to some paperwork, which afforded him a sense of leisure. Mizuki harbored no apprehensions about meeting Orochimaru or Kabuto during the exam. Under the scrutiny of numerous spectators, such prominent figures would likely overlook someone as inconsequential as himself, provided he did not engage with them privately. Sitting in the examiner's seat near the door, Mizuki couldn't help but shake his head. It appeared that there was no examiner's position in the original narrative. Observing the flamboyantly painted Kankuro before him, he mused on the absurdity of the situation. Was Kankuro not perhaps attempting to masquerade as an examiner in order to sway answers from him? How would this individual manage to pass the exam now that Mizuki was the genuine examiner? It would be a headache if his actions led to significant deviations in the subsequent storyline. Deciding to dismiss such thoughts, he rationalized that the overarching agenda of the enigmatic Orochimaru remained unchanged, and thus, there should be no issues. As Mizuki surveyed the room, he spotted Orochimaru. His disguise was rather effective, rendering him nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Meanwhile, Kabuto, with glasses, certainly fit the profile of a spy. There was also the striking figure of Karui, whose vibrant red hair indicated her lineage from the Uzumaki clan, a hallmark of their heritage. However, what was the situation with Naruto Uzumaki? The genetic legacy of Namake's Minato is remarkably powerful, overshadowing the hereditary traits of Uzumaki Kushina, leaving only a cascade of golden locks for Uzumaki Naruto. It appears that, despite being dubbed a common ninja, Minato's lineage is anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Ibiki is on stage elucidating the rules of the written examination, while Mizuki exhibits a lack of interest in the proceedings, as it bears little significance to him. After all, the proctors will manage the oversight. Once Ibiki clarifies the instructions, Mizuki busies himself with calculations on the board, focusing on the coordinates for summoning techniques and the formulas for chakra perception. This task holds greater importance for him. While he does not aspire to invent extraordinary space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique, it suffices for him to devise a convenient method for traversing discreetly between the laboratory and the village. As for the Chunin exams, he is indifferent to how others choose to participate. Mizuki's nonchalance, however, causes quite a stir among the candidates, who are startled by his scribbling, as many are caught attempting to cheat and subsequently expelled from the examination hall. The sight of Mizuki, who remains engrossed in his writing, instills a sense of dread among the remaining candidates. Suddenly, Mizuki detects a surge of chakra nearby. He lifts his head in annoyance, thinking, "Although I have opened the door to convenience, you ought not to be so audacious." Unperturbed by the pressure he has inadvertently placed on the candidates, he senses the presence of Kankuro. Glancing at the clock, he realizes the time and understands Kankuro's impatience. However, it seems too late for a puppet show. Intrigued, Mizuki halts his calculations and observes Kankuro with keen interest, causing the latter to instinctively withdraw. Mizuki wonders how they plan to cheat in the absence of their puppetry. He casts a glance at Temari, noting that apart from Naruto, she and Kankuro have submitted blank papers, and he assumes that Gaara is disinclined to assist them with answers. Another striking blonde, she possesses an appealing figure, though her hairstyle fails to captivate him. Thus, he decides against extending a helping hand and leaves them to their own devices. 10 minutes later, the written examination concludes. Kankuro and Temari, unnerved by Mizuki's enigmatic smile, pin their hopes on the 10th question. Thanks to Naruto's sudden outburst, they managed to pass the exam, albeit with 2 more blank submissions added to the mix. Finally freed, Mizuki steps out of the examination room, preparing to return home. "Mizuki, are you not the alternate for the second round in the Forest of Death?" inquires Yamashiro Aoba, who is assigned to the second task. "You've just stated that I am an alternate. What business do I have in your primary selection?" Mizuki retorts, leaving Aoba speechless. With a leisurely demeanor, Mizuki makes his way home. "Now it is my turn to operate behind the scenes and seize the opportunity. I wonder if those contingencies will yield any fruitful results." As the second exam in the Forest of Death unfolds vigorously, Mizuki finds himself wandering the streets alone, deliberately choosing to linger around taverns and nearby women's baths. In this contemporary era, the accomplished Shumu certainly has no need to linger in such places for idle amusement. He merely seeks to confirm a single matter. That white-haired figure? It must be Jiraiya, without a doubt. Having spotted the lecherous sage peeking outside a women's open-air bath, Shuemu finally felt a sense of relief. If this esteemed individual had not returned as anticipated, Konoha would have faced uncertainty in repelling the joint assault from Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi, should such a scenario transpire. Konoha would suffer grievously, a predicament indeed. With the matter now verified, Shuemu resolved not to squander any more time and prepared to turn homeward. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting a change of direction towards the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the door, he knocked softly. "Come in." Given the village's bustling activity in recent days, it was likely that the third Hokage was quite occupied. Shuemu entered, closing the door behind him. "Is that you, Shuemu? I recall that you do not have any assigned missions at present. What brings you here?" The third Hokage inquired. "Lord Third, I come bearing vital intelligence," Shuemu replied earnestly. "Indeed? The third Hokage ceased his tasks, looking up at Shuemu with keen interest. What sort of intelligence? It pertains to Lord Jiraiya, Shuemu responded. Just moments ago, I encountered an individual in the village who closely resembles him. Though years have passed since our last meeting, I am confident in my observation. Jiraiya? The revelation seemed to catch the third Hokage off guard. Where did you make this discovery? Near the women's bathing area of the open-air bath, Shuemu disclosed. The unexpected answer left the third Hokage somewhat flustered. It seemed there was little doubt that it was indeed Jiraiya. The act of voyeurism lent a compelling credibility to the situation. Did you attract any attention? You haven't mentioned this to anyone else, have you? He asked. No. I stumbled upon it by chance and came directly to report. I doubt anyone noticed, and I have not informed anyone else, Shuemu reassured him. That is fortunate. The third Hokage stated, issuing a directive. Let this matter rest here. Do not speak of it to others. Understood, Shuemu acknowledged. You may leave, the third Hokage concluded. As Shuemu exited, the third Hokage pondered briefly, then opened a drawer to retrieve a report from a month prior concerning the unusual activities of the Sound and Sand Shinobi. Jiraiya, have you discerned some ominous developments that prompted your return? Let us hope it is merely a tempest in a teapot. In the Death Forest, numerous candidates struggled for survival, while a handful, believing themselves to be formidable and impatient, had already embarked on hunts and skirmishes. Amid the fervent battles, a cluster of small, translucent creatures approached the riverbank, their collective movement reflecting an unusual light. Otherwise, they would have gone unnoticed. As they drifted ashore and detected no disturbances, a diminutive figure emerged from the water, precisely the counterfeit Jinchuriki created by Shomu, utilizing an inconspicuous jellyfish formation to cast a concealment illusion. And drawing upon his familiarity with the Death Forest, Shuemu stealthily infiltrated the area. The mission to eradicate the monsters within the Death Forest over 2 months ago had not been in vain. Shuemu had meticulously investigated every blade of grass and tree within, making his entry exceedingly simple. It is indeed here, fortunately not too far away. It is normal for the weak to not venture far. My judgment has proven accurate. The direction was discerned with remarkable ease, and having marked it beforehand made the pursuit all the more convenient. Throughout the journey, Mizuki took every precaution to evade potential confrontations. For those who have infiltrated the examination venue as non-participants, maintaining a low profile is paramount. Not everyone possesses the audacity and strength of Orochimaru. At last, the target was within sight, just ahead. Mizuki quickly located his objective. Concealed amidst the branches and foliage of a colossal tree, he observed 3 grass ninjas below, arranged in the typical formation of 2 men and a woman, a familiar sight in the ninja world. These were not the imposters disguised by Orochimaru, but rather the genuine team that included Kankuro, identifiable by the discrete markers Mizuki had previously laid. Thus, locating them was an effortless task. Mizuki had meticulously calculated his current capabilities. There were only a few he could afford to provoke without significant backing, not to mention Orochimaru or Kabuto, who were formidable figures. He dared not approach the Sand Ninjas, as the Jinchuriki were no trifling matter and could easily bring misfortune upon him. The 12 ninjas of Konoha were prized assets, and countless eyes were upon them. The last incident in the Land of Waves, where some blood was surreptitiously acquired for experimentation without consequence, was already a stroke of luck. Frankly speaking, Mizuki held little interest in any of the others. Only Kankuro, with her unique Uzumaki lineage and secret techniques, might possess some value. More importantly, she could potentially lead him to clues concerning the Shinigami mask, which would be most advantageous. Finding Kankuro brought Mizuki a sense of relief. As of now, he had not been outpaced by Sasuke, and Orochimaru had only just been bested by Itachi Uchiha, who remained preoccupied in pursuit of Sasuke's Sharingan and had no interest in a weakling like Kankuro for the time being. Therefore, the opportunity to entice the unguarded Kankuro was ripe for the taking. Having spent the better part of the day setting a myriad of traps and warning lines around Kankuro's team, Mizuki awaited the moment she became isolated to persuade her. Observing the 2 male grass ninjas being mercilessly battered, Mizuki could not help but lament their ill fortune. Their strength was respectable, not utterly lacking. And with Kankuro serving as a source of healing, they might have had a chance at passing the Chunin exams. Yet, it seemed they could only bemoan their misfortune. The current Chunin exams were rife with monsters, rendering their abilities insufficient even as mere background players. As he watched the 2 lose confidence and vent their frustrations on Kankuro, Mizuki felt certain that their prospects were grim. When strength falters, intelligence may compensate. If intellect is lacking, one could strive to become a model ninja within the realm. Yet alas, their psychological resilience was wanting. Such a pity. Just as Mizuki waited in quiet anticipation, a disturbance in a nearby warning line suddenly caught his attention. Was it Sasuke? He arrived sooner than expected. Mizuki was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a meeting later in the evening. However, this was fortuitous. Having missed their last encounter during the preliminary exams, he now held the advantage of circumstance and was prepared to engage. Contemplating this, Mizuki split off a shadow clone and transformed into the guise of a grass ninja. As from this point onward, aside from the sound ninjas, all grass ninjas would bear the burden of blame, and he was not one to stand aside. On the other side, Sasuke, seizing the opportunity while fetching water, suddenly discovered a cleverly laid trap. Recently having activated his Sharingan, he felt an arrogant surge of confidence after having suffered a setback against Rock Lee. Eager to vent his frustrations on a worthy opponent, he pursued a fleeting figure without hesitation. As he cautiously advanced, Sasuke abruptly halted, leaping to evade a volley of shuriken that struck the very ground he had just traversed. Before he could utter a word, a sound of flames ignited behind him as his feet landed on a tree branch. Disaster loomed. He had been careless. Sasuke quickly dodged, but a series of explosions erupted, enveloping him in a dense cloud of smoke, and the violent shockwave sent him crashing heavily to the ground. Were all the ninjas of Konoha so presumptuous to dare to confront him alone, clearly considering themselves superior to ninjas from other villages? With extensive experience as an antagonist, Mizuki was perfectly suited for such a scenario. He swiftly demonstrated his prowess to Sasuke. As chakra surged, an illusionary barrier rose, and countless masked grass ninjas emerged from all directions, launching shuriken towards the smoke-shrouded Sasuke. What would take the Konoha Genin team 2 days to encounter, Mizuki saw fit to let Sasuke experience alone in advance. Just as the shuriken were about to strike, Sasuke had already evaded, his agile form deftly maneuvering through traps. However, before he could extricate himself from the entanglement, he found himself surrounded by phantoms conjured by the illusion. In a bid to break free, Sasuke unleashed the Great Fireball technique, rapidly forming hand seals and releasing a massive fireball that scorched a wide area before him. How could this possibly be effective? Mizuki taunted, using his illusionary sound technique to obscure his true location. Is this all the Uchiha clan is capable of? Despite his derision, Mizuki had no desire for a direct confrontation with Sasuke. If his true form were present, perhaps he could subdue the currently weakened Uchiha. As a mere shadow of his full self, Mizuki felt that testing Sasuke's capabilities from a distance was sufficient. Engaging in a face-to-face duel in his current state would be unwise. What is wrong with the Uchiha? You seem rather well informed about me. Who exactly are you? Lurking in the shadows like a coward? Sasuke retorted, undeterred by Mizuki's bravado. You're bold to speak so, but an Uchiha who doesn't even utilize the Sharingan is hardly worth my time. Find me first. Oh, you do seem knowledgeable about the Uchiha. Let me show you their true strength, Sasuke declared, realizing that half-hearted efforts would render him vulnerable. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke fought with renewed vigor. Yet he pondered its efficacy. Engaging in a futile battle of pride amidst an unfavorable situation would only deplete his stamina. After narrowly avoiding a shuriken hidden within an illusion, Sasuke comprehended his precarious predicament. He continued to evade the genuine and illusory traps and attacks without pause. The Uchiha are indeed disappointing, he mused, feeling the drain on his chakra. His shadow clones would not last long. He needed to break the deadlock. It was said that the Uchiha clan had been nearly annihilated, leaving only one incompetent survivor who had managed to escape, a pitiful wretch, and that wretch was him. As the experience of the antagonist increases, so does the venom of their words. A truly symbiotic relationship. Opportunities to utter hurtful remarks without restraint are, indeed, scarce. If there exists a sensitive spot for Sasuke, it would undoubtedly be the anguish of his clan's annihilation and the deep-seated hatred he harbors for Itachi Uchiha, which ranks at the very forefront of his emotions. Struck at his core, Sasuke seethes with rage, yet finds himself utterly powerless against an enemy whose location remains a mystery. He can only futilely expend his chakra, entangled in illusions. Even with the Sharingan that can penetrate the Genjutsu, the intermittent real attacks compel him to maintain an acute state of alertness, leaving no room for negligence. The situation has escalated dramatically, and Sasuke is filled with regret over his brash decision to confront this challenge alone. With formidable opponents like Gaara and Rock Lee in his path, and the reputedly more talented Neji Hyuga lurking, even an incidental encounter has left him in a state of disarray. It appears he has underestimated the Chunin exam. The abundance of skilled ninjas outside is overwhelming. He fervently hopes that Sakura and Naruto will quickly realize something is amiss and rush to his aid, as his only recourse lies in relying on Sakura's intellect and Naruto's monstrous stamina, though it is disheartening for the proud Sasuke to depend on two unreliable allies. He finds himself with no superior alternative. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure of Mizuki is calculating the chakra usage, pondering whether to continue entangling with Uchiha Sasuke. The data has been sufficiently gathered. It is likely that the educated Sasuke will refrain from pursuing further. What is that over there? Mizuki, deep in thought, suddenly notices new intruders. Those two grass ninjas? Have they come to take advantage of the commotion? Perfect. Leaving them here negates the need to create another opportunity. On the other side, Karen finds herself in grave peril. As an outsider from the grass village, she has never undergone systematic ninja training, relying solely on her innate talent, which proves woefully inadequate against the colossal beasts of the Death Forest, from which even average ninjas would flee. This time, there is no Sasuke to swoop in for a heroic rescue. Mizuki, ever opportunistic, will not let this rare chance to enhance his rapport slip away. He does not seek an instant romance or a pledge of loyalty from Karen. He merely hopes that in the future, she will think twice before aligning herself with Orochimaru, considering the path he offers. Thus, seizing the moment while Karen is paralyzed with fear, Mizuki appears. He is experienced in handling such clumsy brutes. It is almost effortless for him. With a binding array rendering the beast immobile, a tranquilizer swiftly incapacitates it, and a sealing scroll ensnares it for transport. Whether for experimentation or as a meal can be decided later. Having dealt with the beast, Mizuki approaches Karen and retrieves her fallen glasses, handing them back to her. "Can you stand?" he asks. "Yes, I can," she responds, flustered, hastily rising to her feet and donning the glasses he has returned, her gaze filled with apprehension. "The Earth Scroll? I never anticipated you would be entrusted with its safekeeping," Mizuki remarks. "Sir Examiner, are we going to be expelled? Have we lost our qualification for the exam?" "Ah, how did you know I was an examiner rather than a participant?" Shuemu asked, astonished. "Your chakra is identical to that of the examiner from the first round, the one who sat sternly by the door, which is why I pay particular attention to you, despite your current appearance being quite different." "The sternest? How can that be?" Shuemu, perplexed, inquired, completely unaware of the context. It seems that Xianglin's innate abilities have proven to be remarkably exceptional, albeit her combat skills remain lacking. Only the examiner has been diligently noting the cheaters. "And then everyone was expelled," Xianglin cautiously remarked. Upon hearing this, Shuemu realized that it was all a misunderstanding. He had inadvertently played the role of the villain. "Then why did you think I would expel you?" Shuemu questioned, deeply puzzled. "Didn't the examiner arrive long ago? He has been observing us. And now he is about to deem us unqualified, right? In the end, I have not been of any use." Xianglin expressed her profound disappointment. Realizing it was yet another misunderstanding, Shuemu felt compelled to clarify. "Firstly, I am not here to disqualify you, so you need not worry." "Really? That is splendid news," Xianglin exclaimed with joy at the unexpected revelation. "Secondly, I hope you can keep our encounter a secret. My actions are not permitted, and I wish for them to remain unknown to others." "All right, I will keep it confidential," Xianglin assured. "Lastly, should you ever leave the hidden grass village or find yourself without a place to go, I hope you will seek me out. I have great faith in your talents and would greatly appreciate your assistance." Shuemu was completely transparent about his intentions. Recognizing that the remarkably perceptive girl could discern the truth behind words, making any attempt at subterfuge unnecessary. Xianglin was taken aback by the unexpected invitation. As an orphan taken in by the hidden grass village, despite possessing a commendable bloodline trait, her lackluster combat abilities had led others to view her as a burden, often treating her harshly. Thus, Shuemu's unabashed admiration profoundly moved her. "But I am a ninja of the hidden grass village, and the village has raised me." She hesitated. "Can I truly be of any help?" "You need not doubt that. I have certainly done my research on you," Shuemu replied with conviction. "Moreover, I am not asking you to make a decision now. I merely hope you will consider my words if an opportunity arises in the future. By the way, if you ever decide to seek me out, simply tear this scroll, and I will know." With that, Shuemu handed her the scroll. Xianglin accepted it, saying, I will think it over. Thank you. Now that I have accomplished what I intended, I shall take my leave. Oh, and one final reminder. This Chunin exam is particularly unique, with an abundance of exceptional talents beyond the usual caliber. In previous years, you might have had a chance. But this year, it would be wise to plan accordingly. Additionally, while it is generally prohibited to withdraw midway, if circumstances become unbearable, you can tear the scroll in your hand to exit the exam. I understand. Thank you, Examiner, Xianglin said, bowing gratefully. I am not called Examiner. My name is Shuemu. Upon uttering the words, the figure before Xianglin vanished without a trace. It was not the formidable and assertive woman from 3 years hence, but merely a timid girl, often at the mercy of others. The contrast was indeed striking. In another battlefield, shadow clones not only skillfully ensnared Sasuke, but also had the strength to trap 2 grass shinobi in an inescapable predicament. Without even revealing himself, he toyed with the 3 adversaries. Within the illusionary realm, Sasuke struggled to maintain his composure, awaiting the uncertain arrival of reinforcements. Oh, the intensity of the genjutsu seems to wane. Is it possible that the opponent's chakra is faltering? Or perhaps the fluctuations of battle have drawn in another formidable foe? Regardless, it is a promising sign. This unexpected change heightened Sasuke's vigilance. Could it be Naruto and Sakura? It did not seem likely, for Naruto's combat style was never so stealthy. Frustratingly, the genjutsu barrier obscured his senses, leaving him utterly unaware of the circumstances outside. Meanwhile, the 2 grass shinobi, thoroughly exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness one after the other. It was nearly time to depart. Someone else is approaching, and from such a close distance? How is that possible? Why did the alert signal not react? Mizuki was astonished when suddenly a multitude of shadow clones surged forth, unleashing a torrent of shuriken that cleared the area of illusions. The newcomer was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing his comrade arrive, Sasuke seized the opportunity. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A volley of flames surged forth, carving a path through the chaos as Sasuke dashed towards Naruto. Sasuke, why are you so slow? Were you not supposed to fetch water? Why are you fighting instead? You didn't even call for me. Naruto's loud voice expressed his displeasure at Sasuke's solitary actions. Enough chatter, we must leave at once. Sasuke, still wary of danger, questioned. How did you get here? It was Sakura who guided me here. The path was quite convoluted and difficult to find. Sasuke-kun, this way. Sakura waved from a short distance away. Let us go together. We must leave this place urgently, Sasuke instructed. Why are we retreating? Naruto, eager for battle, protested. We finally encountered an enemy. It would be perfect to see if they possessed the heavenly scroll. You fool. Fighting in someone else's prepared trap is sheer folly. We must withdraw. Besides, the commotion here could attract more enemies, and being surrounded would be disastrous. Though reluctant, Naruto ultimately followed Sasuke's lead. Utilizing the distraction created by the shadow clones, Sakura led the way, allowing Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto to safely distance themselves from the battlefield. It truly was astonishing to witness such talent in just a few days. Sakura had grasped the intricacies of barriers and sealing techniques to such an extent that she could navigate through this complex situation with ease. One might wonder whether it was her own brilliance or the extraordinary nature of her opponents. Mizuki harbored deep admiration for Sakura's abilities. She was indeed worthy of Tsunade's legacy. A true prodigy amongst Konoha's 12 shinobi, favored by the will of the world. As the dust settled, Mizuki prepared to depart. Yet, just as he turned, a sharp killing intent pierced the air, and a figure blocked his path. Who are you? Casting a fleeting glance at the protective headband adorning Shuemu's forehead. I fail to recall any participant from the Chunin exams resembling you among the grass ninjas. Alas, it appears that Orochimaru has arrived. Drawn in by the commotion, a truly unfortunate turn of events. Shuemu sighed, lamenting the situation. Regardless of your identity, should you dare to target my chosen prey, there shall be consequences. Before Orochimaru's words could fully resonate, his arm morphed into a writhing mass of serpentine heads, launching an assault. Such impatience. Orochimaru exhibited no patience for those he deemed unworthy. The disparity in strength between Shuemu and Orochimaru had long surpassed what mere numbers or tactics could rectify. Within mere moments, Shuemu found himself cornered, facing utter despair. Illusions and traps? Such tactics barely warranted Orochimaru's attention. The barrier Shuemu had erected, Lethal in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, was nothing more than a jest to a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, with physical techniques, ninjutsu, and reflexes all working against him. The gap in their abilities was indeed disheartening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shuei-mu resolved to escape quickly. Being caught would be catastrophic. Just moments ago, he had been full of vigor. Now, he found himself reduced to evasion. He had anticipated a challenge worthy of his efforts, yet was met with this underwhelming display. If no other means were at his disposal, then he would meet his end here. Only moments prior, Shuei-mu had been mocking Uchiha Sasuke. Yet now he found himself on the receiving end of a harsh reality, a swift karmic retribution. Nevertheless, I am no defenseless child. Seizing the opportunity as Orochimaru closed in, Shuei-mu quickly formed hand seals and unleashed an explosion. With a resounding shout, his shadow clone detonated, igniting all the explosive tags affixed to it. Orochimaru, caught off guard, was engulfed by the blast, and before he could register his surprise, a flurry of shurikens surged forth, propelled by the shockwave, piercing him like a porcupine. Once the smoke cleared, revealing Orochimaru, battered and scarred, he transformed into a mound of earth that swiftly dissipated, only for a new Orochimaru to materialize in his stead. The earth replacement technique rendered the assault from the shadow clone nearly inconsequential. What is this? Merely a shadow clone? How unexpected. Yet, such prowess is not typical of a participant in the Chunin exams. It is an ability that can only be honed through extensive research and experience. Now intrigued, Orochimaru swiftly attuned his senses to the surrounding movements. The trio comprising Sasuke and his companions clearly lacked the necessary strength, and the two unconscious grass ninjas alongside the inept girl appeared no threat. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze locked onto a particular direction. So it is you, then. Meanwhile, the clone of Shuei-mu, having fulfilled its purpose, was retreating from the battlefield when a wave of explosive energy surged forth. The shadow clone had vanished. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. Had everything gone smoothly? How was Orochimaru already upon him? Before Shuei-mu could fully comprehend the situation, a terrifying aura of murderous intent swiftly bore down upon him, an immense pressure enveloping him, rendering him nearly breathless as cold sweat poured from his brow. The aura of lethal intent was truly astonishing. Shuei-mu could not help but chuckle bitterly. What had begun as mere playfulness had escalated to a serious confrontation. Was the disparity in the strength of ninjas truly so staggering? It seemed to transcend any rational comprehension. As one's power increased, the gulf between individuals widened inexplicably. Sensing the rapidly approaching malevolence, Shuei-mu, disregarding all else, resolved to take a risk, for it appeared that conventional methods would not suffice for escape. With determination, Shuei-mu struggled to retrieve a kunai with his right hand and, in a sudden motion, plunged it into his thigh. The sharp pain served to momentarily overshadow his fear, allowing him to regain a semblance of mobility. If the adversary was so relentless, then it was only fair that he would be met with a fierce retaliation. Breathing heavily, Shuei-mu unfurled a scroll, laying it flat on the ground. After biting his finger and swiftly forming seals, he pressed down into the void. The scroll erupted in a blinding crimson light, the violent reaction incinerating it to ashes, and from the remnants emerged a red magical array, rising higher and expanding until it formed an eerie formation of approximately 10 meters in diameter, suspended nearly 100 meters above. Simultaneously, in his apartment within the Hidden Leaf Village, Shuei-mu's original form, engrossed in the sealing techniques bestowed by the third Hokage, suddenly sensed a disturbance. He quickly set aside what he was holding and retrieved a trembling scroll from atop a stack. Had the situation escalated to such dire straits? Without time to ponder further, Shuei-mu activated the magical array, spreading out a crimson formation upon the floor, which seemed to resonate with an inexplicable connection to a certain direction, rhythmically vibrating and rotating. Next, Shuei-mu produced a massive sealing scroll and activated the barrier he had long prepared within the room, ultimately releasing the seal. Regardless of whether you were Orochimaru, you would witness the sheer force of power. Instantly, an immense chakra surged from the center of the sealing scroll, cascading downward into the crimson magical array, disappearing from sight. The aerial array within the death forest simultaneously opened a black aperture, and a colossal chakra surged through the void, hurtling towards Orochimaru. The tremendous impact created a gaping crater below, with shockwaves sweeping across, snapping trees in their wake. As the colossal chakra beam continued to descend, the surrounding air rippled. igniting a massive whirlwind that sent debris soaring. The intense friction generated an immense energy, giving rise to a vast electrically charged mist where brilliant white lightning flickered increasingly. Eventually, this culminated in a cataclysmic area of plasma that obliterated everything within a square of 100 meters, reducing the ground to scorched earth. Yet, this was not the end. As the chakra in the sky dwindled, the ground remained in a hellish state. The magical array rapidly contracted, and the previously restrained energy, along with residual terrifying spatial fluctuations, ultimately coalesced into a pitch-black lightning sphere, hurtling directly towards Orochimaru. The terrifying sphere of lightning, imbued with the energy to annihilate all, descended with a deceptive swiftness. Summoning Rashomon. A massive, grotesque gate loomed before the lightning sphere, and the cataclysmic clash between the two produced a resounding reverberation that echoed throughout the entire Death Forest. The colossal impact of the lightning sphere directly crushed the Rashomon gate, as the power of the thunder swiftly coiled around it, tearing it to shreds in mere moments. The lightning sphere, momentarily hindered, surged forward once more. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, followed by a violent plume of smoke rising from a fierce explosion, forming a small mushroom cloud. Meanwhile, the clone of Mizuki had already leaped into action, performing a series of hand seals before traversing the chakra-emptied black hole of the array. The formation in midair promptly shrank and vanished. Within the confines of the Mizuki household in the Hidden Leaf Village, the original Mizuki deftly employed a summoning technique, resulting in the sudden appearance of a battered figure, its bones seemingly twisted and broken, emerging through the black hole formed by the chakra-impacted array on the floor. Let us not exchange memories just yet. First, we must tend to your wounds. If you faint from the pain, I will truly be at a loss. The clone instructed upon returning to safety. The original Mizuki wasted no time, swiftly administering a nutritional potion and anesthetic, followed by manually realigning the numerous fractures throughout the body. Ultimately, he placed it within the chakra-concentrating and healing arrays. As long as we can preserve your life, we shall proceed with conservative treatment for now, utilizing a method of overexertion for rapid recovery. I fear you may not endure until I discover a solution to our vitality issues. Indeed, it seems there will be no significant movements in the coming month. Even if you do not reveal too many of your trump cards, you should manage, the clone acknowledged. Understood. Focus on your recovery. Now, let us exchange memories and uncover how you ended up in such a dire state. In the Death Forest, the mushroom cloud from the colliding sphere of lightning gradually dissipated, leaving behind a once dense grove now utterly obliterated. At the center of the explosion, a massive pit formed. Measuring several dozen meters across and over 10 meters deep, the bottom of which appeared glazed like crystal due to the intense heat. Nearby, the water from a small river began to flow into the low-lying pit, suggesting that a small lake would soon emerge. At the bottom of the pit, a patch of soil, barely intact, suddenly heaved upward, gradually taking the shape of Orochimaru. The current form of Orochimaru was battered and bruised. Having shed the skin of a grass ninja, his attire in tatters, with charred flesh emitting wisps of smoke, an evident sign of significant defeat. There seems to be no other option. I never anticipated having to resort to this technique in such a place, he mused. Orochimaru abruptly opened his mouth wide, the corners of his jaw splitting as a humanoid figure slowly crawled out. Although the new Orochimaru appeared somewhat fatigued, his body remained unscathed. The tattered form was akin to a skin that had been entirely shed. Once settled, Orochimaru swiftly surveyed his surroundings, finding no further enemies. They fled, without even discerning who I was before inflicting such injuries. Truly a first for me, he chuckled. This world is ripe for exploration. Unexpected discoveries make life far from mundane. I hope to encounter them again soon to repay this gift. Yet, given the magnitude of the disturbance, the village could not possibly remain oblivious. Securing the treasures at hand became paramount. In the Shuetang chamber, Shuetang, having just absorbed the memories of the clone, was besieged by excruciating pain. Drawing upon the chakra amassed over several months with his fiancée, Hui-chun, Shuetang utilized a sealing technique to establish a coordinate connection through summoning jutsu. By unleashing vast amounts of chakra, he shattered the barriers of space, creating a temporary passage. This formidable chakra was then projected over a distance, resulting in an unparalleled offensive force. Ultimately, through the temporary conduit, he made a hasty retreat, regardless of the outcome. This dual-purpose strategy had only now found its first opportunity for implementation. However, the final step, navigating the reverse summoning process, proved perilous, as the clone lacked spatial aptitude and the robust physique necessary to withstand the tumultuous currents of space. Had it not been for the hastily created passage, the clone would have been torn to shreds. The culmination of months of efforts had been unleashed in such a manner, incurring a significant toll on Xuetang's resources. The principle of compensating for quality with quantity was not entirely viable here. Such an approach could only be tested sporadically, as it proved utterly impractical for routine use. This singular strike had depleted his reserves entirely, an unwise expenditure. Xuetang cast a glance at the battered clone. The pseudo-Jinchuriki, unable to sustain itself independently, required frequent chakra replenishment, significantly limiting its operational capacity. Ordinary chakra clones were insufficient to meet these demands, compounded by issues of lifespan and vitality, thoughts that were undeniably vexing. Furthermore, the commotion they had stirred raised concerns about the village's reaction. Outside the Death Forest, the proctor, Akane Mitarashi, found her previously pleasant disposition thoroughly marred. All had been well. She had been comfortably enjoying Dango while passing time, indifferent to the struggles of the candidates, occasionally graced by distant cries of distress. However, the anticipated low-key skirmishes appeared to escalate, the intense fluctuations of chakra startling even her, situated outside the forest. The cacophony of explosions far exceeded the capabilities typical of mere genin. This was troubling. Had dangerous individuals infiltrated the examination? As Akane hesitated to investigate, a Chunin approached, reporting the unusual circumstances, compelling her to temporarily set aside her concerns and assess the broader situation. Her expression soured as she beheld the slain trio of grass ninjas, their identities unmistakable through their credentials, while their visages seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The technique of erasure? Could it be you have returned? In an instant, the dread visage resurfaced in her mind, accompanied by a sharp pain from the curse mark on her neck. Quickly, you lot, report to Lord Third and request one team. No, 2 teams of Umbu for support, she commanded, hastily making her way toward the Death Forest. As a defector from Konoha, what intention do you harbor upon this return? Within the Death Forest, Gaara, having just slaughtered 3 rain ninjas, was still unsated. The distant sounds of conflict caught his attention, compelling him to turn in that direction, even as Kankuro and Temari urged him to distance himself from the danger. On the other side, the trio of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura found themselves in a state of relief. Shortly after departing, they observed a significant surge in combat power behind them, prompting them to hasten their retreat. As the crimson array ascended to a height of 100 meters, a terrifying aura captivated the attention of all the participants in the Forest of Death. The nearby Ino had already fled far away, and upon witnessing the spectacle, she dove into the river, not daring to surface. As for her 2 teammates, they could only rely on their own fortunes. The trio closest to the chaos, Sasuke's team, could not help but change their expressions dramatically. They quickly sought shelter, with Sasuke shouting in alarm. How could such formidable beings appear in the Chunin exams? At that moment, even the typically carefree Naruto sensed the horror and promptly joined his companions in hiding. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko was racing toward the Forest of Death, and from a distance, she spotted a brilliant pillar of light crashing down. Damn it, I'm still a step too late. The immense force created tremors that reached her even from afar. Gazing at the scene, the swirling, terrifying plasma surrounding the pillar of light suggested that no one could possibly survive within. The subsequent spherical lightning strike, clashing with the summoning technique, as well as the resulting mushroom cloud, profoundly altered the majority's perception of the limits of a ninja's power. As the dust settled, Uchiha Sasuke gazed enviously toward the direction of the battle. Can ninjas truly reach such heights? With such power, I could certainly defeat Itachi. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke remained lost in unrealistic fantasies about the high-end powers of the ninja world, while Sakura and Naruto approached him. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Sakura inquired. Sasuke replied absently. That commotion over there is quite loud. Should we go take a look? There might be an opportunity, Naruto suggested. I think we should refrain, Sakura responded, feeling averse to approaching the recently escaped danger zone. Furthermore, given that this was merely the Chunin exams, it was peculiar that such a powerful individual could be a participant. It was likely that a dangerous figure had infiltrated the event. It's better to leave that to the village. Let's depart and find weaker teams to seize their scrolls. Sasuke made his decision. The external threats were becoming increasingly formidable, and he could only bully the nearby weaklings who weren't even Chunin. If this continued, when would he ever achieve revenge? His longing for power had long since surpassed any enjoyment of the ninja camaraderie game. Meanwhile, in a team of lower-ranked ninjas led by Yakushi Kabuto, 3 individuals quietly observed the distant commotion. Kabuto, it seems Lord Orochimaru has encountered a strong adversary. Should we go help? Akatsuki suggested. I think not. Judging by the situation, even Lord Orochimaru finds this individual troublesome. I doubt we could be of any assistance. Mizukigami disagreed. Kabuto offered no immediate response, contemplating for a moment before saying, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. I will catch up with you shortly." With that, he walked away, disregarding the others, feeling emboldened by Orochimaru's recent favor and showing no regard for his seniors. Chiku and Kenjutsu were filled with indignation, vowing to see the outcome of their mission and how Lord Orochimaru would assess the contributions. In the Hokage's office within the Leaf Village, the third Hokage perused the intelligence and support requests at hand, setting them aside with a sense of foreboding. The intense fluctuations of chakra were palpable, sensed by any ninja of even modest skill throughout the village. Activate the Umbu, he commanded. Our primary objective is to locate Orochimaru, ascertain his intentions, and thwart him. Furthermore, we must investigate the identities of the ninjas engaged in battle with him. Should capture prove impossible, we shall eliminate them on the spot. Move out. A cadre of Umbu swiftly sprang into action. In the forest of death, any sensible ninja instinctively steered clear of the conflict zone between Mizuki and Orochimaru. Yet, a handful of reckless individuals remained unfazed. When Gaara arrived at the battlefield, he found nothing but a large pit slowly filling with water amidst the chaos. The bloodlust within him surged, yet remained unquenched, pushing Gaara to the brink of insanity, while Temari and Kankuro could only watch helplessly as he trembled. What should we do? Gaara seems to be losing his grip on reality. Temari expressed her concerns, fearing that if this continued, their battle strategy would collapse. Who could have anticipated that a mere Chunin exam would escalate to such a degree of violence? Kankuro added uneasily. Now is not the time to dwell on that. If Gaara cannot regain his composure swiftly, our lives will be in jeopardy. Let us hope no further incidents provoke him. Once he settles down, we shall focus on the central tower. I can no longer endure this terror, Temari lamented. Meanwhile, the streets of Konoha were bustling with ninjas. The vibrations felt throughout the village, leading some uninformed civilians to mistakenly believe it was an earthquake. After ensuring everything at home was in order, Mizuki prepared to step outside for a better understanding of the situation when the door swung open. "Kochu, why are you here in such haste?" Mizuki inquired. "It was you, wasn't it?" Kochu asked anxiously. "That attack method you mentioned, the celestial assault?" While others may have been oblivious, Kochu could discern much. Mizuki had previously divulged some thoughts to his fiancée regarding gathering chakra. The endeavor to amass a vast reservoir of chakra for unforeseen circumstances had begun long ago. The idea of combining summoning and sealing techniques for a long-range assault had emerged after returning from the Land of Waves mission, gradually refined through extensive research on sealing and summoning arts provided by the third Hokage. The immense chakra served as an initial energy source, facilitating the opening of distant spatial nodes. During this process, the sheer magnitude of energy would disrupt the fabric of space, delivering initial damage in a brute force manner. Furthermore, within the material realm, the guiding formations would channel the energy's dissipation, creating considerable dust and friction in the air, leading to a plasma phenomenon that would maximize the attack's potency while preventing its dispersion, resulting in sustained secondary damage. Ultimately, the energy that ruptures the void, combined with chakra and the free plasma state electric sphere, serves as the final lethal wave and simultaneously provides the best cover for retreat. The temporary spatial conduit that drains energy, in conjunction with summoning techniques, becomes a vital means of survival prior to achieving direct physical spatial transmission. The initial use of this technique significantly underestimated the perils of spatial ninjutsu, as the clone within the spatial conduit was nearly distorted into a pulpy mass in mere moments. The frail physique and inferior quality of chakra have become the most substantial limitations to further advancement. It is not that Mizuki wishes to delay resolution, but rather that he finds himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. Without a robust body, He cannot generate a substantial chakra balance to cultivate Sage mode without Sage chakra. He cannot fundamentally improve his physical condition. Even with the cells of Hashirama Senju at his disposal, Mizuki hesitates to proceed with transplantation without thorough experimentation. Placing hope in cursed seals is akin to courting danger, a perilous gamble that he refuses to take with his own life until research yields tangible progress. Indeed, it is I, Mizuki replied directly to his fiancée's inquiry. I initially intended to discreetly explore the forest of death, but unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru, which forced me into a confrontation. I only managed to escape by employing my last resort. I cannot disclose to Kocho that I sought trouble merely to abduct a young girl. As he spoke, Mizuki showed Kocho the scars adorning his body, a testament to his ordeal. Why would you engage in such perilous endeavors again? Kocho expressed her discontent and concern. You have yet to recover from your injuries sustained in the land of waves. Why provoke further conflict? Do not worry, Mizuki reassured her. This time, no one discovered me. Even Orochimaru was oblivious to my presence, and I fled at a safe distance. Upon hearing that the situation was not as dire as she had feared, Kocho felt a sense of relief wash over her. Then, you must refrain from approaching the forest of death. If discovered, it could spell disaster. I fear that is not feasible, Mizuki replied. I am a mobile candidate for the second Chunin exam. Given the magnitude of the incident, I must investigate. With someone as dangerous as Orochimaru involved, should we not alert the Umbu? Yes, do not fret, Mizuki assured her. It is getting late. Let us prepare a meal. There may be urgent tasks ahead, and we will not have time to eat later. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke was in a foul mood. Their small team had just repelled a solitary ninja, yet they failed to seize the opponent's scroll. Although they triumphed through a coordinated effort, they were left powerless to capture the enemy, watching helplessly as the foe escaped. Even defeating a mere lower-ranked ninja proved to be a formidable challenge. Among the trio, Sasuke was originally the strongest, significantly surpassing his companions. However, as time progressed, Naruto began to exhibit extraordinary talent. His shadow clone technique, combined with immense physical stamina and abundant chakra, rendered the majority of lower and middle-ranking ninjas formidable adversaries, gradually revealing the essence of a true warrior, which in turn placed considerable pressure upon Sasuke. Even more embarrassing was Haruno Sakura, a girl who was originally dismissed as a mere infatuated fool. Aside from her commendable grades in theoretical classes at the Ninja Academy and her exceptional chakra control, she was otherwise unremarkable. However, her ability to navigate the intricate traps and barriers recently left her utterly astonished. In contrast, Sasuke, who could only rely on his Sharingan and the rudimentary jutsu of the Ninja Academy and his family's fire techniques, found his lack of progress compared to his two teammates utterly disheartening. His vigilance was woefully inadequate, a source of great disappointment. A raspy, peculiar voice emanated from a nearby tree trunk. Who goes there? Sasuke quickly rose, bracing himself. He had been careless. The prolonged battles had drained him of energy, and he had allowed someone to approach so close without notice. A wave of self-reproach washed over him as he had been lost in thought moments earlier. The sudden disturbance startled Naruto and Sakura, who immediately turned to face the source of the voice. Uchiha Sasuke, the figure, Orochimaru, who had long shed his disguise as a grass ninja, spoke in a strange tone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Orochimaru, here to fulfill your desires. With his gaze fixed solely on Sasuke, Orochimaru began to tempt him, regarding the other two as mere inconsequential insects. Desires? Do you think I would believe such deceitful words? Despite the formidable presence of his opponent, Sasuke felt a surge of anger at the audacious tone. Are you not perturbed? Have you not yet realized your own frailty from the recent battle? Orochimaru continued. Or has the peace of Konoha caused you to forget the hatred for your family's slaughter? The mention of his deepest wounds ignited a fury in Sasuke, causing his eyes to redden. How do you know that? Were those traps you're doing? Not at all, Sasuke-kun. As the last of the Uchiha clan, your inadequacies stemming from their massacre are forgivable, but to have been toyed with by such trivial traps is truly disappointing. Orochimaru relentlessly undermined Sasuke's spirit. With such a paltry resolve, when will you ever avenge your family? Have you seen Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke asked in astonishment. Indeed. A truly remarkable powerhouse. Konoha is indeed a cradle for geniuses. You are vastly inferior, though you share a somewhat similar appearance. To be killed, to take revenge? Who is Itachi Uchiha? What are you all talking about? Naruto interjected, confused. By the way, Wasn't that terrifying attack just now you're doing? No. That was the result of the traps set by another. I was the one attacked, though I still do not know who it was. Just a coward hiding in the shadows, Orochimaru replied. What? The unexpected revelation left the three in shock. If the power to unleash such a devastating attack was already astonishing, then surviving such a terrifying assault seemed unfathomable. Moreover, Orochimaru appeared to have emerged unscathed, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Observing the incredulous expressions of the three before him, Orochimaru resolved not to squander any more time. It was high time for the Hidden Leaf Village to take action. It seems you are utterly oblivious to the realities of this world, Sasuke-kun. Allow me to impart a first-hand experience of a ninja's brutality. First, you must comprehend your own frailty and incompetence. With that, a terrifying Jinjutsu surged forth, rendering the trio immobile. The effects of the Naraka technique, combined with an overwhelming aura of menace, introduced the lower-ranked ninjas to the paralyzing fear of death in an instant. Just as Orochimaru was poised to gauge Sasuke's reaction before determining his next move, Naruto Uzumaki astonishingly regained his mobility first. What is happening? Orochimaru mused, perplexed that it was not the most formidable Uchiha, Sasuke, who reacted first. Naruto's visage transformed, revealing a fierce beast-like pattern that, coupled with his eyes filled with fear and fury, appeared eerily unsettling. Once he regained his faculties, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and a multitude of shadow clones surrounded Orochimaru, launching a barrage of kunai in a relentless assault. In the face of such concentrated offense, Orochimaru remained unfazed, employing a summoning technique. Suddenly, a colossal serpent materialized, its thick scales rendering the kunai ineffective. With a powerful flick of its tail, a significant number of shadow clones dissipated into a cloud of chakra smoke. Naruto's once formidable tactic proved utterly ineffectual against the overwhelming might of the giant serpent. Witnessing the futility of the clone attacks, a deeper fear of death ignited within Naruto, causing his ominous red chakra to surge forth. His previously fearsome countenance grew even more terrifying, with crimson eyes morphing into unnatural slit pupils, and his nails elongating into claw-like talons. Leaning forward, he charged at Orochimaru like a wild beast. Orochimaru, intrigued by this surge of ominous chakra, felt an unsettling familiarity. In his near-complete loss of rationality, Naruto abandoned any tactical considerations, relying solely on instinct and fervor. He fought with kicks, punches, and even bites. Yet against the rugged hide of the massive serpent, his efforts were woefully inadequate. Sasuke, who had been paralyzed by fear, finally regained his composure. Observing Naruto's frantic yet futile attacks, he grasped the vast disparity between them and Orochimaru. This was a gap that sheer numbers could not bridge. Their survival depended entirely on whether their opponent chose to show mercy. Nevertheless, Sasuke resolved that he would never submit without a fight. Understanding his predicament, he sprang into action, disregarding his exhausted state, activating his Sharingan once more, and charging alongside Naruto into close combat with Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru excelled in ninjutsu, at this level, no significant weaknesses remained. With his modified soft body techniques, he offered neither Sasuke nor Naruto any opportunity to prevail. In the end, the revived Sakura Haruno found herself utterly incapable of engaging in close combat. She could only futilely toss kunai and shurikens, unable to even create the slightest distraction. Observing that time was of the essence, Orochimaru, having ascertained Sasuke's current capabilities, no longer wished to squander any more effort. Meanwhile, Naruto's presence increasingly unsettled him. Seizing the opportunity as Naruto approached once more, Orochimaru extended his serpent-like tongue to ensnare him, while his left hand pulled aside his clothing to reveal the seal on his abdomen. Indeed, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I never anticipated your survival. The third Hokage remains as naive as ever. Subsequently, Orochimaru channeled chakra through his right hand and struck Naruto forcefully. As the five-element seal took effect, the once vibrant Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain, and the enveloping chakra of the Nine Tails dissipated. Witnessing this, Sasuke rushed to aid him, only to be caught in Orochimaru's shadow snake hand. There's no need to rush, Sasuke-kun. A most fitting gift will soon be bestowed upon you, allowing you to truly grasp the essence of power. As he spoke, Orochimaru elongated his neck and bit into Sasuke's shoulder. Overwhelming agony surged through Sasuke, whose screams echoed through the vicinity. Sakura, having just settled the gravely injured Naruto, could only watch helplessly as Sasuke endured brutal treatment, her own strength insufficient to divert Orochimaru's attention. With everything settled, Sasuke knelt in anguish, howling in despair, until the unbearable pain rendered him unconscious. Be grateful for my gift. Should you ever feel inadequate in strength, seek me out, and I shall grant you the power for vengeance. With that, Orochimaru vanished into the tree trunk, leaving behind the helpless Sakura and the oblivious Naruto and Sasuke. In the depths of the forest of death, Anko Mitarashi stumbled through the underbrush, relying on the cursed seal on her neck to sense Orochimaru's presence. She had hoped that after all these years, her strength would allow her to bring about mutual destruction with the one who had inflicted so much pain upon her. Yet, that notion proved to be nothing more than her own hubristic fantasy. The feeling of despair remained almost unchanged from years past. It was only due to his scornful pity that she had been spared. Was the Chunin exam still to be continued? Anko couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Konohagakure, not a soul arrived to inform Mizuki of any task assignments until the moon reached its zenith. In truth, Mizuki had misjudged the situation. After all, he was a severely injured individual, just recovering from illness. Given the strength of Konoha, they would not demand that he fight while still unwell. Thus, Mizuki found solace in his unexpected leisure. This unsuccessful spatial traversal had indeed yielded valuable data. The theory was sound. Yet the challenge of achieving stable and safe transportation remained a vexing issue. Surely, one could not rely on Sage Mode for every transfer in the future? Had he perhaps fallen into a misconception regarding the complexities of techniques like Flying Thunder God or Kamui? In the eyes of Mizuki, the spatial ninjutsu of this world should not be so arduous. It is unfathomable that one such as Mizuki, with intricate spatial positioning, would struggle with the sheer magnitude of energy required to rend the fabric of space, especially when the turbulence within it is so perilously dangerous. Not to mention the advanced ninjutsu bearing the name of divinity. In a sense, even mid-level ninjutsu that achieves spatial transformation is not uncommon. The body flicker technique, regarded as a high-level ninjutsu, enables short-range spatial teleportation, though its underlying principles remain obscure. The substitution technique, a quintessential entry-level ninjutsu, astonishingly exhibits a similar spatial replacement effect. Yet again, the principles of the technique elude comprehension. These two techniques are among the more prevalent forms of space-related ninjutsu, and Mizuki is left questioning whether they can truly be classified as spatial ninjutsu at all. What is this chaotic world truly about? Surely, there must be some rationale. For how can a man of meticulous engineering mind navigate such a tumultuous existence? Upon the Hokage rock, the silver-haired Jiraiya gazes at the moonlit village of Konoha, pondering its tarnished reputation. With Orochimaru's actions aside, even the most grotesque creatures dare to engage in open conflict within the village. Jiraiya murmurs in exasperation, realizing that even allies are poised for action. It seems the Chunin exams will not conclude without incident. Bearing the weighty responsibility of guiding the destined child, Jiraiya harbors deep concerns for the village's future. At the central tower of the Forest of Death, the Sand Ninja trio finally reaches their destination, eliciting a sigh of relief from Kankuro and Temari. We've made it through without incident. Surely, there will be no further issues now, Temari remarks, somewhat shaken. Who can say? We remain unaware of potential confrontations ahead. If Gaara were to taste blood again, I dread to think of the consequences, Kankuro replies, his brow furrowed with worry. Nevertheless, given our swift arrival, it is likely that no one will come for some time, allowing Gaara a moment to regain his composure, which should pose little problem. While the Sand Ninja trio has extricated themselves from peril, the other candidates are not so fortunate, particularly Karui. Lacking strength, she narrowly escapes disaster through her acute awareness of danger. Yet as a solitary figure, she lacks the capability to survive in the treacherous forest of death. When she, relying on her extraordinary perception, locates her teammates buried beneath the rubble, they are barely clinging to life. The hopes of the Chunin exams have been irrevocably extinguished. The resolute and decisive young woman promptly follows Mizuki's counsel, unhesitatingly unrolling the earth scroll she holds. In comparison to Karui, Sakura Haruno finds herself in a similarly dire predicament. Absent Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, the disparity in her abilities becomes glaringly evident. In the perilous forest of death, it is nearly impossible to find anyone weaker than her. with 2 injured teammates in tow. Sakura does not venture far before finding a large tree hollow to settle them within. After setting up a few rudimentary traps outside, she begins to deploy a barrier technique she has only recently learned and still struggles to comprehend, yet can manage to employ, in an effort to conceal their presence and prevent the enemy from discovering the whereabouts of the 3. May you awaken soon. It is exceedingly burdensome to rely solely on my own strength. Sakura Haruno could not help but feel a wave of melancholy as the words of that peculiar individual resurfaced in her mind during exam preparations. In the end, she truly felt she had held others back. Just as the barrier she established began to take effect, Mizuki, resting at home, instantly became aware of it. The products with independent intellectual property rights are indeed convenient, allowing for clandestine access. The barrier technique Sakura employed was one that Mizuki had casually left behind. Initially, there were no expectations for her to grasp it within such a short span. Mastering this technique within mere days was no small feat, even with the simplified version she had made. To be candid, sealing techniques are primarily the domain of exceptionally skilled ninjas who learn through accumulated experience, and are typically the study of a select few intellectuals. It was unexpected that Sakura could utilize it so swiftly. She truly deserved her reputation as a genius among the 12 ninja of Konoha, even though she later received guidance from Tsunade. Without extraordinary intelligence and innate talent, she would not have been taken as Tsunade's apprentice. The barrier entrusted to Sakura was developed by Mizuki based on chakra sealing techniques. Originally intended for large-scale barriers to maximize the absorption of free chakra in the air to maintain itself, merely a method to reduce the barrier's consumption. Through Mizuki's continuous optimization and simplification, along with a touch of illusion and concealment effects, it transformed into an easy-to-learn hidden barrier. Furthermore, it emitted a slight, encrypted fluctuation known only to Mizuki, allowing for resonance with the chakra-collecting barrier he had originally set up whenever a similar barrier was activated, as long as it was within a reasonable distance. A seemingly trivial move could yield unexpected rewards. Once the second round concluded, he could venture forth to reap the fruits of his labor. While Mizuki reveled in his foresight, he remained oblivious to how a small action of his would precipitate greater upheaval. Due to Sakura's use of the hidden barrier, she was unable to locate Sasuke's sound ninja trio, and under the pressure of Orochimaru's command to eliminate Sasuke, she was compelled to inquire about his whereabouts from other Konoha ninjas, with the unfortunate recipients of her inquiries being the Ino Shikicho team. Nara Shikamaru, wary of trouble, regarded the opposing enemies with a grave expression, rapidly contemplating countermeasures. Their side was at a disadvantage, and information about the enemy was scant. They only knew that the leader employed sonic attacks that had easily injured Kabuto, who had participated in the Chunin exams 4 times. We have no intention of becoming adversaries of Konoha, but we kindly request information regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke, Dosu stated first. Upon hearing that they were approached due to Uchiha Sasuke, Shikamaru could only consider himself unfortunate. If we knew, we would surely use it to extricate ourselves from this predicament. But regrettably, we are also in the dark. Exactly, we are also searching for them to seize the scrolls, Akimichi Choji added candidly while munching on snacks. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. The irritable Sakan had long since grown impatient. I already mentioned we shouldn't waste words. We can simply subdue them and slowly extract the information. In a situation where mutual distrust prevailed, further dialogue would yield no fruit. As Dosu prepared to take action, he discovered he was unable to move. Choji, engage, Shikamaru took the initiative, employing the shadow imitation technique to ensnare one of their adversaries. However, Shikamaru, who had the advantage of initiative, was momentarily taken aback as Sax swiftly raised his hands. The Void Slash unleashed a tremendous shockwave that sent the 3 of them flying. How infuriating! The adversary was exceedingly aggressive, and Nara Shikamaru felt a throbbing headache. The primary offensive force, Choji, required collaboration with Ino, while the development of the battle depended on the sole strategist among them. Ino restrained that one emitting the airwaves. Their attack power is too formidable. Choji and I will handle the one using sound-based assaults. Just as he finished speaking, 2 steel needles shot toward Nara Shikamaru, forcing him to abandon his plans and evade. Have you forgotten about me? I am quite displeased to be so underestimated. Jean, who had been overlooked, finally showcased his strength. This is precisely why women can be so troublesome, Shikamaru remarked helplessly. Jean's attacks were exceedingly covert, necessitating heightened vigilance against unforeseen strikes, which was mentally exhausting. Ino, first subdue that female ninja. With her present, we cannot orchestrate an offensive. Shikamaru reluctantly instructed Ino to change her target. Choji, I will entrap that leader. You take care of the other. Just then, he noticed Das charging directly at Ino. Though I am uncertain of your abilities, being so heavily relied upon suggests you possess a rather troublesome jutsu. Allow me to eliminate you first. With that, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Yamanaka Ino flying, the sonic vibrations directly injuring her internal organs. In a moment, she coughed up blood and collapsed helplessly to the ground, before the remaining two could react. Jin's Jinjutsu took effect, leaving Nara, Shikamaru, and Choji momentarily dazed. The Void Slash rushed in, knocking both to the ground and rendering them devoid of combat capability. Are we truly annihilated? The disparity in strength is insurmountable. No strategy can compensate for this, Shikamaru thought bitterly. It was only then that he comprehended the embarrassment of a clever woman finding herself without resources, no matter how astute one may be, when faced with a skilled opponent. There is no opportunity for dialogue, as they are swiftly incapacitated. At that moment, as the trio found themselves on the brink of total destruction, a sinister chakra surged from a nearby location, exuding an aura of coldness and cruelty. Das, these worthless fools refuse to divulge anything even in the face of death. Should we eliminate them, or investigate elsewhere? Jin mused, glancing toward the source of the malevolent chakra. Let us first eliminate them, and see if they possess the heavenly scroll we require, the most volatile sack prepared to strike. Enough, sack, Das interjected. Our mission is to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke. This Chunin exam is of little consequence. If we kill too many, it will be difficult to escape from Konoha. TCH, consider yourselves fortunate. The sound ninjas turned and departed toward the direction from which they sensed the ominous chakra. Sakura Haruno gazed in horror at Sasuke, who emanated an eerie chakra. Just moments ago, she had been roused from her restless sleep by a chilling presence that felt alarmingly close. Initially thinking it to be an invading enemy, she was astonished to discover that it was the still slumbering Uchiha Sasuke who had stirred. As Sasuke succumbed to the bite of Orochimaru, a series of cloud-like runes gradually spread across the afflicted area, enveloping his entire being in a visibly unsettling purple-black chakra. The ominous aura grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Sakura, the sealing array surrounding them began to activate silently, absorbing the dense chakra emanating from Uchiha Sasuke. However, as time passed, the barrier's isolating efficacy faltered. After all, given Sakura's limited prowess, establishing a functional barrier was a significant achievement. Yet, the power of the curse seal was overwhelmingly formidable, and Sasuke's chakra far exceeded the absorption capacity of the sealing array. Consequently, during moments of strain on the array, a small portion of chakra inevitably leaked out, making it only a matter of time before it was detected by others. At dawn the following day, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga set out early, successfully reaching the heart of the Forest of Death. The trio was characterized by their exceptional reconnaissance and enemy tracking abilities, complemented by formidable combat skills in both ranged and close-quarters engagements. Having assembled their scrolls ahead of time, it was unsurprising that they arrived at their destination early. However, they were not the fastest. A sand ninja team outpaced them, compelling them to remain on guard in the company of formidable opponents. Another squad possessing the Byakugan, led by the esteemed Jonin Might Guy, comprised of genin, excluding the likes of Jinchuriki and the incomprehensibly powerful Orochimaru. This trio was the strongest within the Forest of Death, bar none. Should they choose to, their combined strength could easily overwhelm all other teams, including the current spy, Kabuto Yakushi. Had it not been for the disdainful attitude of the powerful Niji Hyuga towards the unworthy, they could have driven away a significant portion of the candidates. As they progressed, a sudden surge of battle energy erupted, unmistakably emanating from formidable combatants. The trio hastened their pace, yet by the time they arrived, the skirmish had already concluded. Apart from the battered Ino Shikicho trio, no one else was in sight. Shikamaru Nara was the first to regain consciousness. Coming from a family that operated the largest medicinal herb business in Konoha, he retrieved a family secret remedy to tend to himself, Choji, and Ino. Choji, robust and resilient, quickly bounced back, munching on snacks with gusto. Shikamaru fared decently, having avoided considerable harm through his wits, but Ino bore the brunt of the assault. While her external injuries were minimal, Her internal organs suffered significant trauma, likely impairing her combat effectiveness for an extended period. Fortunately, Ino's role did not typically require her to engage directly on the front lines, and the impact on the Yamanaka family's mental techniques was minimal. While the trio rested, they noticed the arrival of Niji and his companions. Shikamaru couldn't help but doubt his luck, pondering the unfortunate turn of events. If things continue like this, we might have to surrender our scroll, he mused. Both Choji and Ino nodded in agreement, recognizing the inevitability of their predicament. You three, who were you battling just now? Niji inquired from his vantage point atop a tree. It was the three-sound ninja, came the response. Nara, Shikamaru replied, being the most intelligent among them. He was implicitly designated as the leader of the Ino-Shikicho trio. Which direction did they go? He asked, pointing towards one way. Let us proceed, Hinata Niji stated. Aren't we going to seize their scroll? Tenten's words tightened the hearts of the three below. Engaging with such weaklings was truly uninteresting, let alone taking advantage of them. Especially as they were fellow villagers, it would be shameful in the future. Niji continued to address the others. You must understand, newcomers ought to embody the essence of newcomers. If you cannot, it is better to withdraw promptly. Forcing yourselves here would only bring disgrace to the village. With that, Hinata Niji led Rock Lee and Tenten away, leaving the Ino-Shikicho trio, who felt utterly scorned. Akimichi Choji, munching on snacks, expressed his discontent. Shikamaru, although he spoke the truth, why does it leave such an unpleasant taste? It is because we are looked down upon. Although he has the arrogance that comes with being last year's top student, we are not as inferior as he claims. We still have opportunities ahead. Is this the place? The Sound Ninja trio finally located their target. Saku exclaimed, it truly is dark under the lamp. We are so close. Yet we had been here several times before. Enough complaining, Dosu interjected, who knew there would be ninjas capable of setting up a small barrier here. It is quite astonishing for a lower-ranked ninja. It's no wonder we overlooked it. Had it not been for their apparent troubles, we would never have guessed they were hiding here. Let us complete the mission swiftly, so we can return and perhaps receive a reward from Lord Orochimaru. The female ninja eagerly anticipated. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura was deeply worried about Uchiha Sasuke. The cursed mark had spread across his entire body, and after a series of violent eruptions, the fluctuations of his chakra began to stabilize, with the sealing array operating much more smoothly. The ominous and eerie chakra had diminished significantly, and Sakura mistakenly believed this was a natural dissipation. Completely absorbed in her thoughts about Sasuke, she remained oblivious to the external disturbances, including the arrival of uninvited guests. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, obliterating the external traps, and crashed against the established barrier. The previously vacant area suddenly shimmered with the luminescence of the barrier's flow. Look, this is the place, Saku remarked with satisfaction. The little mouse can no longer hide. It must come out and face its doom. Following this, another wave of slashing energy was unleashed, and the barrier, unable to withstand the assault, collapsed dramatically, revealing Haruno Sakura along with the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke. Gazing at the three sound ninjas outside, Sakura's heart became a whirlwind of turmoil. She knew her combat prowess was insufficient to confront them directly. The sheer force they had just exhibited in shattering the barrier left no room for doubt about her lack of chances. However, glancing back at the fallen Sasuke and Naruto behind her, she realized that some battles cannot be evaded. Tying her hair tightly at the back of her head, Sakura stepped forward, feeling akin to a warrior walking toward a battlefield of certain death. Some experiences must be lived through to be truly understood. Combat, at times, transcends mere prowess. More often, it necessitates courage. When Sakura Haruno first confronted a formidable adversary alone, the spiritual elevation she experienced was unattainable while eternally sheltered behind Sasuke and Naruto. Being a ninja is a vocation that demands companionship and camaraderie. They rely on one another to navigate the arduous journey of their ninja careers. However, when a ninja can only depend on others without being a source of support themselves, they have already succumbed to half of their failure as a shinobi. Sakura's ill-tempered opponent, Saku, was the first to strike. Upon noticing the girl across from him provocatively hurling shuriken, he raised his hands to unleash a barrage of air slashes. Yet, the seemingly weak Sakura inexplicably evaded Sasuke's attacks by mere inches, intensifying his frustration. The misfortunes of his youth had led him to rely on straightforward violence to assert his strength, both to earn the admiration of Orochimaru and to safeguard himself from the harsh realities of the Sound Village, where isolation and bullying were commonplace. Over time, this behavior had solidified into his current persona. To Sakura's actions were nothing short of blatant disdain and mockery. Enraged, he summoned his maximum chakra, channeling it into his hands before unleashing it with all his might. The blast of his technique obliterated a vast expanse of land before him, as he envisioned the loathed girl being torn to shreds by his assault. Witnessing his attack's apparent success, Saku couldn't help but let out a satisfied laugh. However, to his astonishment, the girl he believed to be vanquished, Sakura, eerily rose once more. How could this be? Such an inconceivable occurrence left Saku in disbelief. As his emotions fluctuated wildly, a pair of hands suddenly gripped his arms, and with the influx of chakra, the scene before him shattered, revealing the devastation surrounding him. Have you come to your senses, Saku? A voice resonated in his mind. What is happening? He replied, bewildered. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? Beside him, Kin expressed her dissatisfaction. I thought you merely had a bad temper. Who knew your intellect was equally lacking? To fall for such a simple illusion, exhausting yourself in the process, and leaving us in dire straits. How did someone like you catch Orochimaru's eye? The trio, hastily assembled for a mission, clearly lacked any semblance of teamwork, and Kin unreservedly exposed their disunity. What did you say, you ugly woman? Sokka's voice rose, revealing his anger, questioning his most cherished attribute. Particularly the trust Orochimaru placed in him was an unforgivable offense in his eyes, as he regarded Orochimaru as his guiding faith. You too should temper your words, Das. Reluctantly assuming the role of leader, interjected to quell their quarrel. What happens after we complete the mission is of no concern to me, but before we eliminate Sasuke Uchiha, I suggest you keep Orochimaru's directives firmly in mind. As the three sound ninja momentarily set aside their differences to confront their foes, Sakura Haruno sensed an impending crisis. Although she had managed to stall for time, using Jinjutsu against Sakan, the overwhelming disparity in strength and numbers rendered her efforts futile. Meanwhile, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Ten, who were quietly observing from a distance, concluded that Sakura's situation had become dire once the Jinjutsu was dispelled. The impetuous Lee was eager to rush in and rescue her, but Niji restrained him. What's wrong, Niji? If we don't act soon, Sakura will be in danger. There's no need to intervene just yet, Niji replied, having discerned the movements of Sasuke Uchiha through his Byakugan. The dark-haired Uchiha was stirring back to consciousness, and it seemed they would not require assistance after all. What is up with that unsettling chakra? It feels excessively cold and ominous. With no time left for delay, Sakura gripped her kunai, her expression stern as she braced for the impending assault. To her astonishment, the trio before her diverted their gaze past her. Could there be someone behind her? Cautiously, Sakura turned, only to be elated to see Sasuke had awakened. Sasuke-kun, however, the joy was fleeting as she noticed that the Sasuke before her exuded an aura starkly different from the one she had known. Though devoid of the bizarre chakra he once emitted, his chilling presence had intensified, and the swirling patterns adorning his body were far from reassuring. In contrast to Sakura's unease, the three sound ninja were engulfed in confusion and dread. They were no strangers to cursed seals, and it was evident that what adorned Sasuke was not akin to the experimental artifacts of Sakan, but rather a superior mark, rivaling even the gifts bestowed upon them by Orochimaru himself. How could such a thing appear on their intended target? The only plausible explanation was that Orochimaru had intervened and placed a cursed seal on Sasuke. The three ninjas, realizing their precarious predicament, hesitated to contemplate further. Sakan, in particular, found this revelation hard to bear. Proud of being chosen by the esteemed Orochimaru, he could not accept the notion of being merely a stepping stone or a disposable pawn in Orochimaru's schemes. Well done, Sakura. Now, leave the rest to me. Despite the surge of power overwhelming his senses, Sasuke retained a fragment of rationality, not yet succumbing to the madness that would later consume him entirely. He still clung to a subtle connection to his village and comrades. The sound ninja, though caught in a dilemma, felt compelled to fulfill Orochimaru's orders, bolstered by his formidable reputation. The lone female ninja, Kin, was the first to initiate an attack, yet her silent strike was utterly futile against Sasuke's heightened abilities. In the face of his Sharingan's foresight, all their subtle maneuvers were rendered laughable. In a swift burst of speed, Uchiha Sasuke evaded the oncoming steel needles. Appearing instantaneously beside Kin, delivering a punch that sent her crashing into a tree, rendering her unconscious. With a significant enhancement in both speed and strength, Sasuke swiftly defeated the female ninja kin, subsequently enveloping his shuriken in flames and launching another assault on Saku. The velocity of his attack was so rapid that Saku had no time to dodge, resorting to his air wave technique in an attempt to dissipate the flames. However, he was struck directly by the exposed shuriken, and before the terrified Saku could react, Sasuke closed the distance once more. For Saku, who primarily relied on air waves for offense, engaging in close combat with Sasuke was a severe trial, and in an instant, he found himself captured, his hands restrained on the ground. The abruptness of the battle's conclusion astonished everyone present. Experiencing the exhilarating power, Sasuke couldn't help but laugh, his cruel and merciless demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual self, as the cursed seal unconsciously invoked the darkness buried deep within him. Witnessing his two teammates fall, Dosu chose to submit before the formidable Sasuke. Ultimately, he knelt in surrender, offering a scroll while assisting the injured Saku and the unconscious kin as they departed. Uchiha Sasuke, while undeniably strong, was not without adversaries. The outcome of life and death struggles remains uncertain. Should fate allow another encounter, it would be the moment to settle the score. If there was any lingering shred of goodwill among the Sound Ninjas, it undoubtedly resided with Dosu, the captain, who repeatedly intervened to prevent his teammates from engaging in senseless slaughter. In a bid to save his companions, he even knelt before Sasuke, showing mercy during the Chunin exams against a Kimichi Choji. Thus, among the trio of Sound Ninjas, Dosu stood out as the most resembling a normal human being, a rare distinction in a realm rife with madness and violence. What tormented Dosu the most was the realization that his idol, Orochimaru, regarded him merely as a stepping stone for Uchiha Sasuke. His last flicker of hope rested on the possibility of defeating Sasuke in a fair contest during the Chunin exams, proving his worth. Yet, the time was not yet ripe. First, he needed to validate certain matters before confronting Sasuke in a decisive battle. As the Sound Ninjas retreated, Haruno Sakura exhaled in relief. However, to presume that all was concluded would be a grave miscalculation. The power bestowed by the cursed seal continuously influenced Uchiha Sasuke, eroding both body and soul, a stark deviation from his usual cautious demeanor. Sasuke yearned to unleash all the grievances he had endured, emboldened by the overwhelming strength he now possessed. Those who hide in the shadows, if you have the audacity, show yourselves, he taunted, unfazed by the presence of uninvited guests. With their cover blown, Neji, Lee, and Tenten emerged without reservation. "Ah, it is you three," Sasuke remarked, finally feeling empowered to retaliate against Lee, who had previously left him with a lingering sense of helplessness. "We did not come here to engage in battle. We merely arrived upon witnessing Sakura being bullied." Before Lee could finish his sentence, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a series of unexpected strikes from Sasuke. "Your skills have evidently diminished since the exam." Lee, caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden surge in strength, underestimated his opponent, who showed no mercy and swiftly injured him. The once powerless adversary had transformed into a defeated foe, and Sasuke, buoyed by an inflated sense of confidence, could no longer restrain himself. He deftly appeared behind Neji Hyuga and proclaimed, "I hear you were the champion last year. Renowned as the strongest genin in Konoha, allow me to test your prowess." Just as Sasuke was about to replicate his earlier success against Neji, he found himself immobilized. This is precisely why newcomers often fail to recognize their own standing. Neji calmly turned around, adopting the standard stance of the gentle fist, his chakra enveloping the surrounding space. Trapping Sasuke, who was utterly ignorant of the Hyuga clan and the gentle fist, in a perilous snare. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Though Shimizu looked down upon the Hyuga's use of the Byakugan, mocking them for wielding a machine gun as if it were a hammer, was undeniably devastating in combat under certain circumstances. The suppression of an opponent clearly inferior in strength was monumental, and once ensnared in the rhythm of the gentle fist, it became exceedingly difficult to regain control. Sasuke, acting recklessly without a fundamental understanding of the Hyuga, was reduced to a pitiful state, unable to unleash his abilities before being swiftly defeated. Neji's gentle fist struck Sasuke with unyielding force. How is this possible? Sasuke, stripped of his capacity to resist, was mercilessly beaten, the stark disparity in strength dousing his fervor with a cold reality. "Foolish boy, do you believe you are invincible simply because you triumphed over Lee's carelessness?" You are utterly oblivious to the chasm that separates us. Neji ruthlessly exposed Sasuke's false sense of superiority and then proceeded to confiscate the scroll given to Sasuke by the Sound Three. As the immobilized boy could do nothing to stop him. This shall serve as our trophy. Until we meet again, I hope you can pique my interest further. To be frank, your recent display lacked the vigor even compared to Lee's usual training sessions. Circumstances outweighed individual strength. Faced with Neji's biting mockery, Sasuke found himself utterly unable to retort. By the way, let me offer you a piece of advice. Whether or not I am the strongest genin remains debatable. But even the strongest genin is still merely a genin. With that, Neji departed, assisting Tintin in lifting Lee from the ground. Damn it! As Sasuke regained his composure, frustration welled within him. Was he too hasty? With the curse mark's effects waning, the repercussions of his overexertion rapidly manifested, leaving him fatigued and unsteady. Sakura hurriedly approached to support him. Are you alright, Sasuke-kun? She inquired with concern. I'm fine, just temporarily unable to use chakra and lacking combat capability for now. He replied. That's a relief, Sakura responded. As long as everyone is safe, nothing else matters to the tender-hearted girls with their romantic intelligence. Even concerns about Orochimaru and the ominous curse marks can be temporarily set aside. Once the exams conclude, surely Kakashi-sensei will resolve everything effortlessly. Shortly after the ordeal, while Sasuke Uchiha and his companions were taking a breather, they were unexpectedly joined by another group, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi team. It appeared that their condition was not much better. Sasuke and Shikamaru Nara quickly assessed the situation of both parties. As the protagonists and the Inuzuka Nara Akimichi team converged, the two teams, united in their shared plight within the Death Forest, opted for collaboration. Meanwhile, not far away in the thicket, a glint of light reflected off a lens, revealing Yakushi Kabuto, who was observing everything keenly. On the morning of the second day of the Chunin exams, Mizuki rose early and ventured out, not out of diligence, but because a mission awaited him. His primary role was that of a mobile reserve. Ideally, he would remain unoccupied, but should unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be called upon as a versatile asset. In simpler terms, he was a jack of all trades, available for any team that found itself short-staffed. Nonetheless, Mizuki had mentally prepared for this possibility, yet he was perplexed by the notion of carrying stretchers. Was this a task that required a Chunin? Shouldn't a few interns suffice? Or perhaps he could simply recruit some strong men from the streets. Wasn't the chief examiner for the second round supposed to be Mitarashi Anko? Why was he the one in charge? Mizuki complained to the figure before him. Due to Anko's unforeseen accident, I have been assigned to assist with the arrangements for the second round of the exams, Kakashi Hitaki explained, disregarding Mizuki's dissatisfaction. Unforeseen accident? Mizuki feigned ignorance, recalling the chaos from the Death Forest the previous day. The caliber of this year's Chunin exam candidates is truly formidable. That scene left even us veterans feeling embarrassed. Candidates? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, doubtful that Mizuki believed those inexperienced genin could have orchestrated such a chaotic event. Let us consider them candidates. However, Anko's injury is genuine, and it remains uncertain how much that incident correlates with the current situation. It's of little concern to me. Mizuki retorted, it's Orochimaru's doing. Given such a significant upheaval, shouldn't you be more vigilant regarding the potential threats among your students? Such incidents are an inherent part of a ninja's life, and I trust they will navigate the exams unscathed. I too believe they will pass. But whether they emerge unscathed remains in question. Without further ado, Kakashi began outlining the mission details. With the village's elite shinobi dispatched on various tasks, he too was required to assist the Umbu in locating potential threats. The Death Forest is inhospitable to ordinary individuals. Only powerful Chunin like you can venture in to rescue those in peril. The number of candidates disqualified is steadily increasing, and the village requires additional personnel to bring them out, regardless of their fate. How many remain unaccounted for? Along with those still taking the exams, only half are left. The pace of this year seems remarkably swift. Powerful individuals often lack patience. Indeed, the candidates for this year's Chunin exam possess extraordinary strength and skill. Well, the task of carrying the stretcher implies both saving lives and retrieving bodies, does it not? Certainly. However, your primary role is to protect the less formidable medical personnel. And if possible, lend a hand elsewhere. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. What do you mean? You wouldn't burden me with all this, would you? Complained Mizuki, who found himself in a precarious situation. Suddenly, While lamenting, he recognized a familiar face. Kakashi, who was about to depart, also noticed the slumbering Cheyenne seated on a hospital bench. Do you know her? No, how could I? Mizuki shook his head. I've seen her during the first exam. Don't you find her hair quite conspicuous? Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Her vibrant red hair is identical to that of Kushina Uzumaki. It's hard not to notice. Are you perhaps interested in that little girl? Impossible. Mizuki hastily refuted. 3 years minimum. The highest penalty is death. I cannot bear that blame. Although you are formidable, I cannot match your strength. I am still older than you. And I must not casually slander my senior. I have a fiancé, unlike you, who is alone. I am a jonin, Kakashi nonchalantly replied. I have a fiancé. My reputation surpasses yours. I am more handsome and wealthier. I have a fiancé. Fine, let us not discuss your fiancé anymore, Kakashi conceded. That grass ninja was rescued last night. She was nearby at the time, but her and her companion's abilities were too lacking, and they were incapacitated without even seeing their attackers. 2 were gravely injured, barely clinging to life, likely unable to serve as ninjas again. However, this weakest little girl emerged unscathed, bravely unrolling the scroll and subsequently being escorted out. Truly fortunate. After all, she possesses a strong luck attribute, always managing to escape peril, even from life-threatening situations. Kakashi, do we truly need to provide full medical attention to ninjas from other villages? Won't entering there now disrupt the exam? It is an unavoidable circumstance. Originally, whether those inside lived or died had no bearing on our village, but now the commotion is too significant to conceal. If others accuse us of inadequate protection, it would certainly lead to complications. The Chunin exam must continue, yet we should strive to rescue them without impacting the exam. If they were merely attacked or killed by other candidates, we must preserve evidence, Kakashi explained. Mizuki nodded in understanding. I shall take my leave. If there are issues, proceed to the central tower where ninjas are stationed. With that, he departed. Observing the drowsy Cheyenne, Mizuki contemplated before approaching her. Just as he was nearing, she awakened and immediately recognized him. It seems Kagura's eyes have been mastered quite well. We meet again, Mizuki greeted. I did not expect you to emerge unscathed. Your skills are commendable. Who are you? The examiner Mizuki? Xianglin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to address him as examiner. Although Shui Mu had displayed kindness, she was still uncertain of his true sentiments. You need not call me examiner. I am no longer supervising the exam, Shui Mu replied. That's a relief. Please take care of yourself, she responded. However, Xianglin pondered, my teammates are gravely injured, and I alone remain unscathed. If I return to the grass ninja village. She hesitated, for lamenting to ninjas from another village seemed futile. Remember my words and the items I have given you, Shui Mu added, and do your utmost to protect yourself. Yes, senior, Xianglin said, her eyes reddening. For someone who had long been treated merely as a vessel for medicine, her body marred by countless wounds, receiving even a modicum of care from another was an exceedingly rare blessing. I have a mission to attend to. Soon, I shall check on the injured in the hospital, and then I must depart. Do not overthink it. Simply follow your heart, he advised. As Shui Mu served as a bodyguard and part-time porter in the Forest of Death, an unexpected turn arose during the Chunin exams. With the appearance of Kabuto, the course of events shifted once again to fulfill the needs of certain individuals. Utilizing his remarkable skills in disguise, Kabuto found it exceedingly simple to blend in among a group of genin. As a senior with extensive experience in the Chunin exams, it was effortless for him to subtly guide the actions of several genin. Acting as a close-range observer, he facilitated Sasuke's involvement in combat to test the effects of the Cursed Seal while ensuring that they passed the exam, all the while providing valuable combat experience. With the strength of their 7-man team, and absent the interference of Orochimaru and the one-tailed Jinchuriki, they formed a formidable force. Apart from a minor inconvenience posed by an illusion-type ninja in the original narrative, their encounters proved significantly smoother. Particularly after Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha had undergone battles reminiscent of Shui Mu's, they swiftly discovered effective strategies, concluding the second phase of the Forest of Death exam much earlier than in the original storyline. Shortly thereafter, at the location where Sasuke had battled the Sound 3, Shui Mu discreetly gathered some inconspicuous, tattered, and abandoned rune scrolls and sealing tags from the battlefield, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he completed his task. He hoped that these findings would shed light on the matter and ideally mitigate the dangers posed by the Cursed Seal. After several days of exploration, Shueimu realized that the curse seal was far more complex than he had initially imagined. The lingering anxiety that accompanied the knowledge of possessing something within him that he could not control was ever present. This concludes the mission. I shall take my leave now. I will handle the report. You all focus on caring for the injured, he instructed. Once he had settled matters, Shueimu hurried home, needing to address these items promptly. For any delay could result in troublesome changes to the chakra of the seals. In the heart of the Forest of Death, as the last batch of qualified candidates arrived, the second exam was concluded ahead of schedule, setting aside the concealed shadows. The third Hokage engages the candidates in a discourse about the significance and rationale behind the Chunin exams, subsequently announcing the commencement of the third preliminary round, overseen by the esteemed Moonlight Gale as both examiner and judge, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative. Yakushi Kabuto withdrew from the exams upon discovering the disguised presence of Orochimaru, who posed as a jonin. The ensuing events unfolded with minimal turbulence. If Uzumaki Naruto's advancement in the exams was largely attributed to fortune, the remainder became a stage for those of formidable strength, where the absence of restrictions in direct confrontations left little room for the inadequately skilled. A notable alteration emerged during the match between Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. In the original tale, Yamanaka Ino, having intentionally held back, ended in a stalemate with Sakura, resulting in both losing their qualifications. However, this time the circumstances diverged. Yamanaka Ino sustained injuries in the Forest of Death, rendering her in a weakened state, while Haruno Sakura, unscathed and not embroiled in a fierce battle with the Sound Ninja as depicted before, was in a far superior condition. In the clash of wills between the two kunoichi, it was Yamanaka Ino who succumbed first due to her physical limitations. Ultimately, the number of participants in the third round of the Chunin exams differed from the original, resulting in an even count that negated the need for any additional matches. The initially excluded character was brought forth to face Haruno Sakura, who had unexpectedly entered the third examination. The victor would then proceed to the next elimination round against the winner between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga. As night fell, Mizuki, weary from a day of exertion and still not fully recuperated, submitted his mission report. After carefully preserving the chakra leaked during Uchiha Sasuke's cursed seal eruption, he tidied his dwelling, hastily consumed a meager meal, and retired to bed. With Kotetsu recently preoccupied and absent for days, Mizuki's life had become exceedingly simple. Lying in bed, he quietly perused the scrolls on summoning techniques, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. Feeling fatigued, he cast aside the scroll, pondering slowly. Summoning techniques indeed present a myriad of complexities. Within the ninja world, these techniques, more precisely, constitute a form of contractual ninjutsu. Notable examples include the legendary toads of the three legendary ninjas, the serpents, and the slug clans, as well as less dominant summoning beasts like the Monkey King of the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki's ninja dogs. Moreover, some ninjas cultivate summoning beasts from native animals, lacking the established domains akin to Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, or the Wetbone Forest. There are also temporary summoning beasts, like the jellyfish frequently employed by Mizuki, which are used once and discarded, possessing little inherent value. Rarely do individuals pay particular attention to the summoning beast community, often perceiving them merely as powerful combat allies. Mizuki himself does not entirely dismiss this notion. Take Jiraiya, for instance. While he possesses talent, he is not exceptionally extraordinary. In his formative years, the summoning beast toad sought him out, assisting him through a pivotal stage of growth and imparting sage techniques, a skill even Orochimaru failed to master. The reasons for this remain shrouded in mystery, though it is mentioned that it relates to the prophecy of the Sage of Toads, urging him to seek the Child of Destiny. The hidden complexities within this world of transmigration elude even myself, the traveler. It is likely that few in the entire ninja realm grasp these intricacies. Nevertheless, I, Mizuki, discern certain discrepancies. Setting aside the myriad forms of summoning beasts and the myriad unique secret techniques, there exists a crucial aspect that has largely gone unnoticed: the pivotal process of contract formation and the summoning ritual. As for the establishment of contracts, I have not personally encountered such powerful summoning beasts, having only employed commonplace, temporary ones. Therefore, my understanding of the contracts binding these formidable creatures remains vague. However, from my memories, it appears that a contract constitutes an exchange agreement backed by the world's inherent force. and the balance of gains and losses within it can only be fully comprehended through first-hand experience. Moreover, the summoning process itself is even more wondrous. The summoned beasts traverse dimensions to fight on behalf of the summoner, able to engage or retreat at will, with rare occurrences of injury or death. The dual methods of summoning and reverse summoning, even in this precariously structured realm, facilitate an astonishing ease of spatial transportation, which leaves me profoundly perplexed. What troubles me further is the summoner involved in this process. In the vast majority of summoning instances, the act necessitates the piercing of a fingertip, utilizing blood as a medium for the summoning. This phrase, with blood as the guide, is frequently cited in various summoning texts. Prior to the rise of science in my previous life, many religions and philosophers posited that blood serves as the vessel of the soul. Ultimately, however, the essence of the soul remained an enigma throughout millennia, while blood gradually shed its shroud of mystery. Yet, whether this practice poses issues within the ninja realm is a matter worthy of debate. Throughout this realm, many ninjas employ blood to facilitate their techniques. However, the arts that necessitate fresh blood as a medium are exceedingly rare. Blood, as an integral part of the body, serves as an excellent conduit for chakra. Typically, the runes inscribed for sealing techniques, barriers, and formations contain traces of either animal or human blood. In my own practice of summoning, I often resort to my own blood to enhance the connection, particularly due to the low intelligence of the jellyfish. Another typical example is the technique that severely exhausts the body, wherein the consumption of blood or other bodily parts is intensely exploited. Secret arts that burn vital blood in desperate measures are not uncommon. Beyond these methods, there exists a sacrificial category, with the most infamous being Haiden of the Akatsuki, who sacrifices his own or others' blood to perform his sinister curse. As for the principles of summoning, I cannot ascertain whether they share similarities with the sacrificial type. However, observing the Oil Woman clan's insect manipulation technique reveals that it exchanges one's own chakra, utilizing the body as a nest to summon insects for assistance in battle. In summary, unless one finds themselves in a situation akin to mine, where I lead and the summoned beast is exceedingly weak, it is difficult to assert that summoning techniques come without cost, allowing beasts to aid in combat effortlessly. Moreover, the advanced summoning beasts are inherently sentient beings. Among the most distinguished, such as the toad sage, the snake sage, and the slug entity, stand as the apex of power within this realm. Without any vested interests, how could they possibly engage in the conflicts among humans? Even if Kagaya Otsutsuki were to resurrect and enslave all humanity with her infinite Tsukuyomi, transforming them into white Zetsu, what relevance would that hold for them? The toad would continue to consume insects, and the serpent would persist in feasting upon frogs. Why then would they expend such effort to prophesy the so-called child of destiny? If there exists a technique renowned for requiring a sacrifice, it is undoubtedly the Shiki Fujin, which demands the offering of one's soul to summon an enigmatic grim reaper capable of executing soul attacks and sealing. Summoning techniques, as the name suggests, can be interpreted as a ninjutsu that facilitates communication with certain entities. While not directly comparable to Shiki Fujin, there is a semblance of shared principles. What remains unclear is what precisely the summoning beasts have gained from humanity. Or perhaps they have not directly reaped any benefits from humans at all, but rather indirectly derived advantages from this world? If that were the case, it would seem plausible, yet without citing a genuine contract scroll, certainty eludes us. Contemplating this, Mizuki once again perused the materials on summoning techniques, yet found himself at an impasse. It appears that a thorough investigation is necessary before arriving at any conclusions. The following morning, Mizuki checked on the injured Jinzuriki from the hideout, whose condition had stabilized and posed no imminent danger. In truth, resorting to a violent form of spatial teleportation for survival had been an absolute necessity. Prior to becoming the Jinzuriki, summoning techniques had proven effective. However, that is no longer the case. Upon meticulous examination, the cause was readily apparent. Summoning is a ninjutsu that operates between two distinct entities. Yet the summoning contract now identifies Mizuki and the Jinzuriki as one and the same. Consequently, conventional summoning techniques cease to function, leaving only the potential to enhance the perceptual connection between the two. Were it not for this predicament, Mizuki would not have been so eager to develop spatial ninjutsu. Nonetheless, the challenges of genuine spatial ninjutsu had far exceeded expectations, prompting his earnest interest in summoning techniques capable of facilitating spatial transfer. It was at this juncture that Mizuki truly comprehended the formidable strength of the Flying Thunder God technique, which enables the development of spatial ninjutsu through inverse summoning. Within the Konoha hospital, numerous injured candidates were undergoing treatment. Presently, with no urgent missions, Mizuki was largely undisturbed, witnessing the comings and goings of patients. Occasionally observing the shrouded figures of the deceased being carried away, several of whom he had personally rescued. Upon reaching the topmost floor of the intensive care unit, he found Kakashi awaiting him. "What brings you here, Kakashi?" Mizuki inquired as he entered, taking note of several umbu stationed in vigilance. "You have seen for yourself that Sasuke is gravely injured," Kakashi gestured, "and with the third round of the Chunin exams approaching in a month, I require him to undergo specialized training, which also serves as a form of protection." "And thus?" Mizuki questioned, puzzled. "Are you simply here to flaunt the bond between teacher and student?" "Allow me to finish," Kakashi patiently explained. "Devoting time to protect and train Sasuke alone requires a considerable amount of effort, yet all three of my students are participating in the third round of exams. Oh, I almost forgot to congratulate you, esteemed Leaf Village technician, for your remarkable teaching skills. Ahem, let us set that aside for now." Kakashi awkwardly continued, "In truth, aside from some fundamentals, I have not imparted much to the lower-ranked ninjas, leaving my other two students without guidance for the time being. It is imperative to enhance their skills specifically for the third exam, hence I have requested Ebisu to provide supplementary lessons for Naruto, who has the weakest foundation." "Oh, I see," Mizuki understood. "You want me to assist in training Sakura, don't you?" "Yes, I would greatly appreciate your help." "You must be mistaken," Mizuki declined. "Ebisu is a special jonin with teaching expertise. Why would you seek my assistance?" "You are indeed biased. Let us not rush to refuse," Kakashi clarified. During the last preparatory exam, Sakura deduced that it was a village test and inquired about the identity of the examiner. "So you sold me out?" "That hardly qualifies as betrayal," Kakashi replied. "It was Sakura who requested your guidance." "Oh, that is rather peculiar. What use am I to her?" "Her opponent is that formidable sound ninja. The disparity is too vast." "Does she entertain any notions?" "The thoughts of young women elude me as well. Yet I cannot find anyone more suitable to instruct Sakura. So, am I merely a filler in this arrangement?" "Not quite," Kakashi remarked. "Given your prowess in sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and genjutsu, Sakura is currently unable to grasp anything significantly advanced. Your instruction would be nearly equivalent to mine, as there is little else that could swiftly elevate her strength. Sealing techniques and genjutsu are barely sufficient. What good is learning barrier techniques? It would be wiser for her to rest and conserve her energy, considering the troublesome sound wave attacks from her opponent. Ultimately, this is entrusted to you. Let Sakura pursue whatever she wishes to learn. I leave it to your discretion. Since we are at this juncture, very well. Though it is a favor, it would be splendid if I could have it returned promptly. A year's plan lies in spring, and a day's plan begins at dawn." Early rising Mizuki stumbled upon a rather vexing predicament. Being a caretaker hardly befits a man in his 20s. He is tall, yet his injuries have left him looking somewhat frail, though his demeanor remains spirited. Having resolved to unwind thoroughly, Mizuki seized the opportunity to ascend to the Hokage rock while the weather was still mild and not overly warm. It was his first time appreciating the view of Konoha from such a vantage point since his arrival in this world. From this perspective, Konoha, for a village of its size, is astonishingly expansive, resembling a sprawling metropolis. In terms of human settlements of this magnitude, few can rival Konoha's grandeur and vibrancy. The entire village radiates outward from Hokage Rock in a fan-like shape, with its orderly and distinctive architecture. There is a conspicuous absence of the pollution that plagued his previous life, and the greenery is remarkably abundant. Residing in such a garden-like, livable space must surely be a source of immense happiness. From a sensory perspective, the village currently exists in a transitional phase between the steampunk aesthetic and the electric era. This results in a peculiar amalgamation of styles that, despite their incongruity, coalesce into a product imbued with an unusual cultural essence. As Mizuki leisurely savors the tranquility of a village that may soon no longer exist in such peace and prosperity, an individual exuding an air of distrust approaches. Is that Kabuto? What purpose does he have here? Although their paths cross in a narrow setting, Mizuki feels undaunted. While a direct confrontation may likely not favor him, and encountering Kabuto unprepared would be unwise, should a conflict arise, retreat is always an option. Presently, Kabuto possesses considerable strength, yet he falls short of the formidable prowess he would later command. Moreover, at this juncture, Mizuki dares not challenge Orochimaru. But he does not harbor the same trepidation towards Kabuto. Indeed, engaging in a minor skirmish, sustaining some light injuries, could serve to demonstrate his loyalty to the village. Nevertheless, as Kabuto draws nearer, Mizuki remains vigilant. He cannot afford to be careless, having only recently redeemed his reputation. He is on the cusp of becoming a righteous ally and a mentor in the realm of first love, and any misstep that could lead to his downfall would be a grave loss. Kabuto halts a mere 10 paces away, adjusts his glasses, and smiles as he addresses Mizuki. Mizuki-senpai, you've been quite elusive lately. I heard you sustained serious injuries, so seeing you in good health brings me relief. Enough of that, Kabuto, Mizuki retorts bluntly. Has no one ever told you that your smile is exceedingly disingenuous? Kabuto dismisses Mizuki's remark, as his previous impression of Mizuki was that of a blustering individual with grand ambitions, yet limited talent. He cannot fathom how Orochimaru would take an interest in such a seemingly inept character. Nevertheless, Kabuto maintains his characteristic faux smile and replies, "That is not how one should speak, senpai. Regardless, I've had quite the arduous time locating you. What is it you wish to discuss?" "It's nothing of great significance. Lord Orochimaru has issued a mission to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke, and I hope you can assist me in this assassination. All that is required is for you to create a distraction in front of the Konoha hospital to draw the attention of the Umbu. Why should I aid you?" Mizuki declines. "This matter does not concern me, and I stand to gain nothing." "Please don't say that, senpai. If we succeed in the mission and earn Lord Orochimaru's favor, you could receive a reward. Haven't you already been granted power? I have no interest in being a scapegoat for attracting attention. As for your so-called power, I am not fortunate enough to enjoy such a gift." Mizuki elevated his tone. "I am well aware of my standing in Orochimaru's eyes. There is no need for your baseless claims. If you seek something from me, present something of genuine value, not the empty promises of a charlatan, nor any power that leads to inevitable demise. This is directed at you, and if you deem it necessary, feel free to relay it to Orochimaru." At this moment, Kabuto realizes the gravity of the situation. "Are you truly considering betraying Lord Orochimaru?" he questions, dropping the honorific. "Do not speak as if I am an ally of yours." Shuei-mu disdainfully remarked that Orochimaru must hold him in little regard, a sentiment likely well known to you, his favored companion. "I have merely broached the possibility of seeking allegiance, yet have taken no action, and it is evident that Orochimaru has never truly considered me a subordinate. Thus, betrayal is out of the question, and there is no obligation to heed your commands. Should you wish to recruit me, you must present your sincerity and offer a price, for in this world, nothing is beyond negotiation, provided you can afford the cost." With this said, the situation becomes clear. "It has been some time since we last met. I must say, you have become quite impressive, Yaoshiro, as you have abandoned your earlier attempts to deceive Shuei-mu. It seems that enduring a severe injury has sharpened your intellect considerably. Lying on a sickbed, one can do little but ruminate, and matters that once eluded understanding become clearer upon reflection," Shuei-mu mused idly. "Given this, it appears there is no other course. To prevent any leakage of information, I cannot allow you to escape, which is indeed regrettable." Yaoshiro brandished a scalpel, preparing to act. "Then do try," Shuei-mu replied. "To be candid, this place is rather conspicuous, and I am intrigued to see how you might silence me without a sound." Despite his confidence, the nature of this encounter was decidedly unfavorable for Shuei-mu. The environment atop Hokage Rock was ill-suited to his strengths. In a more complex jungle setting, where he could leverage his jinjutsu, sealing techniques, barriers, and summoning tactics, facing Yaoshiro might have tested his abilities more favorably. For now, he could only hope that the opponent would hesitate, fearing repercussions, and retreat rather than attempt to subdue him swiftly. Both Shuei-mu and Yaoshiro's fighting styles were not particularly loud or ostentatious. Armed with a compact and lethal scalpel, Yaoshiro advanced aggressively, while Shuei-mu, wielding a massive windmill shuriken, opted for a tactical retreat, avoiding direct confrontation and focusing on stalling for time. After all, Yaoshiro's chakra scalpel and medical ninjutsu could inflict devastating damage. A careless misstep could lead to his downfall. In close combat, there is little room for flair. While Yaoshiro possesses talent, Shuei-mu is an experienced chunin, and in a short time, Neither party could decisively claim victory if the intent was merely to prolong the encounter. Utilizing ninjutsu would create too much noise, placing Yao Shirdo, a spy in a suspicious location, at a distinct disadvantage. Observing the stalemate, Yao Shirdo found himself at a loss, as Shui Mu's demeanor indicated a desire merely to buy time. You seem to be evading quite a bit, my esteemed predecessor. This is quite the contrast to your earlier bravado. Are you still resorting to such childish provocation? Do you believe me so naive? Shui Mu retorted. We are adults now. Let us not indulge in such folly. Have you spent so long with those lower-ranked children that your wits have dulled? Is it ineffective? Yao Shirdo expressed disappointment, realizing that Shui Mu was not as easily deceived as the lower-ranked youngsters. Just as Yao Shirdo found himself in a quandary, a few shurikens suddenly hurtled towards him, abruptly halting their confrontation. Two members of the Umbu, wearing animal masks, emerged swiftly. They arrived rather quickly. It seems I have been under surveillance for some time. Even in the face of three adversaries, Yakushi Kabuto remained unperturbed. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced toward the Hokage rock, deftly evading the obstruction posed by an Umbu, who was subsequently wounded on the wrist. Without looking back, Kabuto leapt from the Hokage rock, vanishing into the thicket below. Shall we pursue him? Mizuki inquired, noting that Kabuto's prowess in ninjutsu and chakra manipulation was formidable. You have underestimated him. No need, one of the Umbu replied while tending to the other's wounds. Our unit has already initiated an investigation. Specialized ninjas will take over this matter. Observing the unfamiliar Umbu, Mizuki concluded that they appeared less competent than himself, merely supporting characters in this unfolding drama. Why were you engaged in combat here? He asked nonchalantly. That Kabuto came on behalf of Orochimaru to recruit me, as you have witnessed. Mizuki's indifference was palpable. He had cleared his name and believed that this half-truth would persuade them, additionally hinting at a potential move against Uchiha Sasuke. I see, the Umbu responded, finding little to question in Mizuki's account. The intelligence regarding Orochimaru's keen interest in Sasuke was already known, and as an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, it was conceivable that he would place spies to recruit talent. We will report this information, and if any issues arise, we shall return to consult with you. With that, the two departed, leaving Mizuki alone at Hokage Rock. Time to head back. What a disappointment. I came out to clear my mind and ended up in a brawl. Approaching noon, the weather grew warmer, signaling that it was time for a meal. In a picturesque courtyard in Konoha, Orochimaru listened intently to Kabuto's report. Mizuki truly said that? Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Kabuto affirmed, I was quite taken aback myself. This is quite unexpected. It seems many events have transpired that I am unaware of. Recently, the Forest of Death had been compromised by unidentified individuals, nearly resulting in severe injury. What was meant to be a simple test of Sasuke's abilities after receiving the cursed seal had almost ended in disaster. The once inconsequential Mizuki dared to negotiate with him. Was Orochimaru's reputation in Konoha no longer effective? Orochimaru-sama's renown remains intact. Just observe Konoha's anxious demeanor, Kabuto reassured. Let us not dwell on that, Orochimaru replied, his tone playful. I did not request you to eliminate Sasuke, did I? At this, Kabuto felt a cold sweat break out, uncertain of how to respond. Very well, act as you wish. However, this is your sole opportunity to prevent me from acquiring Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru continued, intrigued. I wish to see your resolve. I shall be departing soon, so prepare for your next endeavor. Once that moment arrives, there will be no chance for regret. With that, Orochimaru executed a body flicker technique and vanished. Serving such a capricious master is indeed exhausting, Kabuto mused as he exhaled deeply, relieved by Orochimaru's departure. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage and two advisors were present, along with Danzo, who listened intently to the report from the Umbu. What should we do? Orochimaru's reach is becoming increasingly audacious, remarked Tsunade. How should we handle Mizuki? Inquired the composed Hayashi Hyuga. The third Hokage pondered briefly and responded. It is not surprising that Orochimaru has targeted someone like Mizuki, who has a history of misconduct. Mizuki's refusal to be recruited is fortunate, for Orochimaru is not a benevolent figure. However, we only know of Mizuki. Are there other ninjas from the village who may be colluding with Orochimaru in secret? Although Orochimaru is a rogue ninja and his reputation is tarnished among ordinary villagers due to his notorious human experiments, many mid-ranking ninjas still harbor fond memories of their battles alongside him in the shinobi world, and he retains a number of supporters within their ranks. Had it not been for his abhorrent experimentation, it is uncertain how many would have chosen to follow him upon his departure. The question posed by the third Hokage left the others in attendance at a loss for an answer. Is there truly nothing we can do? Tsunade asked, her voice filled with frustration. There is no need. Kakashi is responsible for protecting Sasuke Uchiha. As long as Orochimaru does not act personally, there should be no issue. The third Hokage continued. However, if Orochimaru does decide to intervene directly, there is currently no one within Konoha who could stop him. Only I could stand against him, he said with a grave expression. Should the Hokage himself take to the field, it would only serve to convey the village's weakness and the incompetence of its subordinates. What about the security for the Chunin exams? Danzo interjected. The security for the venue has already been arranged, the third Hokage replied. We cannot even ascertain Orochimaru's intentions. It seems overly complicated for him merely to desire Sasuke's Sharingan. In the absence of concrete intelligence, we can only prioritize the protection of key personnel and disperse our defenses elsewhere. This method demands too many resources. We simply do not have the manpower. Do you have a solution? Danzo remained silent, aware of his own deep connections with Orochimaru, albeit from the past, and recognizing that their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. He did not condone Orochimaru's actions against the village. His commitment to safeguarding the village's interests surpassed even his ambition for the position of Hokage. Otherwise, he would not have silently endured the pains brought on by war, acting as a behind-the-scenes custodian for the village, ensure the protection of the ninja academy, and instruct the teachers to arrange additional evacuation training sessions in the near future. As the leader, the third Hokage prepared for the worst, believing that preserving the embers of hope was Konoha's final chance. The midday heat of summer was often unbearable, and the oppressive warmth after lunch was particularly unpleasant. Kotetsu, you must quickly master ice release to create some ice and cool down. The technological landscape of this world is rather skewed. While the power systems remain at the level of steam boilers, cinema, and various forms of media abound, and the application of electricity is quite widespread. Even rudimentary, compact computers exist, though their performance does not necessarily surpass that of the bulky tube computers from my past life. However, various supportive applications like surveillance and medical services are no longer astonishing novelties. Yet it is utterly inconceivable that such a level of technology has failed to make air conditioning commonplace for civilian use. Without the bloodline limit, mastering ice release proves exceedingly difficult. Little Chuan remarked to the anxious Shui Mu. Ice release, fundamentally a transformation of the properties of water and wind release, presents an astonishing challenge. Shui Mu could not recall anyone successfully breaking through using conventional methods. The very nature of its difficulty is daunting. Without the chakra affinities of water and wind, the likelihood of mastering ice release is hardly greater than Shui Mu's assumption of the fifth Hokage. Little Chuan's chakra affinities, however, far surpass Shui Mu's ordinary fire element. With wind, water, and lightning affinities, Shui Mu would have been driven to jealousy were she not his fiancée. Water affinity is one thing, but what significance do wind and lightning possess? Little Chuan hardly exhibits any violent tendencies. Setting aside Shui Mu's darkening concerns for his fiancée, Little Chuan fanned herself with a folding fan, occasionally offering Shui Mu a cool breeze. If one were to question why the engaged couple did not lean against each other to share the coolness, it could only be attributed to Shui Mu's naive assumption, burdened by the halo of his previous solitary existence. Without air conditioning, leaning together was simply unbearable. The flower shop had scarcely opened for 2 or 3 days. Today, having the time, they decided to check it out together in the afternoon. In such heat, I doubt many will come. Shui Mu expressed his reluctance. Your gaze does me little good. I intend to stay home to escape the heat. If we delay any longer, the flowers will wilt. I must go. Fine. Let us go. Eventually succumbing to the pleading gaze of Little Chuan, which sparkled like water, Shui Mu acquiesced, whether it was merely an illusion or not. Ever since returning injured from the land of waves, Little Chuan had grown more stringent with him. Shui Mu lamented that his fiancée was no longer as compliant as before, only to hear Little Chuan suggest that for the next few days, they need not hire staff, as the two of them could manage. Hearing this, Shui Mu realized he was further ensnared on the path of being a flower shop owner. Yet, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Little Chuan, we could find a temporary worker, one who would work for free. Unpaid assistance is invaluable, Shui Mu thought, reveling in his own cleverness. In the afternoon, although many villagers were reluctant to venture out, foot traffic on the streets did not diminish. During the Chunin exams, the influx of outsiders increased. With news of the third Chunin exam scheduled for a month hence, those intrigued continued to flock to Konoha, making the streets more vibrant, albeit taxing for the patrolling ninjas. Amidst a plethora of blooming flowers, the heat seemed less oppressive. To Shuei-mu's surprise, business appeared exceptionally brisk, observing little Chuan bustling about. He often lent a helping hand, watching her wipe the sweat from her brow, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Is this not the life little Chuan yearns for? Simple and unpretentious, a modest flower shop where the family thrives together, toiling for their livelihood. In a world scarred by incessant warfare and a tumultuous social order, even the relatively peaceful Hidden Leaf village is filled with individuals yearning for tranquility. It is not difficult to fathom why so many wounded souls tirelessly seek methods to attain peace, even if it means embracing a false sense of serenity that resembles a fleeting dream. Frankly, since my arrival in this realm, the most challenging aspect, aside from the physical dissonance, has been an overwhelming sense of alienation. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, I find myself tasked with rectifying the mistakes of my predecessor, which breeds a persistent dissatisfaction within me. However, as calmness descends, I begin to scrutinize my surroundings more closely. My most constant companion, the gentle and nurturing Kocho, serves as the spiritual link to this world, pulling me back from the whimsical realm of fantasy into the starkness of reality. Yet, beneath her seemingly fragile exterior, Kocho is a resilient and astute woman. Perhaps she has discerned my internal struggles and is finding ways to assist me. Much like before, whenever I engage in activities alongside Kocho, my spirit finds a rare tranquility, allowing me to set aside all my worries and quietly savor moments devoid of strife. At times, I ponder how those endowed with prophetic abilities manage to navigate their days with such ease. Were I to remain oblivious to the future, I could find contentment in my current state. My skills may not be exceptional, yet I have achieved a modest degree of success, allowing me to live a peaceful life as an ordinary ninja. Oftentimes, my troubles stem from knowing too much. As evening fell, I returned home after a day of toil. Yet no one approached me regarding the morning's events. Thus, I chose to dismiss it and focus on my own affairs. Early the next morning, I was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. With a face still marked by slumber, I reluctantly approached to open it. Had I not told Kocho to refrain from coming too early? I muttered in discontent. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by Kakashi Hatake, accompanied by Sakura Haruno. Good morning, Kakashi cheerfully greeted, while Sakura politely bowed in apology. What brings you here so soon? I yawned. I thought I'd have a couple more days to rest. Please, come in. No need, Kakashi replied, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was ready to depart. He produced a scroll and handed it to me. This is what you requested. Once you've reviewed it, just have Sakura return it to me. Such promptness? I appreciate it, I said, accepting it without hesitation. I'll leave Sakura in your care then. With that, I executed a body flicker technique and vanished. Such haste? I glanced at the scroll in my hand and said to Sakura, why don't you come inside? Breakfast will be served once Kocho arrives. No need to be formal. Sensei, Sakura replied. I also brought some pastries as a gift. Please enjoy them if you'd like. Place them on the table and find a seat. I'll be with you shortly. Early in the morning, many people have a routine of taking a shower due to low blood pressure. Shuei-mu is also one of them. On a leisurely morning, he usually takes a shower to invigorate himself. However, today is not the right occasion, as a guest has arrived at his home. Although she is younger, she is still a girl. Any unfortunate incident could lead to misunderstandings. After hastily completing his morning routine, Shuei-mu tidied himself up a bit and prepared to embark on a month-long mentorship. He poured a cup of tea for both Sakura and himself, then sat down face to face to engage in casual conversation. Shuei-mu initiated the dialogue by saying, as it was Kakashi's request, and I have accepted the benefits, I shall do my utmost to teach you a few things. First, I would like to understand your objective. Is it merely to contend with your opponent from the Sound Village, or are you genuinely seeking to enhance your abilities? With only a month to spare, your learning will be limited, so it would be wise to think carefully and respond thoughtfully. Sakura, perplexed, asked, is there really a difference? Indeed, there is a distinction between defeating a specific individual and being capable of overcoming numerous adversaries. Your opponent is formidable, and possessing remarkable skills means that if targeted deliberately, one can quickly find themselves at a disadvantage. True improvement in strength is an entirely different matter. Reflect on which path you wish to choose, Shuemu patiently explained. Upon hearing Shuemu's words, Sakura seemed to grasp the concept, lowering her head in contemplation. Seeing her understanding, Shuemu nodded in approval. Truly, she is an intelligent child, making the teaching process quite effortless. Shuemu quietly awaited Sakura's response while sipping tea and enjoying the pastries she had brought. Before long, Sakura raised her head and said, "Please teach me how to become stronger, Master Shuemu." Coughing slightly, Shuemu nearly spat out his tea at the unexpected address. "Do not call me master. You will have a more suitable mentor in the future. I am merely imparting some knowledge as a favor to Kakashi. Regardless, I cannot forget the favor of imparting knowledge." Sakura insisted. "I shall continue to call you teacher Shuemu as before." "Very well," Shuemu agreed with a nod. "What would you like to learn?" "I'm not quite sure what to study," Sakura admitted awkwardly. "However, the things you taught me last time felt quite manageable. I wonder if I could learn more of that." Sighing at Sakura's response, Shuemu thought to himself, how can such a gifted and intelligent child not recognize her own strengths and weaknesses due to a lack of guidance? Konoha is indeed facing a critical transition. If the legendary 3 ninjas were present, and the village's backbone was intact, there would be no need for Shuemu to provide Sakura with such foundational lessons. Naruto would not be oblivious to his status as a Jinchuriki, waiting until Jiraiya's returned to the village for instruction. Just as Shuemu was preparing to offer some simple explanations to Sakura, the door suddenly swung open. "Oh, we have a guest." The newcomer, a girl named Kobu, spotted Sakura. "Hello, who are you?" Sakura quickly rose to greet her. "This is the Kobu I mentioned," Shuemu introduced. Standing up, "My fiancé." "Ah, teacher Shuemu, you have a fiancé? I apologize for the intrusion." "It's quite all right." "Shuemu, is this your student?" "No. He is a student of Hatake Kakashi. I am merely serving as a temporary guide. We shall meet frequently over the next month," Mizuki explained. "Is this the little Chuan you mentioned?" Sakura inquired. "Indeed, that is the temporary worker," Mizuki affirmed. "Mizuki-sensei, did you open this flower shop?" Sakura examined the newly established store. "Indeed, what do you think?" Mizuki asked. "Quite nice. It's similar to the Ino family's shop," Sakura replied. "I never expected the new flower shop in Ino's neighborhood to be opened by you. This shop was established in collaboration with Chuan, and it has only been less than a month," Mizuki clarified. "Is that so?" However, Sakura gazed at the sign hanging at the entrance, "Shiki Flower Shop." "It feels somewhat peculiar." "How so?" "I pondered over the name for quite a while," Mizuki responded. Upon mentioning flowers, Mizuki couldn't help but think of the master of seasonal blooms, leading to the unusual name. Unlike the hand-pulled ramen from Uncle Da or the Yamashiro Flower Shop, it is indeed a rare type, but it has its charm, doesn't it? "Ah," Sakura remarked, observing the sign with a puzzled expression. The sign bore some strange patterns. Though it appeared beautiful, it seemed somewhat off, and there was a faint trace of chakra emanating from it. "Enough about that. I will explain the details later. But do not mention it to Chuan," Mizuki said, his expression revealing a hint of unease. Indeed, Mizuki had secretly made some adjustments to the sign, and despite numerous powerful ninjas visiting the shop, none had detected the issue, except for a low-ranking ninja. This sign could be considered one of Mizuki's proudest achievements in recent months. Shortly after completing the CD, he crafted the sign using a specially cultivated type of bamboo as the base material. It was meticulously handcrafted, and the greenish-blue paint on top was actually a mixture extracted from lichen, fungi, and algae. By eliminating most active biological elements while retaining the basic survival capabilities, and incorporating seals and illusionary barriers into the frame and materials, Mizuki created a sign imbued with subtle illusionary properties. Though it bore no remarkable function, it served as a psychological suggestion, compelling passers-by to enter the shop. The most challenging aspect was the technique of consolidating the will of lower life forms to refine chakra. To find a suitable base organism, Mizuki ultimately chose lichen. As a composite entity of fungi, bacteria, and algae, lichen inherently possessed complex attributes, and Mizuki had yet to discover a more suitable organism. While the power it provided was currently negligible, it opened broader horizons for Mizuki. Through sealing techniques, the unification of thought became feasible, suggesting that the world acknowledged the existence of such organisms. Consequently, many theoretical concepts could be realized, provided one possessed the requisite abilities. It was no wonder that Orochimaru struggled with the technique of reincarnation. It merely led to spiritual and mental weakness without ever causing a deviation in self-awareness. Conversely, the forbidden technique of impure reincarnation could summon the same individual repeatedly. The theory of shadow clones possessing memory transmission also held validity. The art of summoning seamlessly intertwines the false Jinchuriki in oneself, making it a natural occurrence. Unlike the previous world, the physical body and soul in the shinobi world are inseparably linked. Here, the possession of chakra as an extension of one's will allows the soul to some extent, transcend the constraints of a singular corporeal form. In a realm where foundational rules are rather tenuous, the emergence of entities akin to tailed beasts, which embody the negative will of humanity, is hardly surprising. Disregarding the sign at the entrance, Mizuki guided Sakura into the shop. "You will be working here for some time?" "Working? No, that's not right. It's learning," Mizuki thought to himself, nearly letting slip his words. Sakura nodded in silence. "Do you sense anything different here?" Mizuki inquired. If one were to note a difference, it seemed the shop was unusually quiet. Sakura glanced outside at the bustling street, yet the sounds filtering into the shop were minimal. Mizuki nodded, stating, "Your attention and perception are quite sharp. This may be linked to your exceptional chakra control. This will prove to be a beneficial trait for you in the future." Without further elaboration, Mizuki led Sakura behind the counter, where a beautifully concealed small bookshelf revealed itself. Pointing to the books and various scrolls within, Mizuki instructed, "Do not touch the items with red labels. The yellow ones can only be viewed in my presence. But feel free to explore the others. You have 3 days. Learn as much as you can." As he spoke, Mizuki handed Sakura a booklet, saying, "This is a comparison chart and various records I compiled. Most of the contents have been verified, though I cannot guarantee absolute accuracy. You may refer to it for any unclear concepts. I will question you in 3 days." "Mizuki, is this really acceptable?" Sakura expressed some unease. "Kakashi entrusted you to me. Will you simply allow her to self-study?" "I'm keeping an eye on things, rest assured," Mizuki replied. "A clever student doesn't require excessive guidance from their teacher." "Then I shall take my leave. I will return at noon to bring you lunch." Sakura departed for her duties. Don't forget to bring a portion for Sakura," Mizuki reminded her. As time passed and the morning rush subsided, the flow of customers in the shop gradually diminished. Mizuki stole a glance at Sakura, who was diligently immersed in her work, her focus reflective of her status as a gifted learner. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuki took out the reward Kakashi had entrusted to him, which was the contract for summoning ninja dogs, a legacy of the Hokage clan. As compensation for instructing Sakura, Mizuki aimed to closely examine what a genuine summoning contract scroll truly entailed. Gently caressing the scroll's cover, Mizuki emanated a subtle chakra, attuning himself to potential issues within. It was not ordinary paper. It seemed to be crafted from some form of biological skin. Unrolling the lengthy scroll revealed a series of names accompanied by fingerprints. The first name visible was Hokage Kakashi, and as he continued to peruse, he found a long list predominantly composed of individuals from the Hokage family. Upon reaching the end, a summoning formation symbol unfolded before him. After extensive study of this summoning contract, Mizuki found nothing particularly extraordinary within it. Could one truly attest to its quality, given it was a legacy of a ninja clan? Indeed, it far surpassed commonplace offerings. The various combinations of runes and their optimized effects, as well as the methods of spatial perception and connection, are indeed far more reliable. Consequently, the demands placed upon the user's chakra are considerably more stringent, with varying amounts and modalities of chakra likely corresponding to different individuals. However, Mizuki has yet to uncover anything of value. Is it truly the case that there are no issues at all? The contract is quite equitable, sustaining itself through chakra while providing for the consumption of summoning, albeit slightly excessive. Yet, from this perspective, it epitomizes a mutually beneficial agreement. The decorative patterns and inscriptions surrounding him revealed no traps. They were nothing short of conventional. Could it be that he was merely being overly cautious? Unwilling to concede, Mizuki pondered while gently caressing the surface of the scroll. Suddenly, his hand froze as he carefully felt the scroll. What is this? There appears to be some unique pattern. Swiftly, Mizuki observed closely, and as his fingers continued to glide, he discovered marks identical in color to the original. This is indeed a natural sealing rune intrinsic to the material itself. No wonder it was undetectable. However, this shape seems somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Mizuki set down the scroll, exited the shop, and scrutinized the sign of the Four Seasons flower shop, reminiscing about every detail of his creative process. So that is how it is, no wonder. Finally gaining some clarity, Mizuki returned inside, picked up the scroll once more, and decided to replicate the natural pattern. After several thorough inspections to ensure no information was overlooked, he stored it away. Although I may have been overly anxious, the discovery is astonishing. Hidden within this summoning contract is a rune remarkably akin to the collective consciousness aggregation function Mizuki has been studying. In other words, according to this contract, the summoned beast possesses the ability to continuously gather the fluctuations of the contractor's thoughts or mental radiation. Logically, this poses no threat to humans. A person's thoughts inherently emit information, which, even without any processing, gradually dissipates into the air, much like the sun radiating light and warmth, regardless of whether one utilizes it. The summoned beast appears to be collecting these seemingly useless remnants, which, to the average person, would be deemed more worthless than chakra collection. If they harbor ulterior motives, then they must possess a method to transform waste into treasure. Typically, those who have summoned beasts are either powerful military organizations like Konoha or ninja clans that have inherited secret techniques for centuries, embodying strength and a touch of destiny's favor. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Mizuki paused. The depths here are profound. What could easily be overtly inscribed in the contract is instead concealed, warranting further investigation into what treasures lie hidden within this realm. Mizuki-sensei, would you like some water? Suddenly, a cup was offered from the side. It was Sakura. Thank you, Mizuki replied, taking a sip and feeling instantly rejuvenated. No need to be so formal. I didn't expect you to be like this, Sakura said with a smile. Oh, what do you believe a teacher should embody? Should they shout like Irika? Certainly not. I merely perceive that Mizuki-sensei possesses far more knowledge than I initially imagined, Sakura quickly interjected. Upon examining the materials researched by the teacher, I found that much of it was beyond my comprehension. I could only grasp a fraction. So, you can still understand a small portion? Mizuki reassured. That is indeed better than I anticipated. Each ninja's personal research reflects their unique characteristics, and without a foundational knowledge, merely recognizing what you are learning is commendable. Without the corresponding prowess and innate talent, certain realms can truly only be approached by exceptionally brilliant geniuses. I understand now. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. Sakura felt somewhat relieved upon realizing that she was not as inadequate as she had thought. Her previously diminished confidence, overwhelmed by an avalanche of knowledge, began to rekindle. Mizuki had not intended to burden Sakura with overly complex theories or powerful jutsu, as they were subjects he himself had yet to fully comprehend. Furthermore, it is difficult to expect a novice to possess the patience for intricate theoretical concepts. As for the latter, how could he teach what he himself had yet to master? A grand edifice rises from humble beginnings. If one aims to maximize Sakura's intellect and learning capability, a solid foundation is undeniably essential. The current priority is to impart his system of strength to Sakura, and in the future, it would be advantageous to find a reliable ally. He had accumulated an overwhelming number of topics requiring research, and one's energy is inherently limited. It is no wonder that scientific research in previous lives was often conducted in small teams. An individual's power seems insignificant in the face of countless unknowns. It is also understandable why Orochimaru tolerates assistants like Kabuto, who are often impulsive and disobedient. Talent is indeed rare. Sakura, why don't you take a break? Balancing work and rest is crucial, Mizuki suggested. If time permits, we can engage in casual conversation. All right, Sakura replied, feeling somewhat fatigued after their lengthy discussion. To be honest, I do not quite understand why you sought my guidance. There are many more formidable ninjas in Konoha who could teach you powerful jutsu. Wouldn't that be preferable? Embarrassed by Mizuki's inquiry, Sakura responded, aside from you, Mizuki-sensei, I do not know many strong ninjas. Moreover, in the Forest of Death, the knowledge you imparted proved invaluable. Without it, we might not have passed the exam. Therefore, I believe you are the most suitable teacher for me, and I can also assist Sasuke. Oh, do you remember what I said back then? Yes, Mizuki-sensei. One day, I too wish to be a support for my teammates and not be a burden, Sakura declared resolutely. Mizuki felt it prudent to clarify a few matters. To be honest, I am unsure if it is beneficial for me to teach you. Given your talents and specialties, there are likely more fitting instructors for you. Now that you are learning from me, it may distract you from your focus, and the impact on your future remains uncertain. This is my own choice. I believe Mizuki-sensei is the most suitable teacher for me at this moment. All right, no need to be so serious, Mizuki chuckled. I have no reluctance in teaching you. Let us discuss something lighthearted. Who do you think is the strongest and the weakest in the third exam? Sakura pondered for a moment before responding. I don't know who is the strongest, but I'm definitely the weakest. I believe either Sasuke or Niji Hyuga might be the strongest. With a chuckle at Sakura's response, Mizuki continued, let me rephrase that. Who do you think possesses the most talent and will become the strongest in the future? Sakura shook her head. I'm even less certain about that. But I believe Sasuke's Sharingan is the most powerful. To put it simply, accurately assessing the strength of one's abilities is a crucial skill for a ninja. And you must pay close attention to this going forward, Mizuki decided to explain to Sakura. As it stands, no other ninja participating in the Chunin exams can match Gaara of the Sand. How can that be? Sakura gasped, astonished. Is there such a formidable ninja in the Chunin exams? Don't worry about Sasuke. What I mean is currently. You must have faith in both Sasuke and Kakashi. The situation could change drastically in a month. Gaara's strength is due to certain unique circumstances, which we shall not discuss for now. While it is true that you are the weakest, that only applies to the arena battles. In other contexts, it may not hold true. Now, regarding talent. This can be quite subjective. It is challenging to determine who possesses the most talent, but I can certainly identify the one with the least, your opponent. Dosu Kinyuta from the Sound Ninja. His limited abilities led him to accept Orochimaru's modifications, transforming him into a mere tool, which illustrates just how low his talent ceiling is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easily discarded as a pawn by Orochimaru. So, that means Sakura inquired, seemingly enlightened. Exactly, you've grasped it well. If you respond correctly, defeating Dosu should not be difficult. A ninja like Dosu, if caught off guard due to a lack of information, can easily overcome not only you, but even Chunin of slightly lesser strength. However, since you have advanced knowledge and a month to prepare, he is arguably the easiest opponent to handle besides Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto? Is he really that easy to deal with? I perceive him to be quite strong, Sakura remarked incredulously. Naruto's weaknesses are even more apparent than Dosu's. If he is deliberately targeted, even opponents of lesser strength can bring him down. Do you remember what the third Hokage said after the preliminaries? It's about intelligence and preparation. Right? Intelligence and preparation, Sakura murmured. Precisely. The key is how to approach the third round without exposing too many weaknesses, Mizuki affirmed. Now, let us continue with your studies. What you are learning now is a divine technique that becomes increasingly powerful with strength. Once you have grown stronger, you will realize that this technique acts as a force multiplier, amplifying your combat prowess to terrifying heights. Yes, teacher, Sakura replied. However, while this technique may be invaluable in the future, my current abilities are so lacking that I cannot harness its power. Will I be able to become a Chunin relying on this? Not at the moment, Mizuki answered. In a month, it may be a different story. Really? Sakura turned away, unable to conceal her disappointment as she resumed her studies. The speaker, seemingly unintentional, inadvertently provoked reflections within Sakura, prompting her to recall certain matters. It appeared that she had perhaps been overly ambitious. Throughout her journey, heavily reliant on the overwhelming advantage of information that Mizuki possessed, her focus on enhancing her own abilities had been singularly directed towards the essence of her craft, striving to maximize efficiency and, at times, dismissing foundational ninjutsu. Instead of diligently honing her skills, she had merely engaged in chakra control training. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Mizuki extended her right hand, channeling chakra as crimson flames flickered forth, gradually coalescing and deepening in hue until the red transformed into vibrant blue, culminating in the formation of a luminous white-blue orb. Despite having produced numerous semi-finished products, none, apart from a multifunctional potion with potential side effects, could directly augment her combat prowess. Prepared to reach for the heavens, she remained uncertain about the stability of her footing. With a sigh, Mizuki cast a glance at Sakura, who was diligently studying. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals yielded substantial insights. The ancient wisdom of 3S Company, one must be my teacher, rang true. The ensuing hours passed in relative monotony, with Sakura immersed in her studies, while Mizuki occasionally attended to visiting customers and rearranged the shop's layout. Although still unfamiliar with the nuances, she managed to avoid any major faux pas. As noon approached, Tsubaki arrived with lunch for several people, and the trio gathered around a small table to partake in their meal. Curiosity sparked in Sakura as she inquired about the relationship between Mizuki and Tsubaki. How did you and Tsubaki-senpai meet? She asked, evidently intrigued. We've known each other since childhood, having grown up as neighbors, Tsubaki replied candidly. Mizuki couldn't help but think. Is this little girl already exhibiting a penchant for gossip? The simplicity of Tsubaki's reply seemed insufficient to satisfy Sakura, who mused, how wonderful. A bond nurtured from such a young age. If only I could achieve the same with Sasuke. Mizuki interjected. Are you not aware that childhood friends often find themselves overshadowed by fated encounters? You must keep a close watch on your Sasuke. He might be snatched away by an unexpectedly charming stranger. What do you mean by fated encounters? Sakura queried, perplexed. Mizuki, don't say such nonsense, Tsubaki admonished. Before reassuring Sakura, ignore his ramblings. With your dedication, Sasuke will surely notice you. After hastily finishing their lunch, Sakura returned to her studies, while Tsubaki pulled Mizuki aside, as if she had something significant to discuss. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Mizuki asked, observing Tsubaki's serious demeanor. It seems there is a problem with your experiments, she revealed. What? Mizuki was taken aback by the startling news. There were some changes a few days ago, which I initially thought were normal, but today I realized something was amiss. Did you bring the samples? Mizuki inquired. I selected a few to take back with me. Tsubaki responded. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mizuki turned to Sakura, saying, we need to step out for a moment. Could you please watch the shop for us? Of course, Mizuki-sensei, Sakura replied dutifully. Upon returning home, Mizuki eagerly seized the sealed scroll from Tsubaki and opened it. Indeed, the findings were alarming. The regression was quite severe. Such a phenomenon would not have astonished Mizuki if it were merely a regression induced by the stimulant of the potion. In the absence of external interference, as development reaches its completion, the majority of mutations ought to regress and vanish, overshadowed by more dominant traits. A mere shell of flesh, devoid of corresponding strength and intrinsic support, should see the mutations arising from power aberration dissipate first. However, it is abundantly clear that these experimental subjects are somewhat peculiar. It appears that most of them are likely clones of Uchiha Sasuke. The vertical fissure of the third eye on their foreheads has entirely vanished, and the twin horns atop their heads are nearly imperceptible. While this might still fall within the realm of expectation, the overall manifestation of abnormal aging and atrophy is nothing short of astonishing. Given Sasuke's age and exceptional talent, his cellular vitality should far exceed that of Mizuki. Yet, Mizuki's clones have endured through extensive depletion, while Sasuke's clones falter first. This is entirely contrary to reason. Could it be that an excessively potent regressive mutation has inadvertently drained too much life force? To attempt to wield such advanced power without a corresponding foundation leads to this outcome? Contemplating this, Mizuki extracted a portion of the chakra exuded during Sasuke's cursed seal activation and infused it into a smaller, yet severely aged specimen. Instantly, it began to voraciously absorb the nutrient solution, growing at a terrifying speed. Crimson and black runes swiftly enveloped its body, emanating an inexplicable aura that even the room's protective barrier could not contain. At that moment, in the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital, Sasuke, who had been peacefully slumbering with his injuries stabilized, experienced an abnormal eruption of his cursed seal, stimulated by the nearby fluctuations, which gradually broke the constraints of the sealing technique. The sudden agony jolted Sasuke from his dreams, causing him to scream, immediately alerting the stationed Umbu. What is happening? Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, the Umbu were at a loss, having no understanding of the situation. Wasn't he everything fine just a moment ago? Had his injuries worsened? Why had the cursed seal erupted so suddenly? Hearing the commotion, Kakashi hurried over from a distance to check on the situation. Did anything happen just now? Nothing at all. It just occurred all of a sudden. I see. Kakashi pondered for a moment before instructing. Thoroughly inspect the vicinity to ascertain if anyone or anything has provoked the cursed seal. Understood. The Umbu promptly dispersed. In a nearby residential building, Orochimaru, who was covertly observing the situation and preparing to make his move against Uchiha Sasuke, noted the sudden increase in security at the hospital, forcing him to postpone his original plan. Far away in the land of Rice's Sound Village, Orochimaru, who was preparing to assassinate the Kazekage, sensed the disturbance emanating from Konoha. What is this power of the cursed seal? Has someone taken an interest in my Sasuke? Is it Danzo? That seems unlikely. The third Hokage would not entrust the last Uchiha of the village to Danzo. The third is too conservative and surely would not resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, it indicates that someone is targeting the power of the cursed seal, perhaps intending to decipher it. In an instant, Orochimaru's thoughts turned to the assailants from the Forest of Death. Uncertain whether it is the same individual, I never anticipated that after many years away from Konoha, such an intriguing entity would remain in hiding. Next time, I must certainly take the opportunity to witness this firsthand. Within the confines of the Waterwood House, two individuals stood in trepidation, observing the terrifying transformation. Shuemu, what on earth have you done? Xiao Chun was utterly perplexed. I do not know. Shuemu replied with a bitter smile. Who could have imagined that a mere trace of chakra infused with cursed seal power would yield such a horrifying change? Before them, the clone rapidly matured, swiftly breaking free from the confines of the cultivation vessel. An increasingly potent aura emanated from its form, and soon, the fully grown body began to stabilize. However, the dire consequences of its accelerated growth soon manifested, as the extremities visibly aged at an alarming rate. With the continuous depletion of its physical essence, the overwhelming presence of an apex predator intensified, and the clone, having reached its limit, began to disintegrate from the decaying extremities, transforming into wisps of black ash. The entire body trembled slightly, exhibiting a strange crimson hue. Its tightly shut eyes quivered, seemingly on the verge of opening, as an aura of a long-established superior being threatened to erupt forth with the opening of its eyes. This is bad. Shuemu, suppressing his inner dread, drew a kunai and struck with force, piercing the clone's eyes. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The now-blinded clone opened its mouth wide, expressing a despair that stemmed from a lifetime spent in darkness, yearning to behold the world it had never seen. Its body accelerated in its dissolution. While its limbs had already turned to dust, decay gradually creeping upwards beyond the torso. As the clone's body continued to vanish, its hair grew at an alarming rate. Then, Shuemu beheld an even more horrifying sight. At the location where the third eye should have long since disappeared, something began to bulge, causing the skin to fissure. Tissue that should not exist was on the verge of manifesting, sustained by the life force of all its cells. This was not merely a submission to overwhelming power. As the third eye gradually revealed itself, the clone exuded an aura of dominion over life and death, a force that should not exist in this world, especially for humans, who are the sovereigns of the ninja realm. As beings cherished by the world, such abominations should not come into being unless the world itself faced annihilation. Setting aside the implausibility of the situation, the scene before them was spiraling out of control. With no other choice, Shuemu braced himself against the immense pressure and extended his right hand, unleashing a surge of chakra. He channeled his understanding of the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra to its utmost limits, employing no embellishments. Only the purest, searing white-blue flames engulfed the clone. Xiao Chun, step back, Shuemu commanded urgently. Although he exerted effort to control it, the abundant light and heat could still scorch one's eyes and burn one's body. As the clone's form was rapidly incinerated to ashes, the third eye, deprived of sustenance, lost any possibility of emergence. And soon the entire clone was reduced to a cloud of dust. It was only when the unsettling presence dissipated that Shuemu paused to catch his breath. With his left hand propped on the ground and kneeling, his right hand trembled, long since devoid of sensation, the entire arm grievously burned and covered with horrifying blisters. Once the chaos subsided, Xiao Chun hurried forward, retrieving medicinal supplies to attend to Shuemu's injuries. I apologize for the trouble, Xiao Chun, Shuemu said with regret. This time, he had indeed been careless. Over the past few months, regardless of the nature of his research, whether it was smooth or fraught with difficulties, he had never encountered any mishaps. Consequently, this reckless action served as a sobering reminder. In this world where extraordinary powers manifest, carelessness can lead to irreparable consequences. He was fully aware that the clone, stimulated by the omnipotent serum, harbored numerous perilous powers that had already been unlocked. However, the soulless body could not harness chakra, thus lacking the strength to wield these formidable abilities. By infusing the cursed seal chakra, he had effectively thrown a match into a barrel of gunpowder. The soulless and spiritless shell could not withstand the power of the cursed seal chakra in the slightest. The cellular strength was swiftly and recklessly depleted. resulting in an overwhelming surge of chakra that could yield immeasurable devastation. Perhaps the ultimate power unleashed by the clone would last merely an instant before its body collapsed. Yet the destructive potential was beyond Shui Mu's imagination. Consider Might Guy, who, upon fully activating the 8 gates, could momentarily incapacitate even the formidable Uchiha Madara in his 6 paths form. Thus, the most terrifying aspect of this world is the existence of those who are willing to sacrifice their lives. The sheer exhaustion of one's vitality reveals the depths of human potential in its most vivid form. Henceforth, the curse-sealed chakra must not be administered to soulless clones. For an ordinary individual, merely injecting chakra without the curse seal would quickly result in rejection by both body and spirit, as an external force, no matter how powerful. It is akin to a tree without roots or water without a source, destined to be swiftly consumed. However, for a soulless shell, the effects could be likened to unleashing the 8 gates death gate, an utterly terrifying prospect. Does it still hurt? Such a severe injury. Shouldn't you visit a hospital? Xiao Chun asked, her voice tinged with concern as she applied the ointment. It's nothing, just a superficial wound, Shui Mu replied earnestly. Please refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities in the future. Rest assured, there will be no next time, Shui Mu assured her, adding, I'm sorry for causing you worry. As long as you're all right, she replied, relieved. I'm fine, and thankfully, the house is unharmed. It didn't catch fire, he said, his words lacking in comfort as he began to ramble. After bandaging Shui Mu's right arm, he and Xiao Chun tidied the room, erasing the traces left by the fire. Glancing at the remaining samples, Shui Mu contemplated sealing them away. Prolonging their existence would only lead to their demise, which felt like an immense waste. Perhaps he could create some disposable explosives. While others tossed out Earth-style or water-style bombs, he envisioned launching a Sasuke bomb or a Naruto bomb, throwing them and fleeing. Uncertain of their efficacy, when Shui Mu, with his right arm wrapped in bandages, made his appearance at the flower shop, Haruno Sakura was taken aback. Shui Mu-sensei, what happened? Are you injured? This is why one must exercise caution when researching ninjutsu. Otherwise, one may end up like this. One cannot simply attribute this dire situation to one's own recklessness. One must still consider the dignity of being a teacher. Observing his injured right arm, Mizuki couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Previously, he had found the method of producing fire techniques by expelling flames from one's mouth rather unseemly, especially considering the need to project them at a distance, often resulting in burns to the mouth. Now he truly comprehended the arduous plight of fire-style ninjas. The speed of fire techniques was inherently slow, making it exceedingly difficult to strike a target, not to mention the considerable chakra consumption involved. Even more troublesome was the risk of inadvertently roasting oneself, as was the case for Mizuki. Though he had long mastered the nature transformation of fire chakra, the shape transformation was a dismal failure. Flames, by their very nature, are unruly and challenging to control. Not only was shape transformation a struggle, but he often found himself injuring himself in the process, which was quite vexing. The journey of developing ninjutsu was indeed fraught with difficulties, leaving him with no choice but to resort to basic fire techniques, merely enhancing their power through nature transformation. However, this required exceptional ninja skills and overall qualities to wield effectively. What a headache. Indeed, teachers are formidable, Sakura remarked with admiration, then handed him a stack of money, proceeds from the flower shop. So much, you've truly gone above and beyond. Seeing the financial gain lightened Mizuki's mood somewhat. Just as Mizuki and Sakura exchanged pleasantries, a person entered the shop. It was the bespectacled Ebisu. Have you seen Naruto Uzumaki? He inquired, then noticed Mizuki. Oh, Mizuki? Is this your family's shop? Not having seen Naruto, Mizuki realized that Ebisu was in the midst of teaching. Would you like to come in for a bouquet? He offered. Wait, you're a shadow clone? Yes. Since Naruto is not here, I shall take my leave. With that, Ebisu's clone turned and departed. As they watched Ebisu leave, Sakura asked, Mizuki-sensei, who was that? Did Naruto pull another prank? Not at all. That was Ebisu, a ninja whom Kakashi entrusted to guide Naruto. Guide Naruto? Kakashi-sensei requested him? He must be quite impressive. It's not merely about being impressive. If I were to face him one-on-one, the outcome would be uncertain. However, he is a special jonin with teaching expertise and a well-respected elite instructor. Oh, so if both Naruto and I win, I will have to face an even stronger Naruto as my opponent? Sakura's tone brimmed with envy and fighting spirit. gazing at the memory orbs radiating with vibrant, resplendent colors. Mizuki found himself wandering through a dreamscape, quietly observing a multitude of memories he had previously overlooked. Ever since sealing the cursed mark, he hadn't dreamed of this place for a long time. Perhaps it was due to his earlier frailty, sleeping too deeply, or perhaps some recent stimulus that brought him back here. As with previous visions, the eerie crimson glow was notably diminished, indicating that the cursed mark had stabilized, and he would not encounter any significant issues for the time being. However, if one were to speak of any changes, it would indeed be quite astonishing. The seals of the four symbols within the spiritual realm remain steadfast, as ever. Since the last eruption of the cursed seal in the land of waves was suppressed, there has scarcely been any further disturbance. The primordial spirit of water and wood, sealed and isolated, has long since vanished without a trace, completely eradicated by the natural energies guided by the cursed seal during the previous eruption. The immense vitality that was drained during the eruption has coalesced into a mass of energy after being subdued by the sealing technique. Curiously, why does it manifest in such a form? This peculiar energy feels distinctly different from chakra, exhibiting a stability far surpassing that of chakra, with minimal disturbances when intertwined with my mental power. Most intriguing is the fact that this energy takes the shape of a Tai Chi symbol, yet it is merely a half representation. Such an oddity must not be some high-level technique akin to yin-yang release. Having observed Orochimaru's family secret arts, I know that while they are merely ninjutsu releasing yin attribute chakra, this is vastly different. It feels more like a remnant of vitality extracted by the cursed seal, subsequently controlled by the seal itself. Upon closer examination of the half Tai Chi symbol, I suddenly find it somewhat familiar. If this form were to be reduced in size, it would resemble a magatama. I am reminded of the shape that emerged after the eruption of the cursed seal in the land of waves was suppressed, where the sealing technique no longer took an abstract tiger head form, but transformed into a pitch-black magatama. Could this be it? Surely not. If that is indeed the case, there are numerous implications to consider. Magatama are ubiquitous in the ninja world, with the most renowned undoubtedly being the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The more magatama one possesses, the more potent the Sharingan becomes, with rumors suggesting that the magatama represent the manifestation of spiritual power. Another instance is the heavenly cursed seal, which, when stable, appears as 3 magatama. There exists another possibility that many may overlook. Numerous summoning beasts bear magatama. For instance, Jiraiya's summoning creature, the toad, displays magatama during its juvenile and growth stages, with an increasing number and prominence as it matures, culminating in a diverse appearance in adulthood. While there are indeed many other forms of magatama, upon reflection, 2 magatama, when connected, do indeed resemble a perfect Tai Chi symbol. Though the duality of yin and yang exists, the ninja world seems to favor the number 3. The heavenly cursed seal features 3 magatama, while the standard Sharingan typically displays only 3 magatama. Furthermore, the advantages of the number 3 have been recognized, as many ninja squads also comprise 3 members. This aligns well with certain philosophical theories regarding the number 3 from my past life. Laozi's cosmological view explicitly states, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang, achieving harmony through the interplay of qi. Upon reflection, Shuimu could not help but recall the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, evolving from a single tomo to 2, then 3, culminating in the intriguingly named Mangekyo, signifying that no 2 Sharingan are entirely alike. The term Mangekyo aptly describes the transformative leap from quantitative accumulation to qualitative change. While the 3 tomo might share similarities, the abilities manifested in the Mangekyo are diverse and intricately linked to the individual and their experiences. This serendipitous coincidence elicited a smile from Shuimu. The fable of 3 encompasses the triad of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, paralleling the realms of yin, yang, and their harmonious union in the ninja world. The Sage of 6 Paths mastered yin-yang release, while Indra and his reincarnation wielded yin, and Ashura and his reincarnation commanded yang. The intricacies of these relationships are indeed complex. However, the energy before Shuimu, from his perspective, predominantly resonated with yang attributes. Yet, regarding this seemingly innocuous entity, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery, Shuimu found himself at a loss on how to proceed. It had fused with his very soul, an inextricable bond he could not sever, leaving him to observe its future developments. Early the next morning, Shuemu awoke promptly. The dreams of the previous night bore little weight upon him, perhaps influenced by the experimental mishap of the day prior or the lingering, unsettling aura of a formidable foe. Gaining insight into his mental state after such a long absence was, in itself, a blessing. Nevertheless, the paramount task remained to be an effective life mentor. Shuemu arrived at the flower shop to commence operations. Shortly thereafter, Haruno Sakura joined him at this place of study and part-time work, embarking on her day. Just as Shuemu anticipated a mundane day ahead, Kakashi Hitaki made an unexpected visit as noon approached. "What brings you here?" Shuemu inquired in surprise. "Did you come to ensure I am fulfilling my obligations as a teacher? Rest assured, having received your favor, I will see matters through." Kakashi replied, coincidentally. "I have finished this, here it is." He produced the summoning contract scroll and handed it over. "Just what I needed," Kakashi remarked upon receiving it. "Is something amiss?" Shuemu asked. "Indeed," Kakashi responded with a wry smile. "I did not anticipate that Kabuto would assault the infirmary with ill intent towards Sasuke, but fortunately, his scheme was thwarted. Such significant changes had occurred, had the essential matters remained untouched. While some individuals and events had shifted, if the human heart remained unchanged, the inertia of history is formidable." Upon hearing of Sasuke's attack, Haruno Sakura could no longer remain composed. "Sasuke is unharmed, isn't he, Kakashi-sensei? Do not worry, Sakura. Sasuke is safe. Focus on your studies with Shuemu-sensei, and you will see him in a month," Kakashi reassured her. He then turned to Shuemu. "2 days ago, you two encountered an attack by Kabuto. Do you have any leads?" Shuemu shook his head. "None. I merely sensed that his strength was far beyond that of a typical genin. I can only confirm he is a disciple of Orochimaru with intentions against Sasuke. Beyond that, I know little. It is nearly as I understood, yet his prowess is truly astonishing." Under the watchful eyes of several Umbu, he was able to defeat multiple adversaries and nearly succeeded in his endeavors. Such feats are not achievable by an ordinary ninja. Was it not stated that specialized ninjas were assigned to investigate Kabuto? Why then are you the one conducting the inquiry? I am aware that currently, the focus is merely on safeguarding Sasuke Uchiha, while others have been dispatched to follow Kabuto. Who is it? I have heard it is Guy, the mic guy. How could it be him? Mizuki felt a sense of confusion. In the original narrative, it was indeed Guy who was tasked with shadowing Kabuto, only to be swiftly eliminated by the sand ninja, Maki. Although Mizuki did not share a deep bond with Guy, the camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle led him to hope for his survival, should the occasion arise. "What troubles you?" Kakashi inquired. "Guy is a special Jonin adept in tracking and stealth, possessing remarkable swordsmanship and combat capabilities. Is he not well suited to investigate Kabuto?" Mizuki nodded silently, without definitive intelligence. It seemed unfeasible to deploy more formidable ninjas. One cannot simply assert that the sand ninja are poised to betray us without credible evidence. While there are indeed reports indicating that this ally, who has always been somewhat discontent with Konoha, has displayed unusual behavior recently. Proclaiming that the sand ninja would conspire with Orochimaru to assault the village is still far too sensational. Alas, there is little assistance to be rendered, Guy. One can only wish for self-preservation. Suddenly, Sakura, who had been listening to the conversation between Mizuki and Kakashi, interjected, "Kakashi-sensei, are you referring to the guy who officiated the Chunin exams? And Kabuto, he was a participant in that exam, correct?" "Indeed," Kakashi replied. "But why? Considering they are both Konoha ninjas, would Kabuto attack Sasuke, and why must a special Jonin from our village investigate?" Upon hearing Sakura's inquiry, Mizuki gazed at Kakashi and asked, "Do you withhold all intelligence from your subordinates?" Kakashi responded awkwardly, "It was merely an oversight. After all, no one inquired. I assumed everyone was aware." "Sakura, the Kabuto you mentioned is, in fact, a subordinate of Orochimaru and a traitor. His proximity to you is far from benevolent." How could this be? For Sakura, who had limited exposure to the darker side of the ninja world, the previous attack by Orochimaru had already struck fear into her heart. Now, to learn that a senior ninja she had trusted harbored treachery was a profound blow to her worldview. "Sakura, this is the nature of the ninja world. Betrayal, injury, and even death are realities we must confront," Mizuki consoled her. "Is that so? Has the teacher also experienced such trials?" Sakura inquired. "Ah, Sakura. Some matters are still too premature for a genin to comprehend, yet it is time for you to be informed of the events occurring around you." Kakashi felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as a teacher. Do you recall the mission to the Land of Waves? The ambush by Zabuza and Haku? The occasion when Naruto and Sasuke nearly lost their lives? The circumstances behind that incident are far more intricate than you realize. Do you remember when we returned to the village and Mizuki-sensei was grievously injured? He, along with your Chunin exam proctor, Guy, and Ibiki Marino, were involved in the mission to the Land of Waves, secretly repelling the assaults of ninjas from other villages, allowing us to face merely 2 adversaries. Kakashi sighed and remarked, "Sometimes, battles fought under the sun are not the entirety of our struggles. The covert skirmishes that transpire behind the scenes hold equal significance. The skills taught in the Ninja Academy, such as stealth and counterintelligence, are not merely for examination purposes. They are meant to be utilized for your protection in the real world." "Well, Kakashi, this is not the time for a lecture. Do you not have matters to attend to?" Mizuki interjected as Kakashi's discourse meandered. "Indeed, I shall take my leave," Kakashi replied. As he departed, Mizuki turned to Sakura and said, "There are certain matters that lower-ranking ninjas should not delve too deeply into, as it may dampen your enthusiasm." "Yes, Mizuki-sensei," Sakura responded earnestly. Observing the diligent Sakura, Mizuki sincerely hoped this intelligent girl would refrain from overthinking and merely focus on the essentials. On a high rooftop in the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya leaned against the railing, keenly observing the commotion below. The elite instructor Ebisu was attempting to teach Naruto Uzumaki the intricacies of chakra manipulation. However, the restless Naruto struggled to grasp the technique, often scalded by the hot spring water, leaving him drenched and engaged in a verbal sparring match with Ebisu. Since yesterday, Jiraiya had been closely watching this amusing duo, and his naturally jovial spirit was often stirred to laughter by Naruto's antics. At that moment, a familiar figure approached from behind, uninvited. "TCH, have I been discovered?" "You hardly concealed your presence. Being noticed is quite expected," Jiraiya retorted. The unexpected visitor was none other than Jiraiya's mentor, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had returned to the village after many years. "What brings you back after all this time?" "Research, of course. What else could it be? After all, I am a rather famous and popular author," Jiraiya replied. "Very well, as you wish," the 3rd Hokage said, exasperated by Jiraiya's evasive demeanor. "However, given the current state of the village, I trust you have gathered some insights during your stay. Days of observation? Has someone tipped you off? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You are already aware of Orochimaru's return. This time, I intend to rectify the mistakes of the past," the 3rd Hokage stated. "I am growing older, and regardless of the outcome, I hope you will consider succeeding me." "Old man, do not jest. I have no interest in assuming the burdensome role of Hokage. You should seek someone else. There are plenty who would be willing," Jiraiya replied. Hiruzen sighed. "I understand your discontent with my decisions from years past. Otherwise, you and Tsunade would not have wandered for so long without returning. However, as the leader of the village, one must weigh the greater good against individual interests, and it is essential to maintain the village's authority, even at the expense of a few." Having served as Hokage for many years, Hiruzen was acutely aware of the village's circumstances. When faced with adversity, he had sacrificed the interests of a few to uphold the village's integrity, an act he had performed countless times, whether by his own command or through the tacit approval of Danzo. The deaths of Hayashi Hyuga and the Uchiha clan massacre were merely 2 of the more notorious examples. Thus, I am not suited for such decisions. They are better left to those more capable, Jiraiya concluded. Sighing once more, the 3rd Hokage asked, "So, what is your purpose for returning this time? Did you catch wind of something ominous?" "Perhaps, but this time I encountered an intriguing character." Jiraiya remained noncommittal, gazing at the amusing figure of Naruto Uzumaki below. "Oh, is it yet another prophecy regarding your so-called child of destiny? Who knows? That must be the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, the son of the 4th Hokage, who has grown up healthy and robust. Indeed, he has become an exceptional ninja in Konoha, quite reminiscent of you in your youth. Time truly flies. It has been over a decade since the 4th made the ultimate sacrifice, and now his son has matured so greatly." As if recalling something, Jiraiya couldn't help but say, "Don't die on me, old man." As afternoon approached dinner time, the day was drawing to a close. Mizuki assessed Sakura Haruno's progress in her studies, finding it to be in line with his own estimations. Setting aside how much she could comprehend for the moment, at the very least, Sakura had developed a vague understanding. By tomorrow, she should be able to commence basic training. "If you have time, practice some chakra control at home. Like this," Mizuki suggested, extending his right hand to reveal a sphere of chakra forming in his palm. He skillfully manipulated it into various shapes, resembling abstract creatures, a galloping steed, a roaring tiger, and so forth. There's also this, he continued, spreading his fingers to create chakra blades extending from each fingertip, which he deftly waved about. And finally, there's this. He brought his palms together and then separated them, revealing a slender thread of chakra floating between his hands. The astonishing dexterity of his control left Sakura utterly speechless. Is chakra capable of such feats? She mused, her previous pride in her own chakra control now feeling like a mere jest. This isn't particularly difficult. With practice, it's attainable. In the future, when circumstances allow, I will teach you more advanced techniques. For now, these exercises are merely for you to practice during your free time at home. This is just the foundation. Soon you will grasp the true extent of a ninja's capabilities. Those who have never witnessed the explosive surge of combat prowess 3 years hence cannot fathom how the legendary jutsu, once thought to exist only in myth, came to be and the cataclysmic power they wield. Even a month from now, these newly emerging genin will come to understand the true nature of the Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon in the ninja world. Is this merely the foundation? What, then, do advanced jutsu entail? While many can employ ninjutsu, few can master it. You aren't a physical powerhouse like Naruto, nor do you possess his vast reserves of chakra. You aren't gifted like Sasuke, nor do you have the Sharingan. Hence, chakra control will be your key moving forward. Everything hinges upon it. I understand. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. There's no need for thanks. You should be on your way. Your friend is waiting impatiently. With that, Mizuki gestured toward the corner outside the shop, where a blonde girl, Ino Yamanaka, was frequently glancing in their direction, attempting to feign indifference while casually passing by. Ino? What brings her here? Sakura spotted Ino waiting for her. I must take my leave then. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. As Sakura Haruno departed, Mizuki addressed the empty corner, saying, Everyone has left. Why do you remain hidden? What are you contemplating? I simply wish to avoid interrupting your teaching. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the air, and a figure emerged from the shadows. His fiancée, Chihiro. Why not simply come in? Why all this secrecy? What are you up to? Chihiro approached and linked her arm with Mizuki's, preparing to head home. It seems you delight in teaching. It has been ages since I've seen you so joyful. Taken aback by her remark, Mizuki responded, Is that so? I'm merely returning a favor to Kakashi. Yet you never demonstrated such dedication when teaching me ninjutsu? She teased. Oh, surely not out of jealousy, Mizuki reassured himself. You are a chunin. After all, one cannot afford to be as meticulous as when instructing a genin. I am merely tailoring my teaching approach. Setting that aside, he presented her with a pink flower he had retrieved from his pocket. Chihiro accepted it with a smile. And seeing her joy, Mizuki exhaled deeply. This is not a rose, it is a Chinese rose. Really? They are both red flowers, quite similar in appearance. And both bear thorns. It is beyond my comprehension how they can be different species, she mused. Regardless, I adore it, Chihiro replied with a grin. As long as you like it, that is what matters, Mizuki said, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino Yamanaka walked side by side in silence, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Why the silence? Did you come to speak with me about something? Sakura inquired first. Ino hesitated. I heard you were working at a nearby flower shop, and I wondered if it was the one owned by Mizuki-sensei, so I came to see. Thank you for visiting. Sakura replied with a smile. Aren't you participating in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams? I heard that all genin entering the 3rd round receive targeted training from their teachers to enhance their skills. Why are you working at a flower shop instead? Surely your team leader should be more involved. Ino expressed her discontent. You misunderstand, Sakura clarified. Kakashi-sensei is quite occupied, so he entrusted Mizuki-sensei to guide me. And I requested this myself. Assisting at the shop is merely an added benefit. That's a relief. However, while others have jonin guiding them, Mizuki-sensei's lack of confidence is evident. I would hate for my opponent to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of everyone. You worry too much, Ino. Mizuki-sensei is a knowledgeable ninja. These past few days, I've finally grasped the disparity between genin and chunin. The difference in knowledge is astounding, which explains the difficulty of the chunin exams. Little did Sakura realize how unreliable it was to assess other ninjas based on Mizuki's vast knowledge. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy, Ino remarked. But do not think that winning against me once makes you stronger. Next time, I shall reclaim my victory. Sakura, with a smile, remarked, This time, it is merely your misfortune that has led to such a grievous injury. I have triumphed through no merit of my own. However, as Kakashi-sensei once said, fortune is indeed a facet of strength. You cannot rely on luck every time. Next time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. All I need to do is become stronger than you, and I will prevail once more, she stated with unwavering determination. You certainly are stubborn, came the retort, followed by a moment of silence. So, how is Mizuki-sensei treating you? Ino inquired tentatively. Rest assured, while Mizuki-sensei may be somewhat brusque in speech, he is unexpectedly a good person, Sakura reassured. Indeed, I am aware that Mizuki-sensei is rather absent-minded, unable to distinguish between roses, peonies, and camellias, yet surprisingly easy to converse with. Unbeknownst to Mizuki, who was preoccupied with establishing his authority as a teacher, his awkward demeanor had long been thoroughly understood by others. Early the next morning, Mizuki arrived at the flower shop, organized the affairs therein, and entrusted Sakura with the responsibility of overseeing the store before making his way to the Hokage building. Arriving too early, he encountered only a handful of bustling staff, with few others present in the building. Mizuki knocked on the door of the third Hokage's office. Come in. Mizuki entered and approached, bowing as he spoke. Lord Third. I have arrived. Ah, Mizuki, you are quite early, the third Hokage replied, pausing his work to look up. You have worked even harder than I. May I inquire why you summoned me? I have a matter to discuss, the third Hokage replied, lighting his pipe and taking a puff. Do you remember the potion you entrusted to Yakumo and Aoi during the mission to the Land of Waves? Yes, Mizuki affirmed. Has there been some unforeseen incident? Do not worry. I merely wish to inquire about the progress of the potion's research, the third Hokage said kindly. There has been little advancement and new developments, but we have made unexpected discoveries regarding its efficacy and application. Upon hearing that no mishap had occurred with the potion, Mizuki felt a wave of relief. Oh, please elaborate. The third Hokage seemed intrigued. Indeed, Mizuki decided to share the general circumstances, careful not to disclose its fundamental purpose, as it was far too astonishing, and he lacked the strength to ensure he would not encounter unexpected troubles. Although the improvements in efficacy had yet to yield significant results, the potion's utility had become clear. It serves as a commendable healing remedy and supply for ninjas on the battlefield. As long as adequate stamina and chakra levels are maintained, it poses minimal harm to the body, and through medical ninjutsu, most injuries can be healed. The sole complication lies in the fact that it depletes cellular vitality. Excessive use could significantly shorten one's lifespan, and the side effects tend to accumulate over time, with no suitable method found yet to replenish vitality. Can we confirm that the side effects are negligible in the short term? Yes, that is something we can ascertain. However, the village conducted experiments using Aoi's potion, and the results appeared quite unfavorable. Surely, the village did not conduct human trials, did they? Mizuki inquired without hesitation. Or did you use ninjas for experimentation? The third Hokage's expression suddenly darkened. Are you suggesting that you have conducted experiments on ninjas? You have misunderstood. The discrepancies between the effects observed in wildlife experiments and actual usage revealed significant issues. In truth, the efficacy of the medication in ninjas has proven unexpectedly favorable, explained Mizuki. Thus, I surmise that the effects may stem from the chakra, and the actual medicinal effects corroborate my hypothesis. I see, the third Hokage pondered. It seemed that both Moonlight Breeze and Yamashiro Aoba, as well as Mizuki, had utilized the potion. However, the likelihood of their simultaneous survival, when compared to the experimental data from wildlife, indeed appeared to be rather fortuitous. What is the yield of the potion? He inquired. The production process is exceedingly intricate and costly. I estimate that it can currently only serve as a last resort. Although it surpasses conventional potions in effectiveness, it does not entirely eliminate side effects, nor can it be mass-produced, making it less economical. How many potions have been distributed thus far? Aside from those in the possession of Moonlight Breeze and Yamashiro Aoba, only my fiancée, Chihiro Tsubaki, and I have access to them. Chihiro Tsubaki? Is she from the sealing team? Indeed, Mizuki affirmed. Very well, that will be all. You may leave now, and do not let today's matters spread, the third Hokage instructed. Understood, Lord Third, Mizuki replied before exiting. As Mizuki departed, the third Hokage turned to the lowest drawer on the right side, revealing a substantial vial of green potion, specifically the remnants retrieved from Yamashiro Aoba for experimentation. This gave him a greater sense of assurance. though he hoped it would not be necessary to use it. With that thought, he secured the potion in his ninja tool pouch, leaving the Hokage's office. Mizuki did not dwell on the matter, feeling it was of little concern to him. If he were to supply the universal potion, he could sell it at a premium. After all, it was a unique market, and he could set the price. The notion of learning its configuration was out of the question. No one would manage to replicate it, not even Orochimaru, without the fundamental data. Who could say when that would be resolved? In time, it would be a matter of who would outsmart whom. Mizuki strolled leisurely to his flower shop, stopping to purchase a few rice dumplings for breakfast. Entirely unconcerned about his appearance, munching as he walked. Upon arriving at the shop, he was surprised to find an additional person inside. "What brings you here? Are you looking to buy flowers?" Mizuki inquired. The visitor was none other than Ino Yamanaka. "Teacher Mizuki, I am here to work," Ino stated respectfully. "That is unnecessary. We already have sufficient help," Mizuki replied decisively. "What a jest. One person is already a challenge. Two, especially two girls, would only lead to chaos. Besides, your family owns a flower shop, does it not? Why come here?" "Surely, Teacher Mizuki, I have seen this shop closed for several days. It was evident that no one was managing it. I may have overslept. That is hardly your concern. Furthermore, there is someone here now. Are you referring to Sakura? She is not a temporary worker. She is here to learn ninjutsu. You see, it is important to balance work and rest. Moreover, it will help develop her resilience. Do you understand what resilience is? It is perseverance. You must trust that I, as her teacher, will not lead my students astray. Ino, cease your objections. I have already stated that I do not require your assistance." Sakura, having overheard the conversation, hurried over to mediate. "Teacher Mizuki, please do not be upset. Ino means no harm. I understand that I cannot afford to hire anyone at the moment. However, you are welcome to come and work for me in a month. I do not seek monetary compensation. I merely wish to lend a helping hand. If you are offered a position without payment, it would be foolish to decline." "Mizuki, do you still wish to continue this debate? What did you say?" "I said you were hired. If your hearing is impaired, what purpose is there in pursuing a job? Is this the point at which you are hired? All of Inoue's prepared arguments are rendered useless. Why the delay? Shouldn't you get to work? Do you wish to abandon your duties? You should commence your work immediately." Inoue hastily began organizing the flower shop. "You all carry on with your tasks. I will step out for a moment and return shortly to check on things. If one can take a break, why not seize the opportunity for a leisurely stroll? I have felt quite cooped up these past few days." Once Mizuki left, Yamano Inoue gestured a sign of success to Haruno Sakura. "I told you it would be fine. It is all settled." Sakura shook her head, stating that Inoue's presence would not be of much assistance. "I do not act solely to help you. I fear that your failure would reflect poorly on me. Let us not dwell on that. Mizuki will be coming in the afternoon to review our work. So you may continue your tasks. Are these two young ladies attempting to play mind games with me? I simply refuse to stoop to your level. After all, it is not so easy to take advantage without offering something in return. I prefer to remain uninvolved in the awkward antics of two young girls engaging in their friendship adventure." Mizuki, on the other hand, is indifferent. As long as she teaches only one student, an additional burden does not concern her. A free laborer certainly alleviates numerous tasks. However, Sakura has already received her compensation. And as for Inoue, she may observe and see what she can glean from it. Having been busy until now, the streets have become quite populated, although unfamiliar faces are increasingly prevalent. At this hour, most individuals are hastily rushing to work, unlike those leisurely strolling with their partners, a rare sight in the early morning. "Oh, is that not Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi ahead?" The two instructors are not busy guiding the genin, but rather indulging in displays of affection. That bearded man smoking in the front. "Yes, do not look around. I am speaking to you. Since you are bored, why not tease the two of them? What are you so anxious about? Have you engaged in something disreputable?" "Certainly not. We merely encountered each other by coincidence." Asuma, with his rugged appearance, surprisingly possesses a shy demeanor. "I did not imply any wrongdoing on your part. Why confess unnecessarily?" Mizuki wore an expression of understanding, suggesting that this chance encounter led them to share breakfast together. Indeed, both answered in unison. Asuma, the jonin, and Kurenai, the jonin, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I just came from the third Hokage's office. He mentioned that the new genin in Konoha have shown commendable performance." "However." "What do you mean by however?" Upon mentioning the third Hokage, the two of them suddenly appeared attentive. "It seems, however, that someone has grown complacent after entering the third round? Mizuki remarked casually, noting that the top-performing Kakashi Hitaki is already quite busy, having to attend to Sasuke Uchiha, and he has arrangements for Sakura and Naruto, whom he cannot attend to as well. Truly, he is a model teacher dedicated to his profession. However, some leaders perform poorly and exhibit a lack of discipline. It is not to say they are inherently bad. For newcomers, such results can be considered commendable. It is merely that, in comparison, they seem inadequate. Oh, how could it be? Asuma awkwardly chuckled. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Me too. I need to arrange Shurnai's training. Time is of the essence. Tsunade also decided to depart. Alas, what a pity. I had hoped for a longer conversation. But I did not expect them to be so easily distracted, Mizuki lamented to himself. Indeed, it is painfully obvious, yet they insist on feigning indifference. It is quite exhausting for us to pretend not to notice as well. A sudden, unabashed voice chimed in. The unexpected voice startled Mizuki, who turned around to find it was you, the examiner Akane. What an early arrival. Ha. Akane laughed heartily, patting Mizuki on the shoulder. You are quite perceptive. I had not realized before. I thought you only teased the younger genin, but it seems you possess quite the audacity. Mizuki endured the overly familiar gesture. Are we not somewhat unfamiliar with each other? Is such levity appropriate? Not at all. I merely relay Lord Third's advice regarding negligent instructors, Akane retorted with mock seriousness, amplifying the force of the pat. It seems Kakashi was right. You have a knack for absurdity, which bodes well for your future. No wonder you mentioned wanting to pursue a career in entertainment. You have talent. Faced with the exposure of his falsehood, Mizuki did not grow upset. Am I not considering the well-being of our village's genin? The Chunin exams are a life-changing opportunity. It is always prudent to prepare. And so, you leave Haruno Sakura alone in the flower shop to self-study? Akane approached with mischief. I just departed from your family's flower shop and heard Kakashi provided considerable compensation to enlist your guidance. Your actions starkly contrast what you just claimed. How could that be? I am merely balancing work and rest, Mizuki replied with a chuckle. I find these single-minded, simple-minded ninjas quite irksome. They are challenging to handle and lack subtlety in conversation. To take a break so early in the day without having accomplished anything is indeed rare, Akane remarked mercilessly. Oh, you seem to carry a familiar scent. How intriguing. Approaching, Akane touched her neck with one hand, while the other grazed the cursed seal on Mizuki's right arm, even sniffing the area. May I ask what you were doing? This is rather uncomfortable for me, Mizuki responded, feeling the ambiguity of her actions was quite inappropriate for a public setting. If any ill rumors were to reach Koha's ears, that would be disastrous. I had quite a few rice dumplings for breakfast. Is that the scent you refer to? Oh, is that so? No wonder it is such a familiar fragrance. You have quite the discerning palate, Akane replied, enlightened. I have not yet had breakfast myself. I shall go grab a few skewers. Until next time. Watching Akane depart in a flurry, Mizuki let out a sigh of relief. A hot-blooded ninja, lacking in subtlety, was indeed not a type he was adept at managing, particularly one with keen senses and exceptional perception. Mizuki touched the cursed seal on his right arm, contemplating. Now is not the time for revelation. However, it seems that the activation of my curse mark has heightened since the last outbreak. Nevertheless, with the seal in place, there should be no significant issues. The arrival of Orochimaru has also stimulated Mitarashi Yanko's curse mark, which is currently in an active state. It would be prudent to avoid contact with both Mitarashi Yanko and Uchiha Sasuke for the time being. As noon approached, Mizuki arrived at the Shiki flower shop, carrying several bento boxes. He noticed two young women, one still studying diligently while the other was counting money. Lunchtime has arrived. You should take a break, he suggested. Indeed, a busy morning can be quite exhausting, one of them replied. However, Yamanaka Ino seemed to have a question. Mizuki-sensei, my family's flower shop is located similarly and offers comparable varieties. Why does Shiki flower shop have significantly better business? This is quite perplexing. Commercial secrets. No comment, Mizuki retorted, unwilling to admit his use of illusionary techniques to gain an advantage. Ino, frustrated, found it hard to accept that an outsider, seemingly unacquainted with flowers, could run a shop more successfully than her family's generations of experience. You're right. If there truly is a master of flowers, they would undoubtedly be on my side. My shop's name, Shiki Flower Shop, is so fitting. What does yours even signify? Ino, who has cherished flowers and engaged with them for over a decade, felt discontented. However, the facts spoke volumes, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura quietly observed Mizuki's boasting without revealing the truth, merely smiling in silence. After the trio finished their lunch and tidied up, Mizuki called Sakura over, asking, "Have you finished reviewing the materials I entrusted to you?" "Yes, Mizuki-sensei," Sakura replied eagerly. Anticipating the formal beginning of her instruction, Ino cautiously interjected, "Should I perhaps excuse myself? It wouldn't be proper to pry into another ninja's secrets." Mizuki glanced at Ino and casually remarked, "No need, you wouldn't understand anyway." This retort left Ino speechless. Earlier, she had secretly glanced at the materials Sakura was studying, which appeared to be incomprehensible symbols, leaving her utterly baffled. "I have finished, but most of it is beyond my comprehension," Sakura admitted. "That's all right. Not understanding now is not a concern. I will teach you gradually," Mizuki assured her. After a brief pause, he continued, "First, I would like to ask, what do you believe chakra is?" "Chakra?" Sakura responded, puzzled. "Isn't this a fundamental topic in ninja school? Why bring this up?" "Nevertheless," she answered in a measured manner, "it is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body's physical and mental aspects, essential for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu." Mizuki nodded, acknowledging her answer. "You are correct in recalling the knowledge from ninja school, but this standard definition fails to address the essence of the matter." "How can that be? Isn't it accurate?" "While your observations are not without merit, you have merely elucidated the origins of chakra and the general utility of ninjas. Yet the more profound aspects remain shrouded in ambiguity. It is akin to sunlight. We comprehend that it emanates from the sun, fostering plant growth and imparting warmth to humanity. But the essence of sunlight and the principles underlying its effects elude many." This discourse left Haruno Sakura perplexed, and after a moment of contemplation, she confessed, "I am at a loss, Mizuki-sensei. I have never pondered such questions before. If you aspire to achieve greatness, it is imperative to reflect upon these queries," he advised. "Indeed. Please enlighten me, sensei," Sakura humbly implored. The nature of chakra is a question that has undoubtedly been explored by many, each offering their interpretations. In my perspective, chakra serves as a conduit linking the souls of ninjas to the realm of reality. "Soul connected to reality?" Sakura inquired, bewildered by a notion she had never encountered. "Indeed. Chakra is an energy formed by the amalgamation of cellular and mental faculties within the body, serving as an excellent vessel for personal will, a sublime reflection of dreams materializing into reality." At this juncture, Mizuki posed a question. "Have you ever contemplated why ninjas can accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even those they dare not imagine?" "Because ninjas possess chakra," Sakura instinctively replied. "Precisely," Mizuki affirmed with a nod. "For most ninjas, this foundational element of the ninja world is often overlooked, taken for granted due to its commonplace nature. This is hardly surprising, as the ninja realm is fraught with turmoil. Faced with the pressures of survival, few ninjas contemplate these matters. Furthermore, some individuals, like Sasuke with his Sharingan, or the exceptionally gifted Naruto and Gaara, need only to focus on leveraging their inherent advantages. Achieving the rank of Chunin or Jonin is a foregone conclusion, and becoming a Kage of one of the 5 great ninja villages is well within their grasp. Sasuke, perhaps, but Naruto, is that powerful? You will come to know in due time, Mizuki replied enigmatically. What I wish to convey is that they need not grasp the concepts I intend to impart to you, for they would not be able to comprehend them anyway. Honing their innate skills is the rightful path. Such individuals require only appropriate guidance to instinctively wield chakra and execute ninjutsu. At this point, the astute Sakura began to comprehend. Mizuki-sensei implied that to keep pace with them, she must delve into more fundamental knowledge. Indeed, while you lack their innate advantages, you possess a keen intellect that surpasses theirs. Perhaps some may teach you more wondrous and suitable ninjutsu to augment your strength, but I am not among them, Mizuki stated candidly. Therefore, to learn from me, you must grasp the knowledge that only high IQ ninjas can fathom. However, your initial task is this. As he spoke, Mizuki extended his left hand, channeling chakra, enveloping his palm in a soft blue luminescence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce blade of light. The cold aura astonished Haruno Sakura, who stood by in awe. Shuemu nodded in satisfaction. Since returning from the land of waves, his previously modest proficiency in medical ninjutsu had seen remarkable advancement. He had now mastered the chakra scalpel. What once seemed a mere half-hearted effort in the art of healing had transformed into a competent skill. It appeared that the mutated curse seal, which had cost him a considerable amount of vitality, had indeed proven somewhat useful. Have you understood? Shuemu inquired of the nearby Haruno Sakura. For a ninja, utilizing tools in combat is fundamental. However, for those with exceptional control, there are often superior alternatives, such as this chakra scalpel. The chakra scalpel? Sakura asked, puzzled. Is it a form of medical ninjutsu? Indeed. Once you master this, I will teach you even more practical healing techniques. Sometimes, medical ninjutsu is not solely for saving lives. When it comes to taking them, few are more adept than a medical ninja. With that, Shuemu produced a scroll detailing the chakra scalpel and healing techniques. Handing it to Sakura. Here, you can practice this at home. Sakura accepted it and tucked it away. By the way, what is your chakra affinity? Water and earth. The flexibility of water and the solidity of earth. No wonder Tsunade has trained you into a formidable medical ninja with extraordinary strength. Let us proceed then. It is now time for questions. What would you like to ask? Teacher Shuemu, regarding the materials you have shown me these past few days, I believe they pertain to sealing techniques and various symbols. However, they are far more complex than what I previously knew. They seem more intricate than deciphering codes. What exactly are they? Upon hearing Sakura's question, Shuemu pondered for a moment before responding in the simplest terms he could muster. Consider it a method of forming seals on paper. The combinations of dozens of seals can unleash thousands of ninjutsu. The runes I provided you are mostly derived from my own observations and validations. While I cannot guarantee their perfection, they will serve as a foundation for your understanding, allowing you to grasp the basics. These runes can create countless distinct sealing techniques, formations, and charms. They are essential tools for delving deeper into ninjutsu. Although I do not fully comprehend it yet, I will strive diligently, Sakura declared resolutely, undeterred by the challenges of learning. Determination is commendable, but do not hesitate to ask me if anything is unclear. Solely working hard without guidance may not yield high efficiency. Shuemu reflected on his own past struggles. Having researched alone without the benefit of mentors, often conferring only with Kocho. Achieving his current level of understanding had not been easy. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Tomorrow, we will commence practical lessons. There is still some time today. Let me assess your sensitivity to perception. Noticing that there was insufficient time to teach anything substantial, Shuemu instructed. This establishment is warded with a barrier. Do not rely on your eyes. Use your mental and chakra perception to locate all the runes and their nodes. Then draw them out. Let us see how long it takes you to identify them all. As night gradually descended, Shuemu felt utterly exhausted from the day's teaching. Having spoken more in one day than he had in the past month, the dryness in his throat was a discomfort he could hardly ignore. As he strolls through the streets of Konoha, illuminated by the glow of the evening lights, Mizuki takes in the vibrant scene reminiscent of a once thriving town from a past life. He reflects on the impending chaos and bloodshed that looms a month ahead, a stark contrast to the present tranquility. Mizuki, are you facing any challenges? Inquires his companion, the ever-attentive Shaochin, walking alongside him. Not at all, why do you ask? Mizuki responds with a hint of surprise. I just sense that you are preoccupied with something. You've been lost in thought quite frequently, and I can't quite discern what it is. Is that so? My fiancé, who has always been by my side, certainly has a keen awareness of my shifts in demeanor. Is there something you cannot share with me? Shaochin's tone carries a note of disappointment, as her role as his betrothed makes it difficult for her to accept such distance. Please, do not overthink it. I am merely concerned about the state of our village. Not pressing further, Shaochin accompanies Mizuki home. Upon their arrival, she secures the doors and windows before beckoning Mizuki closer. Is there something you wish to discuss? You seem rather enigmatic. Mizuki smiles, intrigued. Look at this, Shaochin replies, bringing her hands together, channeling chakra, and then gradually separating them until they are shoulder-width apart. Soon, crackling sparks of chakra materialize between her palms. What is this? Mizuki exclaims in astonishment. Have you already completed the transformation of lightning nature? Shaochin shakes her head. Take a closer look. With a sense of curiosity, Mizuki scrutinizes the chakra in Shaochin's hands. Is this wind nature? As the realization dawns upon him, he is left in disbelief. How is this possible? You have achieved the transformations of both wind and lightning attributes? Though he has long known Shaochin to be remarkably intelligent and gifted, her subtle talents had not been so overtly displayed until now. How did you accomplish this? Mizuki wonders, as he struggles to comprehend this unprecedented form of chakra, one he had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Weren't you the one who spoke of the principles behind the generation of lightning in nature? Your long-range targeting technique has proven successful, hasn't it? This is quite similar, Xiaochen elucidates. However, that relies on natural forces. Your technique is a simulation of chakra transformation, which is an entirely different matter. I merely completed the transformations of wind and lightning attributes. Originally, fusion was not feasible, but upon hearing you discuss the intense friction and significant energy that produce electricity, I utilized rapidly flowing wind nature chakra, which resulted in this effect. Is that truly feasible? Mizuki muses, recognizing that Xiaochen's prowess in manipulating chakra details surpasses his own. Why not experiment with the friction between wind and water attributes to see if it can generate ice release? The swift evaporation from the surface of water due to vigorous friction could release substantial energy. However, whether it results in electricity or ice remains uncertain. The transformation of water attributes has yet to be completed. Oh, it seems I was too hasty. Among the 5 elemental chakra types, the transformations of earth and water are relatively straightforward, while wind and fire transformations are somewhat simpler. The difficulty of lightning attributes remains consistent in both variations. It is indeed more plausible for Xiaochen to achieve effects with wind and lightning than to expect a combination of the two in a jutsu. In a moment, Xiaochen gradually harnessed her abilities, conjuring a sphere of blue and purple lightning in her palm. The surface spun rapidly, while within, countless strands of lightning danced incessantly, exuding an ominous aura. To gauge the potency of this phenomenon, Shui Mu tossed a shuriken into the sphere. Upon contact, the shuriken disintegrated swiftly from its tip, transforming into a cascade of crimson iron powder that fell to the ground. The sheer magnitude of this power was staggering. The amalgamation of 2 formidable chakra nature transformations was astonishingly fearsome, far exceeding Shui Mu's expectations. Have you experienced any changes in your body lately? Shui Mu inquired. Is this taxing for you? Are there any dangers involved? The consumption is somewhat significant, yet manageable. However, maintaining control is exceedingly exhausting. Aside from feeling a slight increase in my body's sensitivity, there are no other notable differences, Xiaochen replied. Then perhaps you should cease. Such a perilous ninjutsu could inflict grave harm, Shui Mu cautioned. Shortly thereafter, Xiaochen halted the jutsu, exhaling deeply. This should be of assistance to you, correct? Indeed. Your prowess far surpasses mine, Shui Mu acknowledged, pleased with Xiaochen's innate talent. This unnamed ninjutsu is unfamiliar to me. Should you employ it in the future? Exercise caution and present it as a standard self-created lightning-style technique. The emergence of something entirely new inevitably attracted avaricious gazes. Given the strength and status of Shui Mu and Qian Huichun, they could scarcely bear the weight of such attention. Come, drop a drop of blood into this, Shui Mu urged. We must examine whether the impact of this nature transformation fusion could potentially become a bloodline limit integrated into genetic inheritance. Fortunately, I preserved comparative samples a month ago. Xiaochen, take this, Shui Mu said, producing a scroll and offering it to his fiancée. What is this? Xiaochen inquired. Holding the scroll, it contains a very peculiar chakra. I hope you can assist me in conducting a separation experiment. It should allow us to isolate 2 or 3 distinct types of energy. Give it a try, Shui Mu explained. The chakra sealed within the scroll was collected from Uchiha Sasuke during a curse mark eruption. However, this chakra's nature was exceedingly stable, and Shui Mu had longed to extract a purer form of natural energy from it, yet had not succeeded. Since Xiaochen excelled in chakra manipulation, he decided to entrust the task to her. What is this? Xiaochen asked, noting its resemblance to the chakra that erupted during the sealing of that object on your arm. Precisely. Your perception is quite sharp, Shui Mu replied with satisfaction. However, this chakra was collected from Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha? That orphan? She asked. Indeed, this is also part of Orochimaru's scheme, which the village will address. Please complete this separation experiment. If successful, it should eradicate the hidden threats I face. Orochimaru. Xiaochen expressed both fear and trepidation regarding the man who nearly deceived her fiancé away. I will strive to accomplish this. In a small training ground within Konoha, Shui Mu leisurely perched atop a tree branch, seeking refuge in the shade from the sun's scorching rays. Not far away, in a small river, a girl clad in red, Sakura, was engaged in a fierce battle with a diminutive figure. The fabric of her attire was damp with perspiration, and her cherry blossom-colored hair clung to her smooth forehead, forsaking its previous elegance. It must be nearly time, Mizuki mused as he observed the sky, sensing that the chakra of the foe Jinchuriki was nearing depletion. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the two combatants ceased their struggle and approached Mizuki's direction. "How do you feel?" Mizuki inquired of the exhausted Sakura, who had collapsed onto the ground. After taking a sip of water, she replied, "I feel a bit fatigued, but otherwise fine. How about you?" Mizuki turned to the foe Jinchuriki and asked, "How is your stamina holding up?" "Fairly well. My own chakra is barely sufficient to sustain a battle of this level," the foe Jinchuriki responded. "Considering the time frame, this is quite commendable." "Mizuki-sensei, who is this person, or rather, what exactly is he?" Sakura, who had long been curious about the existence of the foe Jinchuriki, could no longer contain her questions. "This may be a bit premature for you, but since you've asked, I shall indulge you." Mizuki decided to reveal a bit to Sakura. "This is a derivative of the shadow clone technique." "The shadow clone technique? The one Naruto uses?" she asked, intrigued. "Indeed," Mizuki confirmed. "However, doesn't the shadow clone technique have a time limitation? Furthermore, if it is struck, it dissipates?" Sakura queried, perplexed. She had witnessed Naruto's shadow clones numerous times, and none had lasted this long. She had even struck the foe Jinchuriki once or twice. Yet he remained vibrant and engaged in combat. An astute observation. However, what stands before you is a genuine corporeal body, not a chakra-simulated shadow clone. A corporeal body? How can that be? Can chakra achieve such a feat? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Anything is possible. Generally, it is unfeasible, but sealing techniques can make it happen. Mizuki, seeking to bolster Sakura's confidence in sealing techniques, indulged in a bit of embellishment, albeit without uttering falsehoods. "That is truly remarkable. But, Mizuki-sensei, will I be able to learn it?" Sakura expressed her admiration. "Currently, it is quite challenging. The future remains uncertain. After all, there is an abundance of knowledge to acquire." Mizuki did not anticipate imparting too many new concepts to Sakura. In the time leading up to Tsunade's return, it would be impossible for Sakura to concoct a versatile potion from scratch. The prerequisites were extensive, and it would take at least a year or more to grasp the fundamentals. Nevertheless, Mizuki was quite pleased with Sakura's progress. The technique of walking on water was a simple enough feat that he could demonstrate a couple of times for her to master. Her proficiency with the chakra scalpel was also advancing well. While she had yet to wield it with complete control, its potency was already impressive. Mastering sage techniques posed significant challenges that required practice, but Mizuki was unable to provide the necessary materials for training. Thus, progress would be gradual. Mizuki's next step was to enhance Sakura's Jinjutsu capabilities and resilience, albeit cautiously, as one must not be overly ambitious. For the time being, this was all that could be accomplished, and practical experience was essential for improving her overall strength. A month indeed feels rather constricted, particularly with the crucial sealing techniques yet to be imparted. For now, I can only teach a few simple yet practical skills, especially with the Chunin exam looming ever closer. To be candid, achieving this level in just a week is quite astonishing, showcasing Sakura's remarkable talent. Fortunately, I possess ample resources, as most individuals would struggle to provide much assistance in this regard. Just as Mizuki was preparing to rest before commencing the afternoon lessons, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. "Chunin Mizuki, this is an urgent summons from the third Hokage. Please accompany me." Mizuki turned to the pseudo-Jinchuriki and instructed, "You shall handle the afternoon training." He then addressed Sakura, "Should I not return after today's lessons, feel free to head home. We will reconvene at the flower shop tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, he followed the Umbu away. As they sped along, Mizuki hastily matched the Umbu's pace and inquired, "What is the nature of the summons?" "The specifics are unclear. However, the fourth was gravely injured and is on the brink of death," came the reply. "The fourth?" Mizuki's heart tightened at the news. It appeared he had not escaped this calamity, but the fact that he had not perished on the spot suggested there was still hope. Despite Mizuki's mental preparation, the sight was nonetheless shocking. The fourth's clothing was drenched in blood, his body covered in dark crimson scabs, bearing a striking resemblance to Mizuki's own injuries from the Land of Waves. The tattered fabric spoke volumes of the ferocity of the battle. The blood on his face had been wiped clean, revealing skin devoid of color, showing no signs of life. His hair had grown unexpectedly long, with only the tips exhibiting a healthy black hue. while the majority appeared a decrepit grayish-white. Observing this, Mizuki began to comprehend the situation. "You seem to have grasped the essence," inquired the third beside him. "Any revelations?" Mizuki shook his head, acknowledging the evident consequence of excessive use of the universal potion. "To survive in such a state is a stroke of fortune," he lamented. "I am aware," the third replied, his expression heavy with regret. "Seeing this brings to mind your own state over a month ago. I underestimated the enemy's strength." One of the Umbu interjected. "There is no need for you to blame yourself, Lord Third. This is the fate of a ninja." "Fate, indeed," the third sighed. Mizuki turned to glance at a familiar figure. "Is that Yuzuki Yueying?" It was a face well known to many, recognizable even behind a mask. Had she come to bid farewell to her beloved? The fact that the fourth, known for his stealth and reconnaissance skills, had been discovered was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed he had stumbled upon unexpected intelligence, ultimately leading to his silencing. Mizuki had a general understanding of the fourth's prowess in a direct confrontation. His chances of victory were slim, for the master swordsman held a significant advantage in their duel. Without overwhelming strength, it was challenging to secure a quick kill, let alone escape unscathed. The original anime had mentioned the fourth possessing an inexplicable ability to phase through objects. Yet Mizuki had never witnessed it nor heard of it from those around him, suggesting it was likely non-existent. However, his stealth and reconnaissance skills are indeed remarkable, complemented by his adeptness in Konoha's swordsmanship. After a single application of Suemu's potion, the physical condition of the patient from the land of waves has significantly improved. Coupled with the desperate trump card he left for him, the Moonlight Gale should not be unfamiliar by now. Surviving under the hands of Maki and Yakushi Kabuto is already a commendable outcome. Just as Suemu finished speaking, he noticed a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a golden ponytail, none other than Yamanaka Ino's father, Yamanaka Kaiji, rising as he gently caressed the forehead of Moonlight Gale. "How is the situation?" the third Hokage inquired. "Not very good," Yamanaka Kaiji replied with a shake of his head. "The body has sustained severe trauma and has entered a state of self-preservation. If we attempt to extract information forcibly, the damage to the brain would be incalculable. Given the current circumstances, it is likely a dead end. The situation is already quite clear, if more information is desired. The last flicker of life in Moonlight Gale must be extinguished." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inhaled deeply. The last time he faced such a situation, it was Hinata Hizashi who chose self-sacrifice. Casting a glance around at the eager eyes awaiting his decision, the third spoke solemnly. "Do everything possible to save him, Suemu." Hearing his name called by the third, Suemu promptly responded, "Understood. You are most familiar with the properties of the potions you created. Coordinate with the emergency medical team. Relay any specific requirements directly to the hospital." "Yes, I comprehend." Ultimately, the third chose to preserve the life of Moonlight Gale. For the sake of an uncertain and seemingly insignificant piece of information, ending the life of a fellow comrade contradicts his principles. Having made his decision, the third Hokage instructed the Umbu surrounding him, "Urgently summon all Jonin and special Jonin of the village to my office for a meeting." Even without critical intelligence, the precarious state of the village is evident. As the dominant force in the ninja world, if they lose their ability to intimidate those who covet their resources, the likelihood of being attacked en masse increases significantly. Having occupied the position of Hokage for decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen is acutely aware of the current situation and understands the necessity for appropriate countermeasures. With the departure of the third Hokage, Suemu officially assumed the role of a temporary medical ninja. The condition of Moonlight Gale is indeed dire. His body is on the verge of collapse. Yet using medical ninjutsu too eagerly would deplete his dwindling life force. Minimize the frequency of medical ninjutsu usage. Employ it only when the situation deteriorates severely. And ensure that nutritional potions keep pace, Suemu advised the medical ninjas in charge. However, if we pause, the injured will not hold on much longer. Trust me, there was still hope. If you continue this way, he won't survive until nightfall, Suemu insisted. Especially concerning the injuries to the limbs and other less critical areas. Neglect them, just ensure the vital organs function properly. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. After a moment's hesitation, Suemu's directives were effectively executed. As a somewhat inexperienced medical ninja, although Suemu's proficiency in medical ninjutsu was only mediocre, his rudimentary understanding of physiological and medical principles allowed him to offer some advice. It was preferable to adhere to established protocols for the subsequent tasks. If only Princess Tsunade were present, he mused. One of the medical ninjas beside him muttered, "Do not cease the chest compressions. Maintain the body's temperature." Shui Mu replied, "Indeed, Lady Tsunade is remarkable, but you must also fulfill your roles. The medical department cannot rely solely on one individual. The departure of the legendary Sannin has undeniably inflicted substantial harm upon Konoha. To say the least, the standard of medical expertise has drastically diminished. Even the basic healing techniques, such as the palm healing technique, have become rare commodities, and it is astonishing that so few in the vast hospital are capable of performing them." After laboring tirelessly until the late hours of the night, Shui Mu finally departed from the hospital. As he walked along the desolate streets, he felt a multitude of gazes lingering upon him. The vigilance had intensified. In the distance, he noticed the lights of the Hokage's office still aglow. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way in that direction. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Shui Mu knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the voice from within. "It is I, Shui Mu, here to report." "Enter," the voice beckoned. Upon entering, Shui Mu was astonished to find Danzo present as well. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired. "It concerns the matter of Moonlight Gale." Shui Mu responded. "He has been adequately secured and has temporarily escaped the most perilous moment. However, the depletion of his vitality is beyond remedy. The ensuing matters are beyond my capability to resolve and even exceed the scope of medical ninjutsu." Danzo, upon hearing this, addressed the third Hokage, saying, "I have long maintained that we should have procured intelligence sooner to facilitate a more composed strategy. If you are unable to take action, I shall." The third Hokage offered no reply, but instructed Shui Mu, "You may leave now. Do not disseminate today's events." "I understand," Shui Mu replied, fully aware of the gravity of the information he possessed and the necessity of discretion. Dragging his weary body home, Shui Mu was surprised to find his fiancée, Kocho, still waiting for him. "What are you doing here at this late hour?" he asked, feeling a pang of guilt. Had he known someone awaited him, he would have returned sooner. "It's all right. Seeing you back eases my mind," she reassured him. "It's not as if I were injured. I merely went to assist." "How could anything happen to me?" Shui Mu smiled in response. "Is it true that war is looming again?" Kocho inquired anxiously. "The atmosphere has been quite foreboding lately. In recent times, a significant number of ninjas had been dispatched to various locations, with almost everyone operating under immense strain. Reports of severely injured ninjas served as a stark reminder that war was imminent. For those of Shui Mu's generation, who had endured the last shinobi world war in their youth, the traumatic memories of that harrowing period were buried deep, seldom spoken of, especially for war orphans like Shui Mu, who harbored an ingrained aversion to conflict. Sensing the unease in Kocho's heart, Shui Mu enveloped his fiancée in his embrace, offering comfort as he softly reassured her, "Do not worry, I will protect you." Without denying her concern, it was evident that the astute Kocho understood his unspoken intentions. Outdoors, Mizuki would not express such sentiments, yet at home, it is prudent for Xiaochun to be informed, allowing her to prepare in advance and avert potential harm during the impending assault in less than a month. Early the next morning, Mizuki, battling drowsiness, rose at dawn. Haruno Sakura was awaiting him. He could afford to be languid, but he must not jeopardize another's aspirations. As Mizuki opened the door, bleary-eyed, he was taken aback to find someone standing at the threshold. "Is it you? What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Yuzuki Yugao. "I have come to express my gratitude," she said with a bow. "During our last mission, you looked after Shippu, and this time, it was entirely thanks to you that a life was preserved. You are overly courteous. The mission in the Land of Waves was merely a duty. It does not warrant such appreciation. Whether we can survive this time remains uncertain. The challenge posed by Danzo is formidable, even if the third Hokage disapproves. Danzo may act unilaterally. If we cannot restore consciousness swiftly, we may indeed be in peril. It would be far more tragic if Tsukikage Shippu were not to perish in battle, but instead be slain by his own comrades due to my actions. Shall another sorrowful soul be added to the memorial stone? The summer heat in the ninja world does not seem as unbearable as in previous lives. Perhaps the higher vegetation coverage contributes to the remarkably refreshing air. As long as one avoids the scorching sun, it is not too arduous for a ninja's physique. Beneath a vast expanse of shade, Mizuki and Sakura sat on the ground, enjoying lunch and resting. After a morning of practical training, The midday respite afforded a rare opportunity for teacher-student dialogue. Mizuki-sensei, why is your chakra surgical knife so much more powerful than mine? After several days of sparring, Sakura was slowly acclimating to the high-intensity battles she had rarely encountered before. Her current abilities were barely sufficient, and more rigorous training could potentially harm her still-developing body. However, given Sakura's control, she should theoretically wield the chakra surgical knife with a proficiency comparable to Mizuki's. Yet, in reality, their destructive capabilities were leagues apart, beyond mere physical differences. Deeper factors were at play. Your perceptiveness is commendable, Mizuki remarked, genuinely pleased with Sakura's recent advancements. The reasons behind this disparity are indeed complex, but fundamentally, they relate to the attributes of chakra. Chakra attributes? Are you referring to the 5 elemental types? Sakura inquired. Precisely, although, to be strictly accurate, chakra should be categorized into 7 types, Mizuki corrected. You must have encountered the 5 elemental techniques. Yet have you not noticed that many ninjutsu cannot be classified within this framework? Upon reflection, Sakura acknowledged, that makes sense. The techniques of Ino's team, for instance, seem entirely unrelated to the 5 elemental jutsu. So what are they? The Inuzuka clan is quite renowned as well. Although their family techniques vary greatly, they can generally be divided into 2 categories, yin and yang attributes. Yin and yang attributes? I have never heard of these 2 types of chakra before. Sakura expressed her confusion. Indeed, do you remember the legends surrounding the Sage of the 6 Paths? The Sage of 6 Paths. Is it true that he divided yin and yang and the 5 elements? The Sage of 6 Paths? Is that not a myth? Could it be that ancient legends hold a grain of truth? The stories that resonate within the ninja world are familiar to us all, having grown up listening to them. If one day someone were to assert that all of this might indeed be true, the impact would be undeniably profound. With a soft chuckle, Mizuki remarked, Sakura, every tale, legend, and myth is born from human imagination and handed down through generations. Even the most fantastical myths invariably possess a kernel of reality. By peeling away the layers of obscurity, one may uncover hidden truths that yield unexpected insights. The truth? Could it be that teacher Mizuki has made a discovery? Sakura inquired. It may not be a definitive truth, Mizuki replied. Some matters may still be too premature for you, Sakura. Yet, some things are not truly secrets. They simply have not been widely disseminated. For instance, the yin and yang attributes of chakra. Those who achieve prominence often consider them family heirlooms, leaving the outside world largely unaware. Having listened to all this, Sakura began to formulate her own hypotheses. Could it be that the chakra scalpel also falls under the category of yin-yang ninjutsu? Indeed, you are correct, Mizuki affirmed. The majority of medical ninjutsu belongs to the yang attribute, whereas techniques from the Nara and Yamanaka clans align with the yin attribute. And Choji's expansion technique is also yang in nature. Mizuki understood that these were merely applications of ordinary yin-yang chakra, significantly different from the true yin-yang release derived from the Sage of 6 Paths, Indra, and Ashura. I see, the astute Sakura quickly discerned a pattern. So, does it mean that the yin attribute corresponds to mental strength, while the yang attribute pertains to physical strength? Your deduction is quite astute, with little error. Mizuki nodded in affirmation. Yin and yang are like 2 inseparable facets of existence. Chakra, drawn from both body and spirit, inherently embodies the principles of yin and yang. With rare exceptions, most individuals possess both attributes. My chakra scalpel wields greater power than yours due to an imbalance in my physical attributes, where the yang predominates over the yin, significantly enhancing the effects of my medical ninjutsu. The flawed curse mark still profoundly affected Mizuki, who felt both affection and resentment towards Orochimaru's gift. Although it cast a persistent shadow of bodily decay over his life, it also granted him a glimpse into the realm of higher powers. I understand, Sakura replied, finding Mizuki's explanations clear and straightforward. So, can I also, like you, alter my yin and yang attributes? Upon hearing Sakura's question, Mizuki hastily interjected, it is best not to. Maintaining bodily balance is of utmost importance. Given your developing physique, any reckless alterations could have permanent adverse effects. Sacrificing other possibilities merely to enhance your medical ninjutsu would be exceedingly unwise. If it were possible, I would wish to restore balance to my own attributes as soon as possible. Sakura felt disappointment wash over her at Mizuki's words. Upon witnessing the scene, Mizuki remarked, Medical ninjutsu will play a crucial role in your future capabilities. However, to be candid, I can only instruct you up to this point. In the future, you should seek a more proficient medical ninja system for further learning, as this is not my forte. I understand, Teacher Mizuki, the student replied. From this point forward, your focus will shift to genjutsu, sealing techniques, and barriers, alongside some practical ninjutsu I will teach you. First, observe this. As Mizuki extended his hands, a faint luminous barrier emerged as chakra gathered before his palms. This is known as the chakra shield. It draws inspiration from the technique of the Sand Ninja Chiyo, utilizing the sealing array inscribed upon the arms to replace the function of her prosthetic limbs. With exceptional chakra control, creating a compressed chakra shield becomes remarkably effortless. The more adept you are at chakra manipulation, the stronger the shield's defense will be. Particularly, with your affinity for water and earth chakra, you will find this jutsu even more suitable than my simple fire attribute. Mastering such a technique, which can yield immediate enhancements to your abilities, is perfectly timed before the Chunin exams. However, today's practical lesson will conclude here. Focus on mastering the sealing array I assigned you yesterday before advancing further. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you any longer. As Mizuki left, he thought of Tsuki no Kaze, lying in the hospital, whose fate remains uncertain. Although he felt he could offer little assistance, he believed it better to contribute in any way possible. Upon arriving at Tsuki no Kaze's hospital room, Mizuki found the surrounding security did not impede him excessively. The ninja had become somewhat familiar to the personnel over the past few days. Observing the bustling medical ninjas entering and exiting the room, it was evident that Tsuki no Kaze's condition was rather precarious. What is the situation? Mizuki inquired of a busy ninja. The body has stabilized temporarily, but there are no signs of awakening. Ensuring the organs do not fail is already quite a challenge. Is the mind-reading ninjutsu still not usable? Without significant improvement, there is little we can do. It seemed that without further measures, reviving Tsuki no Kaze would be exceedingly difficult. When will Senior Yamashiro Kaichi arrive? Mizuki sighed as he asked. He was just here. He may have stepped out to eat. He should return shortly. That is reassuring. Please inform me when the senior arrives. I shall rest outside for a while. To be frank, the exertion of the past few days had been overwhelming, with the primary burden being mental fatigue. As the Chunin exams approached, his anxiety grew increasingly palpable, making him feel unprepared in certain areas. Sitting on a bench in the hospital, Mizuki found himself dozing off. Just days prior, it had been Korin occupying this spot for rest. Now it was Mizuki's turn. It occurred to him that the ninjas from other villages had departed several days ago, which explained the hospital's newfound tranquility. Just as he was drifting into slumber, Mizuki suddenly sensed someone approaching. Upon lifting his head, he was greeted by the very individual he had been seeking, Yamashiro Kaichi. Senior, it has been a while. Mizuki greeted as the junior. Did we not just see each other a few days ago? In the mountains, Keiru Yamashita displayed remarkable courtesy, expressing gratitude for the care bestowed upon the young Inoue over the past few days. Not at all. It is Inoue who has rendered me significant assistance, he replied. You are too kind. So what brings you to me? Regarding the moonlight gale, Swamoku stated, shall we find a quiet place to converse? On the rooftop terrace of the hospital, Swamoku and Keiru Yamashita leaned against the railing as they engaged in dialogue. What do you wish to say? Is it about Gale? Keiru inquired. Observing the throngs of people below, Swamoku spoke softly. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, senior, but once we leave this place, I shall not acknowledge that I spoke them. It seemed that Swamoku's serious demeanor had captured Keiru's attention. 3 days ago, I reported to the third generation and overheard some unsettling rumors, Swamoku carefully articulated. The village's higher-ups have demanded that we swiftly acquire intelligence from Gale's mind. Even if it means taking Gale's life? Keiru asked in a grave tone. Indeed, Swamoku replied succinctly. I believe you are not entirely unaware of the situation. I imagine you have been under immense pressure as well. Keiru fell silent, tacitly accepting Swamoku's assertion. Honestly, as a former comrade, I am relieved that you have survived. However, it is disheartening to think that one's own kin would extinguish a life. So you seek my counsel on possible solutions? To some extent, yes. However, I am more inclined to explore whether there might be a way to salvage the situation. Even if we cannot save Gale, I wish to try. Upon hearing Swamoku's words, Keiru tightened his grip on the railing. What course of action shall we take? It appeared that Keiru was not so rigid after all. There remained a glimmer of hope. Regarding your mind-reading techniques, I do not wish to pry, but I seek to understand where the greatest danger to Moonlight Gale lies. The primary threat stems from psychological harm. Kaoru decided to disclose some of his insights and experiences. The human psyche is not a flawless entity. Rather, it is a composite of varying fragments of personality. At different moments, our behaviors can be unpredictable. For instance, one might find themselves in places they would rather avoid, consuming food they dislike, or purchasing items that serve no purpose, only to regret them upon returning home. This is the first time I have encountered such an explanation, Swamoku remarked. The topic was indeed challenging to delve into, as exploring the philosophical nature of the mind posed complex questions, devoid of definitive answers, only to be grasped abstractly. According to your perspective, does that imply that each individual is, to some extent, afflicted with a form of schizophrenia? Not precisely, Kaoru clarified. The human spirit and soul operate in such a manner. When various personalities within an individual fail to recognize or even reject one another, that is when schizophrenia manifests. A typical person does not experience such anxieties. At most, they harbor subpersonalities that diverge from the norm, often remaining repressed. Yet, all personalities must coalesce into an inseparable, mutually recognizing whole. That is what constitutes a complete soul. Oh, is that so? Honestly, Shuemu is somewhat reluctant to endorse this notion. Yet, upon gazing at the sign of his seasonal flower shop, he cannot help but contemplate the validity of Yamamoto Hachiya's assertion. If even a multitude of lowly microorganisms can coalesce into a rudimentary consciousness to extract chakra, perhaps there is some truth to it. The secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan, when employed on ordinary individuals, can indeed inflict a formidable psychological shock upon the practitioner. Typically, a simple respite suffices to mitigate the danger. However, the case of Moonlight Gale is markedly exceptional. Both his corporeal form and spirit have sustained profound injury, rendering his consciousness in a state of self-preservation. This paradoxically indicates a complete lack of resistance. Should one manage to shatter his mental defenses to extract information, the likelihood of coalescing into a complete persona becomes infinitesimally small. Without the support of spirit, the demise of the body is merely a matter of time. Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? Shuemu murmured. Thus, it is imperative that Moonlight Gale's condition undergoes a fundamental improvement. Acquiring information is trivial for me. Even a recently deceased body, provided its mind remains intact, can yield glimpses of insight. Yet, this predicament presents an insurmountable challenge, even for Yamamoto Hachiya. The crux of the matter is that time is of the essence, Shuemu mused. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay. The higher-ups are growing anxious. Gazing at the throngs of people below, a scene of bustling prosperity, Shuemu felt a pang of regret. He could not reveal the information himself, having painstakingly cleansed his name and unwilling to fall into suspicion again. However, there are certain matters regarding Moonlight Gale that I might be able to address. Shuemu's words left Yamamoto Hachiya utterly astonished. How could a mere chunin like Shuemu resolve a dilemma that even a self-proclaimed master of mental ninjutsu, like Hachiya, could not? In the Hokage's office, aside from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yamamoto Hachiya, and Shuemu, no others were present. After hearing the reports from both, the third Hokage expressed his astonishment. Do you have confidence, Shuemu? The chance of preserving life is significant, yet it remains uncertain whether other complications may arise. As I have yet to conduct human experimentation and am still unclear on the particulars. The third Hokage nodded, pondering before inquiring, what assistance do you require? Upon hearing the Hokage's question, Shuemu felt a sense of relief. The dilemma of life and death is indeed a challenging choice for the third Hokage. However, as long as one lives, the elusive nature of the ninja world will invariably lead to a solution that can effect a complete cure. Even the return of Tsunade would likely resolve most of the pressing issues. The sky had darkened entirely, and the bustling atmosphere of Konoha Hospital had faded into quietude. Within a tranquil lounge, Shuemu and Yamamoto Hachiya were finalizing their preparations. Shuemu meticulously checked his prepared sealing array and materials, ensuring that nothing had been overlooked. Suddenly, Yamamoto Hachiya, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and asked, "Are you feeling anxious?" "Indeed," Shuemu replied with a wry smile. "The weight of determining a person's life or death rests solely on my shoulders. That is an unsettling sensation. You are a seasoned and accomplished ninja. Have you yet to acclimate to such circumstances? You speak true, but the feeling is starkly different from facing an adversary. Perhaps the individual known as Mizuki, who is unperturbed by the current situation, does not strike one as someone who would be anxious about such matters, especially considering their ability to eliminate teammates during missions. More likely, they simply disregard such trivialities. Throughout these past few months, amidst several battles, Mizuki has honed their understanding of the enemy's mentality. However, when it comes to comrades, they still find themselves somewhat out of their depth. After all, encountering such situations inevitably weighs heavily on the heart. Does the senior not feel any anxiety? What is there to be anxious about? Regardless of the circumstances, my duty is to perform my tasks well. The rest is your concern, replied Yamashiro Hachi in a rather straightforward manner. Ah, indeed, Mizuki replied, a pained expression on their face, lamenting their own inclination to meddle and invite trouble. At that moment, a member of the Umbu knocked at the door to announce, the time has come, everything is prepared. Please follow me. Mizuki and Yamashiro Hachi followed the Umbu into a concealed chamber, where a ceiling array, arranged according to Mizuki's specifications, awaited them on the floor. The Moonlight Gale was positioned at the center, ready for Mizuki and Yamashiro Hachi to attend to it. Let us begin promptly. Prolonged inactivity is detrimental to Gale's condition, urged Yamashiro Hachi. Understood, Mizuki replied as they approached, commencing the intricate task of inscribing sealing runes upon the Moonlight Gale. After a short while, once everything was in order, Mizuki turned to the 4 prepared Umbu and commanded, commence. The 4 Umbu quickly assumed their positions at each cardinal point, channeling their chakra, which activated a barrier enveloping the entire chamber. Simultaneously, the sealing runes on the Moonlight Gale began to shimmer with an ethereal light in harmony with the barrier. It is your turn now, senior, Mizuki said to Yamashiro Hachi. Then I shall proceed, he stated, stepping forward to activate the family's secret technique to prepare for mind reading. Unlike last time, this mental intrusion encounters unexpected resistance. The barrier appears effective. Observing the efficacy of Mizuki's method, Yamashiro Hachi began to exercise greater caution. Meanwhile, Mizuki anxiously awaited the outcome of Yamashiro Hachi's endeavor. Although Mizuki felt quite confident that there would be no mishaps this time, one must always tread carefully when dealing with matters of the mind and spirit. Any minor oversight could precipitate irrevocable consequences. Mizuki's approach was relatively straightforward, drawing upon the hidden techniques embedded within Kakashi Hitaki's summoning contract, and combining it with their own research on the techniques for concentrating spiritual energy found on the storefront of a flower shop. They aimed to mitigate the after-effects of the Yamashiro family's mind-reading technique, thus ensuring a high probability of success. In essence, the Moonlight Gale had temporarily lost the ability to autonomously recover from spiritual trauma. According to Yamashiro Hachi, as long as a method could be found to prevent its mental collapse, everything would be manageable. Mizuki's proposed solution was, in fact, rather simplistic and direct. Utilizing their existing skills, developing a soul concentration array was relatively uncomplicated. Furthermore, by employing the foundational principles of the 4-symbol seal, they enlisted 4 Umbu to provide chakra to sustain the barrier. Once Yamashiro Hachi completed his mind reading, Mizuki would then handle the aftermath, utilizing the array's effect to forcibly stabilize the Moonlight Gale's deteriorating psyche. It was akin to Yamashiro Hachi inflicting a dislocation on the Moonlight Gale, while Mizuki, an unlicensed healer, would manipulate the bones back into place and bind them with a wooden splint, allowing for natural healing thereafter. Regarding the potential aftereffects and the possibility of the bones healing misaligned, that is an entirely different matter. At least the fractured bones have been rejoined. By employing this method, it appears to Shimoku that there is a significant chance of survival, albeit with the potential for some memory distortions or minor amnesia. This is certainly preferable to the disintegration of the spirit and the finality of death. As time elapsed, Shimoku glanced at the 4 Umbu maintaining the barrier, and they seemed to be holding up well. The energy expenditure of this barrier was indeed considerable, yet in order to maximize its efficacy, such a substantial chakra drain was unavoidable. Were it not for the need to save a life, and if there were a greater number of individuals for added stability, Shimoku would have conducted the experiment alone, finding that one person sufficed. After a prolonged period, Yamamoto Hachi, his forehead glistening with sweat, finally ceased his chakra flow. It is complete. Your method is quite effective, though reading minds requires significantly more effort, he remarked to Shimoku. The next steps are in your hands. Leave it to me, Shimoku replied as he approached the 4 Umbu. Please hold on just a little longer. We are almost there. Following this, Shimoku formed hand seals to gather chakra, and then placed his hand upon the forehead of Tsukikage Shippu. Instantly, the runes on Tsukikage's body began to pulse with life, rapidly coalescing into the palm of Shimoku. Damn it, this is much slower than anticipated, and the energy drain is excessive. However, it should be manageable, he thought as the barrier trembled, and the four Umbu felt an abrupt increase in pressure. Finally, just before Shimoku depleted his chakra, the runes on Tsukikage congregated in his palm, forming a starry, interwoven seal upon Tsukikage's forehead, enveloping all but the lower half of his face. As the sealing was completed, the runes on Tsukikage's face faded beneath his pale skin. Exhausted, Shimoku collapsed onto the ground. The medical ninjas, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward to assess Tsukikage's condition. Observing the bustling figures of the medical ninjas, Shimoku regained his composure, rose, and exited the room. Outside, Yamamoto Hachi had been waiting for a while, and to Shimoku's surprise, the third Hokage was also present. "What brings you here?" Shimoku inquired, quickly bowing in respect. "Do not mention it. You have worked hard," the third Hokage replied. "What is the situation inside?" "He has escaped danger, and the sealing technique was successful. Given the chakra expenditure, he is unlikely to awaken within the next few days. After this transitional period, it will rely on his fortune." "Well done this time. The next steps fall to the medical department." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Yamamoto Hachi, he added, "This is not the place for a report. Come to my office later to discuss the details. I need to ascertain how severe the situation truly is." As Shimoku left the hospital, it was once again deep into the night. Reflecting on the frequent late-night returns home, he couldn't help but smile ruefully, recalling that he had never worked this hard even when forced into overtime in his previous life. Just as he prepared to head home, he noticed two familiar figures. Yuzuki Yuka and Katsuki were standing outside, engaged in conversation, seemingly awaiting news from within. "What are you doing here?" Shimoku asked as he approached them. "Greetings. It seems that Yuzuki Yuin is quite anxious. I wonder how the situation with Shippu is progressing in these recent days." As a member of the Umbu, Yuzuki Yuin must have encountered more intelligence than Mizuki, and she is undoubtedly aware of the pressure faced by the third Hokage. Now that a potential solution has finally emerged, even if it entails some risk, given the current condition of Tsukikage Shippu, it is worth a try. "Do not worry," Mizuki remarked with a smile. "For now, everything is fine." Upon hearing Mizuki's words, Yuzuki Yuin was finally able to set aside her lingering concerns. "I knew it would be all right," piped up the cheerful Koju beside her. "They are probably conducting some checks right now. You will be able to see him shortly," Mizuki explained. "Thank you so much," Yuzuki Yuin said, bowing in gratitude. "You are too kind. We are all comrades, and this is the least I could do." "You should go in and take a look," Mizuki encouraged. "I apologize for causing you worry." Yuzuki Yuin wiped away her joyful tears. "Then I shall take my leave." Watching her hurried departure, Koju linked her arm with Mizuki's and suggested, "Shall we be on our way as well?" "Certainly," Mizuki agreed. "Why are you still waiting for me so late? Did I not say you should return and rest first? You have been exceedingly busy these past few days. You never worked this hard before, and I have not been able to assist much, so I can only manage these small tasks," Koju replied. "Not at all. Do not overthink it," Mizuki consoled her. "I am quite hungry. I haven't eaten anything since noon, and I feel utterly exhausted. I will prepare your favorite assorted sushi when we return." When it comes to culinary skills, Koju far surpasses Mizuki, who can only manage boiling water for instant noodles. Without Koju's care, Mizuki truly wonders how she would manage. "I cannot wait for the assorted sushi. Let's find somewhere to grab a bite outside," Koju urged. "At this hour, all the places are closed. Where would we find food?" Mizuki replied. The two have been incredibly busy lately, and despite it being the middle of the night, Koju felt a sense of joy just to share a meal together. "Indeed," Mizuki sighed. "What were you and Yuzuki Yuin discussing earlier? I did not know you two were so familiar with one another." "It was merely casual conversation. Seeing Miss Yuin reminded me of my own self over a month ago, and I felt compelled to offer her some comfort. Thankfully, it seems everything is fine now." "Yes, it is truly wonderful to be alive," Mizuki thought to herself. She understood that the matter of Tsukikage Shippu might be a personal obsession of hers. Over the past few months, while she has slightly altered her own fate, she has not significantly impacted this world. Even after confronting the Forest of Death and Orochimaru, she has not changed the outcome of Sasuke Uchiha being marked by Orochimaru's curse. Tsukikage Shippu is the first individual whose fate has been fundamentally altered by Mizuki's own power. It is difficult to articulate the elusive sense of accomplishment that comes with this. When a seer confronts a future they already know, yet struggles to effect any change, it feels as though their life has left no mark on this world. In her heart, Mizuki is willing to accept the ordinary, but she will never settle for mediocrity. At last, she feels as though she has carved out a place for herself in this world, gradually no longer relegated to the role of a mere supporting character or backdrop. Shuemu, our wedding date is approaching. Do you think we should postpone it? Xiaochun inquired with a hint of concern. Given the current state of the village, it is indeed not an opportune time to discuss marriage. One cannot predict when a great battle may erupt. Of course not. Why do you ask? Shuemu replied. Do not fret excessively. Although we are facing some difficulties at present, these troubles shall pass. With the strength of Konoha, not even Orochimaru, nor the combined might of Sunagakure, poses a threat. Even if, as depicted in the original story, Orochimaru were to slay the third Hokage, severely wounding Konoha, the village's foundation remains intact. The most significant loss for Konoha is, in fact, the trust of its people. Once revered heroes, now rogue ninjas, have allied with Konoha's enemies to launch a surprise attack on the village, revealing the stark reality of Konoha's weakened elite forces. The successive departures of the legendary three, the demise of the fourth Hokage, and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, coupled with the aging of the third generation of powerful ninjas, have left the new generation ill-prepared to uphold the balance. Such upheaval inevitably raises doubts about Konoha's capacity to dominate the ninja world. Ultimately, it is your decision, Xiaochun said, willingly entrusting the matter of their wedding date to Shuemu. Just as Shuemu was about to utter something further, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Is that Ichiraku Ramen? Why is it still open at this hour? Shuemu exclaimed. Xiaochun, let us go there for a light meal. It would be wise to return home early. All right then, she agreed. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, they were surprised to find others present. Naruto, is that you? It's been ages. Hey, you old rascal teacher, Naruto exclaimed, equally astonished to see a familiar face at such a late hour. Noticing the white-haired elder beside him, Shuemu quickly greeted, Lord Jiraiya, it has been quite some time since you returned to the village. Xiaochun, having heard that he was one of the legendary three, promptly bowed in respect. Jiraiya mused, glancing at the somewhat unfamiliar Shuemu, seemingly struggling to recall. Naruto, is he someone you know? Yeah, he is my teacher, Shuemu. He has a poor reputation and even bullies Irika-sensei. Naruto lamented, still holding a grudge for the disrespect shown to his esteemed mentor. My apologies for the embarrassment, Lord Jiraiya. Shuemu chuckled awkwardly. Children often speak indiscreetly. By the way, Shuemu, I do recall your name from before, though you were quite young back then. Recently, I have heard your name mentioned around the village. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after receiving the intelligence from Yamashiro Kaichi, the third Hokage's expression darkened significantly. Is the information confirmed? He inquired. Yamashiro Kaichi replied solemnly, there is no doubt, Lord Third. Yakushi Kabuto is indeed conspiring with the envoys from Sunagakure. The eyewitness, Moonlight Kazekage, confirmed that it was the Sunagakure Jonin Maki who severely injured Kazekage. The third Hokage was reluctant to believe that a long-standing ally would betray them. Yet the injuries sustained by Moonlight Kazekage were consistent with Maki's fighting style. That will be all for today. Please prepare a written report by noon tomorrow, and you may take your leave now. Understood, Yamashiro Kaichi responded before exiting. In the solitary office, the third generation pondered for a considerable time before suddenly commanding. Have two advisors come for a meeting tomorrow at noon. After a brief pause, he added, also, invite Elder Shimura. In truth, Mizuki did not harbor a fondness for ramen. It was not a matter of taste, but rather a psychological aversion due to its close resemblance to instant cup noodles. Having once overindulged in cup noodles to the point of nausea, Mizuki found himself hesitant to consider ramen unless he was exceedingly hungry. The four of them squeezed onto the long bench at Ichiraku Ramen, which was not particularly joyous, especially for Mizuki sitting beside Naruto, who splattered broth all over him while slurping his noodles. The sight of Naruto eating with such abandon was rather unappealing. Gazing at the empty bowls piled next to Naruto, Mizuki understood why Naruto Uzumaki's stamina was so remarkable. His appetite was unmatched by ordinary individuals. Wiping the broth from his face, Mizuki remarked to Naruto, I originally thought you were being trained by Ebisu, but to my surprise, it is Lord Jiraiya himself. You are quite fortunate. Is the perverted sage truly someone extraordinary? Naruto exclaimed without restraint. Nearby, Jiraiya, hearing Naruto refer to him as the perverted sage in front of others, corrected him with displeasure. I've told you countless times. I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, not some perverted sage. Isn't it all the same? Don't be so particular. You are undeniably a perverted sage, Naruto retorted nonchalantly. Naruto, Lord Jiraiya has trained the fourth Hokage, a significant figure. Numerous leaf ninjas aspire to receive his guidance. Observing Naruto's indifference, Mizuki decided to divulge some information. Really? The perverted sage is that formidable? Though I know he is far superior to Teacher Ebisu, could he possibly be more exceptional than Teacher Kakashi? Naruto still had reservations about Jiraiya's rather dubious reputation. Now you know, kid, Jiraiya's arrogance is well-deserved. The Sage of Toads is not merely a figure of empty renown. Having drained the last remnants of broth from his bowl, Naruto set it down and pointed at Jiraiya, saying, "If you are so impressive, then hurry up and teach me some powerful jutsu. Stop dawdling and peeping around. I will come looking for you tomorrow morning. Don't run away, perverted sage." With that, the satiated Naruto dashed home to sleep. Not even paying for his meal after consuming so much, he truly lacks patience, Jiraiya lamented, watching Naruto's retreating figure. He then turned to Mizuki and inquired, "So, Mizuki, what brings you to me? You are truly hard to deceive, Lord Jiraiya. Although encountering Naruto and you was coincidental, I wish to seize this opportunity to inquire about certain information that only you, as the sole practitioner of Sage Mode, might possess." "Speak, what is it about?" "It concerns Sage Mode," Mizuki replied. "Sage Mode?" Upon hearing this term, Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing that you are no ordinary ninja. Such knowledge is not commonly possessed. In the realm of ninjas, true secrets are scarce. If one seeks knowledge, there will always be a way to acquire it. Jiraiya chose not to delve deeper, acknowledging that regardless of where you learned about Sage Mode, it is beyond your current reach. "I understand, Lord Jiraiya," said Mizuki. "The prerequisite of possessing an immense chakra capacity alone prevents me from mastering Sage Mode." Mizuki concurred with Jiraiya's assertion, recognizing that at his present level, forcing himself into Sage Mode would either lead to petrification or madness. "It appears you possess far more knowledge than I had anticipated. Since your interest is not a mere whim, I trust you will not make any unreasonable demands. As far as you know, Lord Jiraiya, how many individuals in the world are capable of Sage Mode?" Mizuki inquired curiously. You're not asking about the training itself?" Jiraiya was surprised. "To my knowledge, I am the only one who has mastered it. Orochimaru seemed to have attempted it once, but it appears he was unsuccessful. Is it really that few?" Mizuki pondered aloud. "One cannot put it that way," Jiraiya clarified. "Sage Mode is an exceedingly perilous ninjutsu. Without the aid of a summoning beast, one cannot even sense natural energy." You are aware of natural energy, correct?" Mizuki nodded. "If Jiraiya alone, with the assistance of summoning beasts, can barely achieve this, then why are there records of multiple sage beings among summoning beast clans? In terms of both quantity and high-tier combat capability, there should not be such a scarcity of humans capable of Sage Mode." Upon hearing Mizuki's question, Jiraiya contemplated for a moment before replying, "I cannot answer that. While I am unsure of the source of your information, I believe the ability to sense natural energy is crucial. Without toad oil, my sage techniques would be futile. Without the bloodline limit of Otsutsuki, Orochimaru's cursed seal would not exist, and consequently, Kabuto's snake sage techniques would also be absent. Logically, although the natural energy absorbed by different sage techniques may vary slightly, as part of the ninja world, if summoning beasts can achieve it, why is it that humans, the spirit of all things, cannot? How should I know?" Jiraiya replied, dismissing such a deeply analytical question as it was not of interest to him. "Perhaps the ninja world simply does not favor humanity." The ninja world does not favor humanity? Mizuki murmured to himself. While it may have been a jest from Jiraiya, it is not without merit as a possibility. If we contemplate this premise, some matters may indeed find coherence. Is the key found within the God Tree? The God Tree is undeniably a seed of foreign invasion in the ninja world. This much is certain. However, in the original narrative, Uchiha Madara stated that the God Tree was revered by humans as a deity. If this is indeed true, matters become grave. Daring to speculate, if the God Tree marks the onset of foreign invasion, then humans who unwittingly worship the God Tree as a divine entity have become accomplices. In this world where extraordinary powers manifest, The immense force generated by the collective spiritual beliefs of humanity directly nourishes the growth of the God tree, facilitating the birth of its fruits. If this is merely conjecture, there exists further corroboration in the form of the nine-tailed beasts, as the essence of the divine tree. Stripped of the outer path's demonic visage, these beasts are immortal. They embody the collective negative will of humanity, and even if vanquished, they shall inevitably be reborn in another location after a few years. Should Suemu's hypothesis hold true, the tailed beasts represent a fragment of the collective consciousness of humankind. Unless humanity faces annihilation, the tailed beasts shall endure. Spirits of all things? Quite the jest. In the eyes of the world, we humans are merely traitors. It is no wonder that during a recent experiment, the clone of Uchiha Sasuke, infused with cursed seal chakra, experienced a sense of being an archenemy. If the world possessed a spirit, it would certainly harbor no affection for humanity. Observing Suemu lost in contemplation, Jiraiya interjected, when it comes to sages, humans are not entirely devoid of them. The sage of six paths, who delineated the principles of yin, yang, and the five elements, established the order of the ninja world. Is he not the sage of six paths? Suemu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the legendary hero of the ninja realm, the first child of destiny, the inaugural savior, apprehended the thief Kagaya Otsutsuki, intercepted the divine tree, an emblem of malice and spoils, and untangled the chaotic world. It is hardly surprising that apart from the descendants of traitors, there exists a minuscule fraction of humanity that has achieved greatness. Ashura, Indra, the Senju and Uchiha clans, the Uzumaki and Hyuga families. These lineages are evidently favored by the world, and only the villages they established reign supreme, with only those connected to them managing to grasp the sage mode. It is not a matter of insufficient effort or talent. Rather, it is a question of pure bloodline. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Katsuki walked alongside the contemplative Suemu, gradually making their way home through the enveloping darkness of the night. Suemu, was there anything amiss with Lord Jiraiya's words? Katsuki could not help but inquire. Not at all. Suemu shook his head. It is merely an immature conjecture. But it should not have significant repercussions. As it stands, this matter does not concern me. Even if the conjecture were true, should the heavens themselves collapse, there would surely be those tall enough to bear the burden. It is not for me to fret about. Yet, viewing the world from another perspective reveals certain insights. The diverse array of sentient beings within the ninja realm is astonishing, with myriad creatures emerging to stir chaos. There is an adage that states, "Those not of my clan will have different hearts." This merely reflects ethnic differences, yet such conflicts are already irreconcilable. In the ninja world, the very species differ. Perhaps there exist tribes that are benevolent towards humanity and seek no contention, yet their fervent participation in human strife is rather excessive. However, it was unexpected that Naruto Uzumaki would garner Lord Jiraiya's favor. Just a few months ago, he was an orphan ostracized by the villagers, Katsuki mused. He is a fine child. He may well become the village's pillar in the future. Suemu remarked, let us not dwell on this any longer. Tomorrow may bring unforeseen changes to the village, so it would be wise to return home and rest. With the village leadership having acquired intelligence regarding the collusion between the Sand Ninja and Orochimaru, there is more time to prepare for the potential alterations to the narrative as we know it. However, given the caution of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is unlikely that Konoha would instigate conflict. How to respond will depend on the circumstances at hand. Sakura, how has your progress with the sealing technique been these past few days? During the midday break, Suemu inquired about Sakura's studies. I am proceeding as per the timeline set by our teacher. Currently, there are no issues, Sakura replied. Upon hearing her response, Suemu nodded. That is good to hear. I had originally intended to arrange a test for you, but I have been so preoccupied these past few days that I regret not being more attentive to your training. Not at all, Suemu-sensei, Sakura responded. I think I am doing quite well. Everyone had noticed Suemu's weary demeanor lately, making it difficult to voice any complaints. That is due to your intelligence and talent, coupled with your diligence. It has little to do with my negligence. However, Sakura shyly added, I must admit, I have erred in one aspect. I shared some of the ninjutsu you entrusted to me with Ino. Oh, Suemu said, suddenly enlightened. That explains why Yamanaka Ino has been so amiable towards me. He glanced at the slightly embarrassed Ino and continued, it is of no consequence. As long as you are able to learn, feel free to do so. It is not an exceptionally rare secret technique. You're too modest, Shuei-mu-sensei, Ino interjected. I simply couldn't comprehend it and felt frustrated, so I showed a bit of your sealing technique material to my family. But none of them could make heads or tails of it. This morning, my father even specifically asked me to convey his regards to you. The senior is exceedingly courteous. Discuss with Sakura what you wish to learn. As long as she keeps up with her studies, it will be fine. Indeed, having the right connections proves to be somewhat beneficial. Glancing outside at the sky, Shuei-mu instructed, please prepare a bouquet of flowers for me. I need them for a visit. I will be stepping out shortly, but will return soon. Upon arriving at the hospital room of Tsukuyami Yuyuki, Shuei-mu was surprised to find not only Yuyuki, but also an unexpected visitor. Kakashi, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be training Sasuke? Have you returned so soon? A few days prior, Hatake Kakashi had taken a recovering Uchiha Sasuke away to a quiet place for instruction, and it was assumed they would not meet again until just before the third round of the Chunin exams. Indeed, but I just received an urgent notification. I must attend a Jonin meeting shortly, Kakashi replied, turning back. This is the second such occurrence this week, which is rather unsettling. Shuei-mu proceeded to arrange the flowers he had brought in a vase, and then inquired of Yuyuki, is her condition still stable? I just checked. There has been no change. The absence of deterioration is indeed a positive sign. Ninjas are not so fragile. As long as one survives, there is always a way forward. Shuei-mu reassured. Indeed, she will recover, Kakashi concurred. The three exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and as Shuei-mu and Kakashi prepared to leave, he said, we shall not disturb you any further. Noticing Kakashi giving him a knowing glance, Mizuki stepped out through the door, followed closely by Kakashi. Is something the matter? Mizuki inquired. Kakashi replied, I have just returned and am still unaware of the events that have transpired. However, I have heard that you were involved. Do you possess any intelligence? Mizuki responded, the specifics remain somewhat unclear, as I am merely a Chunin. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for you to prepare. Prepare? For war? Is it that serious? Mizuki refrained from directly affirming Kakashi's suspicions. To my knowledge, many dispatched ninjas have already returned to the village. You are likely aware of Lord Jiraiya's presence in the village. Correct? Indeed, I did not expect you to be informed. I encountered him last night and had a brief conversation. Naruto was present as well. It is a fortunate circumstance that Lord Jiraiya is personally instructing Naruto. However, what is the current status of Sakura? Kakashi finally recalled his other student. After such a lengthy discussion, you have finally expressed concern for Sakura, Mizuki chuckled. Rest assured, she will astonish you. If your Sasuke has not made significant progress, do not be surprised if Sakura surpasses him. I see. Then I shall rest easy. I must attend a meeting now. We shall reconvene at the third round of the Chunin exams. After parting ways with Kakashi, Mizuki found little inclination to linger in the sweltering midday heat and quickly made his way back. Upon returning to the Shiki flower shop, Ino greeted him, saying, Mizuki-sensei, Iruka-sensei came by earlier looking for you. He mentioned an important matter to discuss, but left a letter for you since you were not here. Mizuki accepted the letter from Ino, opened it, and upon a hurried glance, discerned its contents. An emergency evacuation plan? They truly are preparing for the worst. Safeguarding the budding ninjas and lower-ranked shinobi? The circumstances in the original narrative were dire enough to necessitate lower-ranked ninjas confronting tailed beasts. I hope that this time, with some intelligence at hand, they do not underestimate the enemy's strength. Since his visit to the Moonlight Gale, Mizuki had taken to wandering about whenever he found a moment of leisure, partly to clear his mind. After all, both studying and teaching can be taxing endeavors, and partly to familiarize himself with the terrain, conducting reconnaissance and preparations. During this period, Mizuki had distinctly sensed an escalation in the village's vigilance. The atmosphere, marked by a facade of external ease coupled with internal tension, was discernible to those who paid close attention. The palpable shift in the scrutiny of strangers indicated that the village had adopted a resolute stance in anticipation of armed conflict. Cleverly masked under the pretext of safeguarding prominent figures during the Chunin exams, even with the awareness of potential threats to the village, there was no inclination to cancel the exams. As for the Moonlight Gale, it was truly unfortunate. Although he was no longer in imminent danger, there remained no signs of awakening. Such is the life of a ninja. Each mission could very well lead to a poignant farewell between life and death. In an era of peace, the life of a ninja holds some value, yet amidst the chaos of war, it becomes utterly expendable. A clash between ninja teams can unleash widespread devastation, potentially claiming countless lives. One midday, Mizuki took Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino to a dessert shop, compelled to treat them to an extravagant feast. The reason for this indulgence stemmed from the revelation of a genjutsu array inscribed on the flower shop's sign, necessitating a form of hush money for the two young girls. Although it was a trivial matter, the implications of its spread could tarnish reputations. As they savored the red sugar-flavored dumplings, Ino expressed her dissatisfaction, proclaiming that they were far inferior to the red bean variety. Indeed, Sakura concurred, nodding in agreement. Their conversation left Mizuki exasperated. If they found it unpalatable, why had they finished it? It seemed they were merely voicing their grievances for their own amusement, brazenly extorting him. Reluctantly, Mizuki ordered 2 more plates, allowing them to indulge further. While this establishment is renowned, its prices are equally steep. Perhaps it is time to consider returning? He suggested. Not yet. We haven't finished, Ino retorted, continuing to munch on her dessert. Sakura, curious, inquired, Mizuki-sensei, how did you manage that? During her first visit, she had sensed something amiss but lacked the experience and knowledge to delve deeper. Subsequently, her academic commitments diverted her focus. However, as her studies shifted towards genjutsu and sealing techniques, Mizuki's unique ninjutsu became increasingly familiar to her, particularly with Ino's persistent questioning regarding the flower shop's success. Today, they had finally uncovered the secret behind that sign. Keep your voices down, Mizuki urged, reluctant to discuss such matters in public. The level of ninjutsu involved is still too advanced for you. It cannot be grasped in a short time. However, I can teach you other concepts. Despite being merely a bamboo board capable of sustaining simple illusions, it harbors an abundance of intricate techniques. The genjutsu array itself may seem insignificant, but the theoretical achievement of complete self-sufficiency is monumental. If cultivated further, its potential applications could be vast. What kind of ninjutsu are we talking about? Sakura, facing the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, would seize any opportunity to enhance her strength. Rest assured, you will be satisfied, but you understand the implications, don't you? We will keep it a secret, both Sakura and Ino promised. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was listening to a report from an Umbu operative. After laying down the report, he inquired, it states here that the barrier's efficacy is somewhat inferior to when Mizuki utilized it. What is the reason for this? Upon investigation, it appeared that the discrepancy arose from differences in mastery of sealing techniques. None of the practitioners possessed the depth of understanding that Mizuki, the innovator, had. I see. The 3rd Hokage nodded. The village had tested Mizuki's soul-summoning array multiple times, and with his prior success in salvaging the Moonlight Gale, this technique was poised to become a significant asset in the village's arsenal of ninjutsu. After numerous experiments, it has been confirmed that the barrier is indeed effective, though its power is contingent upon the user's abilities. The 3rd Hokage, having found no issues, commanded that the barrier's data be organized and classified with an A-level confidentiality. Simultaneously, he instructed that the rank of the Chunin Mizuki be elevated, with consideration for promotion after the Chunin exams. The soul-collecting array contributed by Mizuki possesses formidable capabilities for calming the mind and defending against mental attacks and illusions. This distinctive ninjutsu, when employed skillfully, can yield remarkably miraculous results, with the Moonlight Gale standing as a prime example. Furthermore, Mizuki, as an exceptional Chunin, ranks among the strongest within the village, possessing a well-rounded set of abilities with no discernible weaknesses, showcasing immense potential for development. In recent months, he has also exhibited extraordinary talents in pharmacology and sealing techniques, making significant strides in the rare medical ninjutsu realm, adeptly wielding the chakra scalpel and healing techniques, which have left many seasoned medical ninjas in awe. Although Mizuki had previously committed a grave error, he has since faced punishment, and his recent performance has been worthy of an outstanding Konoha ninja, thus rendering a promotion to a higher ninja rank entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, oblivious to the prospect of a promotion and raise, Mizuki is preoccupied with the challenge of teaching Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Sakura, having received over half a month of instruction, has established a solid foundation, making her learning experience relatively manageable. However, Ino presents a more perplexing challenge. This is not to say that Ino lacks talent or intelligence, but rather that they are of different ninja types, and without a corresponding foundation, it is difficult to determine where to begin teaching. What is this, Mizuki-sensei? Sakura asked, gazing at the scroll Mizuki had handed her, utterly perplexed about its purpose. I feel like I recognize the shape of this sealing technique. How could she not? Sakura had previously used it in the Forest of Death. Yet, the more intricate combinations and decompositions of sealing techniques and barriers currently exceed her capabilities. Given that she has only been studying for less than a month, this sealing technique can, to a certain extent, compensate for your most significant flaw, Mizuki replied. My greatest flaw? Sakura inquired, astonished. What is it? Your body is too weak, and your stamina is lacking, resulting in a severely insufficient chakra supply. True warriors seldom concern themselves with chakra quantity. Even those not naturally endowed with vast amounts of chakra typically possess methods to address such issues. Tsunade's 100 Healings Mark and in-sealing technique are two quintessential examples. The 100 Healings Mark itself is not a ninjutsu for storing chakra. Rather, it serves as a means to regulate chakra, allowing for considerable savings in chakra during normal times, while synergizing with the in-sealing technique to unleash formidable power in battle. Regrettably, Mizuki lacks proficiency in both. He has yet to master even the in-sealing technique, let alone the creation and regeneration techniques or Tsunade's unique skills that enhance strength. This, however, does not indicate that Mizuki's sealing techniques or chakra control are inferior to Tsunade's. At the cellular level, chakra control is a realm where Mizuki firmly believes that few possess skills superior to his own. However, he lacks the extraordinary medical ninjutsu prowess that Tsunade wields, which enables her to seamlessly integrate medical techniques within her own body. Is this something that sealing techniques can accomplish? Sakura inquired. She was acutely aware of her inherent limitations. Generally speaking, female ninjas tend to be physically disadvantaged compared to their male counterparts of the same age due to physiological differences, a fact that is beyond one's control. Moreover, at merely 12 years of age, Sakura was in a phase of growth, her body not yet fully developed, rendering her incapable of refining a substantial amount of chakra. Why is it said that the duels among lower-ranked ninjas are tedious? Because they are constrained by both physical capability and chakra reserves. Typically, 1 or 2 jutsu would deplete their chakra, leaving only close combat and the exchange of shuriken techniques. Even with a natural talent for combat, there is little variation to be found in their tactics. Thus, at this level of ninja, individuals like Dosu and Sakan, who possess 1 or 2 distinct skills, become formidable adversaries to their peers. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances surrounding this Chunin exam, few could contend with them. Regrettably, they are destined to serve merely as stepping stones for the main characters. In response to Sakura's inquiry, Mizuki replied with a smile. I believe you should bolster your confidence in the knowledge you possess. There are few things that sealing techniques cannot achieve. If something is unattainable, it merely reflects a lack of strength rather than a failure of the techniques themselves. Even the immortal Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed away, illustrating the terrifying power of such techniques. But how is this applied? Sakura pressed. There are approximately 10 days remaining before the Chunin exam, and during this time, I will instruct you, Mizuki stated. If I were to bestow a name upon this sealing technique, I would call it the breath concealing technique. This is not a martial arts manual from a past life of martial heroes, but a genuine sealing technique designed to condense physical and spiritual energies to refine chakra. It was originally developed for the purpose of mastering Sage Mode, unlike the hastily devised soul-gathering formations intended merely for rescue. This represents a true trump card that Mizuki will rely upon in the future. The issue of insufficient chakra is not unique to Sakura. Mizuki faces the same predicament. If his sole ambition were to attain the rank of Jonin within his lifetime, given his current abilities, a methodical approach would suffice in a few years. However, if he harbors greater aspirations, Sage Mode becomes an insurmountable hurdle, especially since he lacks a formidable bloodline limit to exploit. Thus, he must place his hopes on the arduous yet universally accessible technique of Sage Mode. Consequently, Mizuki's previously mediocre chakra reserves became a source of ridicule in the face of Sage Mode. Thus, the breath-concealing technique was birthed from Mizuki's diligent research. Unlike Tsunade's 100 Healings Seal and in-sealing, which offer various benefits, the breath-concealing technique eschews all extraneous factors and serves solely as an immense chakra reservoir. Its singular advantage lies in its purity, convenience, and ease of use. The objective is clear, directly aimed at the immortal mode. As for beauty and various functions like maintaining youth, if Sakura wishes to learn, she can simply seek out Tsunade, for Mizuki himself harbors no interest in any of it. After arranging matters for Haruno Sakura, Mizuki found himself confronted by Yamanaka Ino. "Mizuki-sensei, may I also learn that technique of breath concealment?" Ino inquired. Mizuki shook his head and replied, "It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but rather that it does not quite suit your style. If you truly want to learn, seek out Sakura. As long as you can master it, that will suffice." Disheartened by Mizuki's response, Ino cast her gaze downward. "You have managed to grasp the medical ninjutsu of the sage art to a certain extent. With more practice, you will be sufficient. However, most other ninjutsu you learn will ultimately hold little utility. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, your combat style is inherently bound to the clan's secret techniques, while other methods will merely serve as supplementary." Mizuki offered gentle reassurance. "Yet, there is indeed something suitable for you. I possess a sealing technique. Though it may not be of the highest caliber, it is quite practical. Would you care to try it?" The sealing technique Mizuki intended to impart to Ino was his own modified version of the binding formation. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, Yamanaka Ino was destined not to be a forceful ninja. Thus, it would be prudent to maximize her control and dominion. The technique Mizuki would teach Ino had undergone significant enhancements, dramatically lowering the chakra requirements while simultaneously augmenting control. More importantly, it liberated itself from the constraints of conventional sealing symbols, allowing it to be inscribed directly onto ordinary objects, living beings, and even summoned creatures, greatly enhancing its versatility and eliminating the need for bait to function effectively. In the land of Rice's Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru listened to the intelligence gathered by Kabuto. "Has Konoha's vigilance intensified?" Orochimaru inquired. "Indeed, it seems they may have caught wind of something," Kabuto responded. "Is it not true that your failure to eliminate the tailing spy led to the breach of information?" Unable to deny it, Orochimaru, with a hint of regret, replied, "I am truly sorry." Neither Maki nor he had anticipated that the supposedly defeated Moonlight Gale would unexpectedly rise to challenge them. Caught off guard, not only did he sustain minor injuries, but the opponent grew more emboldened, ultimately provoking the Konoha patrol's Umbu, forcing both he and Maki to retreat. Initially, after observing Konoha for several days without any notable movements, they assumed that Moonlight Gale's injuries had rendered him incapable of relaying information. However, it now seemed that information had indeed been leaked. It remained uncertain how much Konoha knew, but given that the Chunin exams had not been cancelled, it suggested either a miscalculation or a confidence in their own strength. But this is beneficial, since the third Hokage is so relentless. "It appears he is determined to endure to the end," Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. "Let me witness just how much strength and resolve that legendary ninja still possesses." The original plan remained unchanged, as preparations were made to deploy Kimimaro in conjunction with the hunt for the Kazekage. Is it advantageous or disadvantageous to teach a clever student? Mizuki found himself at a loss, yet he acknowledged that Sakura had required little worry on his part. It was merely a matter of contemplating what would be most appropriate to teach. In the span of more than half a month, it seems I have imparted nearly all that I can teach. The efficacy of this knowledge is yet to be determined, but at the very least, the majority has been grasped. What remains is merely a matter of practice and flexible application. Teacher Shuemu, what do you think about my endeavor to study the combat style of Gaara, the Sand Ninja? A curious mind, when at leisure, often wanders into fanciful thoughts. Just yesterday, I was delving into the intricacies of puppet techniques with Sakura, and today I find myself captivated by Gaara's fighting style. Shuemu shook his head and replied, "Are you certain you wish to pursue this? It is not an easy undertaking. Why do you specifically desire to learn the techniques of the Sand Ninja? Sand is so coarse and unclean, I would rather not pursue that. I wish to emulate his combat style using water, which appears to be formidable for both offense and defense." Sighing, Shuemu remarked, setting aside whether you can indeed master it. "How can I teach you when I myself lack the expertise? Moreover, you have made a crucial error. Even if you were to achieve the transformation of water-based chakra, it would not suffice. Chakra is merely a simulation, and Gaara's techniques predominantly utilize real sand, not a mere imitation. Unless you are willing to carry an excessively heavy water gourd, which may impede your growth in the future, you might as well reconsider." Many ordinary individuals perceive ninjas as enchanting beings, capable of conjuring various elemental techniques, earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning, that are truly mesmerizing. However, they fail to comprehend that chakra is simply chakra. No matter how accurately one simulates the 5 elements, even with exquisite transformation and nature alteration, it remains a counterfeit. Take Shuemu's fire techniques, for instance. He can manipulate chakra to produce qualities akin to genuine flame, emanating vast amounts of light and heat, igniting other objects, and even merging with natural fire to achieve greater effects, indistinguishable from the authentic element. Yet, once he relinquishes control, the simulated flames dissipate, returning to the natural state. Thus, for Sakura to learn Gaara's combat style, she must first master the transformation of water-based chakra, carry an ample supply of water, and regularly nurture her chakra to enhance its vitality and control. When the time comes for actual combat, she could potentially harness her superior control to emulate Gaara's sand-based fighting capabilities. Furthermore, Shuemu emphasized a crucial point. You must have heard me mention that Gaara is the strongest chunin in the exam, which has piqued your interest. However, there is no need for envy. You may not be aware that even if you were to refine your water techniques to a level of fluidity akin to Gaara's, you would not attain his level of power. If I am not mistaken, that automatic defense of sand is likely not a mere technique, but rather a bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Besides Sasuke's Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan, and powerful techniques like ice release, is such sand defense also a form of bloodline limit? Indeed, Shuemu replied with a smile. Your knowledge is still quite limited. The bloodline limits in this world are far more extraordinary than you can imagine. Gaara's ability to control sand is said to be a protection from his mother's spirit after her death, and even his name derives from her. Shuemu scoffed at such claims. How could a person who had been deceased for so many years possess such abilities? The notion that one could effectively withstand Rock Lee's attacks, especially after he had opened the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates, implied that they must have been extraordinarily formidable in life. As for the sand manipulation technique, given the sand ninja's somewhat unimpressive performance, it was not surprising to witness. It was likely that Gaara inherited such abilities from his mother. After hearing Shuemu's words, Sakura lowered her head in disappointment. Noticing her expression, Shuemu remarked, "The third round of the Chunin exams is approaching. I understand your impatience, but you have been too restless lately, failing to take the time to contemplate your own path." During this period, Shuemu had indeed imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to Sakura, but the primary advantage had been to provide her with more options while she was still relatively weak, allowing her to better leverage her intellectual strengths. "I understand, Teacher Shuemu," Sakura replied, her voice laced with frustration, but with the competition drawing near. "I can't shake the feeling of being far behind." Hearing her discontent, Shuemu corrected her. "There is something you may have misunderstood. Do you truly believe your progress has been minimal during this time?" Sakura nodded. "I know that the techniques you've taught me are invaluable, but how can I possibly ascend to Chunin in such a short time? I truly despise the thought of losing." Even though Sakura had made a long-term decision a month ago to forego the immediate gratification of defeating Dosu, watching her comrades compete and knowing she could only retreat in defeat felt utterly disheartening. "Oh dear, you are still such a competitive child," Shuemu sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Firstly, I must convey that you do not yet fully grasp the extent of your current abilities. Let me put it this way. A month ago, you had a significant chance of defeating Uchiha Sasuke. What was Sasuke's strength a month prior? He possessed a single Tomo Sharingan, basic ninjutsu, and a smattering of fire release techniques. Beyond that, he was merely applying what he had learned in the Ninja Academy. With Sakura's current capabilities, provided she employed the right tactics, she had ample means to overcome Sasuke. Of course, if Sasuke activated his cursed seal, dramatically enhancing his physical prowess and overwhelming her with sheer strength and speed, Sakura would likely find herself outmatched. Defeating Sasuke? How could that be possible? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. In her eyes, Sasuke was the epitome of perfection, and the thought of surpassing him was unfathomable. "You must have faith in what I am saying, as well as in your own abilities. While Sasuke may be significantly stronger now than before, whether you can prevail is uncertain. However, it is undeniable that you have improved considerably." "Oh, so I haven't surpassed Sasuke yet," Sakura sighed in relief. "You tend to feel inadequate, and I bear some responsibility for that. All this time, you have been training against me, employing techniques I have taught you, and every single one of your attacks has been anticipated by me. Consequently, during our training sessions, you may feel particularly powerless, which is only natural." After taking a sip of water, Mizuki continued, "However, you must understand that the person before you is a Chunin, not merely a candidate. His innate strength far surpasses yours. Do you truly believe you can easily defeat me with what I have taught you?" Such naivety is rather amusing. His words resonated with Sakura, enlightening her. I see now. I have been overly arrogant, Mizuki-sensei, she admitted, feeling a sense of shame. This is not your fault. It is I who failed to communicate clearly. All this time, Sakura's sharp intellect and remarkable learning efficiency had obscured the fact that she was merely a 12-year-old girl with limited experience, lacking the wisdom to assess her own abilities and gauge those of others. While Mizuki had been diligent in imparting knowledge and ninjutsu, he had neglected to provide her with a definitive direction, a lapse on his part. No ninja becomes powerful solely by relying on others. One must forge their own path. What I teach you is primarily to broaden your horizons, granting you more choices in the future. Sakura grasped Mizuki's intent, but questioned. Why not select a focal point for me? With your abilities, surely you could identify a suitable direction for me? Hearing Sakura's inquiry, Mizuki chuckled and nodded. You are not mistaken in that regard. A teacher must possess some discernment. However, a ninja's journey is not solely determined by talent. There are far more critical elements at play. More critical elements? Sakura inquired, puzzled. In this world, no two individuals are entirely alike. Naruto craves recognition and aspires to become Hokage, while Sasuke yearns for power, an ambition that eclipses all else. What, then, is your innermost desire? Before Sakura could respond, Mizuki continued, I can assure you with confidence that your skills in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu are remarkably exceptional, surpassing my own. If you wish to pursue a path in this direction, it would be wise to seek a teacher more suited to your talents. Sealing techniques and barrier techniques, combined with your outstanding tactical abilities, will serve as significant enhancements. Your ninjutsu talent is rather average, and there are limitations to your chakra reserves. Even with the breath control technique I have taught you, it remains merely a supplementary skill, excelling in concealment and endurance, but offering no amplification to the potency of ninjutsu. As for your taijutsu, I must say, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, it would be best to abandon that pursuit. It does not suit you. Mizuki's assessment was devoid of exaggeration. Despite imparting various techniques to help mitigate Sakura's disadvantages in close combat, the fundamental disparity was challenging to overcome. Mediocre ninjutsu talent, even with abundant chakra at one's disposal, proves futile. Should one aspire merely for a reputation akin to Kakashi's as a copy ninja, what significance does that hold? In the realm of authentic ninja combat, such tactics will become obsolete in 3 years. Upon hearing Mizuki's evaluation, Sakura bowed her head in contemplation. Is it not disheartening? Sometimes, a ninja's potential diverges from their innermost aspirations. Take Rock Lee, for instance. Do you think he was born with the resolve to become a taijutsu ninja? Surely, it was his inability to wield ninjutsu that compelled him down this path. Beneath the seemingly delicate exterior of Sakura Haruno lies a spirit that is anything but weak. Her steadfast character conceals a latent ferocity. Abandoning the straightforward and instinctual combat style of taijutsu may not be the wisest choice. And perhaps Tsunade truly is the most suitable mentor for her. Currently, Mizuki's actions serve a dual purpose, as a transitional phase and as a means for Sakura to reflect upon her journey when she eventually returns to her predetermined path, ensuring she does not forsake her most vital talents and other possibilities. With the final day of the 1-month deadline upon her, Sakura finally finds the time to delve into a serious contemplation of her gains over the past month. Initially, she intended to administer a final test, but deemed it unnecessary, especially with the impending battle on the morrow, where the fruits of her labor will be laid bare before all. In closing, she offers a word of caution. Do not underestimate Dosu. Beyond his sonic attacks, he possesses other capabilities. However, by leveraging her strengths, her chances of success are considerable. Thank you, Teacher Mizuki, for your guidance this past month, Sakura bows in gratitude. In tandem, Ino prepares to depart, marking the end of their month-long commitment. With half a day left to prepare, it is wise to rest well, for tomorrow heralds a significant change. From the morrow onward, the ninja world shall be anything but tranquil. Since Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, the battles that had lurked in the shadows will gradually come to light, signaling the end of peaceful days. Reflecting on this month of teaching, Mizuki finds it to be an introspective journey as well. In many ways, his circumstances mirror those of Sakura. However, she has the guidance of Tsunade, while he must navigate his own path. The road is laid out. Yet time, an ever-elusive resource, remains in short supply. Among the teachings imparted to Sakura, Mizuki holds a particular fondness for the breath control technique. Unlike the sealing technique, which directly stores chakra, and unleashes it in critical moments with certain side effects. Breath control is distinct. It does not store chakra directly. Instead, it assimilates the dissipated mental and physical energies, refining chakra for storage. This seemingly superfluous step is not without merit. It reduces the burden on the body by repurposing waste rather than merely channeling chakra. Additionally, unlike sealing, which confines chakra to the forehead, breath control is a comprehensive technique that operates at the cellular level, allowing for expansive storage throughout the body. The amount of chakra stored increases as one's control improves. This skill can only be mastered by adept sealing practitioners and those with exceptional chakra control, and its pervasive nature allows for chakra to be released and adjusted from any part of the body. Not only is it the ideal companion for cultivating sage mode, but it also serves as an excellent aid for the execution of seals, barriers, and even illusions. Theoretically, it may also counteract the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques to some extent. Teaching Sakura is, in essence, an endeavor, a means to observe the extent to which this girl, who possesses the ability to wield this technique with perfection akin to his own, can truly excel. Perhaps in the future, it may even be necessary to rely on Sakura for support. Having accomplished so much, Mizuki has fulfilled Kakashi's commission. Now, it is time to prepare for the grand spectacle that awaits tomorrow. Mizuki is not a battle enthusiast. During the last mission in the Land of Waves, he was merely compelled by circumstance to engage in a skirmish among a few Chunin and Genin. However, this time, the challenges range from formidable ninjas to colossal summoning beasts, from team confrontations to individual duels, none of which can be compared to previous trivial altercations. To speak candidly, although Mizuki has not significantly altered the overarching narrative, numerous subtle details have diverged considerably from the original. Whether these changes will lead to a qualitative transformation remains to be seen tomorrow. At the break of dawn the next day, Mizuki and Kotetsu shared a long-awaited breakfast together. "This is unexpectedly lavish, Kotetsu," Mizuki remarked with satisfaction. "Your culinary skills remain exceptional." "I'm glad you like it," Kotetsu replied with a subdued smile. "But is it really appropriate to prepare such a feast for breakfast? Especially the assorted sushi. I haven't indulged in this much in ages." "Today is rather special," Kotetsu remarked. "Since last night, you have been meticulously checking your ninja tools. And today you've donned everything you can carry. I've never seen you so attentive to a single mission before." "Ah, you've caught on," Mizuki said, running a hand through his hair. "It seems that attempting to conceal something from the observant Kotetsu is futile. I didn't want you to worry. But since you've noticed, I shall exercise caution today. Indeed, you too should be careful." The streets of Konoha buzzed with activity, resembling a festive celebration. And even seated in the conference room, one could sense the excitement outside. Mizuki sat quietly in a corner, fidgeting with his fingers while surveying his surroundings. Familiar faces filled the room. It appeared this was indeed the main force of Konoha. To his left, Ibiki remained as taciturn as ever. When he wasn't smiling, he appeared relatively benign, yet any other expression accentuated the scars on his face, rendering him even more intimidating. "Ibiki, why were you reassigned to patrol the outpost? With your skills and expertise, it would be more fitting for you to remain on-site," Mizuki casually inquired. "To avoid frightening the children on-site, ha ha ha," came a raucous voice from across the room. Looking at the boisterous Mitarashi Anko, Mizuki sighed and turned to Ibiki. "Is that a cold joke? Do you find it amusing?" Ibiki remained silent, his scars twitching. The humor of Konoha's ninjas is indeed perplexing. "Irika, don't you agree?" Mizuki nudged the man seated to his right. Irika awkwardly responded. "I must confess, I too belong to the category of those lacking a sense of humor." "Really? Have I ever said that about you before?" Mizuki questioned. To which Irika nodded affirmatively. "I see. It appears this one may remain single for life," Mizuki murmured softly to himself. No one seems to appreciate Mitarashi Anko's darkly humorous jests. It seems she is destined to be alone. An unfortunate fate for someone with such a pleasant appearance and physique. As Shui Mu's words hung in the air, a bamboo skewer suddenly flew past, embedding itself into the table before him, startling him. "Did I just hear something extraordinary? Was it you who spoke?" Miss Satoshi Azuki, with a smile that lacked warmth, squinted at Shui Mu. "How could that be?" Shui Mu turned to inquire with Ibiki and Irika. "Did someone just say something here?" Ibiki remained impassive, while Irika offered an awkward grin. "See, you must have misheard. They didn't catch anything." Upon hearing Shui Mu's ramblings, Miss Satoshi Azuki glanced at Ibiki and Irika. Initially, She presumed both were fine gentlemen, but it appeared that their prolonged association with Shui Mu had led them astray. Hey, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. What do you mean by led astray? You make it sound as if I am some sort of contagion. Her sharp words cut deep, insinuating that there could have been any potential between him and either Ibiki or Irika. Just then, a figure emerged, none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon his arrival, everyone stood and bowed in respect. Please, take your seats, the third Hokage instructed. Today, he was adorned in a vintage military uniform, regaining some semblance of his former glory. The third swept his gaze over the assembly before announcing, I trust everyone has received the arrangements for today. The third round of the Chunin exams is about to commence, and we are preparing to usher in our esteemed guests. This occasion is of utmost significance, so I ask that you all exert your utmost efforts. Is there anything unclear? Shui Mu raised his hand and asked, what should I do if my team leader, Hatake Kakashi, hasn't he returned yet? The third Hokage replied, Kakashi has already reported in and will return promptly, so there is no need for concern. Other Jonin are present, so we should be fine for now. Understood. Shui Mu nodded in acknowledgement. In the original narrative, aside from the Umbu, only 2 Jonin appeared, Kakashi and Might Guy. It seemed that other Jonin had not made an appearance. Yet, given the current situation, one could only wonder if reinforcements would be dispatched, as there was a pervasive shortage of personnel. After a brief silence with no further inquiries, the third Hokage concluded, that will be all, let us proceed. At the entrance of the venue, Shui Mu observed the audience filing in. Reflecting on the diverse bloodlines within the ninja realm, various skin tones, hair colors, and an array of peculiar tattoos and body art, along with countless outlandish hairstyles that elicited both amusement and astonishment. In this light, perhaps the thick eyebrows of Might Guy were not so difficult to accept after all. Lost in thought, Shui Mu glanced at the earnest Might Guy beside him, with his square jaw and prominent features, appearing rather dignified in silence. Seemingly sensing Shui Mu's gaze, Might Guy turned to him, gave a thumbs up, and flashed a dazzling smile that nearly blinded him. Startled, Shui Mu quickly averted his eyes, thinking, I must not engage with him, otherwise I might catch his fervor. The relentless enthusiasm of such spirited individuals, especially when coupled with formidable strength, was truly daunting. Sometimes, their fervent zeal was simply irresistible. A few individuals meticulously scrutinized the bustling crowd, remaining vigilant against any potential infiltrators. However, under the watchful eyes of many, it was implausible to implement overly stringent measures, making it difficult to discern truly malevolent ninjas through such methods. Only a handful of ordinary thieves and pickpockets attempted to pass unnoticed before being apprehended by the ninjas. It is a well-known adage that while one may engage in thievery for 1,000 days, there is no assurance of safeguarding against thieves for the same duration. This approach was undeniably too passive. Relying solely on a few clandestine operatives mingling among the common populace could not adequately protect such a vast venue. Despite the widespread prevalence of chakra in this world, ninjas remained relatively scarce compared to ordinary citizens. As the seemingly perfunctory inspection neared its conclusion, the candidates for the examination began to arrive. The first to show up was Dos, who appeared alone, exuding an aura of desolation. He likely understood that this would be his final performance in the ninja world, having been forsaken by all. Thus, concluding his ninja career on a satisfactory note became his last glimmer of hope. Little did he know that his 2 teammates, Sak and Jin, had tragically perished before him, sacrificed by Orochimaru as offerings for the reanimation technique. Perhaps he should take solace in the fact that he had survived a little longer. Among the early arrivals were the Sand Ninja Trio. Aside from Gaara, who remained impassive, Kankuro and Temari exhibited signs of unease, revealing their guilt-ridden conscience. Conversely, Kankuro was audacious enough to appear brazenly, raising the question of whether his boldness stemmed from courage or a belief that he remained undetected. Most other candidates were accompanied by teachers or teammates. However, Sakura's solitary arrival was unexpected, considering that Kakashi and Sasuke were absent, and Naruto appeared to be late. Her situation was understandable. Sakura exchanged a brief greeting with Mizuki before embarking on a search for Sasuke's presence. Lastly, the tardy Naruto arrived just before the commencement of the event. Is everyone here? Let us proceed. Today is your stage to shine, so perform well. The proctor, Kurama Genma, began addressing the candidates with instructions on important matters. Wait, it seems Sasuke has not yet arrived, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Kurama responded, "We cannot afford to wait any longer. This is not like the previous examinations. Many dignitaries are observing your performance, and we cannot keep the feudal lords waiting." "But what if Sasuke does not make it in time?" Sakura inquired anxiously. "If he has not arrived before the start of his match, he will be deemed to have forfeited, granting victory to his opponent without a fight." "How could this be?" Sakura and Naruto exchanged worried glances towards the entrance, failing to catch sight of Sasuke. "Enough delays. Let us proceed," Kurama concluded, preparing to fulfill his duties as proctor. Once the audience and candidates had mostly entered the venue, a host of distinguished individuals, accompanied by their attendants, took their seats in the VIP section. After everything was set, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage arrived fashionably late, settling into their positions at the opposing podium. "Why is there still only one guard?" the third Hokage pondered. There was no apparent enhancement of security as expected. Was this a display of confidence in oneself? Or perhaps it is to fulfill the responsibilities of the Hokage, to demonstrate one's prowess and resolute demeanor? Or is it to atone for past transgressions, awaiting Orochimaru's approach? Subsequently, Mizuki glanced at Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage. Though the distance rendered the view unclear, the shadows of the two great ninja villages were surrounded by minimal protection, for they themselves were embodiments of formidable strength. No longer gazing into the distance, Mizuki stood quietly at the back corridor, surveying the entire venue, hoping to recognize a few familiar figures from memory. Has Kabuto not yet arrived? After searching for some time without spotting the elusive spy, Mizuki was compelled to relinquish his quest. Meanwhile, the match between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga had commenced. In terms of innate talent, Neji Hyuga stands as one of the true prodigies among the 12 ninjas. In the realm of ninja capabilities, perhaps only Shikamaru Nara could rival him. Indeed, it is Shikamaru Nara, not the destined child Naruto Uzumaki, nor the reincarnation of Indra. Sasuke Uchiha. Shikamaru possesses an intellectual advantage that eclipses all others, yet he bears a disposition of languid indifference. Were he to exhibit even a modicum of enthusiasm for ninjutsu, his future achievements would be boundless. The shadow imitation technique, often lauded, is a product of Shikamaru's innovative adaptation of the shadow binding technique inherited from his family. Simultaneously, Shikamaru evokes a sense of regret in Mizuki. His brilliant intellect remains underutilized in crucial situations, and his character leads him to overly rely on his mind to resolve issues, often opting for the easiest path when faced with challenges. This neglect of physical training has rendered Shikamaru's skills somewhat deficient amongst the competitors. His match against Temari showcased his extraordinary talent, but also revealed a significant flaw in his raw strength. Sooner or later, he will realize that without sufficient power to leverage his intellectual advantages, he will inevitably face dire consequences. On the other hand, Neji Hyuga represents another rare genius, with gentle fist techniques seemingly tailored to him. His chakra control at short to medium range, enhanced by the Byakugan, is executed with remarkable finesse, and he fully realizes the potential of the gentle fist. Unfortunately, as of now, Neji remains bound by the constraints of his clan, lacking the temperament of a true strongman. Nevertheless, in 3 years, the remarkably gifted Neji could become the first among the Konoha 12 to ascend to the rank of Jonin, if not for encountering Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki who harnesses the Nine-Tails chakra to break through Neji's chakra-sealing abilities and turn the tide. Neji might have emerged as another genin promoted to Chunin in this Chunin exam. Alongside Shikamaru, the progression of the match mirrored that of the original narrative, regardless of Neji's significant advantages. Even a mere fraction of Naruto's power was an insurmountable challenge for him. Without the ability to conclude the battle swiftly, the efficacy of the gentle fist diminished. And as the confrontation escalated into a test of endurance, Neji's chances of victory became increasingly slim. As anticipated, there was little change in the outcome. Naruto Uzumaki still faced a challenging path to secure his first victory. The process, however, was nothing short of exhilarating, and the triumphant Naruto garnered applause from the audience. Perhaps this marked Naruto's inaugural moment of recognition from the crowd. Elated after vanquishing a formidable foe, he was eager to showcase his achievement to Sasuke, only to discover that his friend had yet to arrive. As the match concluded, Mizuki surveyed the surroundings and noted an increased number of spectators compared to earlier. A curious figure among the crowd caught his attention. Was that the enigmatic Kabuto? When did he arrive? Suddenly, Mizuki spotted a suspicious Umbu in the far corner of the stands, undoubtedly Kabuto himself. True to his reputation as a seasoned and multifaceted spy, he had managed to infiltrate the area unnoticed, even as Mizuki had deliberately sought him out. However, it was not yet the time for decisive action. Kakashi had not returned, and the main forces were not yet assembled, necessitating caution. With this in mind, Mizuki redirected his gaze back to the arena, where it was finally time for Sakura Haruno to take the stage. The unassuming Sakura, who had kept a low profile, was bound to astonish the audience. Yet, with neither her teammates nor their supervising teacher present, Mizuki, assigned to this task, felt it inappropriate to cheer her on. Instead, he wished her luck in silence. To Mizuki's surprise, there were still supporters rallying for Sakura. He observed Ino Yamanaka, unabashedly shouting and cheering from her seat, and Rock Lee, who had just arrived, exuberantly gesturing with his crutch and blowing kisses. Mizuki couldn't help but feel that the standard of the Konoha Ninja Cheer Squad was rather lacking. Was it wise for Gai-sensei to allow Lee, still recovering from his injuries, to behave so recklessly? But then again, such exuberance was a hallmark of youth. The familiar sight of a thumbs up, accompanied by a cheerful smile and gleaming teeth, prompted Mizuki to conclude that perhaps it was best to focus on the match itself. Dosu, observing the seemingly unremarkable Sakura Haruno, could not fathom how she managed to compete at his level, save for her striking hair color. He believed she should have been facing Uchiha Sasuke much sooner. Having witnessed Sakura's prowess in the Forest of Death, he recognized her unexpected talent and barrier techniques. Yet her illusionary skills seemed barely noteworthy. In his estimation, she was far from his caliber. Her advancement could only be attributed to exceptional teammates and sheer luck. He hoped for a swift conclusion to the match, eager to encounter Sasuke and fulfill his own mission. As soon as the signal from Kakashi was given, Dosu wasted no time closing in on Sakura, launching a powerful right hook aimed at knocking her out. His arrogance was evident. He recklessly attacked without a proper assessment of his opponent's true capabilities. Mizuki, watching from the stands, shook his head at Dosu's brazen assault. As the leader of the Sound Ninja Trio, Dosu typically exhibited a commendable level of composure, maintaining at least a facade of humility and politeness. However, it appeared that recent events had weighed heavily upon him, leading to such a hasty misstep. It seemed that Sakura might seize the advantage from the outset. As anticipated, the spring wild cherry, which Dose had expected to strike effortlessly, inexplicably evaded his attack. Had he missed? No, it was an illusionary technique. When had she employed it? There were no signs whatsoever. In an instant, Dose discerned the young Sakura's countermeasure. During their encounter in the Forest of Death, she had similarly used illusions to torment Saku. Evidently, the little girl was not only adept at barrier techniques, but also quite proficient in illusions. He had underestimated her. However, Dose remained unfazed. The sonic attack unleashed by the armor on his right hand was not a technique that could simply be evaded. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as Dose had envisioned. In a flash, 3 shurikens hurtled toward him with blinding speed, prompting a startled Dose to raise his armor in defense. Yet, the situation was far from over. He suddenly spotted Sakura materializing eerily to his left rear, closing in rapidly. Her right arm had taken on a blade-like form, enveloped in a layer of chakra, and was aimed directly at his heart. There was no time to evade. How could she be so swift? Even as he found himself in a precarious situation, Dose relied on his extensive combat experience and the instincts honed through years of life and death struggles. He twisted his body desperately, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. But the chakra-infused surgical knife still sliced a significant gash into the back of his shoulder and left upper arm, blood flowing profusely. A seasoned warrior, Dose did not retreat. Instead, he executed a half-turn and unleashed another sonic attack aimed at Sakura's torso. This time, it was no illusion, it was genuine. How would she evade this? Despite enduring excruciating pain from his injury, he seized the rare opportunity to strike decisively, showcasing his formidable prowess as a genin. A testament to his emergence as a standout amidst the bloodshed in the Sound Village. However, Sakura nimbly leaped aside, narrowly evading Dose's incoming fist, before swiftly retreating to gain distance. Dose did not pursue. Instead, he quickly fell back, utilizing his right hand and teeth to hastily bandage his wound. How could this be? His sonic attack had seemingly produced no effect. If the first instance had been a result of his arrogance leading him unknowingly into an illusion, this time he was certain it was Sakura's true form. Having endured his sonic assault at close range, she emerged unscathed, a bewildering reality that left him astounded. The spectators were likely perplexed, witnessing Dose inexplicably throwing punches at thin air, then getting injured by Sakura, and still failing to connect with his subsequent strikes. All while wearing a look of utter bewilderment. Those unfamiliar with Dose's sonic attack technique would struggle to comprehend the unfolding events. Only a handful of knowledgeable ninjas grasped the intricacies of the confrontation. Initially, Sakura had taken advantage of the moment when Noera Hinata signaled the start, using the opportunity to bow, while quietly employing her illusion technique. Seizing Dose's overzealous offensive, she had managed to wound him and subsequently defended against his elusive sonic attacks with remarkable finesse. Hey, did Sakura's match begin so quickly? Suddenly, the boisterous Naruto appeared beside Mizuki. Where have you been? Moments ago, there was hardly anyone cheering for Sakura. Both her teammates and instructors were absent, raising concerns about the spirit of their team. If only the arrogant Sasuke would refrain from constantly seeking the spotlight to entice Sakura, Team 7 would not face such dilemmas. Naruto remarked that he had wasted some time receiving treatment from a medical ninja at the back. However, it seemed that Sakura was faring quite well in her match. The bandaged opponent had impressively knocked out the spirited Choji, yet Sakura managed to maintain the upper hand. How was she achieving this? Let us wholeheartedly support her. If Sakura emerges victorious, she will face you in the next round, you know? Indeed, it appears to be the case. Throughout, Naruto's focus had been solely on Sasuke and his current rival, Neji Hyuga, but now he was unexpectedly faced with the prospect of battling Sakura, which was truly beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, the audience displayed a rather subdued reaction. The combat styles and ninjutsu of both fighters were rather uneventful, lacking the dazzling allure that captivates the crowd. Only when blood was drawn did they garner a modicum of attention. Despite a challenging start and sustaining considerable injuries, the impact on their combat effectiveness had yet to reach critical levels. After several rounds of grappling, Dose finally realized that his most formidable weapon, the sonic wave attack, had proven ineffective against Haruno Sakura. It was not entirely without effect. Rather, much of its potency had been negated by some method, rendering it incapable of delivering the swift results it once did. If only the speed and frequency of his attacks were sufficient, he could still inflict damage on his opponent, as evidenced by the shallow wounds adorned with traces of blood on Sakura's arm. However, witnessing Sakura utilize her medical ninjutsu to alleviate and heal injuries that could impede her performance filled Dose with a sense of dread. The wounds on his left shoulder and arm showed signs of reopening. If this continued, ordinary bandages would prove futile. Unlike his opponent, he lacked the convenience of medical ninjutsu, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Was it truly as he feared, that they were merely expendable pawns, worthless? To fall here without ever encountering Uchiha Sasuke was beyond comprehension. Even though he was acutely aware of his position, he could not quell his dissatisfaction. He could not afford to prolong this impasse. It was time to demonstrate to these leaf ninjas, who had grown up playing ninja games, the terror of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Often, strength is not the sole determinant of victory. The unpredictable nature of battle presents numerous variables. A moment of negligence can thrust Dose into a precarious predicament. Had he approached the situation with the right mindset, there would have been ample opportunity for triumph. Regrettably, his injuries hampered his performance, and in a scenario where the disparity in strength was minimal, it proved to be fatal. Furthermore, Sakura embodied the most troublesome type of medical ninja. If his sonic wave attacks were ineffective, he would be forced into a war of attrition, relying solely on his physical endurance to defeat her. Unfortunately, the severe injuries sustained at the outset had rendered such hopes mere fantasies. Should this continue, Dose would soon find himself unable to persist. On the observation platform, Shuei-mu was attentively monitoring the unfolding battle when suddenly a burst of chakra smoke erupted, revealing the figures of Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be attending to the esteemed individuals above? Shuei-mu was somewhat familiar with these two. Asuma's experience as a guardian ninja, coupled with his status as the Hokage's son, made him ideally suited for interactions with high-ranking officials. Asuma lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before responding. We're short on personnel here, so we came to lend a hand. The important figures above are mostly accompanied by their own guards, so there's little to worry about for now. Oh, I thought you came down to support Shikamaru, Shuei-mu remarked. Not necessary. Shikamaru is a clever strategist. If he desires to win, he will always find a way. The Chunin exams won't pose a challenge for him. Asuma had great faith in Orochimaru's abilities, yet he couldn't help but wonder when Haruno Sakura had become so formidable. She had managed to overpower Dosu completely, leaving him unable to retaliate. The prowess of Kakashi's team was indeed impressive. It was remarkable for a first-time leader to have such a capable squad, overshadowing the other Jonin. The manner and timing in which they executed their Jinjutsu at the onset were impeccable. As a Jinjutsu specialist, Kurenai Yuhi had a heightened sensitivity to nuances, making her keenly observant of details. Moreover, what was that enveloping aura of chakra? It could deftly withstand the penetrating damage of sound wave attacks. Enveloping oneself in chakra is not an insurmountable task for a skilled ninja, but the continuous supply of chakra and the adaptability of its application are rare. Even Jonin find it challenging to maintain such fluidity while simultaneously exhibiting combat effectiveness. Seeing Sakura, who was beginning to achieve results, confidently contained Dosu brought a sigh of relief to Shuei-mu. Sakura's success validated his belief in her potential. In truth, Shuei-mu had numerous strategies to counter Dosu's sonic attacks. Such levels of sound wave assaults are trivial in the presence of true power. However, many of the countermeasures available are typically beyond the reach of lower-ranking ninjas. Given Sakura's foundational knowledge, the techniques applicable in the Chunin exams would be limited to the breath control technique and the chakra shield. Considering the characteristics of these two jutsu, Sakura had considerable options at her disposal. The breath control technique serves as a comprehensive source of chakra, while the chakra shield is a technique that combines chakra control with sealing arts. The nature of the breath control technique allows for the use of jutsu like the chakra shield without the need for hand seals. Creating a temporary shield akin to Gaara's sand armor would not pose much difficulty for Sakura. However, both techniques were newly acquired, and their defensive capabilities remained rather fragile. Additionally, Sakura's chakra nature was not as indomitable as Gaara's compact sand, making it susceptible to being breached by a powerful strike. Nevertheless, it was an excellent means to counter such vibrational attacks. No matter how formidable the sonic attack may be, it remains merely a vibration of air. The intricate countermeasures required are beyond Sakura's current abilities. By harnessing the transformation of water-based chakra and the principles of sound dampening, one can significantly diminish the potency of sonic assaults. Concepts such as vacuum noise reduction, porous noise abatement, and resonance dampening can be employed, guiding chakra in accordance with the direction of the attack. The impact of the sonic waves, filtered through a chakra shield, would inflict minimal damage upon her. As long as Sakura can respond swiftly and adjust her chakra accordingly, Dose will not stand a chance. Those lacking insight perceive the clash as merely intense combat, while those with understanding recognize Sakura's true strength. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, victory is merely a matter of time. However, a sudden shift occurs. Dose appears to be fighting with desperation. Mizuki, observing from the sidelines, perceives the subtle changes unfolding. The relentless assault from Dose seems to falter, gradually transitioning into a defensive stance. Luring the enemy deeper, it seems he is prepared to stake everything. Sakura, emboldened by her momentum, steadily drives Dose into a corner. Ultimately, Dose, seemingly battered and unable to withstand further, suffers a direct piercing from a chakra scalpel to his left shoulder. The previously bandaged wound ruptures anew, exacerbating his injuries. "I have won," Sakura confidently declares upon witnessing his dire state. "One?" Dose responds with a peculiar smile, suddenly extending his seemingly incapacitated left hand to tightly grasp Sakura's right arm. "This time, you cannot escape." Before his words can fully dissipate, his right fist strikes, penetrating Sakura's chakra defense with a heavy blow to her abdomen. No longer relying on sonic attacks, he engages in raw, unadorned hand-to-hand combat. As the shield shatters, the resonance of the sonic wave returns to play its role. The force of the punch is so tremendous that it propels Sakura backward, even dislodging Dose's grip. For the first time, Dose seizes the initiative, relentlessly closing the distance to capitalize on Sakura's precarious position before she lands, preparing to deliver a decisive blow that would secure his victory. The sudden turn of events catches Sakura off guard. However, she remains composed. Her left hand swiftly channels healing energy to her abdominal wound. With a flick of her right hand, a thread of chakra rapidly forms and connects to a nearby tree branch. She pulls forcefully, propelling herself sideways and narrowly evading Dose's attack, crashing heavily onto the ground and sliding several meters away. The series of coordinated attacks has drained Dose's reserves, rendering him temporarily unable to pursue. The pace of the battle has astonished the audience, transforming the previously subdued match into a frenzied spectacle that ignites their fervor, creating a more vibrant atmosphere. Amidst the cacophony of cheers from the uninformed crowd, Mizuki watches Sakura struggle to rise after enduring significant damage. Alas, this is the final lesson I cannot impart as a teacher. When you take up arms, you must be prepared to face the possibility of death. Upon witnessing Sakura rise to her feet, Naruto, who had been consumed by anxiety moments before, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. The sudden and brutal attack from Dose had been truly terrifying, yet it appeared that she had suffered no lasting harm. He promptly resumed his enthusiastic encouragement for Sakura. "Please, be quiet, Naruto," Mizuki chided. Sakura has already secured her victory. The desperate struggle of Dose had failed to yield any decisive outcome, thereby rendering the result almost inevitable. With Kakashi's team boasting 2 victories, it would be difficult for them to hold their heads high before the third Hokage. Among the newly graduated genin, both Kurenai's and Asuma's teams had only managed to send one member into the third round, an inconspicuous Shino and a lackadaisical Shikamaru, highlighting the stark disparity in performance. On the sidelines, Sakura stood, hastily tending to her injuries while casting a glance at Dose, who seemed barely able to remain upright. "You have no chances left. It would be wise to concede now. Continuing to fight will only lead to your demise," she urged her opponent. It was evident that Dose had already lost a significant amount of blood, and without prompt medical attention, it would soon be too late. With his vision blurring, Dose mustered his strength to retort, "Are you jesting? Sound ninja, do not concede. Only death is our final destination." Realizing further persuasion was futile, Sakura turned her gaze to the proctor. "Genma, shall we continue, proctor?" she inquired. The opponent shows no intention of surrendering, so the match must proceed. If it were a Konoha ninja, it would be best to conclude it quickly, but if it is a sound ninja seeking their own demise, let them have it. As time advanced, Dose's prospects dwindled, leaving him with no choice but to summon his last reserves of strength and attempt one final assault, while Sakura's injuries remained a hindrance. Perhaps a miracle could occur. Noticing Dose's relentless pursuit, Sakura set her mind to evasion, channeling chakra to hasten her movements. Using the chakra threads emitted from her palms to glide away from him. Despite the searing pain coursing through her body, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on the intricacies of maintaining her chakra armor. It was wiser to keep her distance and await Dose's inevitable downfall. The prospect of suffering another blow was simply too unfortunate to contemplate. The ensuing match grew increasingly tedious, as Dose staggered in pursuit of Sakura, who deftly evaded him with grace, denying him even a chance to close the distance. His speed waned, and his attacks became increasingly feeble. In such circumstances, even the untrained spectators could discern the outcome of the battle. The motives of the sound ninja were indeed perplexing. Asuma shook his head, finding it utterly senseless for Dose to persist in such a dire situation. "Perhaps it is desperation," Mizuki replied softly. As a fervent devotee of Orochimaru, dedicated to fulfilling his master's ambitions, the feeling of abandonment must have felt akin to the end of life itself for Dose. He was not inherently malevolent, yet this brutal world had denied him the chance to be virtuous. For the astute Orochimaru, such a useful pawn was expendable in abundance. Yet for the pawn, finding oneself trapped in a dire predicament within enemy territory was an unbearable plight. Fortunately, there remains one final opportunity to prove oneself before Orochimaru, to triumph over the esteemed Uchiha Sasuke in front of a multitude, thereby regaining favor. Alas, it is a lamentable truth that I have reached my limits. I shall collapse without even a chance to confront Sasuke, affirming that Orochimaru's judgment is indeed infallible, and we are simply too weak. Darkness begins to encroach upon my vision, and I can scarcely feel the mechanical punches I throw. A pervasive sense of lethargy spreads through my body, rendering me unable to even discern the figure of my opponent. "Do you not find Sakura Haruno's fighting style rather peculiar?" the observant Yuhi Kurenai remarked, noting how starkly it contrasts with Kakashi's approach. "Is it truly he who has imparted such skills? Her previously impressive genjutsu and her agile, versatile combat techniques are understandable, given Kakashi's reputation as a well-rounded ninja. However, the pivotal medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel, and healing techniques do not seem to align with Kakashi's expertise. Nor have I ever heard of him employing that inexplicable full-body defense technique. Now, this method of utilizing chakra threads for movement, gliding effortlessly across the ground, is entirely at odds with Kakashi's style. Though Kakashi's techniques are varied, his approach leans towards simplicity and swiftness, while Sakura's grace in battle could not possibly stem from his teachings. That is not something Kakashi-sensei taught her. He is so biased, taking Sasuke for special training while leaving me with the lecherous teacher and handing Sakura over to Mizuki-sensei. It is truly excessive. Naruto chimed in, having overheard Kurena's query, expressing surprise at Sakura's remarkable growth. Is that true? Kurena and Asuma turned their gaze to Mizuki, inquiring. To be honest, Asuma, while it may be excusable for others not to know, how is it that you are unaware? Did Ino not inform you? Mizuki sighed, stating that Kakashi's focus is solely on Sasuke, while you have shown insufficient concern for Choji and Ino, preferring to engage in shogi with Shikamaru. Indeed, Asuma-sensei. Yamanaka Ino joined the conversation, expressing that she too has learned a great deal recently, yet your attention towards her has waned, disappearing at every opportunity. You cannot fault Asuma-sensei. After all, he has his own adult concerns, unlike me, who has no such worries. He spends his free time chasing girls, leaving little time to tend to you. Adult concerns? What might those be? Ino understood, while a perplexed Naruto remained oblivious. Enough with the distractions. Focus on the match, for soon you shall face Sakura. If you do not pay attention, you may suffer greatly. Mizuki, currently preoccupied with the unfolding events, was anxious for Kakashi's arrival, wondering why he was delayed. At last, the battle below reached its resolution. The bloody Dosu could no longer endure, and seizing the moment, Sakura deftly manipulated several chakra threads to ensnare him, binding him securely. With a firm tug, the unsteady Dosu collapsed heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. The victor is Sakura Haruno. Unknowingly, Hinata Guren proclaimed the results without delay and beckoned the medical ninjas to assist. At last, it was over, although the competition was not particularly riveting or captivating. Haruno Sakura's prowess was showcased to its fullest extent. Her exceptional combat skills and astute tactical mind were commendable, and her unique application of ninjutsu and strategy was quite remarkable. As a genin, she had already distinguished herself significantly. For Sakura, Mizuki believed that the greatest takeaway from this battle was the experience itself. The outcome was of little consequence, as the Chunin exams would eventually be halted midway, rendering the qualifications for promotion rather insignificant. After all, ninjas are not mere actors. Combat in front of a large audience is not their primary mode of engagement. The true aim is to exhibit strength to influential figures, thereby securing greater political advantages. Each village regards the results of the Chunin exams merely as a reference, operating under an entirely different set of rules. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki, who defeated the reputedly strongest genin, Niji Hyuga, did not advance, while Shikamaru Nara, who lost to Temari, surprisingly became a Chunin. If one were to consider it, Sakura might be the least seasoned genin among them, as her family background afforded her little guidance. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, with formidable peers like Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, she scarcely had opportunities to confront adversaries alone. In the land of waves, with Kakashi Hatake as a pillar of support, the outcome was relatively uneventful. Even when startled in the forest of death, the situation was not dire. Orochimaru is a different matter entirely, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable, lacking any real sense of danger. In the original narrative, the confrontation with the Sound Ninja Trio was also interrupted under Mizuki's influence, while the selection match and Ino Yamanaka's Battle of Awakening were cut short due to an unexpected injury to Ino, allowing her to emerge fortunate. This recent duel with Dosu was likely her first genuine encounter with a formidable foe. In the realm of real combat, a mere fraction can determine the difference between life and death, especially with Dosu's tenacious fighting style, unwilling to retreat even in the face of death. Sakura learned a profound lesson. Being a ninja is not a game, nor is it a naive profession. Without diligent effort, one could truly perish. As she watched Dosu, oblivious to his fate, being carried away, Sakura steadied herself and glanced at the audience above, who were applauding and cheering for her, feeling a tumult of emotions within her as she ascended to the stands along the internal passage. At that moment, a wave of discontent arose among the spectators. The prolonged absence of Uchiha Sasuke was met with dissatisfaction. Many had come to witness the prodigy of the once great Uchiha clan, only to be left disappointed. The murmurs of discontent grew louder. Reluctantly, Hinata Guren had to consult with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After deliberation, it was ultimately decided to postpone the match between Gaara and Sasuke, allowing the duel between Yamanaka Shino and Kankuro to proceed first. As Mizuki had anticipated, Kankuro, unwilling to reveal his strength, readily forfeited. Witnessing such a farce, the audience's discontent escalated. Under pressure, Temari, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to take to the stage for the fifth match. Both sides are tacitly stalling for time, while the protagonists, Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Kakashi, have yet to make their appearance. Yamanaka Shino has achieved a victory without a fight. Is this a stroke of luck or misfortune? Mizuki inquired. In the context of the Chunin exams, a victory is undoubtedly favorable, yet a win without combat carries its own implications. Advancement to the Chunin rank hinges upon one's performance, and progressing to the next round through sheer fortune may elicit perceptions of good luck, but it does little to enhance one's reputation. Given Yamanaka Shino's capabilities, a match against Kanjuro could potentially allow Nara Shikamaru to shine, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of advancement to Chunin. Yuhi Kurenai responded, whether it is luck remains uncertain. However, Shino would certainly prefer not to win in such a manner. Indeed, with her already low presence, lacking opportunities to showcase her strength would further diminish her visibility, which explains why Yamanaka Shino is particularly concerned about whether acquaintances recognize her and extend greetings. The matches below have commenced, yet for someone like Shikamaru, who employs a battle strategy reliant on intellect, the pace feels excruciatingly slow, rendering the waiting period rather tedious. Asuma, you were so confident in Shikamaru just a moment ago. Why do you now appear somewhat anxious? Mizuki remarked as he engaged in casual conversation with a few others, noting that the opposing Kunoichi possesses considerable strength, presenting a formidable challenge for Shikamaru. Asuma replied while puffing on a cigarette. At that moment, having completed her treatment, Sakura emerged from backstage. Mizuki-sensei, your method was remarkably effective. Thank you. No need for thanks. It was your own effort, Mizuki sincerely replied. Make sure to rest well. You have another battle ahead. Sakura nodded in understanding, albeit possibly misinterpreting the situation, as she believed the upcoming match was against Naruto, while Mizuki was referring to the Sand Ninja. Consider it an early investment. Since Naruto and Sasuke cannot intervene, it is prudent to place a bet on the theoretical leading female protagonist, as it aligns with one's intentions and allows for a natural progression. Meanwhile, Naruto and Ino, having heard the commotion, approached Sakura to chat. Just as everyone was engrossed in Nara Shikamaru's performance below, Kakashi finally arrived with Uchiha Sasuke in tow. Ah, everyone is here. What stage are we at? Kakashi greeted. Sasuke was promptly whisked away by a boastful Naruto, eager to showcase his achievements. Sasuke's match had been delayed, and he was slated to compete next. Hearing that he had not lost his qualification due to tardiness, Kakashi felt a wave of relief. Mizuki, too, exhaled in relief, knowing that their strongest asset had finally arrived. With everyone gathered, Mizuki urged, let us refrain from making any moves. I have something to say. The seriousness of Mizuki's tone startled the group. Pay close attention to the corner of the left rear section of the stands. That umbu is not one of ours. Kakashi inquired discreetly, are you certain? The lack of combat strength in the stands was already concerning, and the presence of an enemy infiltrating the umbu was alarming. I have been observing and can confirm that individual was not part of the plan and has infiltrated through some means. Kakashi nodded in understanding and discreetly assessed the layout and security of the stands. Let us refrain from acting rashly for the moment. We must ascertain whether any spies have infiltrated our ranks, Kakashi advised. The ability to breach multiple layers of defense and infiltrate the scene indicates that the assailants are no ordinary adversaries. Is it prudent to act preemptively? Asuma advocated for immediate action. Not yet. We remain unaware of the enemy's primary objectives. Making too much noise may inadvertently alert them, he cautioned. The most vulnerable point lies with the third Hokage. Should we inquire there? Mizuki suggested. He was privy to the underlying circumstances, but could not divulge them openly. The demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen would represent Konoha's most grievous loss in this conflict. It would be wise to offer a subtle warning. The strength of the Hokage has long been ingrained in the public consciousness, and the third, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, has cultivated an impressive reputation. Thus, it is all too easy for everyone to overlook the fact that the third has aged significantly and is far less formidable than he once was, raising the possibility that he has become a genuine target for the enemy. Kakashi shook his head, stating, "We discussed this in previous meetings. The third has insisted on remaining in action, and we must proceed accordingly." Mizuki fell into silence. The activation of the 4 purple flames formation would occur swiftly, and the strength of the Sound Ninja Quartet was formidable. The likelihood of breaking through the barrier in a short time was exceedingly low. If we do not arrange our plans promptly, we will be unable to intervene in the battle between Orochimaru and the Third. Under the threat of Edo Tensei, the Third's chances of survival were virtually non-existent. "Is there no way to intervene?" Mizuki inquired. Few possessed the capability to engage in combat at the Hokage's level. The involvement of ordinary individuals would yield minimal impact. Asuma is one of the few who is somewhat acquainted with the Third. Despite their ideological differences in youth, he retains some understanding of the Third's thoughts. He has long been troubled by the decision to spare Orochimaru in the past, which has now led to the latter's return to wreak havoc upon the village. The notion of personally delivering justice to Orochimaru has never waned in his mind, even at the risk of his own safety, though aware that Asuma spoke the truth. The prospect of witnessing the Third fall in battle while remaining powerless to intervene was an unbearable thought. The only one who might alter the outcome, Jiraiya, while currently within the village, still harbors old sentiments towards Orochimaru. For him, assisting the Third in eliminating Orochimaru would not be an easy choice. Thus, he may remain hidden, waiting for the outcome, only revealing himself when a formidable summoned beast threatens the village. The tangled grievances of those past figures are indeed too intricate to unravel. Mizuki reluctantly set aside his impractical thoughts, focusing instead on the immediate situation. However, it seems that Naruto and Sakura have emerged victorious, which is quite unexpected, Kakashi remarked with a smile. While Naruto's victory, albeit unlikely, remains within the realm of possibility, Sakura's success is particularly astonishing given the vast disparity in their starting strengths. Even with targeted guidance, a month's time is exceedingly brief. You should devote more attention to your students, Kakashi. For now, there should be no issues. Several suspicious targets have already come under close observation before the enemy makes their move. We will act decisively at the first sign of trouble. Then I shall proceed to fulfill my duties as a teacher, he replied. Having spoken, Kakashi waved his hand, setting aside the Intimate Paradise series, to inquire about the conditions of Sakura and Naruto. "We shall ascend first. It would be unwise to neglect the esteemed guests." Now that Kakashi has made his appearance, Asuma and Kurenai must take their leave. "Should any issues arise, we shall descend to assist," they declared. Once the grand illusion technique, Nirvana Sanctuary, is unleashed, everyone will surely be preoccupied with their own concerns, rendering assistance futile. The ninjas present are but a handful. The vast majority are defenseless civilians. In the event of widespread casualties, Konoha's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. They would be scrambling to protect the innocents, likely forced to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, the tournament was reaching a fever pitch, and the outcome seemed imminent. Temari's wind techniques were undeniably formidable, and when combined with her fan-like weaponry, they rendered her attacks even more devastating. While her close-quarters combat skills might not be her forte, she held her own well enough. The power of her wind scythe left Shikamaru struggling to keep up, thwarting his attempts to employ his shadow techniques, which he found increasingly difficult to execute. The prowess of the Sand Ninjas should not be underestimated. Although Temari had yet to find a decisive way to deal with Shikamaru, one must remember that he is no ordinary ninja. With a privileged upbringing, a sharp intellect, and exceptional talent, even his lackadaisical nature could not diminish his capabilities. He was not a mere opponent to be trifled with. The Sand Village, situated within the harsh terrain of the Land of Wind, contended with scarce resources, which paled in comparison to those of the Fire Country where Konoha thrived. The defeats in the last 2 shinobi wars had dealt a tremendous blow to the Sand, particularly with the mysterious disappearance of the legendary Third Kazekage, which severely tarnished their reputation. Their already limited share was further diminished, making it impossible to maintain a large force. Thus, they resorted to a strategy of nurturing elite ninjas, concentrating resources on developing a select few prodigies into formidable warriors. Konoha boasts the greatest overall strength, owing to its vast number of ninjas and their commendable capabilities. However, the individual combat strength of the mid to high-tier Sand Ninjas often surpasses that of Konoha's. Only the Mist Village, known for its blood mist, can be compared to the Sand, were it not for Konoha's reputation as a favored land. Constantly producing an abundance of talent supported by several powerful clans, they might have long succumbed to the ambitions of the sand. Nonetheless, the aging third Hokage could no longer sustain Konoha in its current state of transition. Thus, when Orochimaru approached, the sand had already contemplated taking a risk. The clash between Temari and Shikamaru merely served as a microcosm of Konoha's attempts to navigate its dire circumstances, while the sand, undeterred, prepared to engage in battle. However, as Asuma noted, Shikamaru ultimately seized an opportunity, yet, exhausted of chakra, had no choice but to concede defeat. What are your thoughts? Kakashi inquired, having fostered bonds with his students, as he approached Mizuki. You mean Nara Shikamaru? Kakashi nodded in affirmation. How shall I put it? A genius among geniuses. However, Mizuki cast a glance at Haruno Sakura and remarked, relying too heavily on intellect can be a double-edged sword. An exceptionally high IQ can serve as a formidable weapon, yet it may also constitute a shackle that hinders further advancement. It remains to be seen whether he can attain such insight in the future. Kakashi nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, your perception is quite astute. No wonder you were once a teacher. Are you praising me or boasting about yourself? Mizuki replied, You can hardly manage your own 3 students, yet you concern yourself with others? That is not entirely fair. We are quite familiar with each other. It is only reasonable to lend a helping hand from time to time. You are referring to Sakura, aren't you? Mizuki shook his head, saying, It's not that I am unwilling. If she has any thoughts, she is welcome to approach me. After all, my skills are beyond the comprehension of most chunin in Konoha. It would be beneficial for a bright mind to collaborate with me for mutual reinforcement. However, Mizuki said earnestly to Kakashi, I believe you are significantly underestimating Sakura's potential. You ought to find her a more competent teacher. I can oversee her temporarily, but for genuine guidance, a more reliable mentor is essential. Given his own limitations in medical ninjutsu, Mizuki could not provide Haruno Sakura with an optimal training environment. The extensive practice and experimental resources she would require are simply beyond what Mizuki could offer. Kakashi paused, surprised by Mizuki's perspective. I did not expect you to hold Sakura in such high regard. Nevertheless, I currently cannot find a better candidate. It seems that after the Chunin exams, everyone will be quite busy. If time permits, I will assist. After today, Konoha will be markedly different. It is premature to make any promises. The period leading up to Tsunade's ascension as the 5th Hokage will be fraught with challenges, leaving little room for extraneous matters. Once Tsunade returns, Sakura will have a strong ally to rely on, rather than floundering on this crooked branch. Seeing that Mizuki had not dismissed the conversation entirely, Kakashi ceased his reluctance. I appreciate your assistance. You're welcome. Now, let us see the current progress of Uchiha Sasuke, whom you have invested so much effort in. Kakashi replied confidently. If that sand ninja performs at the level of the selection trials, there is no need for undue concern. He glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was eager to enter the fray. Kakashi, your optimism is quite misplaced. Mizuki felt compelled to caution him. You may not be aware that the sand ninja Kankuro has forfeited his match. The performance of those 3 genin from Sunagakure is highly unusual. What do you mean? Kakashi inquired. Iguro is exceedingly dangerous, extremely so. The aura he exudes is not merely intimidating for genin. His 2 companions exhibit problematic attitudes. They seem more fearful of Iguro than of the Konoha ninjas. Do you grasp the implications of what I am saying? Those 3 genin are not merely distractions. For the scheming sand ninjas, this situation is evidently troubling, and significantly so. What kind of danger are you suggesting? Kakashi pressed. You missed the first match. Naruto Uzumaki's 9 Tails chakra was unleashed. Oh, I see now. No wonder they triumphed. Wait, you aren't implying. Kakashi suddenly realized, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Shuemu remained silent, glancing at Gaara, who was eagerly waiting below, and said, Do you comprehend my concern? Why has this match been delayed for so long, yet still proceeds instead of declaring Sasuke's forfeiture? If my speculation holds any truth, we are indeed in grave trouble. If, as you suggested, he is a Jinchuriki, Kakashi expressed his apprehension, the match is about to commence, and we lack the time to prepare a sealing team. Let us hope that our fears are unfounded, Shuemu remarked insincerely. Fortunately, Orochimaru harbored distrust towards the Sand Shinobi and preemptively eliminated the 4th Kazekage, thus removing a formidable adversary. At least Lord Jiraiya is still in the village, Kakashi noted. Even in the worst-case scenario, we will not be without options. Afterward, Kakashi instructed Sasuke, exercise caution. Uchiha Sasuke smiled confidently. Understood. I shall emerge victorious, he declared as he leapt down from the viewing platform. Shuemu shook his head. Having just mastered the technique of channeling lightning chakra to enhance his physical capabilities, Sasuke brimmed with confidence, ready to face any lower-ranked ninja, even Rock Lee, who had previously embarrassed him. Moreover, having acquired the formidable technique, Chidori, his pride had swelled to arrogance, causing him to dismiss the Chunin exams entirely. Sasuke's demeanor caused Kakashi to swallow his unspoken thoughts, as he had initially intended to advise Sasuke to concede if he sensed any unusual circumstances. Addressing the wry smile on Kakashi's face, Shuemu remarked, "Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. While Jinchuriki can be formidable, that typically refers to those in their tailed beast forms. Gaara does not appear to possess such control. A Jinchuriki in human form is not so fearsome. Let us hope your optimism is well-founded." At that moment, Might Guy's figure abruptly emerged beside them. "Kakashi, my lifelong rival. It's been ages. Shouldn't you greet me? Are you deliberately ignoring me to mentally unsettle me before our duel?" Observing this pair of lifelong friends, Shuemu felt a headache approaching. "You two continue your conversation. I shall check on things in the back," he said, heading towards the resting area. As he traversed the corridor, Shuemu caught sight of Hinata Hizashi departing. It seemed Niji was nearby. It would be prudent to investigate. Arriving at the door, Shuemu knocked gently. The sound captured Niji's attention, and he turned. "Shuemu-sensei? What occupies your thoughts so intently?" Shuemu entered with a smile, recalling their time together in the Forest of Death, which had fostered a degree of familiarity. "Pardon my intrusion. How is your injury? Do you require assistance? My medical ninjutsu can handle the basics." "Thank you for your concern. I have already received treatment from a medical ninja," Niji replied, relieved. "That is good to hear," Shuemu acknowledged. "This year's Chunin exams have been fraught with unexpected events. It is truly a pity that you were eliminated." "I have disappointed everyone," Niji admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Disappointed is perhaps too harsh. After all, Naruto Uzumaki is no weakling, merely an unfortunate outcome." Shuemu reassured him. "Shuemu-sensei," Niji seemed to ponder something. "Do you consider me a genius?" Upon hearing Niji's inquiry, Shuemu chuckled. "If you are not a genius, how could others dare to use such a term? Let us phrase it this way. Among the current lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha, none stand a chance against you before reaching the level of Jonin. However, why did I find myself defeated by Naruto Uzumaki? There exists a deeper reason. Naruto is exceedingly unique, transcending the realms of ordinary strength, a truth you will come to understand in due course. The power of the Nine Tails is overwhelmingly formidable, and given that this is merely the Chunin exams, the constraints of the arena are quite significant. In a life-and-death confrontation, there would be no opportunity for Naruto to unleash his full potential. In Suemu's perspective, Niji's attitude has improved considerably. Perhaps the revelation of past truths has altered his mindset. Though he remains skeptical of Konoha's and the Hyuga clan's methods, he acknowledges that this is their way of survival. Suemu has no desire to delve deeper into the matter, finding it a waste of time to ponder the trivialities of fate, especially when a rare gem like Niji is entangled in such mundane discussions. Instead of lamenting his circumstances like a caged bird, he finds solace in philosophical pursuits. That said, it is best to conclude this conversation. I have matters to attend to. So please take care of yourself. As Suemu departed, Niji was left in a state of perplexity, noting how incongruous Suemu's battle attire appeared, his gear bulging with weapons, including several windmill shuriken, made him seem less like a mere patrolling ninja and more akin to a warrior preparing for battle. In that instant, Niji felt a foreboding sense of unease. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Suemu encountered Hinata Hyuga, who hesitated at the entrance while holding medicinal supplies. The bashful Hinata quickly greeted Suemu. "You should go in. Niji is waiting for you," Suemu assured her, a statement that was hardly unfounded, as it was quite simple for a Byakugan user to perceive Hinata's presence outside. Disregarding all distractions, as Suemu turned a corner, he suddenly inquired, "Is everything prepared?" "Of course," came a response from a figure emerging from the shadows. It was the doppelganger that Suemu had crafted, who tossed a scroll in his direction. Suemu deftly caught it and tucked it away. Perfect timing. The action is about to commence. Just be cautious and try not to perish. Creating another one would be no challenge. But the time wasted is substantial. Rest assured, I value my life far more than you do. When Suemu reappeared in the spectators' area, the battles below had escalated into a fervent frenzy, with the audience's enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch amidst the clamor. Spotting Suemu, Kakashi, who had just concluded a dramatic exchange with Might Guy, nodded in acknowledgement. Wait a moment. Kakashi, with his keen observational skills, discerned a subtle difference in Suemu's appearance compared to before. Impressive, Kakashi. You noticed so quickly, Suemu remarked with a smile. This is quite an extraordinary technique, Kakashi mused, revealing his Sharingan as he scrutinized Suemu closely. This is neither a shadow clone nor a mere transformation technique. How did you accomplish this? What astonished him further was the sight of another identical Suemu materializing behind him. This is no mere illusion. It's as simple as standing right behind me. If one does not pay careful attention, they would hardly notice your presence. The perfected art of concealing one's aura nearly flawlessly masks all outward emanations. This is certainly not the effect of mere invisibility techniques, but rather a profound subconscious disregard for the existence of Suemu. Were it not for the faint fluctuations of chakra, even Kakashi might not discern him at first glance. Unless one's perception is extraordinarily keen, most individuals standing nearby would remain completely unaware. Is this the concealment technique you imparted to Sakura? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. It hardly seems merely a means to store chakra. Suemu smiled softly. Kakashi, for a ninja, any ninjutsu, when perfected, embodies an extraordinary prowess. Even the simplest technique, such as the body flicker technique, can yield remarkable results when executed with skill. A prime example is Hanzo the Salamander, who, with his basic poison, could incapacitate the majority of ninjas in the ninja world, leaving even the legendary Sannin trembling in submission. Moreover, this technique was devised by me. Thus, its application is crystal clear. For Sakura to reach such a level, she must undergo extensive training. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet if you could completely eradicate that hint of illusion from your presence, it would be a truly formidable technique. Nothing is ever that simple, Suemu replied, shaking his head. The two most challenging phases of any endeavor are creation from nothing and dissolution into nothing. Do not be misled by the name of the concealment technique. It was not developed for reconnaissance or tracking. From the outset, I have regarded it as a precursor to mastering Sage Mode. As for concealment, full-body defense, and no-hand seal techniques, they are merely temporary strategies, useful as supplementary ninjutsu. To focus excessively on them would be to misplace one's priorities. Seeing that Suemu had little more to say, Kakashi ceased his inquiries, lowering his forehead protector while observing the match below. Why the secretive demeanor? It appears to be a case of the enemy lurking in the shadows while we remain exposed. Concealing oneself seems futile. What do you mean by secretive? Suemu retorted, somewhat displeased. This is merely an enhancement of my combat capabilities. Not everyone possesses strength as formidable as yours. I am but a chunin. Ah, indeed, Kakashi conceded, but seriously. What exactly is that? He pointed to the doppelganger of the Jinchuriki. This does not appear to be something an ordinary person could achieve. It was neither a shadow clone nor a puppet under manipulation, nor did it align with any illusion techniques. In the ninja world, there are numerous types of genuine and fabricated body techniques, but few can maintain such a flesh and blood form with such fluidity. It is rather impolite to point like that, Kakashi. The doppelganger of the Jinchuriki remarked, slightly irked by being treated as an object. Kakashi was even more astonished. What exactly have you created? It seems utterly extraordinary. Does it possess independent consciousness? Suemu's original form replied, I am unsure how to describe it at this moment. It should be akin to a shadow clone, albeit with a longer duration. Indeed, since the advancements in the technique of chakra absorption, the consumption of chakra has been significantly reduced. Although the fundamental issues surrounding the imitation of Jinchuriki remain unresolved, the endurance problem has seen considerable improvement, eliminating the need for frequent chakra infusions and thereby enhancing practicality substantially. For a long time, the ungrounded Mizuki has yearned for a reliable avatar to manage affairs that are inconvenient to address directly. However, the imitation Jinchuriki still falls short of his expectations, and relying on sealing techniques and shadow clones is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Following progress in research concerning the mind and soul, particularly after the incident involving the Moonlight Gale, Yamashita Hachi's perspective on the mental and spiritual realm has inspired new ideas. While he does not fully endorse the concept of dividing one's spirit, his experiences from a past life reveal that there exist analogous, yet more sophisticated methodologies. Concepts such as the transformation into the three purities or the severing of the three corpses are far too fantastical for someone raised in modern China to comprehend. Nevertheless, some theories bear relevance to phenomena observed in the ninja world. Mizuki is particularly intrigued by a concept from his previous life known as the information integration thought entity. Initially, this whimsical theoretical life form was dismissed as mere fantasy. Yet, as he delves deeper into the ninja world over time, he increasingly recognizes the extraordinary potential of this notion. Tailed beasts, originating from the divine tree, are essentially conglomerates of humanity's negative will, sharing significant similarities with the information integration entity, which seems even more implausible than science fiction. Mizuki's research into these entities is not aimed at recreating a similar collective consciousness like the tailed beasts. He has already achieved that, albeit in a rather inferior form, akin to the sign of the Four Seasons flower shop. What he seeks to understand is the rationale behind the emergence of tailed beasts in alignment with human will. By conducting reverse research and application, he envisions himself as a collective consciousness, utilizing chakra to project multiple subordinate wills, which could then be sealed within a blank vessel. Through the techniques of the imitation Jinchuriki, he aspires to create a genuine Mizuki Jinchuriki. Though the concept may seem far-fetched, acquiring a fragment of tailed beast chakra would undoubtedly prove beneficial. The upcoming Chunin exams may present a final opportunity. Reflecting on which tailed beast he could approach with his current strength, he realizes there are none. Only a Jinchuriki offers a chance. And which Jinchuriki could he exploit without facing repercussions? Besides Gaara, who has recently been bested by Naruto, there is no other candidate. Prior to the commencement of the Shippuden arc 3 years later, this might be his singular opportunity to obtain tailed beast chakra. Although not explicitly stated, Kakashi shows no inclination to inquire further, as probing too deeply into others' ninjutsu secrets is not prudent. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara unfolds below, with Sasuke firmly in the advantageous position. The stimulating effect of lightning chakra enables Sasuke to replicate much of Rock Lee's taijutsu prowess. Under the relentless onslaught of blinding speed, Gaara found himself utterly powerless, unable to mount any form of defense against the might of the sand armor. Should he continue to endure such passive assaults, defeat would be merely a matter of time. This progression seemed almost inevitable. Thus, Gaara summoned his absolute defense. Given the contrast in strength and combat styles between Sasuke and himself, reaching this juncture felt almost natural. Meanwhile, Mizuki felt a sense of relief. With Gaara gravely injured, he, like in the original narrative, would have no opportunity to unleash the tailed beast on sight. As the sound of Chidori resonated throughout the venue, Mizuki assessed his ninja tools. The moment of action was upon them. Anticipation crackled in the air as everyone awaited the conclusion of this tedious match. At last, with a flurry of feathers cascading in the wind, Kabuto finally made his move. In light of that, Mizuki would not hesitate to strike first. He dashed towards Kabuto. But another figure outpaced him. Might Guy, with the swiftness of lightning, closed the distance and executed a leaf hurricane, launching Kabuto into the sky. A powerful punch landed squarely on Kabuto's face, knocking his Umbu Fox mask to the ground and revealing an expression of surprise. "How did you figure out it was me?" "You truly are not to be underestimated," Kabuto exclaimed, but no one paid heed to his query. Mizuki advanced, thrusting his right hand forward as a fireball erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Kabuto. The latter, unable to rely on any support in midair, crouched down, narrowly evading the fiery assault that whizzed overhead. "Come down, arrogant brat." Another Mizuki, previously inconspicuous, emerged, seizing Kabuto's legs and forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. In a swift motion, a kunai pressed against Kabuto's throat, revealing Kakashi, who had seized the opportunity to swoop in. "Don't move. Resist, and I will end you," Kakashi warned. Kabuto chuckled weakly. "You think you've won? 3 against 1, and you still can't capture me." Suddenly, a sound of burning filled the air. "Not good. It's an explosive tag." The trio quickly retreated as a thunderous explosion erupted, leaving devastation in its wake. A few innocent spectators, caught too close, suffered minor injuries. But fortunately, none were gravely harmed. "What an irritating fellow. I wonder when he switched to using shadow clones," Mizuki remarked. "Well, discussing this now is futile. We need to check on the third. I'm unsure of the situation there. You should go see. As Gaara is severely injured by Sasuke and should be fine for the moment. We will handle things here," Kakashi instructed. Take care, Mizuki replied, deftly evading a barrage of shuriken. In the brief span of time, nearly 100 enemies revealed themselves. What has the intelligence department of Konoha been doing? How could so many infiltrators have gotten in? Mizuki mused, aware of Konoha's lack of manpower and the possible non-cooperation from Danzo's root forces. However, the presence of so many traitors among them was infuriating. For now, he would leave this to Kakashi and his team, positioning himself as a firefighter and intelligence liaison. Shuei-mu maximized the power of his breath-concealing technique, swiftly approaching the podium while witnessing numerous skirmishes between the Leaf Village ninjas and their foes. However, he had little time to ponder these conflicts. Upon leaping onto the rooftop, he discovered that the 4 purple flames formation had already been established. Alas, he had arrived too late. Had the barrier not yet been set, he could have exploited his subtle presence to create some disruption. But now that the barrier was complete and self-contained, there was no room for external intervention. Originally, the tides of battle were fleeting, and Shuei-mu held no lofty expectations. However, it was indeed a lament that the enemy's trap had been so easily laid. Suddenly, an Umbu with a perceptive talent detected Shuei-mu's presence. "Do not worry. It is I," Shuei-mu revealed himself. "Shuei-mu? What brings you here? How is the situation over at the stands?" "The situation is dire. The enemy is far more numerous than anticipated. Kakashi and the others are temporarily restrained and unable to maneuver," he replied. "Thus, I have come to assess the conditions here. Damn it, we have completely fallen into their trap as well." Shuei-mu was acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. Approaching an injured Umbu severely burnt by the 4 purple flames formation, he activated his healing technique and began to mend the wounds quietly. "What is his condition?" Shuei-mu shook his head. The man's exterior was nearly charred beyond recognition, a grievous injury indeed. "I can only preserve his life for now. It is fortunate he did not perish on the spot. We must expedite his treatment." "Where's the time for that? There are no personnel available." Shuei-mu understood perfectly that the most perilous situation lay with the 3rd Hokage inside. After completing his emergency treatment for the injured Umbu, Shuei-mu gestured to the Jinchuriki from the mountain village. "You stay here and see if you can assist in any way." He then turned to the Umbu, saying, "If there are any medical or sealing techniques, or matters concerning the barrier, you may consult him. I cannot be of assistance here. I must go provide support elsewhere." The Umbu nodded, casting a curious glance at the mountain village Jinchuriki, yet saying nothing, still believing him to be merely an odd clone. Along the way, after stealthily eliminating 2 enemies, Shuei-mu finally returned to the stands. "What is the situation over there?" Kakashi inquired anxiously. "Do not expect any reinforcements," Shuei-mu replied. "The conditions there may be even worse than here." "How can that be? With the 3rd Hokage present, even facing the 4th Kazekage, the situation should not be so dire." "As for the 4th Kazekage, I cannot say, but I have only seen Orochimaru disguised as him." "Is it truly so? Are the Sand Shinobi so indifferent?" Kakashi asked incredulously. The impersonation of the Kazekage, brazenly revealed before the eyes of many, was no ordinary provocation. Now is not the time for such concerns. The 3rd Hokage is in grave danger. The 4 purple flames formation has completely severed the Umbu's support, and within, the 3rd is fighting alone. As Shuei-mu defended against attacks from all directions, he scanned his surroundings. "Where are the lower ninjas? Where have they gone?" "I sent them to pursue those 3 sand shinobi. We cannot allow them to recover and unleash the tailed beasts," Kakashi responded. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed from a distance, and the roar of a colossal summoning beast could be heard from afar. "What shall we do?" "Kakashi, should we implement the emergency evacuation plan? With the experienced Irika over there should be no significant issues. You ought to head to the front lines. Your medical ninjutsu is urgently needed there." "Very well, Kakashi, I shall take my leave now." Mizuki prepared to depart. "If convenient, please take a moment to attend to those genin as well." Upon exiting the venue, Mizuki hastened toward the front lines. If there were anything that weighed heavily on his mind, it was the safety of his fiancée, Chihiro. Although Chihiro possessed commendable abilities, she was not particularly adept at life-preserving techniques. Should any misfortune befall her, Mizuki would be left with profound regret. Navigating through the streets of Konoha, the area near the center remained relatively peaceful, untouched by the ongoing turmoil. However, the streets were sparsely populated, as most citizens refrained from lingering in perilous locations during such tumultuous times. The majority of the village's combat strength had been dispatched to the front lines. and the number of ninjas on the roads was indeed limited. Mizuki encountered little resistance before arriving at the small building where Chihiro worked. From a distance, he spotted several figures sprawled at the entrance, and an uneasy feeling settled in his heart. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not Konoha ninjas. The nature of the injuries indicated that Chihiro had been involved. The grievous wounds, with blades penetrating through the body, were not typical of common jutsu. Such devastating attacks could only be executed by a powerful technique, likely one unique to Chihiro's special fusion ninjutsu. Without wasting another moment, Mizuki rushed inside, where he found several sand ninjas' corpses littered around. The battlefield was advantageous. The barrier had not entirely lost its efficacy, which explained its capacity to withstand enemy assaults. Generally, classes such as sealing, medical, and barrier teams do not frequently confront frontline combat. Most of their members are not particularly strong in combat, but possess specialized skills in certain areas, with a few even being civilians or researchers. When faced with the enemy alone, these individuals often appear particularly vulnerable. However, this is not universally true. Tsunade stands as a prime example, her medical ninjutsu reaching extraordinary heights, rendering her combat prowess formidable. Hastening to the innermost defensive line, Mizuki witnessed a brilliant flash of lightning as Chihiro withdrew her right hand from a slowly collapsing sand ninja. "Chihiro, I see the enemy has been eliminated," Mizuki said, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Why are you here, Mizuki?" Chihiro, her fatigued visage finally breaking into a smile, inquired. "Isn't it because I was worried about you? Are you unhurt?" Mizuki asked with concern. "I'm fine," she assured him. "That's good to hear. However, several of my colleagues have sustained injuries." Chihiro expressed her worry. "Leave it to me," Mizuki replied. Scanning the surroundings where several ninjas bore various degrees of injuries, none of which appeared life-threatening. Meanwhile, at the Chunin exam venue, the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had been ongoing for some time. The initial exchanges of basic ninjutsu were nearing their conclusion. Such attacks were merely warm-ups for ninjas of their caliber. "Come forth. Orochimaru, cease your pretense," Hiruzen declared, having just buried Orochimaru with a combination of earth and water release techniques. Indeed, it appears the tedious probing is drawing to a close. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru gradually revealed his form. Although the third Hokage had aged, his formidable presence remained. Ordinary ninjutsu would prove ineffective against him. Prolonging the confrontation would not bode well either. Resolutely, Orochimaru declared, "Since you seek your demise, allow me to showcase my latest achievement." With a swift motion, he bit into his fingertips, rapidly forming hand seals, and pressed his palms forward, causing a surge of summoning runes to spread forth. Edo Tensei. In an instant, 3 coffins emerged from the earth. Alarmed, the third Hokage quickly launched several shurikens at Orochimaru, only for them to be obstructed by the foremost coffin. As a result, only 2 of the coffins were successfully summoned. Outside the 4 purple flames formation, the host of the Hidden Sound Village couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's expendable resources. Even with one of the Sound 3 lying unconscious in the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru had effortlessly gathered his offerings. Observing the 2 summoned figures, Orochimaru sighed, though the third failed. "This will suffice." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru with indignation. "I once believed you had merely strayed from the path, yet here you are, desecrating the dead. How could you sink so low?" Orochimaru chuckled. "Ah, that's why you age so quickly. Isn't this technique the invention of the second Hokage? Such a marvelous ninjutsu. Yet no one has utilized it. I have merely refined it. I am also curious about the true intent behind the second Hokage's creation of this forbidden technique. One must not underestimate the wisdom of our predecessors. You are beyond redemption, Orochimaru. I regret ever letting you go," Sarutobi lamented, his heart heavy. "I failed in my duties as your teacher, and today I shall rectify that mistake. You must learn that wrongdoing invites consequences." "Wrongdoing? Consequences?" Orochimaru scoffed, surveying the third's frail form, a poignant reminder of lost strength. "Let me demonstrate the miracles I have achieved." With that, he tore away his facial disguise, revealing an uncharacteristically youthful visage. This transformation left the ANBU outside in stunned disbelief, and the third Hokage rendered momentarily speechless. "How do you like my eternal youthful appearance? It contrasts starkly with your decrepit body," he taunted. Sarutobi collected himself, stating, "There is no longer any need for dialogue between us. Indeed, but I must pay my respects to a few esteemed predecessors. It has been quite some time. Perhaps we can reminisce. Outside, the host from the Hidden Sound Village beheld this familiar scene. The first and second Hokages appeared, followed by a tumultuous battle among the three Hokages. The dazzling display of wood release was both magnificent and awe-inspiring, re-emerging before the eyes of the spectators after decades. The second Hokage's water release and Jinjutsu were equally impressive. As the techniques of darkness commenced, shrouded by the wood release, those outside could no longer easily discern the unfolding events within. What shall we do? Several ANBU agents found themselves helplessly ensnared by the four purple flames formation. Shuei-mu shook his head, indicating his helplessness. It was evident that these matters were beyond the concern of those individuals. Even if they were to intervene, their presence would likely prove futile and only serve to complicate matters further. The combat prowess within had long surpassed the threshold that mere numbers could bridge. In the shadows lurked a formidable figure, the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto, whose current endeavors remained unknown. Moreover, based on Shuei-mu's observations, the village's defenses were remarkably robust and effective. Key strongholds had yet to be breached, the civilian populace had largely been evacuated, and the lower-ranking shinobi and fledglings had distanced themselves from the front lines. Yet, here, the support for the third Hokage was woefully inadequate. Was it Danzo's selfishness at play? Such a cold-hearted approach indeed. I won't harm you, but if you lack strength and fall, you cannot blame anyone else, was the underlying sentiment, was it not? Once Shuei-mu had tended to several injured, Kocho had already prepared to relocate everyone as per Shuei-mu's instructions. With the escalating turmoil, it was only a matter of time before this relatively crucial, yet feeble stronghold would be affected. The sporadic enemies they faced were merely a harbinger of greater chaos to come. Kocho, can you manage? Do you require assistance? Shuei-mu inquired with concern. Among the weaker shinobi present, only Kocho possessed sufficient skills to provide some measure of offensive capability. The others would be of little help against formidable foes, particularly without the protective barrier of their stronghold, rendering them even more vulnerable. It's fine, Shuei-mu. The enemy won't be advancing for now. If we hurry, we should be fine, Kocho replied, shaking her head. You have your mission, you must go. In the midst of battle, a medical ninja's delayed arrival could mean the loss of a fellow comrade. It's all right. Tending to you is part of my duty, he reassured her. Very well. We shall take our leave then. As he watched Kocho and her colleagues head toward the safety of the rear, Shuei-mu momentarily set aside his worries and sprinted toward the battlefield. In the distance, he observed the towering walls protecting the village being breached by a colossal serpent. A group of ninja, resigned, hurled kunai affixed with explosive tags in a futile attempt to halt its advance. Their efforts yielded little effect as the massive serpent pressed onward. Meanwhile, a multitude of sand ninjas streamed through the breach, engaging in fierce combat with the already prepared forces of Konoha. The summoning technique truly was a marvel, a convenient and powerful skill. A well-legacy summoning beast could rival the lifetime endeavors of most ninja. It was no wonder that some claimed Jiraiya's strength would diminish significantly without his summoning beast. Observing the tumultuous scene ahead, Shuei-mu refrained from joining the fray. Should he fall victim to a widespread ninjutsu, it would be a stroke of misfortune for a chunin of his caliber. After scanning the battlefield for a moment, he finally spotted a familiar face, the burly figure of Morinai Ibiki, easily recognizable by the scar adorning his face. Captain Ibiki? Shuei-mu called out. Is there anything I can assist you with? Ibiki turned, and upon seeing Shuei-mu, replied sternly, I've told you, I am no longer the captain. Oh wait, I am again. Not the captain from Shuei-mu's last mission, but the leader of the patrol this time. Let us not dwell on that. I am here as a medical ninja to support the front lines. The commanding presence of Ibiki was indeed impressive, as Mizuki remarked decisively, Oh, just follow me. Upon arriving at a makeshift outpost with Ibiki, Mizuki furrowed his brows, surveying the surroundings with a grave expression and inquired, Why are there so few? Shouldn't there be more casualties? The entire outpost contained only a handful of ninjas tending to a scant number of injured. Many of them no longer require treatment. Ibiki replied in a calm tone. His seemingly ordinary words startled Mizuki, casting a shadow over his heart. No longer requiring treatment? Does that imply they are already deceased? Or that they could not be revived? During the initial wave of the assault, numerous individuals perished before they even grasped the situation, succumbing to the overwhelming onslaught of colossal summoned beasts in conjunction with the sand ninjas. Some were injured, yet we were powerless to retrieve them from the battlefield. Mizuki refrained from questioning further, and Ibiki continued to elucidate. In a conflict, when the defending side cannot ascertain the focal points of the attack, the advantage overwhelmingly tilts in favor of the assailants. Thus, the first wave of an attack tends to inflict substantial casualties. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted outside, revealing a gigantic toad engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal serpent. "Has Lord Jiraiya made his move?" Mizuki murmured. "Oh, you are aware that Lord Jiraiya has returned?" "I presumed only a select few knew," Ibiki replied. "I was the first to inform the third Hokage," Mizuki explained casually, not wishing to squander any more time. Mizuki addressed Ibiki. "Send any additional injured here as swiftly as possible. I will hold the fort until the medical team arrives. I have another task awaiting me that is far more troublesome than this, whether it be Orochimaru or the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The situation on the other side would not be any less chaotic." "Understood. We are short on personnel everywhere," Ibiki nodded, acknowledging that merely holding until the medical team arrives would suffice. It is indeed peculiar that there is no medical team assigned to the front lines. However, while the village has received some intelligence, they remain oblivious to the targets of the assault, focusing their efforts on the Chunin exam venue, where numerous prominent figures are present. Meanwhile, while Mizuki was momentarily acting as a medical ninja, Uchiha Sasuke had already engaged Gaara in battle. Sakura Haruno gazed in horror at the increasingly monstrous form of Gaara. This must be why Mizuki-sensei asserted that Gaara is the strongest of the lower ninjas. Collectively, the other candidates cannot match his prowess. But what is happening? Just moments ago, Sasuke unleashed 2 Chidori attacks, inflicting significant damage upon Gaara, yet it did not strike at the core, only inciting further ferocity. Now, Sasuke commanded, preparing another Chidori not far from Sakura. Despite having surpassed the limit of Chidori usage that Kakashi had indicated, his weary body still held firm, proving the efficacy of medical ninjutsu. Contemplating this, Sasuke cast a glance at Sakura, who swiftly formed hand seals and activated a binding technique. A wave of oppressive energy swiftly immobilizing the already deformed Gaara. Bound, Gaara had lost all semblance of rational thought and struggled desperately against his constraints. Indeed, it is an extraordinary force, far more formidable than before. Such tactics can only succeed repeatedly against a creature that has nearly lost its sanity. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who was dashing past. Although, with the keen insight of his Sharingan, he hardly required her assistance. The curse mark on his neck had become increasingly pronounced, and it was preferable to avoid utilizing the Sharingan if possible. As Sasuke continued to expend chakra, his ability to maintain the Chidori was diminishing swiftly. His weakened body and yearning for power made the curse mark unstable once more. Having just treated Sasuke, Sakura was acutely aware of his physical condition. At the venue of the Chunin exams, within a barrier invisible to the onlookers, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was suppressed by the wood-release techniques of the first and second Hokage, rendered nearly powerless. He retrieved a potion from his ninja tool pouch, which had been stored for nearly a month. Initially, he believed he would never need to use it, yet here they stood at this critical juncture. While he was not entirely daunted by Orochimaru's presence, the addition of the 2 former Hokage, resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, altered the situation entirely. Is this the day when the legendary tales of the ninja hero come to an end? It is indeed a lamentable fate, for he shall not witness the future of the new sprouts of Konoha.